In the sweltering steam-filled summer of New York, where I should have been enveloped by waves of humid heat, I instead felt a chill that cut straight to the bone. This cold didn't come from the faint breeze of an air conditioner outside a corner store. It arose from the utterly unfamiliar surroundings before me, and from the sudden, mechanical voice echoing in my mind. Ding! Host Soul detected as stable. Naruto skills system officially activated. Current world, Marvel Cinematic Universe. Main Universe 1-99999. Initial mission triggered. The Tesseract event has begun. Side mission, rescue Clint Barton. Hawkeye has been issued. Mission objective. Clint Barton is under Loki's control during his mission. Defeat his mental defenses in battle and restore his consciousness. Mission reward. Uchiha Clan's 3-Tomo Sharingan. Perfectly attuned to Host Soul, no rejection risk. Instinctively, I clench my fists, my knuckles turning white from the force. Just moments before, I've been pulling an all-nighter in my tiny apartment, binging the final chapters of Naruto. In the next instant, a blinding light had swallowed me whole, and when I opened my eyes, I was standing on a strange street lined with English signs. Across the road, a giant screen was broadcasting the news. The anchor spoke at lightning speed, reporting unusual energy detected near S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. On the screen, faint blue distortions flickered in the sky. I recognized it instantly as the energy signature of the Tesseract. Wasn't this the opening scene of the Avengers? Not only have I transmigrated, but I've also been saddled with the Naruto system, and now I have to fight Hawkeye. I took a deep breath, fighting to steady my nerves. Thankfully, in my previous life, I'd spent a few years training in kickboxing, so I wasn't completely out of shape. But Hawkeye was S.H.I.E.L.D's top agent. His marksmanship was unmatched, and his hand-to-hand combat skills were exceptional. Now, with Loki controlling him, his combat prowess would only be even more formidable. System, what initial abilities do I have right now? I asked silently in my mind. Ding. Host current status. Chakra level, ordinary genin. Basic ninjutsu, substitution jutsu, clone jutsu, transformation jutsu. Must be unlocked by the host. Physical strength, slightly above average, can be enhanced via chakra. Ordinary genin? I couldn't help but twitch at the corners of my mouth. Compared to Hawkeye, this level of power was like facing a machine gun with a wooden stick. But I had no choice. The mission had been assigned. If I failed, survival in this unfamiliar Marvel universe would become impossible. More importantly, the reward of the 3-Tomo Sharingan was too tempting to resist. As the Uchiha clan's core ability, it could not only predict movements, but also see through illusions. With it, my chances of surviving in this world would increase dramatically. I strode quickly to the street corner, using the newsstand as cover, and began to recall the plot. According to the timeline, Hawkeye should already be leading the mind-controlled S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to steal equipment at the Tesseract research facility. Next, he would escape aboard a Quinjet. I had to find him before he left, and, at the same time, avoid drawing any suspicion to myself. S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance network in New York was incredibly dense. If they mistook me for an alien invader or a mutant, things would become far more complicated than merely dealing with Hawkeye. First, I need to find somewhere hidden to unlock basic ninja techniques. I glanced around and finally settled on a quiet alleyway. I slipped inside quickly. The space was piled high with discarded cardboard boxes, just enough to shield me from prying eyes. System, unlock the substitution jutsu. A pleasant chime sounded in my mind. 10 chakra points consumed. Substitution jutsu successfully unlocked. The host may now use chakra to create a wooden substitute, capable of taking a single attack before dissipating. Focusing my mind, I followed the memory the system had imparted to channel chakra within my body. A warm current of energy rose from my core, flowing through my meridians into my hands. Quickly, I formed hand seals, boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, and murmured, substitution jutsu. With a soft pop, a burst of white mist flashed. I vanished from where I stood, and in my place appeared a makeshift dummy, cobbled together from scraps of cardboard. It was crude, but passable enough to fool someone at a glance. Staring at my own hands, I couldn't help but feel a thrill, so this was the power of ninjutsu. Next, I unlocked the clone jutsu and transformation jutsu. The clone jutsu allowed me to create a chakra double capable of simple actions, while the transformation jutsu could disguise me as anyone I wished. As an ordinary genin, my chakra reserves were limited, and after unlocking these 3 techniques, I was already feeling drained. But now was not the time for rest. Using the transformation jutsu, I changed my appearance to that of a regular S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in uniform. I also left a clone behind in the alley to draw any unwanted attention, then set off at a brisk pace toward the Tesseract research facility. Along the way, police cars and S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicles roared past one after the other, sirens wailing, and the air was tinged with the faint scent of scorched energy. Turning a corner, I finally caught sight of the research facility. It was a 7-story white building, with thick smoke billowing from the top floor. Several Quinjets were parked on the open ground in front, and agents in black tactical gear were busily moving equipment. Standing out among them was a tall man with a quiver slung over his back. His calm expression and decisive, efficient movements left no doubt. This was Hawkeye, Clint Barton. My heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might leap right out of my throat. I saw Hawkeye directing the agents as they loaded a container holding a blue cube onto the aircraft. That was the Tesseract. According to the plot, Loki would be meeting up with Hawkeye soon, so I had to act before that happened. No brute force, I need a little strategy. Crouched behind the wreck of an abandoned car, I kept my eyes fixed on Hawkeye. My chakra was nearly depleted, so I could only use a limited number of jutsu. Every single one had a count. Hawkeye seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked straight in my direction, hand flying to the quiver on his back. My heart clenched. His reputation for vigilance was clearly well earned. With no time to hesitate, I formed a quick hand seal. Clone Jutsu. 2 chakra clones burst out from either side of the car, charging straight at Hawkeye. His gaze sharpened. In one fluid motion, he drew an ordinary arrow, knocked it, aimed, and fired. The arrow struck the clone on the left with perfect precision. Instantly, it vanished in a puff of white smoke. This was my chance. While Hawkeye's attention was drawn by the clones, I focused the last of my chakra into my legs, dashing toward him at a speed no ordinary human could match. I didn't attack him head-on, but instead circled behind the agents carrying the Tesseract and snatched the container from one of their hands. I wanted to force Hawkeye into making the first move. Put it down. Hawkeye barked, his voice sharp as a whip. He drew another arrow, this one crackling with blue energy, clearly a custom explosive tip, and aimed it at me without a moment's hesitation, releasing the bowstring. But I was ready. In my mind, I'd already begun priming the Sharingan technique. Even though I didn't truly have a Sharingan, the system had taught me how to use its predictive abilities. I cradled the container, twisted aside, and formed another hand seal. Substitution Jutsu. Bang! Another burst of white smoke, and my body was replaced by a wooden log. The explosive arrow struck the substitute, setting off a violent blast and sending wood chips flying. Meanwhile, I reappeared 3 meters behind Hawkeye, still gripping a chunk of wood that had fallen from my substitute. Hawkeye spun around, shock written all over his face. He had me dead to rights, yet I'd evaded him with ease, switching places in a way that defied logic. "Who are you?" he demanded in a low voice, his hand still on his quiver, this time drawing 3 arrows at once, his guard clearly heightened. I tossed away the piece of wood and slowly straightened up. My chakra was almost completely gone, but there was no way I could back down now. Just someone sick of seeing a guy like you, so sure of himself but really just being used. I deliberately tried to rile him up. "Clint Barton, SHLD's ace agent, is that all you've got?" Hawkeye's gaze grew even colder, his mind under control, making his emotions increasingly violent. "Courting death," he roared, drawing his bow. 3 arrows flew out at once, aimed at Chu Yuan's head, chest, and legs, nearly sealing off every escape route. Just as the arrows were about to strike Chu Yuan, a mechanical prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host's emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold. 3. Tomo Sharingan preheating complete. Temporary activation for 10 seconds available. In an instant, Chu Yuan's vision was awash in crimson. Black Tomo spun rapidly in his pupils, finally settling into the 3 Tomo form. The world seemed to slow down before his eyes. The flight paths of the arrows, the slightest shift of Hawkeye's arm muscles, even specks of dust floating in the air, all became startlingly clear. So this is the Sharingan. Excitement surged in Chu Yuan's heart. He nimbly sidestepped, dodging the first arrow, while his hand shot out to catch the second by its shaft. With the second arrow, he deflected the third one in a swift, fluid motion. A sharp metallic clang rang out as the third arrow was knocked aside, clattering crisply to the ground. Chu Yuan still gripped the arrow aglow with energy, and with the Sharingan's help, he could even see the flow of power within its core. Hawkeye stood frozen in disbelief. In his more than 20 years as a master archer, he had never seen anyone catch his arrows barehanded, let alone handle a triple shot so effortlessly. Who was this man in the shield uniform standing before him? Chu Yuan gave Hawkeye no chance to recover. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the arrow straight at Hawkeye's quiver. The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Hawkeye dodged desperately, but the Sharingan had already predicted his move. The arrow grazed a shoulder and struck directly into an explosive arrow inside the quiver. A muffled blast erupted. The quiver was destroyed, scattering the remaining arrows across the ground. Hawkeye staggered back 2 steps, panic finally flickering in his eyes. Chu Yuan walked toward him at an unhurried pace, the crimson glow of the Sharingan dazzling in the sunlight. "Now, do you still think you're invincible?" Chu Yuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Controlled by Loki's scepter, rampaging like a puppet, is this the so-called ace agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hawkeye's body trembled, as if the control over his mind had been shaken. He stared into Chu Yuan's eyes, the blazing red pupils radiating an irresistible force, making it impossible to look away. Deep within, his reason began to awaken. His lips moved, but no words came out. Ding. Mission complete. Hawkeye, Clint Barton, has acknowledged the host's strength. His arrogance has been shattered. Reward issued. Uchiha Clan's 3-Tomo Sharingan, permanently bound, chakra consumption reduced by 30%. Current chakra level has been automatically restored to full. Basic ocular technique unlocked. Insight Eye can anticipate enemy movements and see through basic illusions. The red glow in Chu Yuan's eyes gradually faded, but he could clearly sense that his vision had become remarkably sharp. It was as if everything around him was overlaid with an information filter. He could even see the energy coursing inside Hawkeye's body. The lingering control power from Loki's scepter. Just then, a swirling green portal opened up in the sky. A man in a black cloak stepped out, scepter in hand. It was Loki himself. He glanced at the scattered arrows and the battered Hawkeye on the ground, his brows knitting slightly. "Clint, what happened here?" Hawkeye snapped back to his senses, his cold, steely look returning. "My lord, this man suddenly attacked us and stole the container for the Tesseract." Loki's gaze landed on Chu Yuan, a mocking smile curling at his lips. "Interesting. You actually dare meddle in my plans." He raised his scepter, and the blue gem at its tip began to pulse, sending a surge of powerful energy hurtling toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. Though he had awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan, his chakra reserves were still just that of an ordinary genin. Nowhere near enough to go head-to-head with Loki. Besides, he had already completed the system's mission. There was no need to confront Loki directly. "I'll play with you another time, Loki." Chu Yuan let out a cold laugh, spun on his heel, and swiftly retreated. With a transformation jutsu, he disguised himself as an ordinary citizen and quickly merged into the crowd, rushing to the scene. Loki's blast of energy crashed down where Chu Yuan had just been standing, gouging a deep crater in the ground. But Chu Yuan had already vanished into the masses. Loki watched the direction where Chu Yuan disappeared, his expression growing pensive. "Fascinating. So there are powers in this world I've never seen before." He turned to Hawkeye. "Forget about him. It's time for us to go." Hawkeye nodded, following Loki as they boarded the Quinjet. The engines roared to life, and the aircraft soared off into the distance. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan hid in a corner of a nearby cafe, watching the Quinjet fade into the sky. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. He looked down at his hands, then closed his eyes, feeling the chakra and the power of Sharingan flowing within him. A smile tugged at his lips. "Marvel Universe, here I am, Chu Yuan," he whispered in his heart. He knew perfectly well that only by joining the Avengers and ultimately obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan could he hope to survive in this perilous universe. And the first step was to gain the approval of SFLD's director. With that thought, he steeled his resolve for the challenges ahead. On the television in the cafe, the news was still reporting on the incident at the experimental facility. The anchor speculated that it might have been a terrorist attack. Chu Yuan lifted his coffee cup, took a sip, and his gaze grew ever more resolute. His journey in this Marvel world was only just beginning. Chu Yuan didn't rush to seek out Nick Fury. He understood all too well that, given his current identity and abilities, making contact too hastily would only make S.H.I.E.L.D. see him as a potential threat. He needed a legitimate ticket in, something that would attract Fury's attention and make him willing to offer an opportunity. "System, can you provide Nick Fury's current location and schedule?" Chu Yuan asked silently in his mind. "Ding." The system replied, "I can provide real-time tracking of the target, but it will cost 50 chakra points. Would you like to proceed?" 50 chakra points, that was nearly half of all he had at the moment. Chu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he made his decision. Track Nick Fury's current location. Ding. Chakra successfully consumed. Nick Fury's current location, S.H.I.E.L.D. New York Branch, Underground Command Center. In approximately 1 hour, he will head to Stark Tower to meet Tony Stark and discuss the theft of the Cosmic Cube. Stark Tower? A glimmer flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. This was a golden opportunity. Tony Stark was a core member of the Avengers, flamboyant, and always intrigued by extraordinary abilities. If Chu Yuan could demonstrate his value during Fury's meeting with Tony, his chances of joining the Avengers would soar. Quickly, Chu Yuan formulated an action plan. He found a clothing store and changed out of his conspicuous shield uniform. It stood out far too much. Instead, he chose a set of black casual clothes paired with a hoodie. This would help him keep a low profile and move about more freely. Next, he needed to prepare a gift, something that could showcase his abilities without exposing the secret of his system. Chu Yuan thought of the Sharingan's copying power. Although the three-tomo Sharingan had its limits, it could only mimic basic, non-Kekkei Jinkai ninjutsu. It was more than enough against ordinary people or lower-level agents. Maybe I could copy a set of shield combat techniques. Chu Yuan muttered under his breath. He'd observed shield agents training near the experimental facility before and had a fair grasp of their fighting moves. Their combat style was practical, perfect for demonstrating his strength. Chu Yuan found an abandoned warehouse and began recalling the agents' combat maneuvers. Activating his three-tomo Sharingan, he visualized their punches, kicks, and blocks. The Sharingan automatically analyzed every movement's force and technique. Chu Yuan let out a low shout, beginning his training by following the movements he remembered. Every punch and kick he threw carried the distinctive sharpness of shield combat techniques. At first, his movements were a bit stiff, but as he practiced relentlessly, they gradually became smooth and natural. With the predictive power of his Sharingan, he could even simulate defensive maneuvers against a variety of attacks. An hour later, Chu Yuan had completely mastered the basics of shield hand-to-hand combat. He wiped the sweat from his brow. Though his chakra reserves had been significantly depleted, his mind was buzzing with energy. It's about time to head to Stark Tower, he murmured to himself. Chu Yuan hailed a cab and arrived near Stark Tower. Even from a distance, the towering building stood out impressively. The Stark sign atop the skyscraper gleamed conspicuously, while a crowd of reporters and fans gathered at the entrance, snapping photos. Rather than approach recklessly, Chu Yuan slipped into an office building across the street, blending into the shadows. He used his Sharingan to observe the activity at the tower's entrance. It wasn't long before a black SUV rolled up to the front of the building. The car door swung open and a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses stepped out. His left eye bore a prominent scar. It was none other than Nick Fury. Close behind him was a man in a suit with an earpiece, someone Chu Yuan recognized as Fury's assistant, Phil Coulson. Fury glanced up at Stark Tower, then strode quickly inside. Chu Yuan knew at once that Fury's meeting with Tony would likely take place in the top-floor laboratory. He needed to find a way to infiltrate the building and appear before Fury at just the right moment. Charging in headlong is out of the question. Stark Tower's security system is airtight, Chu Yuan thought, frowning in concentration. The transformation jutsu came to mind. If he could disguise himself as one of Stark's assistants, he might be able to slip inside. But he didn't know what any of Stark's assistants looked like, and transforming blindly risked immediate exposure. Just then, Chu Yuan spotted a woman in a white lab coat emerging from the building. A work badge hung around her neck, reading Pepper Potts, Tony Stark's CEO and girlfriend. That's it. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. Pepper was the person Stark trusted most, and her badge would grant him nearly unrestricted access throughout the building. Although impersonating Pepper carried considerable risk, it was, for now, the best option he had. Chu Yuan quietly followed behind Pepper, watching as she strode briskly toward the equipment maintenance area on the west side of the building. There, a utility van bearing the words Stark Industries Equipment Maintenance was parked, and two technicians were inspecting a malfunctioning access control panel. Pepper approached them, handed over a folder, and instructed the technicians in a clear voice. These are the emergency authorization parameters for the third-floor lab access. Adjust the settings according to these instructions. I'll fetch the backup sensor. The technicians nodded in agreement, and Pepper turned to leave. In that moment, Chu Yuan slipped closer, moving under the shadow cast by the maintenance van. A faint blue glow of chakra shimmered at his fingertips as he swiftly activated the transformation jutsu. Brown hair fell to his shoulders. The crisp folds of a white lab coat were flawlessly imitated, and even Pepper's habitual gesture of straightening her ID badge was reproduced to perfection. A crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Transformation jutsu activated successfully. Consume 20 chakra points. Duration, 30 minutes. Disguised as Pepper, Chu Yuan walked quickly to the van, picked up the box of backup sensors the technician had left in the truck bed, and added in a natural tone, I forgot to grab this earlier. You two go ahead and get started. I'll check in on the third floor to make sure everything's running smoothly and avoid any problems later. The technicians didn't suspect a thing and replied casually, Don't worry, Miss Potts. With the sensor box in hand, Chu Yuan turned and headed for the main entrance of Stark Tower. At the door, the security guard caught sight of the lab badge on his chest and the box-marked laboratory-use sensor in his hand and immediately greeted him with respect. Miss Potts, are you going up to the third-floor lab? Would you like me to call the internal elevator for you? Mitchum, Chu Yuan responded, mimicking Pepper's voice and nodding slightly before stepping into the building. Inside the elevator, Chu Yuan's heart pounded faster. He was acutely aware that if his disguise was uncovered, the consequences would be dire. But retreat was not an option. The lure of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the overwhelming pressure to survive in the Marvel Universe left him no choice but to risk everything. The elevator stopped at the top floor. As the doors slid open, Chu Yuan saw Tony Stark reclining on a lab sofa, a glass of red wine in hand, while Nick Fury stood opposite him, their conversation marked by Fury's grave expression. Pepper, you're back already? Tony glanced up at Chu Yuan and asked offhandedly. Chu Yuan's nerves tightened, and he quickly devised a response. Knowing Pepper's usual composure, he deliberately furrowed his brow and said, "Just came back to pick up something. I'll head back down in a bit." With that, he walked straight to a corner of the lab, doing his best to blend in and avoid drawing attention. Fury's sharp gaze was fixed on Chu Yuan's back, his fingers unconsciously brushing the holster at his waist. He remained on high alert for any sign of abnormality. "Getting something?" he pressed, his tone calm but probing. "Pepper always notifies Jarvis before entering the lab. Why didn't you report today?" Chu Yuan's steps faltered ever so slightly, but he forced himself to stay composed. "I just suddenly remembered I left the document here. There wasn't time to notify anyone." Fury didn't pursue the question further, but the suspicion in his eyes only deepened. He turned to Tony, his voice colder than before. "Loki has the Tesseract now. He'll use it to wreak havoc. We need to assemble a team and stop him before it's too late." "A team? You mean the Avengers initiative?" Tony set down his glass, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not interested in working with a bunch of strangers, especially the guy who loves wearing the star-spangled suit." "This isn't about what you want, Tony." Fury's tone grew stern, his fingers drumming a steady rhythm on the tabletop, as if weighing every possible outcome. "Loki isn't just any opponent. The power of the Asgardians is beyond anything we've ever faced. You and I alone can't hope to defeat him." As he spoke, he kept glancing at Chu Yuan from the corner of his eye, watching his every move with wary attention. Just then, the lab's alarm blared to life. Red warning lights pulsed, and a harsh mechanical voice echoed through the room. "Alert! Unknown energy fluctuation detected. Source: southeast corner of the laboratory." Fury and Tony turned to Chu Yuan almost in unison, right where he was standing. Fury instinctively reached for his gun, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "What are you carrying?" Chu Yuan's heart clenched. His disguise was nearing its time limit, and the energy surge was the telltale sign of its imminent unraveling. He tried to explain, but a faint glow was already beginning to shimmer around his body. "You're not Pepper." Tony caught on instantly, slamming a button on his wrist. The armored sleeve of his Iron Man suit snapped into place, aiming directly at Chu Yuan. "Jarvis, scan his identity." Scan failed. No matching information found in any database. Fury drew his gun in a flash, the barrel trained steadily at Chu Yuan's chest. His finger tightened so much it turned pale. "Who are you? Why are you impersonating Pepper? What's your connection to Loki?" The questions came rapid fire, each one cutting straight to the core, leaving Chu Yuan no room to breathe. For Fury, anyone with an unknown identity was a potential threat. Chu Yuan knew there was no way to keep hiding. He took a deep breath, released his transformation technique, and returned to his true appearance. "Don't shoot. I mean no harm." He raised both hands, palms open and facing out. "My name is Chu Yuan, and I'm here to help you deal with Loki." "Help us?" Fury sneered, his finger tight on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. "By using disguises? You look more like one of Loki's spies, trying to gather intel while you have the chance." "I'm not a spy." Chu Yuan shook his head, meeting Fury's gaze with unwavering resolve. "At the Cosmic Cube research base, I fought Hawkeye, forced Loki to retreat, and even got my hands on the Tesseract container. You should have already received that report." A flicker of caution flashed across Fury's eyes. He had indeed received such a report. A mysterious figure had attacked the research base. Hawkeye was injured, the Tesseract's container was stolen, and the intruder vanished without a trace. But the report only made him more vigilant, someone capable of slipping away from S.H.I.E.L.D. right under their noses. Now, claiming to help was far too suspicious to trust. "What exactly is your ability?" He didn't lower his gun. Instead, he stepped even closer. "Don't try any tricks. Tell me the truth." Without further explanation, Chu Yuan activated his Sharingan, the three Tomo patterns swirling in his now crimson eyes, radiating an otherworldly glow. "I can predict my opponent's moves and see through illusions." Catching Hawkeye's arrow just now was thanks to this power. Tony studied him with clear interest. "So, are you a mutant, or some kind of technological experiment?" "This is an ability I was born with," Chu Yuan replied, his gaze never leaving Fury, He could sense that the gun was still trained squarely on his vital points. Fury fell silent, his eyes darting from Chu Yuan's eyes to every inch of him, as if weighing the truth of his words. He knew they desperately needed more people, but he would never so easily trust a helper whose origins were such a mystery. I want to verify your abilities myself. At last, he spoke, though he still didn't lower his weapon. Coulson, take him to the training room, and notify Alpha Team to stand by outside. If he does anything suspicious, neutralize him immediately. Coulson's voice came through the comm. Understood, sir. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. He could hear the wariness in Fury's tone. This so-called verification sounded more like a heavily supervised test. I'm willing to take the test, but I have a condition, he said. If I pass, I want to join the Avengers. Prove you're worthy first, Fury replied, his tone as cool and unyielding as ever. He turned to the comm again. Jarvis, monitor the training room at all times. Record his every move and give special attention to any fluctuations in energy. Soon, Coulson arrived at the laboratory. He appeared friendly, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Clearly, he had already received instructions from Fury. Mr. Chu, please come with me. On the way, Coulson asked in a seemingly casual tone, Mr. Chu, is it true that your eyes can actually predict movements? For example, right now, the pen in your left pocket is about to fall out, Chu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. Coulson paused, instinctively reaching for his pocket, and sure enough, he found a pen teetering on the edge. He tucked it away, and his gaze toward Chu Yuan was now tinged with surprise. Yet he didn't press further. He knew that Fury was listening in on everything through the comm. The underground training room was spacious, with an open area at its center and all sorts of equipment arranged around the edges. Coulson pointed to the middle of the room. The test is simple. You'll spar with 2 agents. You're not allowed to use any weapons. As long as you can defeat them, you'll pass the first stage. He paused, then added reassuringly, Don't worry, they'll pull their punches. You won't get hurt. Chu Yuan stepped into the center of the arena. Before long, 2 agents in black tactical suits entered. Both were tall and powerfully built, with the outline of miniature stun devices visible at their cuffs. A clear sign that Fury had arranged for extra precautions. Mr. Chu, please, watch yourself, one of the agents said, his tone carrying a hint of scrutiny and wariness. Chu Yuan activated the Sharingan, allowing him to see every movement of their muscles and the flow of force in crystal clarity. Begin. At Coulson's command, the 2 agents attacked in unison. The agent on the left threw a straight punch aimed at Chu Yuan's chest. At the same time, the one on the right circled behind, attempting to grab Chu Yuan around the waist. With nimble footwork, Chu Yuan dodged the frontal punch, spun around, and rammed his shoulder into the agent behind him. Taken off guard by Chu Yuan's lightning-fast reaction, the agent stumbled back 2 steps. Seizing the opening, the agent on the left ducked low and swept his leg, aiming a kick at Chu Yuan's knee. Chu Yuan leapt into the air, body spinning as he landed a kick squarely on the agent's shoulder. The agent cried out in pain and crashed to the ground. Seeing this, the agent on the right immediately reached for the stun device at his waist. But with the Sharingan's predictive power, Chu Yuan had already seized the agent's wrist in a firm grip. With a sharp twist, a crack resonated through the room. The agent collapsed in agony, the stun device clattering to the floor. The entire exchange lasted less than a minute. 2 professionally trained agents had been effortlessly subdued. Coulson could hardly believe his eyes, but quickly regained his composure and reported through his comm. Test complete. No abnormal behavior detected. Fury's calm voice came through the communicator. Take him to the isolation chamber. Arrange for genetic testing and an energy scan. Place him under 24-hour surveillance and prohibit access to any core information. He paused briefly, then added, If he resists, use suppressants immediately. Hearing these instructions, Chu Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. He understood that Fury didn't truly trust him. This so-called acceptance was, in reality, nothing more than a stopgap measure. The isolation and round, the clock monitoring with a safety net Fury had set for himself. Just then, a system notification rang out in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding. Host has demonstrated strength and received SHLD's preliminary surveillance level approval. Chakra capacity increased by 10% as a reward. Coulson strode quickly to a corner of the training room and keyed in a message on his communicator, his voice betraying the faintest hint of tension. Director, Mr. Chu has completed the combat test, but there were some unexpected results. 2 agents have been incapacitated, one with a fractured shoulder and the other with a dislocated wrist. There was a brief 2-second silence before Fury's voice returned, still calm, but now with a note of scrutiny. Hand-to-hand combat is just the basics. Set the simulation range to maximum difficulty and load the Loki Legion tactical model. Send in 3 elite teams equipped with shock shields. Remember, you may use any means necessary, but ensure non-lethality. I want his limits tested. Coulson's pupils tightened slightly. The highest level of the simulation range not only featured high-speed mechanical targets, but also simulated the freezing attacks of frost giants and the energy blasts of Chitauri soldiers. With 3 teams armed with shock shields on top of that, this was practically a full-scale containment operation. But he voiced no objections, only replying quietly, "Understood, Director." Chu Yuan stood in the center of the training room, the tip of his finger gently brushing the corner of his eye. The earlier fight had been effortless for him. With the predictive power of Sharingan, his opponent's moves had seemed sluggish and transparent. Hearing Coulson relay the new orders, his expression remained unchanged. He simply nodded calmly. "You may begin." Moments later, the floor of the training room began to tremble ever so slightly, and the metallic walls slowly slid open, revealing rows of dense mechanical ports. In less than a minute, dozens of high mobile targets rose from the center of the arena, each projecting a holographic image of a Chitauri soldier. Energy rifle aglow with blue light in their hands. At the same time, 3 squads of agents in silver battle suits entered through side doors. They carried shields crackling with violet arcs of electricity, moving in perfect formation as they closed in, forming a triangular encirclement around Chu Yuan. "Mr. Chu, here are the test rules. Within 5 minutes, you must destroy all moving targets, break through the encirclement of 3 squads, and touch the red button at the center of the arena," came Coulson's voice over the loudspeaker. A friendly reminder. The energy gun model can deliver a shock strong enough to numb your nerves, and electrified shields can block most physical attacks. The squad tactics have been personally designed by Director Fury, codenamed Predator Formation. Chu Yuan gave no reply. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his Sharingan, marked by 3 tomo, glimmered with a vivid crimson light, the black tomo spinning ever faster. He swiftly analyzed the positioning of the 3 squads. The one to his left had shifted its weight forward, clearly preparing for the main assault. The right squad overlapped their shields, forming a defensive barrier. And the squad in the rear raised their energy guns, aiming at his joints, hoping to restrict his movements. As soon as Coulson's announcement ended, the squad behind him opened fire first. 3 streaks of violet electricity shot straight for Chu Yuan's knees and wrists. At the same moment, the left front squad charged with electrified shields, the edges crackling with an ear-splitting noise, driving forward with tremendous force aimed right at Chu Yuan's chest. Chu Yuan shifted his stance, his body sliding half a meter to the left, dodging the blasts of electricity. His right hand shot out with the precision of an eagle's talon, seizing the edge of an incoming agent's shield. Without a moment's hesitation, he twisted his wrist, yanking the shield toward himself. The agent, caught off guard by Chu Yuan's strength, lost his balance and pitched forward, just as Chu Yuan's knee slammed into his abdomen. There was a heavy thud. The agent crumpled to the ground in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan snatched the electrified shield and whirled around, using it to block the attack from the right side squad. When the shields collided, arcs of violet current crawled along the surface and surged into Chu Yuan's arm, but he seemed unfazed by the pain. With his left hand, he flew through a series of hand seals, fire style, Grand Fireball, Jutsu. A fireball, nearly 2 meters across, erupted from his mouth, its searing heat rippling toward the rear squad. The agents hastily raised their electrified shields to defend themselves. The fireball slammed into the shields with a shrill screech, scrambling the current across their surfaces. In that brief moment of chaos, Chu Yuan sprang forward like an arrow loose from a bow, hurling the electrified shield at the nearest agent. The agent tried to dodge, but Chu Yuan's form blurred in his vision. Then, in the blink of an eye, the shield crashed into the agent's temple with a sickening blow. He toppled to the ground, instantly losing consciousness. In less than a minute, an entire squad was rendered completely incapable of fighting. Without a moment's pause, Chu Yuan turned his gaze to the aerial target drones, which were constantly shifting positions overhead. The drones moved at a steady pace of 3 meters per second, occasionally firing simulated energy blasts. Raising his hand, he hurled the electro shield. It spun through the air, striking 2 moving targets with pinpoint accuracy. Then, activating his Sharingan, he locked onto the remaining drones. Chakra quickly gathered at his fingertips, and he unleashed a rapid series of attacks aimed at the drone's cores. With a sharp whistle, 3 chakra blades sliced through the air, piercing the cores of 5 moving targets in an instant. The holographic projections vanished with a shimmer. But at that very moment, a chilling wave of cold swept in from the left. An attack from the simulated frost giant had been triggered. A blue-eye spike shot up from the ground, aimed straight at Chu Yuan's back. Chu Yuan twisted to the side, narrowly dodging the ice spike as it grazed the shoulder and gouged a deep, frosty scar into the earth. He spun to locate the source of the attack, his gaze turning icy as he pushed off the ground and leapt into the air. Sharingan, eyes locked precisely onto the ice mist generator hidden in the shadows. He drew a tactical dagger left behind by an agent from his belt and, with a flick of his wrist, sent it glinting through the air. The blade embedded itself squarely in the generator's core interface, causing the blue mist to evaporate instantly. By now, the remaining 2 agent squads had regrouped and adjusted their formation. They no longer attacked recklessly. Instead, they used their electro shields to form a defensive wall, tightening the encirclement little by little while coordinating the remaining mobile targets to attack from both flanks. Landing quietly, Chu Yuan faced the advancing wall with calm, steady eyes. He drew a deep breath, chakra surging swiftly within him as the 3 tomo in his left eye spun in an irregular pattern. He was preparing to unleash a Sharingan illusion. "Watch closely," Chu Yuan said quietly to the agents before him. His voice was soft, but it cut through the chaos, reaching every ear. In the next instant, his left eye flared with a crimson light as an invisible wave of Genjutsu radiated outward. The agents in front of him suddenly stiffened, their gazes turning vacant, as within their illusion, Chu Yuan transformed into Loki, wielding the Tesseract, with an endless army of Chitauri soldiers swarming behind him. "Now!" Chu Yuan commanded without hesitation. As the agents fell under the spell, his figure blurred like a phantom, slipping through the defensive wall. His tactical dagger flashed, slicing swiftly across the wrists of 2 agents, not fatal strikes, but more than enough to make them drop their shields. By the time the others snapped out of their daze, Chu Yuan was already standing before the red button at the center of the arena. With a light touch of his fingertip, he pressed the button. Coulson's astonished voice echoed through the speakers. 3 minutes and 42 seconds. All targets destroyed, blockade breached, test complete. Chu Yuan withdrew his Sharingan, his face utterly devoid of expression. He simply raised his hand to wipe away the blood that had splattered across his cheek, a wound from a dagger wielded by one of the agents during the earlier melee. The blade had grazed the side of his face, but he seemed completely unfazed. Instead, he had effortlessly countered, breaking the agent's arm in one swift motion. Approaching the man sprawled on the ground, Chu Yuan's tone was cold and merciless, without a hint of pity. "If you try to ambush me again, it won't just be your arm that gets broken." Coulson surveyed the scene before him, picking up his communicator again. His voice was tinged with a complex mix of emotions as he reported, "Sir, all tests have been completed." Mr. Chu responded with remarkable decisiveness. There was a pause of several seconds on the other end before Fury's voice finally responded, now carrying a trace of approval. "Bring him to me." Chu Yuan followed Coulson out of the training room. As they walked, Coulson couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Chu, what you used just now was an illusion?" "Yes," Chu Yuan replied calmly, offering no further explanation. His gaze was sharp as a blade. There's no need for mercy when dealing with enemies. If this had been a real battle, they'd already be dead. Coulson found himself at a loss for words and chose not to press further. He realized that the man beside him was nothing like Tony's irreverence or Steve's unwavering sense of justice. Chu Yuan radiated a cold, decisive aura. He was the type who would never hesitate to do whatever was necessary to achieve his goals. Soon, the two of them reached the top floor laboratory of Stark Tower. Fury was seated on the couch, a cigar unlit between his fingers, while Tony lounged nearby at the lab bench, idly toying with an energy core. As Chu Yuan entered, Fury's gaze swept over the wound on his face and the bloodstained clothes. There was no sign of sympathy in his eyes. If anything, there was a hint of approval. In Fury's view, showing mercy to enemies was nothing but cruelty to oneself, and Chu Yuan's methods were exactly to his liking. "Mr. Chu, your abilities have exceeded my expectations." Fury rose and approached Chu Yuan, his voice as calm and resolute as ever, yet his wariness had lessened. "I agree to let you join the Avengers team, but on 2 conditions. First, you must follow orders and never act on your own. Second, under no circumstances may you use your abilities to harm your teammates." "Agreed." Chu Yuan accepted without hesitation, his tone steady and composed. There was no excitement in his eyes, only a clear focus on his objective. He understood perfectly well that joining the team was merely the first step in his plan. His true goal was to obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan. At that moment, a mechanical notification urgent and insistent, sounded in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Side quest. Approach Nick Fury, earn his recognition, and join the Avengers team has reached 100% completion. Distributing mission rewards. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi ability template. Now loaded. Left eye ability unlocked. Amaterasu. Unleash black flames that can burn through any substance, extinguishable only by the user's will. Right eye ability unlocked. Tsukuyomi. Drag the target into a world of illusion, inflicting severe mental assaults while freely manipulating the passage of time within the dreamscape. Bonus reward. Total chakra capacity increased by 50%. Mangekyo Sharingan advanced technique unlocked. Energy control, fine. Tune the intensity of Amaterasu's flames and the duration of Tsukuyomi's illusions, significantly reducing the physical strain of using these ocular powers. A surge of scorching energy suddenly flooded through Chu Yuan's eyes. Instinctively, he narrowed them, his fingertips tensing slightly. He could feel it clearly. The depths of his left eye seemed to harbor an inextinguishable black fire, ready to incinerate anything before him at a mere thought. While within his right eye, it was as if a reality-warping domain had taken shape, capable of dragging adversaries into a world of dreams he controlled. When he opened his eyes once more, the three tomo in his pupils had vanished completely, replaced by the unique pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. His left eye now bore a swirling motif of black flames, while the right was marked by an irregular diamond, its edges glowing with a sinister red light. The temperature in the lab seemed to plummet, and an invisible pressure thickened the air. Tony was the first to notice the change. The energy core in his hand slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the floor. He strode over quickly, curiosity gleaming in his eyes, though he kept a cautious distance. Your eyes, they weren't like that just now. Is this the bloodline ability you mentioned? It doesn't look like simple superpowers. It's more like an extremely dangerous weapon. Chu Yuan didn't deny it. He simply nodded, his voice utterly calm. Now, we can discuss how to deal with Loki. There's no need to waste any more time. Fury stared into Chu Yuan's eyes, as deep and unfathomable as a kaleidoscope, his fingers unconsciously rolling his cigar. At that moment, the last of his doubts faded away. Someone with such power had no reason to side with Loki. Besides, Chu Yuan's decisiveness and resolve were exactly what was needed to stand against Loki now. Fury opened his briefcase and pulled out a file, dropping it onto the table before Chu Yuan. On the cover was a clear photograph. Loki, draped in a black robe, stood at the center of Stuttgart City Hall Square, surrounded by panicked civilians. He held his scepter aloft, delivering a speech into a loudspeaker. Yesterday, Loki made a public appearance in Stuttgart and delivered a so-called God rules the world speech. He injured over a dozen police officers and kidnapped a local councilman, Fury said, his tone grave. SHLD satellites have already locked onto his exact location. He's still at the city hall, as if waiting for the right moment. We need to move quickly and stop him before he summons the Chitauri army. Chu Yuan picked up the file and swiftly flipped through a few pages, his gaze pausing on the photograph of Loki's scepter. From the system's database, he knew that the scepter concealed the Mind Stone, which could manipulate the will of others. Closing the file, his eyes grew sharp, his tone firm and decisive. How soon can the Quinjet depart? I'll need 10 minutes to adapt to my new abilities. After that, I'm ready. The jet is already waiting on the rooftop, Fury replied. And Steve is on his way. He'll be joining us for the mission. Chu Yuan nodded without further comment and turned toward a corner of the laboratory. Closing his eyes, he began to attune himself to the powers of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. He could sense that while Amaterasu's flames were immensely powerful, with precise control, he could avoid harming innocents. Tsukuyomi's illusions, on the other hand, were more intricate, affecting only a single target and leaving bystanders untouched, just the decisiveness and command he needed. 10 minutes later, Steve entered the lab in his Captain America uniform, his stride steady and resolute. He paused briefly when he saw Chu Yuan, his gaze lingering on those unusual eyes, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he simply nodded to Fury and Tony. I'm ready. Let's move. Fury stood up first and headed toward the elevator. Chu Yuan brought up the rear as the team left the lab. As he stepped out, he glanced up at the sky outside the window, the kaleidoscopic light in his eyes flashing for an instant. He knew well that this battle was more than just a mission to stop Loki. It was his first chance to truly unleash the power of the Sharingan in this world. As for Loki, if he dared stand in his way, Chu Yuan would incinerate both him and his ambitions with Amaterasu's black flames. The Quinjet's engines roared overhead, the aircraft slowly lifting off and setting course for Stuttgart, Germany. Chu Yuan sat by the window, his left hand resting casually on the sill, a faint wisp of black flame twisting around his fingertips. He was testing the power of Amaterasu. When the flame touched the glass, it left no mark, proof that he could now control this force with precision. "Looks like you've gotten the hang of your new abilities," Tony remarked from the seat beside him, watching the flames flicker at Chu Yuan's fingertips, a teasing note in his voice. "Just make sure you don't set my suit on fire in the fight ahead." Chu Yuan turned his head slightly, his gaze cold and indifferent. "As long as you stay out of the way, nothing will happen to you." Tony paused for a moment, then broke into a grin. "I like your attitude." The jet pierced through the clouds, speeding swiftly toward their destination. Chu Yuan stared calmly out the window at the passing cloudscape. He knew a great battle was imminent, and he was ready for it. Whether it was Loki or the soon-to-arrive Chitauri army, anyone who dared to stand in his way would be crushed without hesitation. "What's on your mind?" Steve Rogers' voice came from nearby. Captain America wore his iconic uniform, holding a shield-shaped tablet in his hands. On its screen, live feed showed Loki's movement in Stuttgart. A crowd of mind-controlled citizens was methodically surrounding the exits of City Hall, while smoke billowed from the wreckage of police cars scattered across the square. Chu Yuan withdrew his gaze, his fingers unconsciously brushing the seam of his trousers, where traces of an agent's blood from training still lingered. "I'm thinking about how to deal with Loki as quickly as possible," he replied, his tone unflinching and honest. "There's no need for mercy when dealing with someone who uses innocent people as tools." Tony sauntered over with a glass of whiskey in hand, his suit reflecting a steely glint behind him. "Mercy? I thought you'd say something about protecting the citizens or some other noble sentiment." He arched an eyebrow and swirled his drink. "But I like your straightforward approach. Sometimes, action is much more effective than preaching. I only reason with teammates." Chu Yuan glanced at Tony's suit, his eyes as sharp as blades. "No matter how tough your armor is, if the flames from my left eye touch it, it'll be scrap metal within 3 minutes. So, don't get too close, otherwise I might not be able to hold back." Tony blinked in surprise, then burst out laughing. "Don't worry, I have no intention of getting anywhere near your blackfire. But if you do end up melting it, you owe me a new suit. Everyone, listen up." Fury's voice cut through from the cockpit, stern and commanding. 10 minutes to target. Loki has used the scepter to take control of the entire city square. The crowd includes police and council members, so be extremely careful during evacuation. At once, everyone gathered around the control console. The images on the screen instantly heightened the tension. Loki stood atop the fountain, his golden armor gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The blue gem at the tip of his scepter shimmered like a serpent's eye, sending out invisible waves of energy that enveloped everyone in the square. Their eyes had gone vacant, but strange smiles twisted their lips. Like puppets on invisible strings, they marched in unison toward the center of the plaza. "The energy waves from the scepter are the key," Fury said, pointing at the gem on the screen. "Chu, with your kaleidoscope eyes, you can see the flow of energy. Can you spot the weakness in the energy wave source?" Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his crimson pupils, black flames and warped spatial patterns spun rapidly. Instantly, the image on the screen transformed in his view. The tip of Loki's scepter was releasing threads of energy, like a spider's web, each strand linked to the mind of a controlled victim. Deep within the gem, a faint red light pulsed in rhythm with the energy waves. That was the very core of the power. "I can find it," Chu Yuan replied, his tone calm and resolute. "The core's energy frequency is unstable. I can use Tsukuyami to temporarily sever the source of the wave. As long as I drag Loki into my illusionary realm, those under his control will regain their consciousness. But Loki is the god of mischief. His mind is highly resistant to psychic attacks," Steve said with a frown, gripping his shield tightly. "Normal illusions won't hold him. If your Tsukuyami fails..." "It won't fail." Chu Yuan cut him off, his gaze steely and cold. "My Tsukuyami attacks the soul directly. Even as an Asgardian, if his soul is damaged, he'll lose the ability to act. When that happens, there's no need to capture him alive. Just strip away his powers, then we can bring him in for questioning." Fury's brows drew together for a moment, but he didn't object. This was not the time for mercy. Loki's threat had already exceeded their expectations, and Chu Yuan's decisiveness might be exactly what was needed to resolve the crisis. Tony set down his glass and pressed a button on his wrist. The components of his Iron Man suit began assembling themselves with a series of crisp metallic clicks that echoed through the cabin. "I'll draw his attention." His voice came through the suit's communicator, steady and determined. "I'll use my repulsors to pin Loki down and force him to defend with the scepter. Steve, come in from the left. Block any stray energy attacks with your shield and focus on evacuating civilians at the perimeter. Chu, as soon as I create an opening in his defenses, use Tsukuyami to take control." No problem, Steve nodded, spinning his shield in his hand. I'll secure the evacuation route and make sure those under Loki's control can't endanger the bystanders. Remember, civilian safety comes first, Fury said, his gaze sweeping over the three of them before finally settling on Chu Yuan. Try to take Loki alive, but if he resists too fiercely, you have permission to use lethal force. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes, and he nodded slightly. 10 minutes later, the Quinjet landed in the woods on the outskirts of Stuttgart. As soon as the hatch opened, Loki's voice drifted in on the wind, blaring across the entire city through the plaza loudspeakers. Humans, your resistance is meaningless. Submit to me, and I will build a new order for you, a world ruled by gods. It's time to move. Tony's helmet automatically slid into place, his thrusters igniting with blue flames that launched him skyward in an instant. Chu, you and I will break in from the east. Steve, circle around to the west. Chu Yuan nodded, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. He pushed off with force, his body darting toward the plaza like a leopard. He moved with razor-sharp precision, using trees and boulders along the way for cover, reading every subtle shift in the wind and even anticipating the rustle of leaves. Soon, the two of them reached the edge of the plaza. Chu Yuan hid behind the corner of a building, eyes fixed on Loki, who stood atop the fountain. He began gathering chakra in his palm, waiting for the perfect moment. As soon as Tony drew Loki's attention, he would unleash Tsukuyami. Hey, Prince of Asgard. Tony's voice rang out over the plaza, laced with mockery. You think you can call yourself a god just because you stole the Tesseract? Did you forget how I blasted you across New York last time? Loki's head snapped up, his gaze turning icy. He swept his scepter toward Tony, sending a bolt of blue energy crackling through the air. Iron Man, come courting death again, have you? But Tony was ready. His thrusters flared, sending him veering out of harm's way. The blue blast struck the ground, gouging a half-meter crater and scattering debris everywhere. Courting death? Not this time. I'm not alone. With that, Tony tapped a button on his shoulder, launching 2 missiles straight at Loki. Try on my new toys. The missiles streaked toward the top of the fountain, trailing fire. Loki sneered, swinging his scepter as a blue energy shield sprang up, sealing him inside its protective shell. The missile slammed into the shield with a thunderous explosion, the sound echoing across the square as thick smoke swallowed the fountain. Now! Tony's voice came through the comms. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan channeled Chakra to his right eye. The design of his Mangekyo, Sharingan, expanded, and a surge of mental energy shot toward Loki like a blade. With a low command, Loki's body suddenly froze. The swirling smoke vanished from his sight, replaced by endless darkness. No sound, no light. He could not even feel his divine power. Where am I? Loki frowned, tried to lift his scepter, but it was impossibly heavy, its gemstone at the tip now dark and dim. This is where you will meet your end. Chu Yuan's voice echoed coldly through the darkness, utterly devoid of emotion. In the next instant, countless razor-sharp black blades materialized from the shadows, each one wreathed in black flames, all hurtling straight toward Loki. Loki's expression changed dramatically. He hurriedly tried to summon his divine power to form a protective shield, but within the Tsukuyami realm controlled by Chu Yuan, his powers were ruthlessly suppressed. He couldn't even lift a finger. The black blades pierced his armor in a blink, slashing across his arms. Blood streamed down the blades, only to be instantly consumed by the black flames, vanishing into the darkness. Impossible! Loki roared in fury, disbelief written all over his face. I'm the Prince of Asgard. You're just a human. How could you possibly do this? So what if you're a prince? Chu Yuan's voice now carried a cold, mocking tone as a silhouette gradually took shape in the gloom. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his eyes glimmered with a chilling light. When you use your scepter to control innocent people, you should have expected retribution. In my realm, your life and death are mine to decide. I can kill you as many times as I wish, and you will die as many times as I desire. With that, Chu Yuan swept his hand once more. Even more black blades emerged from the darkness, racing straight for Loki's limbs. He had no intention of ending Loki's life quickly. Instead, he wanted to cripple him first, to make him taste the agony of torment. After all, the terror those citizens had suffered under Loki's control, right before losing consciousness, was far greater than mere pain. Loki's gaze grew dark. Do you really think this is enough to defeat me? Don't forget, I still have the Tesseract. Suddenly, he pulled the Tesseract from his robes, and its blue radiance instantly flooded the black void with light. Chu Yuan's heart clenched. The energy contained within the Tesseract was far beyond imagination. If it were to lose control and explode within the Tsukuyami realm, the consequences would be catastrophic, Chu Yuan himself could not escape unscathed. In that case, let's end this quickly, Chu Yuan murmured, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan in his left eye. The pattern of black flames blazed within his pupil. Amaterasu. A jet of black fire suddenly appeared atop the tesseract in Loki's hand. Though the flames radiated no heat, they emanated a devouring force that seemed to swallow everything. The blue glow of the tesseract was immediately overwhelmed by the black fire. Loki could feel the very energy within the cube being consumed. What is this fire? Loki cried out in terror, flinging the tesseract away and desperately channeling the scepter's energy to extinguish the flames. Yet the moment the energy touched the fire, it was instantly swallowed whole. Amaterasu, the fire that never dies, Chu Yuan replied coldly. Unless I will it, it will burn forever, until nothing remains but ashes. At that moment, the Tsukuyomi space suddenly began to twist. Chu Yuan felt a sharp pain deep within his brain, and blood tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Your will is stronger than I expected. Chu Yuan let out a cold laugh. But this is enough. With a wave of his hand, the Tsukuyomi space vanished in an instant. Back in the real world, Chu Yuan found himself still standing at the edge of the city square, his eyes bloodshot, streaked with drying tears of blood. Loki was standing atop the fountain, his face pale and dazed, clearly not yet fully recovered. The tesseract had fallen to the ground, black flames still flickering around it, but the blue energy pulses had clearly diminished. Steve now, Chu Yuan shouted into his communicator. Steve, who had been lying in wait on the left, sprang into action, raising his shield and hurling it at Loki. The shield whistled through the air. Loki, just regaining his senses, reacted a split second too late. The shield struck him squarely in the chest, sending him stumbling back 2 steps. Tony seized the opportunity, diving down from above. The fist of his Iron Man suit crashed into Loki's face with tremendous force. Loki cried out in pain and tumbled into the fountain, his scepter clattering to the ground. Target down, Tony landed, his helmet sliding open to reveal a confident smile. Told you, teamwork is always the key to victory. Chu Yuan strode quickly to the tesseract, raising his hand to extinguish the black flames of Amaterasu. He could feel the tesseract's energy stabilizing, no longer on the verge of spiraling out of control as it had before. Ding! Host has successfully assisted the Avengers in restraining Loki and weakening the tesseract's energy. Chakra capacity increased by 20%. New ninjutsu unlocked. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The notification from the system filled Chu Yuan with delight. The Great Fireball Jutsu was a fundamental Uchiha technique, less powerful than Amaterasu, but far less taxing on chakra and highly practical. The increase in total chakra also meant he could use his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities more frequently. Just then, a distant roar echoed across the square. Chu Yuan looked up to see a Quinjet speeding toward them, emblazoned with the emblem of Hydra. Hawkeye was arriving, bringing with him shield agents under Loki's control. Here comes trouble. Steve retrieved his shield, eyes narrowed in vigilance as he watched the approaching Quinjet. Chu Yuan, can you handle something in the air? Chu Yuan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, locking his gaze on the rapidly approaching Quinjet. A faint, confident smile played at his lips. Of course I can. In fact, it's the perfect chance to try out my new jutsu. His hands flashed through a series of seals: serpent, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed it in a sudden burst. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A massive torrent of fire burst from Chu Yuan's mouth, roaring forth like a dragon made of flame, surging directly toward the Quinjet. The heat was overwhelming. Moisture in the air vanished in an instant, and even the ground nearby was scorched to a glowing, fiery red. The pilot of the Quinjet clearly hadn't anticipated that Chu Yuan could unleash such a formidable blaze. In a panic, he wrestled with the controls, desperate to evade. But the ball of fire was blindingly fast. Flames licked the aircraft's wing, and in a heartbeat, it was engulfed in a raging inferno. Damn it! Hawkeye, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, blanched as he saw the wing catch fire. Prepare for an emergency landing now. Trailing thick black smoke and shuddering violently, the jet descended toward an open space beside the plaza. Chu Yuan gave them no chance to recover, his hands flying through another set of seals. Great Fireball technique. Another torrent of flame erupted, this time striking the jet's engine square on. With a thunderous detonation, the engine exploded. The entire jet spun out of control, slammed into the ground, and was consumed by a wall of fire. One down, Chu Yuan dusted off his hands, then turned to look at Loki, who had already been subdued by Steve and Tony. Now, it's this troublesome fellow's turn. Steve held Loki down, his shield pressed firmly against Loki's chest, while Tony's Iron Man suit kept its repulsor aimed at Loki's head. Loki glared at Chu Yuan, his eyes blazing with resentment and fury. You think this will hold me? My army will soon arrive on Earth. When that happens, none of you will survive. Your army? Chu Yuan's? No. You mean the Chitauri? So long as I'm here, they'll never set foot on Earth. Just then, Fury arrived at the scene with a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Seeing Loki captured, he nodded in satisfaction. Well done, everyone. Get Loki on the jet. We're heading back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. 2 agents stepped forward, securing Loki with special restraints that held him tight. Loki struggled wildly, shouting in rage, "You'll regret this. I'm a prince of Asgard. Odin will avenge me." Chu Yuan strode up to Loki, squatted down, and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his crimson eyes, black flames and warp patterns flickered in turn, emanating an aura of overwhelming pressure. Loki, remember these eyes. If you dare stir up trouble on Earth again, I'll make you taste a torment far worse than any illusion. Loki met Chu Yuan's gaze, his body trembling involuntarily. He could feel it. Hidden in those eyes was a force more terrifying than death itself. The group escorted Loki onto the Quinjet. Chu Yuan leaned by the cabin window, gazing at Stuttgart receding into the distance, a surge of emotion rising within him. This was the first time he had revealed the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in the Marvel Universe, and the first time he had fought side by side with the Avengers. What are you thinking about? Steve walked over and handed Chu Yuan a bottle of water. Chu Yuan took the water, drank a sip, and replied, I'm thinking about the battle ahead. The Chitauri will be arriving soon, and we have to be fully prepared. Tony strolled over as well, his tone light and casual. Prepared? As long as you have me, your Black Flames, and Cap's shield, even if the Chitauri show up, we'll make them think twice about invading. Chu Yuan shook his head. Don't get overconfident. The Chitauri army is far larger than we anticipated, and they have massive warships. With just a few of us, it'll be hard to withstand their assault. At that moment, Fury approached, holding a file in his hand. Chu Yuan's right. We're going to need more allies. I've already reached out to Dr. Bruce Banner. He's on his way to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Natasha is tracking down Hawkeye, and I believe she'll find him soon. Bruce Banner? You mean the Hulk? Tony raised an eyebrow. The guy who could turn into a giant green wrecking ball at any moment? I'd rather not get punched into the stratosphere in the middle of a fight. Steve spoke up. Dr. Banner is a good man, and his intelligence is invaluable to us. As for the Hulk, as long as he keeps his emotions in check, he could be one of our greatest strengths. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement. I'm with Steve. The Hulk's power is not to be underestimated, and perhaps my illusions can help Dr. Banner control his transformations. Fury looked at the three of them and nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. We need to head back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters immediately and study the energy of the Tesseract. We have to prepare for the coming battle. The Quinjet lifted off once again, soaring toward S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Chu Yuan leaned against the window, closed his eyes, and began to restore his spent chakra. He knew that an even greater storm was on the horizon. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was nestled in a secret facility on the outskirts of Washington, D.C. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary office building, but hidden beneath was a vast subterranean complex. The Quinjet landed on the base's tarmac, and Chu Yuan, following the others as they escorted Loki off the jet, was immediately struck by the sight before him. Within an enormous underground hangar, dozens of Quinjets stood neatly in rows. Agents in black uniforms moved briskly about, and cutting-edge technology gleamed with a cold, metallic light. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Mr. Chu. Coulson came forward with a warm smile. I've arranged a room for you, right next to the Avengers' quarters. Thank you. Chu Yuan nodded, but his gaze was soon drawn to a massive device in the distance. It was a circular platform, surrounded by energy conduits, with a space at its center just large enough to hold the Tesseract. That's the energy extraction apparatus. Fury noticed Chu Yuan's interest and offered an explanation. We plan to extract energy from the Tesseract to develop advanced weapons, so we can defend against the impending Chitauri invasion. Chu Yuan, Thou Wen, extract energy from the Tesseract? Isn't that too risky? Its energy is incredibly unstable. If anything goes wrong, the consequences could be disastrous. We have Dr. Banner, Fury replied. He's a gamma radiation expert, with plenty of experience handling volatile energy. With him on the project, we should be able to keep the Tesseract's energy under control. Just then, a man in a white lab coat hurried over. He looked exhausted, with disheveled hair, but his eyes were sharp and focused. None other than Dr. Bruce Banner. Director Fury, where's Loki? Dr. Banner glanced around, his gaze finally settling on Loki, who was bound and under guard. Right here, Fury gestured towards Loki. Dr. Banner, Please begin your research on the Tesseract's energy as soon as possible. We need to develop weapons capable of countering the Chitauri, and time is running out. Dr. Banner nodded, then stepped up to Loki, studying him with a complicated expression. Loki, why are you doing this? What does Earth even mean to you? Loki let out a cold laugh. Meaning? Earth is nothing more than a conquest. I want everyone to understand who the true king is me. Dr. Banner sighed and said nothing more. He turned and walked toward the energy extraction device. Chu Yuan watched Banner's retreating figure, a sense of unease churning inside him. He knew all too well how unstable the Hulk within Dr. Banner could be. If Banner lost control, the destruction could be unimaginable. Chu, come with me. Fury's voice interrupted his thoughts. There's someone I want you to meet. Chu Yuan followed Fury into a sealed room. Inside, there was only a table and 2 chairs, with a tablet computer resting on the tabletop. Fury powered on the device, and the screen displayed a photograph of a woman. She had long red hair, piercing eyes, and wore a black tactical suit. It was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow. Natasha has located Hawkeye, Fury said. She's at a Hydra base in Russia, trying to rescue him. I want you to go and assist her. You want me to go? But what about the Tesseract? If Loki has other plans, without my illusions, it'll be difficult for you to keep him under control. Loki has already been restrained with our specially designed bindings. He can't use his powers now, Fury explained. Besides, Steve and Tony are here. They can handle any unexpected situations. As for you, your illusions can quickly subdue Hawkeye and prevent any unnecessary casualties. It's too dangerous for Natasha to go alone, so I need you to support her. Chu Yuan considered Fury's words and had to agree. Hawkeye was under Loki's scepter's control, and conventional methods wouldn't be effective in waking him. Only his own illusions could directly attack Hawkeye's mind and break the control. Besides, Chu Yuan was eager to rescue Hawkeye. After all, Hawkeye was a key member of the Avengers, and having one more ally would increase their chances against the Chitauri. All right, I'll go, Chu Yuan agreed. When do I leave? Right now, Fury replied. The Quinjet is ready. Head straight to the hangar, and you can depart immediately. Natasha will meet you at the rendezvous point in Russia. Without a moment's delay, Chu Yuan turned and strode out of the room, making his way directly to the hangar. He swiftly boarded the waiting Quinjet, where the pilot was already prepared for departure. With a thunderous blast, the jet soared into the sky, setting its course for Russia. Leaning against the window, Chu Yuan activated his Sharingan and carefully sifted through all the information he had on Hawkeye. Clint Barton, SHLD's most elite agent, a master archer with deadly precision, skilled in hand-to-hand combat and proficient with countless weapons. Now, under Loki's control, his combat style had grown even more brutal, and his custom arrows had become especially lethal and difficult to counter. To break Loki's control, I have to get close enough to use Tsukuyomi and launch a direct attack on his mind, Chu Yuan murmured to himself. But Hawkeye is extremely vigilant. Approaching him won't be easy. Several hours later, the Quinjet landed in an abandoned factory in Russia. As Chu Yuan stepped off the aircraft, he spotted a figure in red emerging from the shadows. It was Natasha. You must be Chu Yuan, Natasha said coldly, eyeing him with caution. Director Fury said you have a special ability that can free Hawkeye from Loki's control. That's right, Chu Yuan nodded. My ability is illusion-based. I can directly attack a person's mind and break Loki's influence. Where's Hawkeye now? He's inside the Hydra base up ahead, Natasha said, pointing toward a shadowy building in the distance. There are a lot of Hydra operatives inside, and Hawkeye has set up a number of traps. We'll need to be cautious. Chu Yuan nodded and activated his Sharingan, peering intently at the Hydra base. The structure's high walls bristled with surveillance cameras and automated gun turrets. 2 agents paced back and forth at the entrance. Where do we get inside? Chu Yuan asked. We'll go in through the back door, Natasha whispered. I've already checked. There's a ventilation duct next to the base's rear entrance. It leads straight to the control room, where Hawkeye is. The 2 of them crept carefully around to the back of the base. Natasha pulled out a specially crafted dagger and deftly pried open the cover of the ventilation duct. You go first. I'll keep watch out here. Chu Yuan nodded and slipped into the vent. The space inside was extremely cramped, just wide enough for a person to crawl forward on their belly. He activated his triple Tomo Sharingan, heightening his senses. He could clearly detect movement outside the duct. Hydra agents were patrolling the corridor, submachine guns in hand, their expressions tense and alert. Chu Yuan crawled ahead slowly and carefully, doing his best to remain utterly silent. Before long, he reached a spot directly above the control room. Peering through a narrow gap in the ductwork, he saw Hawkeye seated before a console, gripping an arrow as he stared intently at the data streaming across the screen. On the display, The map of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters and the energy readings of the Tesseract pulsed ominously. A jolt of alarm shot through Chu Yuan. Not good. Hawkeye is trying to break through S.H.E.L.D.'s defense system. If he succeeded, Loki would be able to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters with ease and seize the Tesseract. He didn't hesitate for a moment and leapt swiftly from the ventilation shaft into the control room. Hawkeye, hearing the sudden movement, spun around and raised his bow, aiming directly at Chu Yuan. You again. Last time at the lab base, you got in my way. This time, I won't let you off so easily. Clint, snap out of it. Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the twisted pattern in his right eye glimmering with light. You're under Loki's control. He's using you. Shut up. Hawkeye bellowed in rage, loosing an arrow without a moment's pause. The arrow sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, its tip glowing blue, a high-explosive arrow. But Chu Yuan was ready. His hands moved rapidly through a series of signs. Substitution Jutsu. With a sudden burst of white smoke, his form was replaced by a wooden stand-in. The explosive arrow struck the substitute, detonating in a violent blast and sending splinters flying in all directions. In the next instant, Chu Yuan's real body appeared silently behind Hawkeye. He clamped a hand onto Hawkeye's shoulder, and a light in his Mangekyo Sharingan flared with intensity. Tsukuyami! Hawkeye's body froze, seized by an unnatural stillness, and his vision was plunged into utter darkness. Chu Yuan's voice echoed through the void. Clint, remember your past. You and Natasha fought side by side, protecting each other. You're more than teammates, you're family. Now Loki has you hurting your own friends. Is that truly what you want? Within that darkness, scenes from Hawkeye's memories began to surface. Him and Natasha on missions together, training side by side, celebrating victories. Like keys turning in a lock, these recollections slowly began to break the hold on Hawkeye's mind. No, I can't hurt Natasha. Hawkeye's body trembled, eyes clouded with pain and inner struggle. That's right, you can't. Chu Yuan's voice rang with firmness and urgency. Fight Loki's control. Wake up. Your team needs you. The Earth needs you. Hawkeye's eyes snapped open, clarity returning to his gaze. He looked at Chu Yuan, then glanced down at the arrow in his hand, his face overwhelmed with guilt. What? What have I done? You were under Loki's control just now. You made some mistakes, Chu Yuan said, deactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan. But now isn't the time for regret. We have to get out of here and head for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Loki's plan is almost in motion. Hawkeye nodded in agreement, rose to his feet, and moved with Chu Yuan toward the door. As they reached the threshold, they saw Natasha locked in fierce combat with several Hydra agents. She moved with lightning agility, her short blades flashing, swiftly bringing down her opponents. Natasha! Hawkeye called out loudly, pulling an arrow from his quiver and firing at an agent about to ambush her. The arrow found its mark, striking the attacker in the shoulder and sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Natasha heard the voice, and, seeing Hawkeye, her face lit up with delight. Clint, you're back to normal. It's all thanks to Chu Yuan. Hawkeye turned to look at Chu Yuan, his eyes brimming with gratitude. The three of them worked together seamlessly, quickly taking down all the Hydra agents. Without wasting a moment, they rushed out of the base and boarded the waiting Quinjet, soaring towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Thank you, Chu Yuan, Hawkeye said as they flew, his voice earnest. If it weren't for you, I might never have broken free from Loki's control. He would have kept using me as a pawn. No need for thanks, Chu Yuan replied with a gentle smile. We're partners. Helping each other is only natural. By the way, earlier you were hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense system. Loki made you do it. What do you want? Hawkeye's expression grew grim. Loki plans to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s defense system to open a portal with the Tesseract, letting the Chitauri army invade Earth. He's also planted a mole inside S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Once the portal opens, the mole will help him seize the Tesseract. A mole? Chu Yuan and Natasha frowned in unison. Do you know who it is? Hawkeye shook his head. I don't. Loki kept the identity secret, only saying that the agent would act when the time was right. A chill ran through Chu Yuan. With a hidden agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, any move they made could fall into Loki's hands. If the portal opened, the Chitauri would pour through. Disaster would be inevitable. We have to get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as fast as possible and stop Loki's plan, Chu Yuan said urgently. Natasha, can you push the jet any faster? Natasha nodded, her fingers dancing over the controls as she pushed the aircraft to its very limits. The Quinjet streaked through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, racing straight towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Leaning against the window, Chu Yuan closed his eyes, focusing on recovering the chakra he'd spent. He knew all too well that an even greater crisis was looming, and he had to be ready to protect this world and to shield his friends. The Quinjet's engines thundered as they punched through the clouds. In his palm, a faint blue chakra began to coalesce, swirling and gathering with practiced precision. A technique Chuyuan had been refining during their flight, both to hasten his recovery and to prepare for any sudden danger. Beside him, Hawkeye meticulously cleaned his quiver, inspecting each arrow with care. His gaze held the respect of a warrior for his tools, but behind it lingered a shadow of regret for the actions he'd taken while under Loki's control. How much longer until we arrive? Chuyuan opened his eyes and looked toward Natasha in the driver's seat. Night was closing in outside the window, the city lights below glittering like a sea of stars, but Chuyuan's mood grew heavier with each passing moment. According to Hawkeye's intel, Loki's embedded agent could act at any moment. If SHLD's defenses were breached and the portal for the Tesseract opened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Natasha glanced at the dashboard, her voice tense. At most 20 minutes. But I just try to contact S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Our signal's being hit with heavy interference. I'm only getting bits and pieces, and from what I can gather, the situation looks bad. A chill ran through Chuyuan. He immediately activated his triple Tomo Sharingan. With his crimson pupils, he could clearly sense the turbulent energy fluctuations around them. The electromagnetic signals near the jet were in utter chaos, as if some unseen force was deliberately scrambling them. This is Loki's doing, Chuyuan said softly. He's trying to cut us off from headquarters and buy time for his mole. Hawkeye lowered his arrow, his gaze steely with resolve. No matter what, we have to stop them. If the Chitauri army really invades Earth, we can't even imagine the consequences. At that moment, the jet's radar suddenly blared a piercing alarm. Natasha's face turned grim. This isn't good. There's an unidentified flying object approaching fast. Way too fast. It's not any S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. Chuyuan immediately moved closer to the radar screen, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. In his enhanced vision, the blips on the monitor snapped into sharp focus. A small alien fighter jet, its hull pitch black and etched with strange symbols, was heading straight for their Quinjet. It's the Chitauri Vanguard. Chuyuan's eyes grew sharp. They've appeared earlier than expected. Loki's plan is moving faster than we thought. Natasha instantly swung the jet around, activating the weapons systems as she moved. Chu, you focus on taking out their engines. I'll handle evasive maneuvers. Clint, get your special arrows ready to cover us. Understood. Hawkeye raised his bow, drawing an arrow tipped with an EMP device and knocking it onto string. The alien fighters quickly closed in, unleashing twin beams of violet energy from either side of their hulls, streaking straight toward the Quinjet. Natasha reacted with lightning speed, sending the jet into a rapid barrel roll, narrowly evading the blasts. The energy beam slammed into a nearby cloud bank with a thunderous explosion, blowing a massive hole through the mist. Now, Natasha shouted. Chuyuan drew in a deep breath, his hands moving in a blur of seals, serpent goat, monkey boar horse tiger, as Chakra surged to his throat. Fire style, grand fireball jutsu. A torrent of fire erupted from Chuyuan's mouth, roaring forward like a dragon and racing straight for the alien fighter. The heat was so intense that the moisture in the air vaporized instantly, fogging up the Quinjet's windshield in a flash of white condensation. The alien pilot, caught off guard by Chuyuan's sudden and powerful attack, scrambled to dodge. But the fireball was too fast. Flames licked across the wing, which burst into a brilliant blaze. Clint now, Chuyuan called out. Hawkeye was already ready. He loosed the EMP arrow, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the alien craft's engine dead on. The EMP device detonated, sending out a surge of electromagnetic energy. The alien fighter's engine sputtered out, and the ship spiraled helplessly downward, crashing toward the Earth. One down. Hawkeye let out a relieved breath, lowering his bow, only to see even more blips light up on the radar screen. Not good. More incoming, at least 10 of them. We're surrounded. Natasha's expression darkened. Chuyuan stared at the cluster of hostile signals, his face tense. Despite years of training and enhanced chakra reserves, unleashing the grand fireball jutsu repeatedly was draining. Worse, they were badly outnumbered. 3 against an entire squadron was a losing game. Natasha, can you punch through the encirclement? We need to reach S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters as fast as possible. Jujuan Uget? I'll do my best. Natasha nodded, pushing the jet to its absolute limit. The Quinjet tore through the sky like a streak of black lightning, racing toward their destination. The alien fighters stayed close behind, relentlessly firing their violet energy beams. Natasha's expert piloting kept them dodging and weaving, narrowly escaping blast after blast, but a few shots still struck home. Black smoke began to pour from the batter hull. Chew, our left wing is damaged and the engine's acting up. We're losing speed, Natasha reported anxiously. Chu Yuan clenched his jaw, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan as the black flame pattern in his left eye flickered with an eerie light. Natasha, hang in there a bit longer. Leave the pursuers to me, he said. He strode quickly to the rear of the aircraft and yanked open the hatch. A rush of icy air swept into the cabin. Steadying himself, Chu Yuan focused his left eye on the alien fighters trailing behind, silently invoking Amaterasu. A jet of black flames shot out from his left eye, striking the lead enemy craft with unerring precision. The fires spread rapidly, engulfing the entire alien fighter in black inferno. The pilot's desperate scream was cut short as the craft was reduced to twisted wreckage, spiraling toward the earth. It worked. A surge of hope rose in Chu Yuan's heart as he continued to unleash Amaterasu on the remaining enemy fighters. The black flames, like the scythe of death itself, cut down one alien aircraft after another. In just a few minutes, 5 enemy ships had been consumed by his attack. However, the repeated use of Amaterasu drained Chu Yuan's chakra at an alarming rate. His face turned pale, and a stabbing pain shot through his left eye. No good. I'm almost out of chakra, he thought grimly. Just then, a distant roar reached them. Chu Yuan looked up to see SHLD's Quinjet reinforcements swooping in for support. At least 5 aircraft opening fire on the alien pursuers. Headquarters sent backup. Natasha shouted with relief. We're saved. Seeing the tide turn against them, the alien fighters quickly turned tail and retreated. Chu Yuan let out a long breath, deactivated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and leaned against the cabin wall, trying to steady his breathing. Chu, are you all right? Hawkeye walked over and handed him a bottle of water. I'm fine. Just used up too much chakra. Chu Yuan took a sip of water. Thank goodness help arrived in time, or we really might have been trapped here. A little over 10 minutes later, the Quinjets touched down on the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters landing pad. Chu Yuan followed Hawkeye and Natasha down the ramp, immediately sensing that something was wrong. Chaos reigned across the base, agents racing everywhere, with some equipment badly damaged and belching thick black smoke. What happened? Chu Yuan stopped the harried agent and demanded. The agent, face tense and words tumbling out in a rush, replied, Loki's mole has been exposed. He sabotaged the base's defense system and freed Loki. Now Loki's got the Tesseract and is activating the portal. What? Chu Yuan, Hawkeye, and Natasha all paled at the same time. They hurried toward the energy extraction device. Along the way, more and more agents, now under Loki's control, lunged at them in attack. Hawkeye and Natasha took the lead in subduing these mind-controlled agents, while Chu Yuan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, scanning the surroundings in an effort to pinpoint Loki's exact location. Soon, they reached the hall where the energy extraction device was housed. The sight that greeted them was utterly astonishing. Hovering in the center of the hall, the Tesseract floated midair, radiating a dazzling blue light. Loki stood beside the cube, clutching his scepter, chanting ancient incantations in a low, chilling voice. Around him, a massive blue portal was slowly opening. Through the widening gateway, the shadowy shapes of countless Chitauri warships could be seen gathering on the other side. Standing next to Loki was a man in a S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform, none other than John Garrett, a high-ranking S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. He gripped an energy rifle tightly, his gaze darting vigilantly around the hall. It was clear he was assisting Loki, acting as the mole Loki had planted within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ranks. Garrett, why are you doing this? Natasha shouted angrily. She and Garrett had once worked together on missions. She never imagined he would betray S.H.I.E.L.D. Garrett let out a cold chuckle. Why? Because I've seen through humanity's incompetence. Only Lord Loki can bring real order to this world. Foolish. Hawkeye raised his bow, aiming an arrow squarely at Garrett. Loki is just using you. Once he conquers Earth, you'll be discarded like the rest. Enough talk, Garrett snapped, raising his energy gun and firing a searing beam toward Hawkeye. But Hawkeye had anticipated the move. He darted sideways, dodging the blast, and loosed an arrow. The arrow struck Garrett's weapon with perfect precision, rendering the energy gun useless in an instant. Garrett's expression changed. He turned, desperate to escape. But Chu Yuan wasn't about to give him that chance. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the swirling pattern in his right eye glowing with an eerie light. Tsukuyami! Garrett's body froze in place. Suddenly, the world before his eyes dissolved into utter darkness. Chu Yuan's voice echoed all around him in the void. Garrett, remember why you joined S.H.I.E.L.D. You once said you wanted to protect this world, to shield the innocent. But now, you're helping Loki, putting countless lives at risk. Have you truly stayed true to your original purpose? Within the darkness, scenes began to flicker before Garrett's eyes. Memories of joining S.H.I.E.L.D., missions alongside his comrades, moments spent saving innocent civilians. Each memory struck his mind like a hammer, relentless and unyielding. No, I was wrong. Garrett's body trembled, his eyes brimming with guilt. I shouldn't have betrayed S.H.I.E.L.D. I shouldn't have helped Loki. Chu Yuan deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Garrett snapped back to reality, collapsing to his knees, clutching his head in agony. What should I do? What should I do? He cried out in torment. It's not too late to make things right, Chu Yuan said, stepping in front of Garrett. Tell us how Loki is opening the portal. We still have time to shut it down. Garrett nodded, lifting his head, resolve shining in his eyes. Loki is using the energy from his scepter to activate the Tesseract and open the portal. To close it, we have to destroy the energy core in the scepter and the Tesseract's energy source, both at the same time. Chu Yuan glanced over at Loki, who had just finished chanting the incantation. The portal had grown enormous, and now, wave after wave of Chitauri warriors were pouring through, launching a full assault on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. In an instant, the hall erupted into chaos, shouts, the roar of explosions, cries of pain echoing everywhere. Where are Steve and Tony? Chu Yuan demanded. They're outside, holding off the Chitauri army, a running agent shouted back. But there are too many of them. They won't be able to hold the line much longer. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Natasha, you and Garrett go destroy the scepter's energy core. Hawkeye, you cover them. I'll go shut down the Tesseract's power source. No problem. Natasha and Hawkeye nodded in unison. Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the black flame pattern in his left eye flickering with light. He charged toward the Tesseract, and along the way, Chitauri warriors repeatedly attacked him. Raising his hand, Chu Yuan unleashed Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames engulfed the Chitauri, reducing them to ash. Loki noticed Chu Yuan's movements and let out a cold laugh. You again, human. Do you really think you can stop me? He raised his scepter and fired a beam of blue energy at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan was already prepared. He activated his three-tomo Sharingan, perfectly predicting the beam's trajectory and dodging swiftly to the side. The energy beam struck the ground, blasting out a deep crater. Loki, your scheme will never succeed, Chu Yuan shouted, pressing on toward the Tesseract. He could sense the power source at its very core. If he used Amaterasu to destroy it, the portal would close. But just as Chu Yuan was about to reach the Tesseract, Loki suddenly appeared behind him, thrusting his scepter at Chu Yuan's back. Startled, Chu Yuan quickly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The distorted space pattern in his right eye shimmered with light, and in an instant, he pulled himself into the world of Tsukuyumi. Inside the Tsukuyumi space, Chu Yuan and Loki stood face to face. All around them was endless darkness. No sound, no light, only the void. You think hiding in an illusion will keep you safe? Loki sneered, raising his scepter to unleash another bolt of blue energy at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan opened his three-tomo Sharingan and dodged the energy beam with ease. Swiftly, his hands formed seals. Fireball Jutsu. A massive ball of fire surged toward Loki. Loki swung his scepter, conjuring a blue energy shield that blocked the flames. Your ninjutsu is useless against me, Loki declared. You can control everything here, but so can I. With a wave of his arm, countless sharp blades materialized from the darkness, hurtling toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's expression changed. He hadn't expected Loki to wield power even within the Tsukuyumi space. Moving quickly, his hands flashed through another set of seals. Substitution Jutsu. A puff of white mist appeared, and his figure was instantly replaced by a wooden decoy. The blade slashed through the decoy, shredding it to pieces. Chu Yuan's real self emerged behind Loki, grabbing Loki's shoulder with his right hand. The black flame pattern in his left eye glimmered. Amaterasu. A burst of black fire shot toward Loki's back. Loki reacted instantly, spinning around and swinging his scepter. A shimmering blue energy shield materialized, blocking Amaterasu's black flames. I told you, your powers are useless against me. Loki's eyes turned icy cold. Now it's my turn. He raised his scepter and thrust it toward Chu Yuan's head. Chu Yuan's heart clenched. He could feel the immense energy coursing through Loki's scepter. If he were struck, the consequences would be unimaginable. He quickly retreated, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. The swirling pattern in his right eye glimmered as he tried to pull Loki deeper into the illusionary world. But at that moment, the Tsukuyumi realm began to distort. Chu Yuan, thou win. He sensed a powerful force from the outside battering against the illusion. Chitauri warships. It seems our battle will have to end early, Loki sneered. My army has arrived. Soon, Earth will belong to me. With a sweep of his hand, the Tsukuyumi space shattered in an instant. Back in the real world, Chu Yuan realized he was still standing beside the Tesseract. Loki had already returned to the portal, commanding the Chitauri to attack S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The portal was expanding rapidly, and more Chitauri warships were pouring through, launching a ferocious assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Chu, are you alright? Natasha ran over, a fresh wound visible on her arm, clearly injured in the recent battle. I'm fine. Chu Yuan shook his head. But things are bad. The portal is fully open. We have to shut down fast. Just then, Steve's voice called out from the distance. Chu, Tony, over here. We figure out how to close the portal. Chu Yuan and Natasha exchanged a glance and dashed towards Steve's voice. They navigated the chaos of the hall and entered the control room. Steve, Tony, and Dr. Banner were all there. Tony was working at the console, the screen displaying portal energy readings. Dr. Banner has found a way to shut down the portal, Steve said. We need to use an antimatter energy bomb to simultaneously destroy the Tesseract's power source and the core of the portal. An antimatter energy bomb? Do we even have one? Chu Yuan asked. I've already sent Coulson to get it ready, Tony replied. But it'll take some time. The problem now is there are too many Chitauri soldiers. We'll have a hard time covering Coulson so he can get close to the portal. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes resolute. I'll cover Coulson. My Amaterasu can hold off the Chitauri, and my illusions can buy him time. No, it's too dangerous. Natasha protested. There are too many Chitauri. You can't possibly hold them off alone. I'm not alone. Chu Yuan looked at Steve, Tony, and Dr. Banner. We are the Avengers. We fight together. Steve nodded, raising his shield. Chu's right. Let's cover Coulson and shut down that portal together. Tony slipped into his Iron Man suit, the helmet snapping shut with a crisp hiss. Then let's not waste any more time. Let's show those alien bugs what we're made of. Dr. Banner drew a deep breath. His body began to transform. His skin turned an emerald green, muscles swelling and expanding until he towered over everyone as the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, he charged out of the control room. Chu Yuan, Steve, Tony, and Natasha followed close behind. In the main hall, the Chitauri were still relentlessly attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The Hulk led the charge, smashing a Chitauri with a single swing of his massive fist, plowing forward like a living bulldozer toward the portal. Tony soared into the air, repulsor blasts firing from his suit, tearing through Chitauri ranks and sending their remains scattering. Steve raised his shield, blocking incoming fire and protecting the agents at his side. Natasha, pistols in both hands, fired with deadly precision, striking the Chitauri exactly where it hurt. Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and black flames erupted from his left eye, consuming Chitauri after Chitauri in searing fire. Though using his chakra drained him heavily, seeing his comrades united in battle for Earth filled him with strength. Before long, they spotted Coulson. He was clutching a black case, the antimatter energy bomb stowed inside, moving toward the portal under the cover of several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. But the Chitauri's relentless fire had pinned them down in a corner, making it impossible to advance. Coulson, we're here to help, Chu Yuan shouted, unleashing a massive fireball that incinerated the Chitauri, blocking their path, opening up a way forward for Coulson. Coulson's face lit up in relief when he saw them. Thank you. Quickly. The bomb needs to be placed right next to the Tesseract, so we can destroy the energy source and the portal core at the same time. Chu Yuan nodded, his Sharingan spinning with 3 tomo, perfectly predicting the trajectory of the Chitauri's attacks and shielding Coulson from harm. Steve and the Hulk cleared the way up front, sending the Chitauri flying with every blow. Soon, they reached the Tesseract. Coulson opened the case, retrieved the antimatter bomb, set the detonation timer, and placed it carefully beside the cosmic cube. Move! Only 30 seconds till it blows, Coulson shouted, and together they sprinted out of the hall. Loki's expression darkened as he saw what they were doing. No, you cannot ruin my plan, he shouted, raising his scepter and firing a beam of blue energy at them. Chu Yuan had been ready for this. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The swirling pattern in his right eye gleamed, twisting space and drawing the energy beam into the world of Tsukuyumi. Loki, your schemes end here. Everyone hurriedly rushed out of the hall, making their way to the base's secure zone. 30 seconds later, a thunderous explosion shook the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. They looked back to see the Tesseract and the antimatter energy bomb detonate simultaneously, unleashing a colossal wave of power. The portal snapped shut in an instant, and the Chitauri who were passing through were swallowed by the surging energy. Blasted by the energy wave, Loki was flung backwards and crashed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. His scepter slipped from his grasp, the blue gem at its tip shattering into fragments. We did it! The portal's closed, Tony shouted with exhilaration, pulling off his helmet to reveal a wide smile. Steve let out a sigh of relief and lowered his shield. We did it! Chu Yuan leaned against the wall, gasping for air. His chakra was completely depleted, and a sharp pain throbbed in his left eye, yet a smile spread across his face. They had thwarted Loki's plot and protected the Earth. Just then, the system's notification chimed in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has successfully assisted the Avengers in closing the Chitauri portal, protecting Earth from invasion, and completed the main quest, Confronting Loki. Mission rewards: Chakra increased by 50%, unlocked Uchiha clan secret art, Susanoo, initial form, and obtained Uchiha Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kodo Amitsukami, single use. A surge of joy filled Chu Yuan's heart. Susanoo was the ultimate Uchiha technique, summoning a colossal spectral warrior with overwhelming defensive and offensive power. And Kodo Amitsukami, the ability to subtly rewrite an opponent's will, was nothing short of godlike. He could feel his chakra rapidly recovering, and the pain in his left eye faded away. New knowledge on how to wield Susanoo and Kodo Amitsukami surfaced clearly in his mind. Chu, are you all right? Natasha approached, concern in her eyes. I'm fine. Just a bit tired. Chu Yuan replied with a smile. We won. Everyone exchanged looks, smiles lighting up their faces. Though the battle had come at great cost, they had succeeded in protecting the Earth. And for now, that was enough. But what they didn't know was that an even greater crisis was quietly brewing. Somewhere in the depths of the cosmos, a titan with purple skin gazed toward Earth, a cold smile curling at his lips. On his hand gleamed a gauntlet studded with 6 colorful stones, the Infinity Gauntlet. You humans of Earth have succeeded in capturing my attention, Thanos whispered. Very soon, I will come to claim the last Infinity Stone. When that time comes, the entire universe shall bow before me. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Fury stood gazing at the shattered Tesseract, his brow deeply furrowed. He pulled out a communicator and dialed a number. Director, the plan has failed, but we found a new hope, the Avengers. A weary, aged voice crackled through the communicator. The Avengers? Let's hope they're ready, because Thanos will be here soon. Fury hung up and turned to look out at the sky beyond the window. He knew this battle was only the beginning. The real trial was yet to come. As for Chu Yuan and his companions, they were about to face challenges more daunting than ever before. Dear friends, I hope you can cast a vote for me. This means a great deal, and your support is the driving force that keeps me moving forward. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, repair work was underway at a feverish pace. In the main hall, agents weaved through the aftermath, clearing away the remnants of battle and repairing damaged equipment. Sunlight poured through the shattered windows, shining down on bloodstains that stood out starkly against the floor. Chu Yuan sat in the lounge area of the base, a cup of hot coffee warming his hands, his gaze weary. 2 consecutive, fierce battles had drained both his body and spirit. Though the system's chakra rewards had restored him somewhat, the overuse of the Mangekyo Sharingan still sent flashes of pain through his left eye from time to time. What's on your mind? Steve walked over and sat across from Chu Yuan, a folder in his hand. He had changed out of his star-spangled uniform into casual clothes, yet the steadiness and reliability in his bearing remained unmistakable. Chu Yuan looked up and managed a tired smile. I'm thinking about the cost of this fight. We won, but many agents sacrificed their lives, and countless innocent people were caught in the crossfire. Steve sighed, opening the folder. That's the harsh truth of war. But we have no choice. To protect Earth, we must be willing to pay the price. He handed the folder to Chu Yuan. This is the casualty list and the loss report S.H.I.E.L.D. compiled. Director Fury asked me to give it to you. He said you have the right to know. Chu Yuan took the folder and flipped it open. Inside, names and numbers filled the pages, dense and unending. More than 100 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had fallen, with the wounded too numerous to count. Civilian casualties numbered in the thousands, and the economic losses were beyond reckoning. A heavy weight settled on Chu Yuan's heart. He knew that this victory had been paid for with countless lives. If only he'd been stronger, if only he'd uncovered Loki's infiltration sooner, perhaps some of those lives could have been spared. Don't blame yourself too much, Steve said, reading Chu Yuan's thoughts as he patted him gently on the shoulder. We've already done our best. And besides, we've gained a lot from this. At the very least, we formed the Avengers and found comrades we can fight alongside. Chu Yuan nodded, setting the folder down on the table. You're right. There's still so much left for us to do. We can't keep drowning in the grief of the past. By the way, how's Loki? He's being held in the highest security prison at the base, Steve replied. Director Fury has already contacted Asgard. Odin will send someone to take him back to stand trial. Just then, Tony and Dr. Banner walked over. Tony was still clad in his Iron Man armor, though this time it gleamed in a sleek, silvery white finish, looking more advanced than ever. Banner, having returned to his human form, looked a little tired, but there was a brightness in his eyes. Looks like our heroes are getting philosophical. Tony teased as he sat down next to Chu Yuan. Don't overthink it. Victory is worth celebrating. I've arranged a party at Stark Tower tonight. Everyone's coming, and nobody leaves until they've had their fill. Dr. Banner chuckled. Tony's right. A bit of relaxation does wonders, and we really do need to celebrate this victory. Looking at his friends, Chu Yuan felt the weight in his heart lighten. He nodded. All right, I'll be there tonight. That's the spirit. Tony clapped Chu Yuan on the shoulder. By the way, Chu, what exactly is the power of your eyes? I've been racking my brain, but I still can't figure out the secret behind that black fire and those illusions. Chu Yuan's it's a special hereditary ability. It's hard to explain through science. If you're interested, I can give you a demonstration, but on one condition. You're not allowed to scam me with your high-tech gadgets. No problem. Tony agreed at once. I'm just curious, nothing more. Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the black flame pattern in his left eye and the warp space pattern in his right eye flickering in turn. Tony and Dr. Banner were transfixed. They could sense the immense energy within those eyes, mysterious and terrifying at the same time. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan, Chu Yuan explained. My left I can unleash Amaterasu, an inextinguishable black flame. My right I can cast Tsukuyami, trapping targets in a world of illusion. And I can summon Susanoo, a powerful spiritual avatar. Incredible! Dr. Banner exclaimed in awe. This ability goes far beyond Earth's technology, even beyond what I understand about energy. Tony stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I could harness that power from my Iron Man suit, it could take its combat capabilities to a whole new level. Tony, don't get any funny ideas, Steve said with a helpless sigh. Chu's abilities are his secret. We should respect that. I was just thinking, that's all. Tony shrugged. All right, let's drop it. Don't be late for the party tonight. You too. That afternoon, Chu Yuan returned to the room Fury had arranged for him. It wasn't large, but it was well-equipped, complete with a private bathroom and a balcony. Chu Yuan stretched out on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began to study the new abilities he'd earned from the system. Susanoo and Kodo Amitsukami. Susanoo, initial form the secret art of the Uchiha clan, unlocked through the Mangekyo Sharingan. It summons a giant spiritual entity formed from Chakra, boasting formidable offensive and defensive power. In its initial form, it manifests as a half-body Susanoo, about 10 meters tall, equipped with basic weapons like a sword and shield. Kodo Amitsukami, single-use the Mangekyo Sharingan ability of Shursui Uchiha. It can subtly alter an opponent's will, no matter how strong their mental resistance. However, using it consumes a tremendous amount of chakra and requires a long cooldown, though in this case, it is a one-time use ability and disappears after activation. Chu Yuan tried channeling the chakra within his body to activate Susanoo. He could feel chakra swiftly converging into his Mangekyo Sharingan. Both his left and right eyes began to glow. In moments, a colossal orange spirit emerged from his body, gradually solidifying into a half-body form. A towering orange giant, 10 meters tall, gripping a massive sword, its figure armored in thick plates, radiating an overwhelming sense of power. This is Susanoo. Joy surged in Chu Yuan's heart. He could sense that Susanoo's power far exceeded his expectations. Even this half-body form could easily withstand a tank's assault, and perhaps even stand against smaller alien warships. He practiced shrinking Susanoo freely, swinging the energy sword around the room. The blade's force swept through the air, sending the furniture rattling and shaking. Chu Yuan nodded in satisfaction and dismissed Susanoo. The chakra cost was greater than he had imagined. In just a few minutes, half his reserves had been drained. Clearly, I can't activate Susanoo lightly, not unless I'm facing a truly powerful enemy, Chu Yuan muttered to himself. Next, he turned his attention to Kodo Amitsukami. Its usage was simple. Just lock onto a target with the Mangekyo Sharingan and silently focus on the will he wished to alter. The change would take effect without the target ever realizing it. This ability was, without exaggeration, a masterpiece of stealth and mind control. With Kodo Amitsukami, I finally have a way to deal with enemies who possess strong mental defenses, Chu Yuan thought to himself, delight gleaming in his eyes. In the evening, Chu Yuan arrived punctually at Stark Tower. The top floor had been transformed into a party venue, ablaze with lights and filled with melodious music. The members of the Avengers were all present: Steve, Tony, Dr. Banner, Natasha, Hawkeye, as well as Coulson and several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Chu, you made it. Natasha spotted Chu Yuan, walked over with a smile, and handed her a glass of champagne. Chu Yuan accepted the champagne and smiled apologetically. Sorry, I'm not much of a drinker. No problem, there's juice as well. Natasha turned, fetched a glass of juice, and handed it to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan took the juice and strolled with Natasha to the balcony. Under the night sky, New York shimmered with dazzling lights and the endless streams of traffic below. Gazing at the scene before her, Chu Yuan was filled with deep emotion. From an ordinary traveler between worlds, she had become a member of the Avengers, now protecting this strange new world. "What are you thinking about?" Natasha asked. "I'm thinking about the road ahead," Chu Yuan replied. "Even though Loki has been defeated, there's still many threats like him lurking in the universe. Our fight isn't over yet." Natasha nodded, her eyes growing resolute. "No matter how many challenges lie in our future, we'll face them together. Because we are the Avengers." Looking at Natasha, a wave of warmth surged in Chu Yuan's heart. She knew that in this unfamiliar universe, she was no longer alone. She now had partners, family she could fight alongside. Halfway through the party, Fury suddenly arrived. His expression was grave, clearly bearing important news. "Everyone, I have an urgent announcement." Fury's voice instantly hushed the lively party. According to S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence, a powerful threat has emerged in the cosmos, Thanos. He is searching for the 6 Infinity Stones. If he gathers them all, he'll possess the power to wipe out half the life in the universe. And one of those stones is hidden here on Earth. Everyone's faces grew serious. Though they didn't yet know who Thanos was, the words "wipe out half the life in the universe" alone revealed just how terrifying this threat was. Infinity Stones? Tony furrowed his brow. "I've studied the Tesseract before. It's one of the Infinity Stones, the Space Stone. What about the other 5? The remaining Infinity Stones are the Time Stone, Mind Stone, Reality Stone, Power Stone, and Soul Stone," Fury explained. "The Time Stone is in the care of the Sorcerer Supreme. The Mind Stone was once in Loki's scepter, but it has since shattered, and its energy is scattered across the world. The Reality Stone is kept in Asgard's vault. The Power Stone is somewhere on a distant planet, and the whereabouts of the Soul Stone remain unknown. Thanos has already obtained the Power Stone and the Reality Stone," Fury continued. "His next targets are very likely the Space Stone and the Time Stone on Earth. We must be ready to stop him." A heavy feeling settled in Chu Yuan's heart. He knew who Thanos was, and he understood the terrifying power of the Infinity Stones. If Thanos managed to collect all 6 Infinity Stones, the entire universe would be plunged in a crisis. From the Marvel movies he'd seen in his previous life, he knew Thanos' strength far surpassed Loki's. He could even defeat the Avengers with ease. "What should we do?" Steve asked. "Thanos is too powerful. With our current strength, it will be hard to stand against him. We need to find more allies," Fury said. "I've already contacted Thor of Asgard. He'll come to Earth as soon as possible. In addition, I'll send people to look for the Sorcerer Supreme. I hope he can help us protect the Time Stone. I'll upgrade the defenses at Stark Tower and develop new weapons," Tony said. "With my technology, I'll build a solid line of defense for Earth. I'll study the energy of the Infinity Stones and look for ways to counter Thanos," Dr. Banner chimed in. "Clint and I will train S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to boost their combat abilities," Natasha said. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. "I'll work on improving my own strength as quickly as possible. My Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo might play a role in fighting Thanos. And with Kotoa Tsukumi, I may be able to control Thanos' minions at a crucial moment." Fury looked around at everyone and nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. From this moment, we're on level 1 alert. Whatever the cost, we must stop Thanos, protect the Earth, and protect the entire universe." The mood at the party grew heavy. Everyone knew an unprecedented crisis was looming. Perhaps they would fail, perhaps some of them would fall, but none of them would back down. They were the Avengers, the last line of defense for Earth. At 3 a.m, the alarm blared through S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Crimson warning lights turned the corridors into a maze of blood-red shadows. Chu Yuan shot upright in bed, a stabbing pain searing through his left eye. This wasn't the after-effect of overusing his Mangekyo Sharingan, but a primal warning of danger. He grabbed his jacket and rushed out of his room, running straight into Natasha, who had also been startled awake by the alarm. "What's going on?" Chu Yuan asked, his fingers instinctively gathering chakra. Natasha's face was all business, not a trace of sleepiness. Her twin pistols were already loaded at her sides. "The Northwest Patrol Unit has lost contact. The last footage they sent showed an unknown energy surge. It looks like a signal from extraterrestrial life." The two of them strode quickly toward the command center, while along the way, agents in full gear were rushing toward the helipad. On the massive screen inside the command center, the last footage from the patrol was being broadcast. 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. armored vehicles had stopped beside an abandoned highway, their hulls riddled with bottomless holes, as if pierced by some kind of energy weapon. In the final moments of the footage, a figure clad in black, scale-like armor with dark purple skin slowly emerged. In his right hand, he held a fragment that shimmered with a pale blue light, the remnant energy of the Mind Stone, scattered after it was shattered. "What is that thing?" Tony's voice came through the communicator, accompanied by the mechanical whir of his Iron Man suit powering up. I just scanned an energy fluctuation from that guy. It's nothing like the Chitauri, something stranger, more unsettling. Standing before the screen, Fury struck the console with his finger, his tone grave. Based on our energy analysis, he's Thanos' Vanguard, Kalen, the Void Hunter. Thanos sent him to Earth to collect the fragments of the Mind Stone. If he manages to gather them all, he could reconstruct the stone and restore its full power. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he activated his three-tomo Sharingan, fixing his gaze on Kalen's figure on the screen. Through the Sharingan's perspective, Kalen was surrounded by a layer of twisting black energy, like living tar, each breath devouring the ambient spatial energy. What alarmed him even more was the metallic bracelet on Kalen's left wrist, adorned with 3 blue shards identical to those in the footage. It was clear he had already collected part of the Mind Stone's remnants. What kind of powers does he have? Steve's voice came in. He had arrived at the command center, shield in hand. We need to come up with a plan. Unknown, but according to intelligence from Asgard, the Void Hunter specializes in energy absorption and duplication techniques. Fury pulled up an encrypted file. They can devour any form of energy and convert it into their own strength. What's more, they can split off duplicates at 70% of their original power. A sense of dread weighed on Chu Yuan's mind. Energy absorption was the perfect counter to his Amaterasu. If Kalen could consume the black flames, then his most reliable attack would be rendered useless. I'll handle his duplicates. Tony, you focus on physical attacks to pin down the original. Steve and Natasha, protect the civilians in the area and keep the Mind Stone's energy from spreading. Chu Yuan laid out the strategy swiftly. My Sharingan can see through the energy cores of his duplicates. Once I find a weakness, I'll signal you all. 10 minutes later, 4 Quinjet aircraft landed near the deserted highway. Chu Yuan leaped from his jet, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, an icy chill swept over him. Kalen had already sensed their arrival. Black ripples of energy radiated from Kalen at the center, causing shattered stones on the ground to rise and hover in midair, as if manipulated by an invisible force. So you finally arrived? Karen turned slowly. His eyes were pure black, without any pupils. Lord Thanos said that Earth hides the most interesting toys. Looks like he was talking about you. His gaze settled on Chu Yuan, locking precisely onto those Sharingan eyes, glowing with a crimson light. Chu Yuan wasted no words. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan without hesitation. The black flame pattern in his left eye ignited. Raising his hand and aiming at Karen, he silently invoked Amaterasu. A jet of black fire shot from his pupil, streaking toward Karen like a homing missile. Interesting flames. Karen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Instead of dodging, he reached out with his right hand. The instant the black fire touched his palm, it was slowly absorbed by a layer of black energy, dissolving like a drop of water into the sea. Chu Yuan could even see that the blue fragments on Karen's wristband glowed even brighter. He was actually absorbing the energy of Amaterasu. Damn it, Tony muttered under his breath and shot into the air, his Iron Man suit unfolding 6 micro-missile launchers from his shoulders. Try this. The missiles streaked toward Karen, trailing fire, but were halted midair by a shield of black energy. The explosions that followed were swallowed up completely, the flames vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, Karen's body split into 3. The 3 duplicates surged off in different directions. One lunged at Tony, another charged at Steve, and the last dashed toward the distant town, clearly intending to use civilians as leverage. Stick to the plan. Chu Yuan shouted, the warp pattern of his right eye flaring to life. Tsukuyami. He locked onto the duplicate heading for the town and dragged it into an illusionary realm. Within the world of Tsukuyami, Chu Yuan stood amidst a barren, desolate ruin. Karen's duplicate looked around warily. An illusion of this level is useless against me. It sneered, gathering black energy in its hand to form a long sword, then slashing toward Chu Yuan. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, Chu Yuan easily predicted the attack's trajectory and sidestepped, forming hand signs as he moved. Earth-style, earth flow wall. A thick wall of earth rose from the ground, blocking the sword strike. Chu Yuan knew that Tsukuyami wouldn't hold Karen for long. He had to find the energy core of the duplicate quickly. Stop hiding! The duplicate roared, black energy erupting and shattering the earthen wall instantly. Using the swirling dust as cover, Chu Yuan slipped behind the duplicate, his Sharingan fixated on its back. Beneath the shroud of black energy, a faint blue point of light flickered. This was the duplicate's energy core, the very source of power granted by the Mind Stone fragment. There you are. Chu Yuan growled, Chakra surging wildly within him. Susanoo, an orange spectral warrior materialized around him, its massive sword sweeping down toward the duplicate's back. What? The clone's expression changed dramatically. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. The Susanu's longsword, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, pierced the blue light with pinpoint accuracy. The clone let out a scream of agony as his body dissolved into black smoke, disappearing entirely, leaving behind a single blue shard that clattered to the ground. Just as Chu Yuan retracted his Susanu, he heard Steve's voice shouting from a distance, "Chu, we need backup over here." Looking up, Chu Yuan saw that Karen's true body and another clone were attacking Steve together. Steve's shield was already covered in deep scratches, struggling to withstand the relentless energy assaults. Chu Yuan sprinted toward the fray, snatching up the blue shard along the way. It was icy cold to the touch, and the psychic energy within made even his Sharingan sting slightly. He slipped the shard into his tunic, then quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Dozens of small fireballs shot from his mouth, streaking toward Karen's clone. This time he didn't use Amaterasu, opting instead for the Phoenix Fire, which required much less chakra. While each fireball wasn't especially powerful, their sheer number forced the clone to retreat. Steve seized the opportunity to fall back, slamming his shield against the ground with a heavy thud, breathing hard. His energy attacks can pierce my shield. We need to find the weakness in his real body. Chu Yuan's Sharingan swept over Karen's true form and spotted a blue light on his chest, identical to the one on his clones, but this one shone even brighter. It was the place where all the fragments of the Mind Stone he'd gathered had come together. "Tony, attack his chest. That's his energy core." Jujuan Sautet Sekiwat. Tony understood instantly. His Iron Man suit's arm shifted and transformed, forming a massive energy battle axe. "Got it. Chu, keep him busy for me." With that, Tony dove from above, the blade of the axe glowing with blue energy as he brought it down toward Karen's chest. Karen's face twisted in alarm as he hastily conjured a shield of black energy. At that moment, Chu Yuan activated Tsukuyami, dragging Karen's attention into a world of illusion, if only for a split second. But that brief moment was all Tony needed to strike. The energy axe split the shield's weak point and crashed heavily against Karen's chest. "Ow!" Karen cried out in pain. The blue light at his chest dimmed, and shards from his bracelet tumbled to the ground. His body began to turn transparent, the severe wound taking its toll. "You will never defeat Lord Thanos." Karen spat out a final threat before his form dissolved into black smoke, leaving behind 5 scattered fragments of the Mind Stone. Chu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan. The excessive chakra drain made his vision blur. He walked over to the fragments, gathering them up one by one with utmost care. When the 5 shards were placed together, they glowed with a soft blue light, yet emanated an unsettling, ominous power. "What should we do with these fragments?" Natasha walked over and frowned at the shards. If Thanos' men managed to steal them again, the consequences would be unimaginable. "I'll take them back to S.H.I.E.L.D. and hand them over to Dr. Banner for analysis." Fury's voice came through the communicator. "Chu, you've done an outstanding job this time. But don't forget, Cullen was only Thanos' Vanguard. The real threat is still ahead." Chu Yuan nodded and handed the fragments to the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had just arrived. He glanced up at the sky, where the first light of dawn was breaking in the east. Yet he knew this peace was only temporary. Thanos' shadow was drawing ever closer, and the next battle would likely be even more difficult than this one. A crisp chime sounded in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully defeated Thanos' Vanguard Cullen and prevented the Mind Stone fragments from being stolen. Side mission, guarding the Mind's remnants, completed. Mission rewards. Chakra capacity increased by 30%. Ninjutsu, fire release. Great fire annihilation, unlocked, and the rare bloodline limit, dark release, basic form, acquired. Can absorb a small amount of energy and convert it into chakra, enhancing energy perception. Delight flashed through Chu Yuan's heart. The dark release ability perfectly compensated for his vulnerability to energy absorption. He could sense a new force welling up inside him. Energy fluctuations in his surroundings became much clearer. He could even feel the energy coursing through Tony's suit in the distance, and the residual traces on Steve's shield. "Looks like I've got another ace up my sleeve." Chu Yuan clenched his fist, his gaze turning resolute. No matter how great a threat Thanos brought, he would use his own strength to protect this world and the friends by his side. Far away in the depths of the cosmos, Thanos gazed at the crystal sphere, displaying Cullen's defeat, his face betraying no emotion. At his side, one of the Black Order, Ebony Maw, bowed respectfully. "Master, would you like me to go to Earth in person? I will bring back both the Mind Stone and the Space Stone." Thanos shook his head, his fingers idly brushing the gems set in the Infinity Gauntlet. "No, Let the people of Earth enjoy their fleeting victory a little longer. It's much more entertaining to shatter their hope with my own hands when they finally believe they have a chance to resist. His eyes turned toward Earth once more, a cruel smile curving across his purple face. Ready the fleet. We'll be seeing them very soon. In the underground laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a blue glow enveloped the entire space. 5 shards of the Mind Stone were placed in specially designed energy containers, floating at the center of the lab bench. Dr. Banner, dressed in a white lab coat, operated precise instruments, analyzing the energy of the fragments. Standing to the side, Chu Yuan activated his spiritual concealment technique, sensing the flow of energy within the shards, a force both gentle and fiercely aggressive. In his perception, it danced like blue flames, each pulse striving to break free from the container's restraint. These shards are even more unstable than I imagined, Dr. Banner said, frowning as he watched the ever-shifting data on the screen. They're attracting each other, trying to merge again. But during the process, they release powerful psychic shockwaves. If we lose control, the entire base could be affected. Chu Yuan note that the heightened energy perception from his technique allowed him to clearly sense the invisible bonds linking the shards together. And at the end of those bonds, he could feel a pull toward the distant cosmos, the direction where Thanos awaited. We need to find a way to seal these shards as soon as possible, or Thanos' people will surely follow the energy trail here, he said, his left hand unconsciously touching his chest, where the residual burn from his battle with Karen still lingered. Just then, a piercing alarm rang out in the laboratory, and red warning lights began to flash. Warning! The lab's energy barrier is under attack. Unknown energy fluctuations detected outside. The mechanical voice of the system echoed through the lab. Both Chu Yuan and Dr. Banner's faces changed instantly. Chu Yuan immediately activated his Sharingan, its 3 tomo spinning as he looked out the observation window. Outside, more than a dozen figures in black combat suits were launching an assault on the lab, their weapons firing purple beams that relentlessly pounded the energy barrier. What caught his attention even more was the leader, a figure clad in black scale armor similar to Karen's, only darker, with a red gem embedded in the chest, radiating a disturbing power. It's another squad of Thanos' Vanguard, Chu Yuan said in a low voice, rapidly forming hand seals. Dr. Banner, reinforce the energy barrier. I'll go stop them. Dr. Banner nodded, immediately working the control panel to maximize the barrier's strength. Chu Yuan turned and dashed out of the lab toward the attack site. Along the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already taken up arms, returning fire on the intruders, but the enemy's energy weapons were overwhelmingly powerful, and the agents were quickly pushed to the brink. Chu, over here, Natasha's voice called out. She was crouched behind cover, firing her twin pistols in rapid succession. Their target is the lab. We have to keep them away. Chu Yuan dashed to Natasha's side, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. The black flame pattern in his left eye shimmered with a cold light. He took aim at a Vanguard soldier who was bombarding their energy shield, and silently intoned, Amaterasu. A jet of black flames shot forth, striking the enemy's weapon with perfect precision. In a heartbeat, the weapon was consumed by fire, and the Vanguard soldier let out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. It works! Natasha shouted in delight as she kept firing. But there are too many of them. We need backup. Chu Yuan didn't reply. Instead, he unleashed his dark release ability. He could sense the air thick with the purple energy radiating from the Vanguard soldier's weapons. Hostile, yet still absorbable by his power. Extending his right hand toward a Vanguard soldier who was firing an energy beam, Chu Yuan let the dark release surge through him. Suddenly, the purple energy beam veered midair, drawn into his palm, and instantly transformed into chakra within his body. What is this? Natasha stared at Chu Yuan in astonishment. She had never seen anyone absorb an energy attack before. My new ability, the dark release, Chu Yuan explained briefly. As he spoke, he converted the absorbed energy into chakra, quickly forming hand signs. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. A colossal wave of fire erupted from his mouth, roaring like a tidal wave and sweeping toward the Vanguard soldiers. The majestic destroyer flame was far more powerful than the great fireball technique. In an instant, it engulfed 5 Vanguard soldiers, reducing them to ashes. The leader, clad in dark, scale-like armor, watched in shock as his comrades fell, then charged straight at Chu Yuan. He moved with blinding speed, conjuring a sword of purple energy in his hand and thrusting it at Chu Yuan's chest. Chu Yuan activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, reading the attack's path with razor-sharp precision and twisting aside, just in time. The energy sword grazed his shoulder, carving a deep gouge into the ground. Seizing the opening, Chu Yuan struck back, gathering chakra into his right hand to form a pale blue chakra blade, which he swung at the enemy's chest. A shrill clash of metal rang out as the chakra blade collided with the energy sword. Chu Yuan could tell immediately that this opponent's strength was far beyond that of ordinary Vanguard soldiers, stronger, even, than Kalen. He tried to activate his dark release on the enemy's energy sword, but the moment their powers touched, a corrosive force lashed out, burning his hand. "Your tricks are useless against me," the leader sneered, the purple glow of his energy sword intensifying. "I am Sork, the Corruptor, one of Lord Thanos' elite, and the bane of anyone who relies on energy." A heavy feeling sank into Chu Yuan's heart. His dark escape technique had been neutralized, and his Amaterasu flames could likely be countered by the opponent's corrosive energy. In the blink of an eye, all his advantages vanished. Seizing the opportunity, Sok launched a fierce assault, his energy blade thrusting relentlessly at Chu Yuan's vital points. Each strike crackled with intense corrosive force, distorting the very air around them. "Chu, watch out," Natasha shouted, firing 2 shots at Sok in an attempt to distract him. Sok, however, paid her no mind. With a swift swing of his energy blade, he deflected the bullets and simultaneously lashed out with a powerful kick aimed at Chu Yuan's abdomen. The blow landed hard. Chu Yuan was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wall, blood spraying from his mouth. He could feel that Sok's attacks carried not only physical damage, but also a corrosive energy that invaded his body, eating away at his meridians from within. Sok advanced step by step, his energy blade poised at Chu Yuan's throat. "Lord Thanos says Earth is full of amusing toys, but it's a shame. You'll die here all the same." At that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as Tony descended from the sky in his Iron Man suit, landing a heavy punch squarely on Sok's back. Sok let out a pain scream, stumbling forward a few steps. Tony landed beside Chu Yuan, his voice filled with concern. "Chu, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a little hurt," Chu Yuan replied, struggling to his feet. Chakra surged through his body, hastily repairing his damaged meridians. "Be careful. His energy is corrosive. It can counter energy absorption." Tony nodded. The arm of his suit shifted and morphed, forming an energy cannon. "Then let's take him down with brute force." The cannon fired, unleashing a beam of blue energy, streaking towards Sok. Sok spun around with lightning speed, slicing the energy beam cleanly in two with his blade. He looked at Tony, a cold smile curling at his lips. "Another one rushes to die," he sneered. Suddenly, his body split into 3 identical copies, each one charging at Tony, Chu Yuan, and Natasha. Shadow clones. Chu Yuan frowned, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the energy core of each double. He quickly realized that, unlike Karen's clones, each of Sok's copies had a red gem embedded in its chest. Clearly, every clone possessed its own independent energy source. To destroy a clone, the gem would have to be shattered. "Natasha, you take the one on the left. Tony, handle the one on the right. The one in the middle is mine." Chu Yuan issued swift instructions while activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, the swirling pattern his right eye glowing with power. "Tsukuyami," he intoned, drawing the central clone into the realm of illusion. Within the Tsukuyami realm, Chu Yuan stood on land scorched and corroded with a sinister violet hue. Sok's clone, energy blade in hand, glared at him warily. "Illusions like this are useless against me." The clone roared, purple light blazing from his sword as he slashed viciously at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, dodging the attack with ease as he formed hand seals with both hands. Earth-style, flowing earth river. Suddenly, the ground turned into a stream of shifting mud, trapping the doppelganger's feet. The double struggled desperately to break free, but Chu Yuan seized the moment, charging forward with a chakra blade forming in his hand, and swung it straight at the red gem embedded in the double's chest. "No!" The doppelganger screamed in agony as the gem shattered beneath the blow. In an instant, the doppelganger dissolved into a cloud of purple smoke and vanished. Chu Yuan returned to the real world, discovering that both Tony and Natasha had also dealt with their own doubles. Seeing his doppelgangers destroyed, Sok's real body grew even more furious, his expression darkening. "You've truly enraged me now." His body began to swell, and waves of corrosive purple energy erupted from within him, eating away at the ground and leaving deep, smoking craters all around. "He's about to go berserk," Tony shouted, amping his Iron Man armor's energy shield to maximum. "Chu, use your Susanoo. Let's strike at his core together." Chu Yuan nodded, chakra surging wildly within him as his Mangekyo Sharingan flashed with a fierce light. "Susanoo." An orange spectral warrior emerged from his body. This time, not just a half-formed figure, but the complete upper torso of Susanoo, clad in massive orange armor and wielding a colossal sword, radiating overwhelming force. What kind of monster is this? Sok stared at Susanoo, a flicker of fear in his eyes, but rage quickly replaced it. Even so, you still can't defeat me. Gathering his power, Sok formed a gigantic sword of violet energy and swung it down at Susanoo. Chu Yuan, controlling Susanoo, raised the orange sword to meet the attack. The two immense energies collided, sending shockwaves ripping through the battlefield and tossing debris like leaves in a storm. Chu Yuan could feel Sok's corrupting energy eating into Susanoo's blade, leaving jagged purple scars across the orange spirit warrior. Tony now, Chu Yuan shouted. Tony understood at once. The Iron Man suit's shoulders split open, revealing every missile launcher, while the chest repulsor charged to full power. Try this on for size. Missiles and energy blasts launched in unison, striking Sok's chest dead on. A howl of pain tore from Sok's throat as a crack snaked across the red gem in his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan drove Susanoo's orange sword down onto the gem. With a deafening clang, the sword struck true, shattering the gem in an instant. Sok's body, deprived of its energy source, withered rapidly, collapsing into a pool of purple liquid and vanishing into the ground. The remaining Vanguard soldiers, seeing Sok destroyed, lost the will to fight. Panic overtook them, and they tried to flee. But Chu Yuan and Tony gave them no chance. Susanoo's blade and Iron Man's repulsors struck out together, wiping out every last one of the Vanguard in a devastating final assault. After the battle ended, Chu Yuan deactivated Susanoo and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His chakra was completely depleted, and the wound on his chest had worsened from the recent fight. Natasha and Tony approached, handing him a bottle of water and a first aid kit. "Are you all right?" Natasha asked with concern, tending to the wound on Chu Yuan's chest. "I'm fine. I just need a little rest," Chu Yuan replied with a smile. "At least we managed to stop them. Otherwise, the Mind Stone fragments in the lab would have been in real danger." Tony sat down beside Chu Yuan, his eyes fixed on the distant laboratory, brow furrowed. "The Vanguard this time was even stronger than Karen from last time, and they've figured out how to counter our abilities. Thanos is clearly starting to take us seriously. The battles ahead are only going to get tougher." Chu Yuan noted that he could sense the looming shadow of Thanos drawing ever closer. But he refused to back down, not when he had trustworthy companions by his side, not when there was a world that needed protection. He looked toward the lab, where the 5 Mind Stone fragments still shimmered with a blue glow inside their container, as if to remind him that this war was only just beginning. Ding! Host has successfully defeated Corruptor Sok and secured the safety of the Mind Stone fragments, completing the side quest, Laboratory Defense. Quest rewards. Chakra capacity increased by 40%. New ninjutsu unlocked. Lightning release. Chidori, nether release upgraded to intermediate form. Now capable of absorbing medium-intensity energy, with energy perception range expanded tenfold. A thrill of delight sparked in Chu Yuan's heart. Chidori was Kakashi's signature jutsu, powerful in its own right, and with the enhanced nether release, his strength had grown yet again. He could already feel chakra rapidly returning to his body, and his chest wound gradually healing under its nourishing flow. "All right, let's check on Dr. Banner in the lab," Chu Yuan said, getting to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes. "I hope he can find a way to seal the Mind Stone fragments soon." Just as the three of them reached the lab entrance, Dr. Banner's startled cry echoed from inside. Chu Yuan's heart clenched. He rushed to push open the door. At the center of the lab, the energy container had shattered. The 5 Mind Stone fragments now hovered in midair, their blue energy swirling wildly. The space around them was distorting, thin cracks forming in the air. Lab equipment was being pulled by the rift's suction, flying relentlessly toward the fragments. "What's going on?" Tony dashed to the control panel, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he tried to stabilize the energy readings. Everything was fine just a minute ago. Dr. Banner wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face pale. Sok's corrosive energy seeped in through the gaps in the energy barrier and contaminated the container's energy core. The fragments, stimulated by the corrosive energy, have begun fusing at an accelerated rate. "We can't control anymore." Chu Yuan activated his underworld escape ability. With his mid-level energy perception, he could clearly see the spatial rifts around the fragments expanding relentlessly. From the depths of these rifts surged a familiar dark energy, the same origin as that of Karen and Sok, unmistakably the power of Thanos responding to the fragment's disturbance. "This is bad. These rifts will draw Thanos' people right to us." Chu Yuan shouted, his left eye blazing with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Amaterasu, black flames erupted around the fragments, forming a barrier in an attempt to contain the spreading energy. But the wild psychic energy instantly shattered the wall of fire. The black flames were consumed by blue energy, and the rifts only grew wider. At that moment, a dark figure burst from the largest spatial rift, wielding a chain crackling with purple energy, aiming straight for the floating mind stone fragments. Chu Yuan reacted swiftly, forming hand seals with his fingers. Lightning style, Chidori. Pale blue electricity gathered in his hand, shaping into a razor-sharp sword of energy. He slashed at the shadowy figure, electricity meeting chain with a screeching, sizzling clash. The dark figure staggered back a few steps, revealing his true form. A man clad in silver armor, his face hidden behind a skull mask, metallic wings unfurling behind him, each feather bristling with spikes. It was none other than Korn the Ravager, Thanos' specialist in spatial raids. At last I've found you. Korn's voice rang cold and metallic through his mask. Lord Thanos requires these fragments. No one will stand in our way. He unfurled his wings, sending a hail of razor-sharp spikes flying toward Chu Yuan and the others. Natasha instantly raised her pistols, expertly shooting down several spikes as she shouted, "Tony, find a way to seal those rifts." "Chu, I'll keep him busy for you." Tony nodded. The arm of his Iron Man suit shifted, transforming into a spatial stabilizer cannon. "Dr. Banner, help me lock onto the rift's energy frequency." A blue energy beam lanced from the barrel, striking the largest rift, and its expansion noticeably slowed. Chu Yuan gripped his Chidori and charged a Korn. The chain lashed out again, purple energy pulsing with intense spatial vibrations. With every swing, new minor rifts tore open in the air. Chu Yuan's Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, predicting the chain's trajectory. Chidori and chain clashed again and again, lightning and violet energy scattering in explosive bursts, wreaking havoc on the lab's equipment, which detonated in showers of sparks. "Your lightning is impressive, but before the power of space, it's utterly useless." Cohen sneered, his wings beating rapidly. In a flash, his body vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Chu Yuan the next instant. The chains in his hands lashed out, aiming to coil around Chu Yuan's back. Relying on the predictive power of his Sharingan, Chu Yuan spun around just in time, his Chidori slashing against the chain. At the same moment, he activated his dark release, absorbing part of the purple energy surging through the links. But Cohen's mastery over space far exceeded Chu Yuan's expectations. Suddenly, the chain slipped through a spatial rift, wrapping tightly around Chu Yuan's ankle and dragging him inexorably toward the yawning void. "Chu!" Natasha called out, firing 2 tranquilizer darts at Cohen. But Cohen again slipped through a spatial fissure, dodging with ease. The dart struck the lab bench, triggering yet another explosion. Chu Yuan felt a tremendous force yanking at his ankle, pulling him toward the darkness of the rift. He could sense a terrifying suction from deep within, as if it might rip his very soul apart. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his chakra in a wild surge. The Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye blazed to life. "Tsukuyami!" Cohen's body froze in an instant, his consciousness dragged into the world of illusion. Within the Tsukuyami realm, he found himself trapped in a sealed-off space, surrounded by endless spatial rifts. Countless chains extended from the cracks, binding him tightly. "Where is this?" Cohen roared, struggling to tear free with his spatial powers. But no matter how desperately he tried, he couldn't open a single rift. Chu Yuan appeared in the heart of the space, the Amaterasu flames burning in his left eye. "Here, I control space. You think your spatial powers are formidable?" In the face of Tsukuyami, they're all in vain. With a wave of his hand, the black flames of Amaterasu surged toward Cohen. The fire devoured his armor in a heartbeat, searing into his flesh. In the real world, Cohen's body went limp, the chain around Chu Yuan's ankle loosening. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan broke free, darting quickly to Tony's side. "He's trapped in the Tsukuyami realm, but it won't last long. We need to deal with the shard now." Tony's spatial stabilizer had already sealed most of the smaller rifts, leaving only the largest ones still gaping open. "The stabilizer's out of juice," Tony called out. "We need a stronger energy source to close the rift for good." Suddenly, Dr. Banner shouted, "Use the Mind Stone fragment's energy. Its power is from the same source as the rift. If we channel it right, we can neutralize the spatial energy." Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. He immediately activated his dark release, expanding its absorption field. Stepping up to the fragment, he aimed both palms at the raging blue energy. Dark release, absorb. Gentle streams of energy flowed from his hands, gradually wrapping around the Mind Stone fragment. The wild torrent of energy slowed, steadily being drawn in and transformed into chakra within Chu Yuan's body. Be careful. Don't let the energy backlash get to you. Dr. Banner called out anxiously. The fragment's psychic energy can cloud your mind. Stay alert and don't lose your focus. Chu Yuan nodded, guiding the absorbed energy into his Chidori. The pale blue lightning shifted to a deep blue-violet hue, now pulsing with both psychic and electrical power. He swung his sword at the largest spatial rift. As the energy blade collided with the tear, blue spatial energy and violet lightning twisted together, weaving into a stable barrier. The rift began to shrink little by little. Just then, Cohen suddenly broke free from the Tsukumi realm. Most of his armor had been burned away, and cracks ran across the skull mask on his face. You think this is enough to win? He snarled. Lord Thanos' power is beyond your comprehension. Gathering every ounce of spatial energy he had left, he launched a surprise attack at Chu Yuan's back, the chain in his hand radiating a devastating force, aimed straight at Chu Yuan's heart. Chu, behind you, watch out. Natasha's voice rang out. She was too late to fire. All she could do was watch helplessly as the chain closed in. Chu Yuan sensed the looming danger at his back, but he couldn't turn around right away. He was in the midst of channeling energy to seal the rift, and any interruption would waste all their efforts. At that critical moment, a flash of green darted past. A massive fist slammed into Cohen's chest, sending him flying. Dr. Banner! Chu Yuan cried out in relief. It was Banner, now fully transformed into the Hulk, who had come to the rescue. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charged at Cohen, his giant fists pounding down relentlessly. Cohen's spatial abilities were powerless against the Hulk's raw strength. Every time he tried to slip away through a rift, the Hulk anticipated the move and struck him squarely, the cracks on Cohen's armor spreading with each blow. Seal the rift, now, the Hulk shouted to Chu Yuan, grabbing Cohen by the wings and slamming him hard into the ground. Chu Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He poured every last bit of psychic energy he'd gathered into the spatial rift. The violet lightning coiled tightly around the tear, steadily neutralizing the blue spatial currents. The rift shrank rapidly, then snapped shut, leaving behind only a faint trace of energy on the ground. With the spatial support gone, the floating Mind Stone fragments finally calmed, their blue shimmer settling. Chu Yuan quickly gathered them up and sealed them away in his specially designed energy container. Cohen watched as the rift sealed and the fragments were locked away once more, realization dawning that his mission had failed. Struggling to his feet, a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. If I can't have the fragments, then I'll make you all pay, he growled, detonating the spatial bomb strapped to his body. In an instant, violet energy exploded outward, warping the space around them once again. Not good. He's trying to take us all down with him, Tony shouted, activating the Iron Man suit's energy shield and positioning himself in front of Chu Yuan and the others to protect them. The Hulk, quick to react, grabbed Cohen and hurled him toward an open patch of ground in the distance. A deafening explosion erupted as the spatial bomb detonated on the open field. The shockwave rattled the entire laboratory, sending vibrations through the walls. When the dust finally settled, Cohen had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a gaping crater whose depths seemed endless. Around it, the very air shimmered and twisted, distorting the space nearby. At last, the battle was over. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. The Hulk reverted to Dr. Banner, who collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air. Next time, can we not make me transform? He panted. It takes everything out of me. Chu Yuan stepped up to the energy container, gazing at the now stabilized fragment of the Mind Stone within. A heavy weight was lifted from his heart at last. He could feel his chakra, strengthened by absorbing a portion of the Mind Stone's energy, surging more powerfully than ever. The battle had also sharpened his mastery of the Dark Release. Tony walked over to Chu Yuan and clapped him on the shoulder. Well done, Chu. If it hadn't been for you, we'd have lost the fragment, and probably been swallowed up by that spatial rift as well. We're partners. Helping each other is what we do, Chu Yuan replied with a smile. But Thanos' minions are getting stronger. Next time, we may not be up against something as simple as the Vanguard. Natasha nodded, her expression grave. Director Fury has already reached out to Asgard. Thor should be arriving on Earth soon. With his help, our odds against Thanos will improve. Chu Yuan turned his gaze to the window, where sunlight was streaming in. Yet he knew this peace was only temporary. Thanos' threat still loomed, and the dangers of the Mind Stone fragment remained unresolved. But he was no longer lost, as he had been when he first arrived in this world. Now, he had trustworthy allies, and the power to protect this world. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we'll face them together, Chu Yuan declared, his eyes shining with resolve. Because we are the Avengers. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has successfully defeated the Marauder Cohen, closed the spatial rift, and protected the Mind Stone fragment. Side quest Guardians of the Rift completed. Quest rewards. Chakra capacity increased by 50%. Unlocked ninjutsu. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan ability. Kamui, basic form. Allows self or small object to be shifted into a separate dimension for up to 10 seconds. Joy welled up in Chu Yuan's heart. The addition of Kamui gave him a crucial life-saving ability, while the Raisin Shuriken was a formidable new technique. He could feel his strength growing steadily, bringing him one step closer to the day he could stand against Thanos. The cleanup in the lab lasted until dusk. Chu Yuan followed Tony, Natasha, and Dr. Banner to the S.H.I.E.L.D. staff cafeteria. The place was alive with chatter. Agents in black uniforms sat together in small groups, discussing the day's battle. As Chu Yuan and the others entered, they drew admiring glances from all around. After all, anyone who could repel Thanos' Vanguard was a true hero within S.H.I.E.L.D. Finally, I get to eat something. I'm starving, Dr. Banner groaned, rubbing his stomach as he strode briskly toward the food counter. The steak looks great today. I'll take two. Having been drained by the Hulk's exertions, his appetite now was easily 3 times what it normally was. Tony, meanwhile, leaned against the counter with a glass of champagne, winking at the female agents in the dining hall. But Natasha shot him a withering glare. Tony, save your Playboy antics. This is S.H.I.E.L.D., not one of your private parties. Relax, Natasha. Tony shrugged. I'm just being friendly. As he spoke, he noticed Chu Yuan staring absent-mindedly at the blender near the serving area. Intrigued, Tony walked over. Chu, what's so fascinating about that machine? Planning to turn it into a weapon? Snapping back to reality, Chu Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. No, I was just wondering if I could use it to practice the Raisin Shuriken. The system just unlocked this ninjutsu for me, but I haven't mastered the control yet. I was worried that practicing in the training room might accidentally demolish the base. Tony's eyes lit up. Raisin Shuriken? That's the wind release technique you mentioned, right? Perfect. Let me modify the blender for you, so it can mimic chakra flow. You can start by practicing the shape molding inside it. Without waiting for Chu Yuan's response, Tony roped in the cafeteria chef and immediately started tinkering with the blender. 10 minutes later, Tony patted the newly modified machine. All set. This blender now generates airflow similar to chakra. Try forming your Raisin Shuriken inside it. It'll be safe even if you mess up. Only half convinced, Chu Yuan approached the blender, activated his Sharingan, and swiftly formed hand seals. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. Pale green chakra gathered in his palms, gradually spinning into a ball of energy. Carefully, he placed the swirling sphere inside the blender. At first, everything went smoothly. With the airflow's help, the Raisin Shuriken spun steadily, its form growing more and more stable. But just as Chu Yuan tried to channel more chakra, the blender let out a sharp click, then a puff of black smoke. The Raisin Shuriken spun, out of control, shooting toward the cafeteria ceiling, where it sliced a hanging lamp clean in two. Shards of glass clattered noisily to the floor. The entire cafeteria fell silent in an instant, and every agent turned to look at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan stood there awkwardly, the lingering warmth of chakra still in his hands, and mumbled, that was an accident, just a pure accident. Tony, barely suppressing his laughter, walked over and clapped Chu Yuan on the shoulder. It's all right, Chu. At least now, we know blenders aren't suitable for ninjutsu practice. Next time, I'll set up a special training room for you in Stark Tower. Tear it apart as much as you want. A burst of laughter erupted through the cafeteria, shattering the tense mood from just moments before. The chef came running over, spatula in hand, eyeing the ruined blender with genuine distress. My machine. I just replaced it last month. Mr. Stark, you owe me a new one. No problem. No problem, Tony replied, whipping out his checkbook and scribbling down a string of numbers. You'll have the latest model by tomorrow. I'll even throw in some new equipment for the kitchen. With the blender fiasco resolved, the 4 of them found a window seat and sat down together. Dr. Banner was hunched over his plate, tackling his steak with focus, muttering, delicious, better than what I had at that restaurant in New York last time. It seemed the Hulk's brute strength had amped up his appetite as well. His arm was still green, though his head had already returned to Dr. Banner's normal appearance, making for an oddly comical sight. Apparently, Dr. Banner had eaten too quickly and accidentally triggered a partial transformation. Fortunately, he managed to regain control before causing any chaos in the cafeteria. Dr. Banner, that look of yours is quite unique, Tony teased with a grin. Is it the latest fashion trend? I could help you patent it. Dr. Banner blushed and hurriedly covered his green arm with his jacket. Don't laugh, it's the steak's fault. If I'd known, I would have eaten less. Chu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Honestly, it's pretty cool. Like half scientist, half superhero. Natasha's lips curved into a smile as she handed him a glass of ice water. Here, drink some water and calm down. You should be back to normal in no time. Next time, don't eat so fast. No one's going to steal your food. Dr. Banner took the ice water and sipped it slowly. Gradually, his green arm faded back to its usual skin tone. He let out a long breath and slumped back in his chair. I'm never doing that again. What a disaster. The agents in the cafeteria, seeing all this, started laughing too. Someone even flashed a cool gesture at Dr. Banner. Embarrassed, Dr. Banner ducked his head and returned to his meal. Though this time, he ate much more slowly. After dinner, Chu Yuan and Tony made their way to SHLD's training grounds. True to his word, Tony had already arranged for a temporary ninjutsu practice area to be set up here, complete with energy shields surrounding the site so that the techniques wouldn't affect other parts of the facility. All right, you can practice without any worries now, Tony said, activating the record function on his Iron Man suit. I'll help you log the data and see just how powerful your Raisin Shuriken really is. Chu Yuan nodded, stepped into the center of the training zone, and drew a deep breath as Chakra surged wildly within him. His hands moved in a flurry of seals, and pale green wind chakra gathered in his palm. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. This time, he controlled the chakra output with precision. The spinning sphere of energy grew steadily, shaping itself into a sharp shuriken. The air around him whipped into a howling frenzy. Great, keep it stable, Tony called out. Now try throwing it. Aim for the target ahead. Chu Yuan nodded again and hurled the Raisin Shuriken straight at the bullseye. The pale green shuriken sliced through the air with a piercing rush and struck the target dead center. In an instant, the target split clean in two, and the ground nearby was carved by a deep, jagged scar. Beautiful, Tony shouted in excitement. It's even stronger than I imagined. If you can boost its range, this could be the ultimate weapon against Thanos. Gazing down at his hands, Chu Yuan was filled with joy. He could feel how much more adept he was becoming at controlling the Raisin Shuriken. Given time, he was certain he'd be able to unleash its full potential. Just then, the system's notification chimed in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has successfully mastered the basic form of Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken, and completed the daily training mission. Mission reward. Chakra reserves increased by 20%. Advanced technique unlocked. Raisin Shuriken, throwing form. Received shield exclusive chakra recovery elixir ×3. Chu Yuan smiled with delight. The recovery elixirs were exactly what he needed to address the rapid chakra depletion from using such techniques. Turning to Tony, he said with a smile, Thanks for setting up the practice area, Tony. Once I've fully mastered the Raisin Shuriken, you'll be the first one I spar with. No problem. Tony clapped Chu Yuan on the shoulder. Just don't slice my suit in half when you do. This one's my latest design. The next morning, the energy shields of SHLD's training grounds lit up early. Chu Yuan stood in the center of the practice area, holding a bottle of chakra recovery elixir, ready to attempt the throwing form of the Raisin Shuriken. Tony, dressed casually, lounged on a nearby spectator bench, holding a tablet that displayed the data recorded from last night's Raisin Shuriken test. Are you ready, Chu? Tony pressed the record button on his tablet. This time, try to compress your chakra to the limit. When you throw, remember to use the Sharingan to lock onto your target. It'll boost your accuracy. Chu Yuan nodded and twisted open the vial, taking a sip. The cool liquid slid down his throat, and instantly, the chakra within him surged with energy. He drew a deep breath and activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, eyes locking onto the moving target 50 meters away. His hands moved in a blur, forming seals. Pale green wind released chakra gathered in his palms, swirling into a sphere denser and more vibrant than yesterday's, stirring the air into a miniature cyclone. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken, throwing form. Chu Yuan muttered in a low voice, then hurled the formed Raisin Shuriken with all his might toward the moving target. The pale green Shuriken traced a sharp arc through the air, its speed doubled from the basic form. Before the target could even shift to its next position, the Shuriken struck squarely in the center of the red bullseye. A thunderous explosion followed, blasting a crater in the target and sending shards of rock flying, only to be blocked by the surrounding energy shields. Tony's eyes lit up as he glanced at the data on his tablet. Amazing! You've tripled the range, and your accuracy is at 98%. With a little more work on energy consumption, this will be ready for real combat. Chu Yuan let out a breath of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Releasing 2 Raisin Shurikens back-to-back had drained a significant amount of chakra, but the power of this advanced form left him satisfied. It's just a shame it still eats up so much chakra. If only I could maintain it as long as Naruto can, he said with a hint of regret. Don't be greedy, Chu. Tony stood up and patted him on the shoulder. How long have you even had this jutsu? What you're doing already is impressive. Let me analyze your chakra fluctuations. Maybe I can whip up a chakra amplifier for you. Then you'll be tossing raisin shurikens like it's nothing. Chu Yuan's eyes lit up. Really? That would be fantastic. But please, don't make it look like a weapon. Last time, practicing with a blender in the cafeteria was embarrassing enough. Relax. This time it'll be totally reliable, Tony promised, patting his chest in assurance, though a sly glint flashed in his eyes. Who knew if he'd sneak in a few special features? Just then, Chu Yuan's communicator buzzed with an incoming call from Fury. He pressed the answer button, and Fury's stern voice came through. Chu, report to the command center immediately. We have an emergency. The two exchanged a glance, their joking demeanor vanishing as they broke into a run toward the command center. Along the way, they saw numerous agents rushing in the same direction, tense concern etched on every face. Looks like this isn't a small matter, Tony muttered, brow furrowed. Let's hope it's not another visit from Thanos' crew. Arriving at the command center, Fury stood before the giant screen, his face grave as he watched the images playing out. On the screen was the New York Sanctum, its surroundings warping in strange, unnatural ways. Several figures in black robes were attacking the Sanctum's defenders, unleashing pulses of violet energy from their hands that battered relentlessly against the defensive barriers. What's happening? Chu Yuan asked. It's Caecilius, Fury replied, turning around. He's a traitor to the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, and is trying to use the power of the Dark Dimension to destroy Earth. The New York Sanctum is one of the 3 sanctuaries that protect our world. If it falls, creatures from the Dark Dimension will pour into our reality. And the Sorcerer Supreme? Why isn't she stopping him? Tony interjected. The Ancient One is preoccupied with crises in other dimensions and can't return at the moment, Fury explained. She sent a message through her mystical arts, asking us to help defend the Sanctum until she can get back. She also mentioned someone, Stephen Strange. He's a former surgeon, now her disciple, and a candidate to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. Caecilius' target isn't just the Sanctum, but Stephen as well. Chu Yuan's mind raced. He remembered the system had hinted at Doctor Strange's storyline before. Stephen Strange was destined to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. It seemed a new mission from the system was just around the corner. What do we need to do? Chu Yuan asked. Tony and Natasha will lead S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to support the Sanctum's defenders and stop Caecilius' followers, Fury said. Chu, your task is to find Stephen Strange and keep him safe. The Ancient One believes your unique ocular abilities can pierce the energies of the Dark Dimension. You're the only one who can help Stephen through his trial and become the true Sorcerer Supreme. A trial? Chu Yuan echoed, his brow furrowing in confusion. That's right, Fury nodded. Stephen hasn't yet mastered his magical powers. He needs to undergo a trial to awaken his true potential. The Ancient One hopes you'll guide him and help him through this ordeal. Chu Yuan noted that he was fairly certain this was the mission the system was about to assign him. Understood. I'll go find Stephen right away. Wait. Tony stopped him and handed over a silver wristband. I just finished this energy detector. It can sense fluctuations from the Dark Dimension and help you locate Stephen. There's also an emergency escape feature. Hit the red button if things get dangerous. Chu Yuan took the wristband and slipped it onto his wrist, gratitude in his voice. Thank you. Be careful, Natasha said, stepping forward and handing Chu Yuan a specially crafted dagger. This blade can counteract the energies of the Dark Dimension. It might come in handy. Chu Yuan took the dagger and tucked it into his belt. He glanced at the images on the giant screen. Caecilius's men had already breached the first layer of the temple's defenses, and the situation was growing more dire by the second. I'm going, Chu Yuan said, turning to dash out of the command center. As he ran, he activated the 3-tomo Sharingan and switched on the energy detector on his wristband. The needle spun rapidly, pointing straight toward downtown New York. Tony watched Chu Yuan's retreating figure and turned to Fury. You really think he can pull this off? Protect a doctor and help him pass some kind of trial? The Ancient One wouldn't have chosen the wrong person, Fury replied. And Chu's abilities are beyond anything we could have imagined. He'll get it done. Now we'd better get moving too, before those dark sorcerers destroy the New York Sanctum. Guided by the energy detector, Chu Yuan quickly arrived near a hospital in downtown New York. The needle whirled wildly, indicating that Stephen was inside. Chu Yuan strode into the hospital, activating his Sharingan as he searched the crowd for Stephen's silhouette. Before long, he spotted a man in a white coat standing in a corridor. The man's hands trembled slightly as he gazed at the patient on the operating table, his face clouded with disappointment and loss. Chu Yuan recognized him at once. Stephen Strange, destined to become Dr. Strange. Dr. Stephen Strange? Chu Yuan approached him and called out. Stephen turned, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Who are you? What do you want with me? My name is Chu Yuan. I'm here to help you, Chu Yuan replied. Caecilius is attacking the New York Sanctum, and you are his target. You need to come with me to a safe place. Stephen frowned, clearly skeptical. What are you talking about? I'm just a doctor. I don't know any Caecilius, and I've never heard of the New York Sanctum. Maybe you've got the wrong person. Chu Yuan realized that Stephen had not yet fully accepted his destiny as a sorcerer. He was still trapped in the pain of losing his surgical skills. Chu Yuan needed a way to make Stephen believe him. After your car accident, did you lose the ability to perform delicate surgeries? Chu Yuan asked quietly. Did a mysterious elder tell you about the existence of magic and take you to Camartage? Stephen's expression changed instantly. He stared at Chu Yuan in shock. How do you know all that? I know more than that, Chu Yuan said gently. I know that you will one day become the Sorcerer Supreme, the protector of Earth. Caecilius wants to use the power of the Dark Dimension to destroy the world, and you are the key to stopping him. The New York Sanctum is under attack right now. We don't have much time. You have to come with me. Stephen fell silent for a moment, recalling what the Ancient One had said to him and the magical visions he had witnessed at Camartage. Though he still couldn't fully accept it all, Chu Yuan's words left him with no choice but to believe that the danger was real. All right, I'll go with you. Stephen nodded, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. But I need to bring my spell book. It's in my apartment. No problem, Chu Yuan replied. Let's head to your apartment now. The two hurried out of the hospital, running in the direction of Stephen's apartment. Along the way, Chu Yuan could sense the increasing concentration of Dark Dimension energy in the air. Caecilius' followers might already be close by. He activated his Mangekyo, Sharingan. Amaterasu flames in his left eye ready to ignite at any moment, and Tsukuyami in his right, prepare to draw enemies into an illusion should danger arise. Arriving beneath Stephen's apartment building, Chu Yuan scanned the surroundings with heightened vigilance. The area was eerily silent, not a single pedestrian in sight, clearly under the control of Caecilius minions. Be careful. There could be an ambush inside, Chu Yuan warned Stephen, handing him a dagger from his belt. Take this. It can counter the energy of the Dark Dimension. Stephen accepted the dagger, though he still couldn't wield magic. Holding the weapon gave him a sliver of reassurance. The two entered the building cautiously. The elevator was out of commission, so they had to take the stairs. As they reached the third floor, a figure in a black robe suddenly lunged from the shadows of the stairwell, hurling a bolt of purple energy straight at Stephen. Chu Yuan was ready. He unleashed Amaterasu, and black flames instantly blocked the attack, reducing the energy to ashes. Go! Chu Yuan shouted, grabbing Stephen and sprinting up the stairs. More black-robed figures emerged from every corner, each conjuring purple energy to weave a dense, inescapable net that closed in on them. Chu Yuan activated his dark release, absorbing the surrounding energies, and formed hand seals with lightning speed. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. A pale green shuriken of wind took shape in his palm. He hurled it behind them. The spinning blade tore through the energy net, sending several black-robed attackers flying. Your powers! Stephen stared at Chu Yuan in shock. He'd never seen such a strange force. It was neither magic nor science. I'll explain it to you later, Chu Yuan said. We're almost at your apartment. Grab the spellbook, and we'll get out of here immediately. The two of them finally arrived at the door of Stephen's apartment. Stephen quickly unlocked the door, rushed inside, and grabbed an ancient spellbook from the shelf. Just then, the apartment window exploded open with a thunderous crash. Caecilius himself appeared before them, shrouded in a dense aura of darkness, his cold gaze fixed on Stephen. Strange, I finally found you. Caecilius sneered. Give up your resistance. Join the Dark Dimension, and you'll gain eternal life and unimaginable power. I'll never go with you, Stephen replied, gripping the spellbook and dagger tightly, his eyes unwavering. I'll stop you. I'll protect Earth. Foolish, Caecilius snorted, and a surge of dark energy erupted from his hand, shooting straight at Stephen. Chu Yuan immediately stepped in front of Stephen, activating the half-formed Susanoo. An orange spiritual guardian shielded them, blocking the incoming attack. Chu, get out of here. I'll hold him off, Stephen called out, concentrating on drawing up what little magical energy he could muster. Though still weak, he knew he had to protect Chu Yuan and the precious spellbook. Chu Yuan shook his head. I won't leave you behind. We face him together. His Mangekyo Sharingan flared, the right eye gleaming with the light of Tsukuyami. Stephen, focus. I'll use my eye technique to disrupt him. Strike at his weakness with your magic when you see the opening. Stephen nodded, closed his eyes, and began to channel his magic with all his focus. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, and his right eye blazed even brighter. Tsukuyami! In an instant, Caecilius stiffened, his consciousness dragged into an illusory realm. Inside the world of Tsukuyami, Caecilius found himself trapped in endless darkness, surrounded by the phantoms of those he had slain. They closed in on him, howling for vengeance. "No, this isn't real." Caecilius raged, unleashing torrents of dark energy in a desperate attempt to disperse the apparitions. But their numbers only swelled, closing in tighter and tighter. Back in the real world, Caecilius stood motionless, his body seized by the illusion. Stephen seized the chance. The spellbook in his hands radiated with golden light. Reciting an incantation from its pages, he unleashed a beam of golden magic straight at Caecilius' chest. Aya! Caecilius broke free from the Tsukuyomi, only to be struck squarely in the chest by the magical blast. He let out a tortured scream and stumbled back several steps, unable to believe he'd been wounded by a yet unawakened mage and a man wielding mysterious ocular powers. "Let's go." Chu Yuan grabbed Stephen and dashed out through the apartment's back door. Caecilius tried to pursue them, but found the dark energy within him thrown into chaos by the power of Tsukuyomi, leaving him unable to move right away. He glared in the direction of their escape, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Next time, I'll make sure to kill you both." Chu Yuan and Stephen raced out of the apartment building, heading straight for the New York Sanctum. Along the way, they caught sight of Tony and Natasha leading S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in a fierce battle against Caecilius' followers, a chaotic, high-stakes clash. "We need to help them," Stephen exclaimed. "No, our priority now is to hold the Sanctum and wait for the Ancient One to return," Chu Yuan replied firmly. "Tony and Natasha can handle things here. We have to get to the Sanctum first." Pushing their pace, they finally reached the New York Sanctum. Its protective barrier was on the verge of collapse, while several guards fought desperately to fend off the attacks from the black-robed assailants. Chu Yuan and Stephen charged forward. Chu Yuan unleashed Amaterasu, reducing several attackers to ashes, while Stephen poured magical energy into mending the failing barrier. "You're finally here," one of the guards cried out, relief and excitement in his voice. Any later, and the barrier would have fallen. Chu Yuan nodded, summoning Susanoo. The orange spectral guardian took form at the Sanctum's entrance, shielding it from the onslaught of black-robed foes. Meanwhile, Stephen continued repairing the barrier, his spellbook glowing ever brighter as the shield grew stronger and more resilient. Just then, a golden beam of light split the sky, and the Ancient One emerged from its brilliance. Seeing Chu Yuan and Stephen, she offered them a look of quiet satisfaction. "Well done. You've defended the Sanctum. Stephen, you've passed your first trial. Now, prepare yourself for even greater challenges ahead." Stephen gazed at the Ancient One, filled with admiration. "I will, Master. I'll strive to become the true Sorcerer Supreme and protect the Earth." The Ancient One gave a gentle nod, then turned toward the distant battle where Caecilius' minions still fought. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a surge of golden magic, instantly repelling all the black-robed attackers. "Caecilius has fled, but he won't give up so easily. We must prepare ourselves for the coming threat from the Dark Dimension." Chu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that, for now, the crisis had been averted. In that moment, the system's notification echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. "Ding! Host has successfully protected Stephen Strange and helped defend the New York Sanctum. Side quest Sanctum Defense Battle complete. Mission rewards. Chakra capacity increased by 30%. Unlocked ninjutsu, water style, water dragon bullet technique, and obtained a magic energy converter. Enables conversion of magical energy into chakra." A spark of joy lit up in Chu Yuan's heart. The magical energy converter was exactly what he needed to solve his chakra shortage in this world of magic. He glanced at Stephen and the Ancient One, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. The golden barrier around the New York Sanctum gradually stabilized as the Ancient One waved her hand, dispersing the lingering darkness completely. She turned to Chu Yuan, holding out a bronze talisman etched with intricate magical runes. "This is the key to the trial grounds. Deep within the Taj Mahal lies the entrance to the dimensional trial. Only by having Stephen confront his deepest fears can he truly master the power of magic." Chu Yuan took the talisman, feeling a gentle surge of magical energy at his fingertips. Instantly, the magical energy converter on his wrist lit up, transforming the talisman's escaping energy into chakra. "What exactly is this trial? What do I need to do?" he asked. "You are to use your ocular jutsu to construct a mirror for him," the Ancient One replied, her gaze profound. "Stephen's greatest obsession is with his hands, his unwillingness to accept the loss of his surgical ability. Tsukuyomi can manifest his inner world. You must guide him to let go of this obsession within the illusion, or he will forever be bound by the shackles of magic." Stephen stood to the side. At the mention of his hands, his fingers instinctively curled inwards. He looked down at his trembling hands, a flicker of conflicting emotions dancing in his eyes: resentment, fear, and a haze of uncertainty about the future. "I'll do my best," Chu Yuan said, gripping the talisman tightly. He turned to Steven. "Be ready. The trial may be harder than you imagine, but it's the only path to becoming the Sorcerer Supreme." That afternoon, Chu Yuan and Steven boarded the private jet Tony had arranged for their journey to India. On the plane, Steven clutched his spellbook, reading it again and again. Occasionally, he would try to channel magical energy within himself, but whenever the energy flowed to his hands, the tremors would disrupt it. "Don't push yourself too hard," Chu Yuan said, handing him a cup of warm water. "Obsession is like a thorn. The harder you try to pull it out, the deeper it pierces your heart. In the Tsukuyami, all you need to do is look at it. There's no need to fight it just yet." Steven took the cup, and after a moment of silence, he spoke. "Do you know what it feels like to lose what you cherish most? Once I could save lives with these hands. Now, I can't even hold a pen steady." Chu Yuan thought back to his ordinary life before crossing over, to the helplessness he felt when he first arrived in the Marvel world. In a soft voice, he replied, "I do know, but losing something doesn't mean it's the end. Take me, for instance. I was just an ordinary person, but a twist of fate brought me here, gifted me new powers and companions. Your hands may never perform surgery again, but your eyes, your mind, and that sense of responsibility in your heart, they can all become a force to save the world." Steven looked up at Chu Yuan, the confusion in his eyes gradually fading. He closed the spellbook, leaned back in his chair, and began to ponder what it was he truly wanted, whether to take up the scalpel once more, or to become a sorcerer who protects others. Several hours later, their plane touched down on the outskirts of Agra, India. They took a car to the Taj Mahal. By now it was deep into the night, the tourists long gone, and only the moonlight washed over the marble monument, bathing the scene in tranquil silence. Chu Yuan took out the bronze talisman given to him by the Ancient One and pressed it against the stone wall on the back of the Taj Mahal. The moment the talisman touched the stone, golden magical patterns spread across the surface, forming a circular door. Beyond the door lay a warped space, where countless glowing fragments drifted in the air. These were shards of memory from different dimensions. "This is the entrance to the trial," Chu Yuan said, drawing a deep breath and activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. "Once we enter, I'll use Tsukuyami to pull your consciousness into the illusion. Remember, no matter what you see, you must stay aware. These are only reflections of your own mind." Steven nodded, gripping his spellbook tightly, and followed Chu Yuan through the portal. On the other side was an endless world of white. The ground beneath their feet was transparent, and floating below them were fragments of memory. Scenes of Steven performing surgery before his accident, moment from his magical training at Kamar Taj, and the embarrassing times when his trembling hands caused him to drop magical artifacts. "Are you ready?" Chu Yuan asked. Steven took a deep breath and nodded. "Let's begin." The brilliance of Chu Yuan's Mangekyo Sharingan swelled, and a surge of violet illusionary energy enveloped Steven. "Tsukuyami." In the next instant, the white world around them began to shift. It transformed into the operating room, where Steven once worked. A patient lay on the table, the heart monitor blaring out a shrill alarm, while Steven stood at the bedside, scalpel in hand, unable to make the incision as his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Hurry. If you don't start now, we'll lose the patient," came the anxious voice of a nurse, his former assistant. Sweat beaded on Steven's forehead. He desperately tried to steady his hands, but the harder he tried, the worse the tremor became. The scalpel slipped from his grasp and clattered onto the floor. He watched the life fading from the patient on the table, despair flooding his heart. This was the scene that had haunted his dreams countless times since the accident. "This isn't real," Chu Yuan's voice echoed in his ear. "It's only your fear, your denial of yourself." Steven looked up to see Chu Yuan standing at the door of the operating room, the Sharingan gazing at him. "But I really can't do it," he said, sinking to his knees in anguish. "I can't even finish a single operation. How could I ever become the Sorcerer Supreme?" Chu Yuan walked up to him and pointed at the operating table. "Look carefully. This is just a fragment from your memories. That patient, in reality, you already saved him. And now, even though you can no longer perform surgery, you have the power to save many more people through magic." Following Chu Yuan's gesture, Steven looked over. Suddenly, the patient on the table transformed into a guard from the New York Sanctum, the very same one who had been wounded by Kaisali's followers. A horrible gash split the guard's chest, and black, shadowy energy was spreading outward from the wound. "Try using your magic," Chu Yuan said. "Don't worry about your trembling hands. Just follow your instincts." Steven hesitated for a moment, then picked up the spellbook from the floor and flipped to a page. He drew in a deep breath, focusing on channeling the magic within him. Though his hand still shook, he no longer forced himself to control it. Instead, he let the energy flow naturally along his arms. Golden magical light poured from his hands and fell onto the guard's wound. The black energy slowly retreated, and the wound began to heal. "You did it," Chu Yuan said with a smile. Just then, the scene shifted again, transforming into the training yard at Kamartaj. A younger Stephen was being ridiculed by the other disciples because he couldn't master levitation. In anger, he smashed the magical artifact in his hand and stormed out of the training grounds. "This was the first time you felt inferior because of magic," Chu Yuan's voice echoed. "But you came back in the end, didn't you? Deep down, you knew magic could give you a new path." Stephen gazed at his younger self, a trace of relief flickering in his eyes. He stepped forward and said to the young man, "Don't give up. One day, you'll become an extraordinary sorcerer." As soon as the words left his lips, the scene began to collapse, and the white world reappeared. Chu Yuan ended the moon reading and looked at Stephen. "How do you feel?" "Much better." Stephen flexed his hands. Though they still trembled, much of the obsession in his heart had faded. "Thank you, Chu. If it weren't for you, I might never have faced all this." At that moment, the space around them shook violently. Countless black tendrils burst forth from the fragments of memory below, reaching for the two of them. Chu Yuan's expression changed as he activated his Sharingan, 3 tomos spinning in his eyes. "It's Kaecilius' dark energy. He's tracked us into the trial space through the dimensional rift. Run. He wants to sabotage the trial and stop your awakening." Chu Yuan grabbed Stephen and sprinted toward the portal. But the black tendrils multiplied, quickly wrapping around Stephen's ankles, dragging him toward the darkness below. "Chu, help me," Stephen shouted, golden magic flaring from his hands as he tried to sever the tendrils. But the more he struggled, the tighter they gripped him. Chu Yuan spun around, his hands forming seals in rapid succession. Water style, water dragon jutsu. A massive water dragon erupted from his mouth, surging toward the black tentacles. Its gaping jaws snapped down, severing the tentacle that had coiled around Stephen's ankle, while dispersing the shroud of dark energy in the area. "Now's our chance," Chu Yuan shouted, grabbing Stephen's arm and racing toward the portal. But just as they were about to escape, Kaecilius materialized beside the gateway, a surge of dark energy pouring from his hands to form a barrier, blocking their path. "Leaving? Not so fast," Kaecilius sneered, his voice icy. "Today, I'll not only destroy the trial, but I'll end both your lives." Chu Yuan pushed Stephen behind him, summoning the half-body form of Susanoo. The orange ethereal warrior hefted its long sword and swung down at Kaecilius. In response, Kaecilius conjured a shield of dark energy, absorbing the force of Susanoo's strike. "Stephen, aim your magic at his chest. That's where the core of his dark energy is." Chu Yuan shouted. Stephen instantly understood, flipping open his spellbook. Reciting the incantation, he unleashed a golden beam of magic straight at Kaecilius' chest. Taken aback by the speed of Stephen's progress, Kaecilius failed to dodge in time. The beam struck him squarely, and he shrieked in pain. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan directed Susanoo's sword and cleaved through the dark barrier. He grabbed Stephen, and they dashed through the portal. No sooner had they landed back at the Taj Mahal than the portal snapped shut, sealing Kaecilius' furious roar on the other side. The two collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Stephen stared at his own hands, astonished to find they no longer trembled. "I did it. My hands, they're steady." Chu Yuan nodded with a smile. "Congratulations, you've passed the trial. Now, you can truly control your magic." At that very moment, the system's notification chimed in Chu Yuan's mind. "Ding! Host has successfully guided Stephen Strange through his inner trial, completing the main quest. Trial of the Sorcerer Supreme, Phase 1. Quest rewards. Chakra capacity increased by 40%. Mangekyo Sharingan ability unlocked. Kemui. Phasing. Allows parts of the body to shift into another dimension to evade attacks. Acquired. Ninetails Chakra Fragment. Gradually restores chakra and enhances physical strength. Chu Yuan felt a surge of joy. The arrival of the Ninetails Chakra Fragment meant his chakra recovery rate would be greatly enhanced. He no longer needed to worry about running out of energy when using Susanoo or the Raisin Shuriken. Warm energy flowed through his body, slowly healing the lingering wounds from previous battles. "We should head back," Chu Yuan said, rising to his feet and patting Stephen on the shoulder. "The Ancient One is still waiting for our good news, and Thanos remains a threat. We need to strengthen ourselves as quickly as possible." Stephen nodded and stood up as well. The spell book in his hand glimmered with golden light. Looking toward the Taj Mahal, his eyes shone with determination. "I won't let you or the Ancient One down. I will become a true Sorcerer Supreme and stand with you to protect Earth." The two departed from the Taj Mahal by car. Under the moonlight, the white silhouette of the monument gradually faded into the distance. Chu Yuan gazed out at the night scenery through the window, his heart brimming with anticipation. Stephen's awakening had undoubtedly added a powerful force to their fight against Thanos. And as for himself, he too had gained new abilities through this ordeal, bringing them one step closer to defeating Thanos. Upon returning to New York, Chu Yuan and Stephen immediately made their way to the New York Sanctum. The Ancient One, seeing the steady flow of magical energy around Stephen, smiled with heartfelt satisfaction. Excellent. You've finally broken through your own limits. Next, you must learn more advanced magic, especially the magic of time. This will be crucial in facing the Dark Dimension and Thanos. Stephen nodded, beginning his training in time magic under the Ancient One's guidance. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. and recounted the ordeal to Fury and Tony. So, we've gained another powerful ally, Tony said with a grin. Fantastic. Next time Thanos shows up, we'll hit him with a combination of magic and ninjutsu. Fury nodded approvingly. With Stephen's magic on our side, our chances against Thanos just got a little better. Chu, you've done a remarkable job this time. Is there anything you'd like as a reward? Chu Yuan shook his head. I don't need a reward. As long as I can protect Earth and the people beside me, that's enough. Fury looked at Chu Yuan, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He understood that Chu Yuan possessed not only formidable power, but also a heart devoted to protecting others. It was people like him that the Avengers truly needed as comrades. In the training area on Sublevel 3 of SHLD's New York headquarters, deep gouges from last week's Susanoo test still scarred the alloy walls. Chu Yuan stood at the center of the arena, his scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan turning slowly, the swirling pattern in his right eye emanating a faint ripple of spatial energy. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind as instructed by the system's method for using phasing, channeling all of his mental strength into the ocular jutsu of his right eye. A ripple of pale blue energy spread out around Chu Yuan, shimmering through the air. He tried stretching his left arm forward, aiming at the alloy target 3 meters ahead. The moment his arm passed through the target, there wasn't the slightest mark left behind, just a fleeting ripple in space where the collision should have been. A thrill of delight welled up in Chu Yuan's chest. He attempted to phase his entire upper body into the other dimension. On the training room's monitor, his lower half remained in place, while his upper body vanished, as if it had melted into thin air. This phasing ability is practically a cheat code for dodging attacks, Chu Yuan muttered to himself, withdrawing his Kamui. He could distinctly sense the fragments of Ninetales Chakra within him circulating slowly. The chakra he'd just expended on using Kamui was now replenishing itself at 3 times his usual rate. The bone-deep exhaustion he'd felt after using Susanoo earlier had eased considerably. He activated his Sharingan once more, his hands forming seals in a blur. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A massive ball of fire erupted from his mouth, nearly 2 meters wide, roaring toward the distant alloy wall. Just as the fireball was about to slam into the wall, Chu Yuan's right eye flashed with power. Kamui. Instantly, the fireball vanished from its trajectory, only to reappear a split second later at the backup target range 10 meters away, scorching the alloy pillars until they glowed red-hot. So, Kamui can not only phase my body, it can teleport attacks too. A spark of excitement shot through Chu Yuan's eyes. He was about to push the limits of Kamui's spatial transfer when heavy footsteps echoed from the entrance of the training area. Agent Chu Yuan, Director Fury needs you in the top-floor conference room immediately. The newcomer was Phil Coulson, a Level 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and his expression was unusually grave. There's a special individual who wants to see you, and she seems quite interested in your abilities. Chu Yuan deactivated his Sharingan and wiped the sweat from his brow. A special individual? Someone from the Avengers? No, Coulson replied, shaking his head as he handed over a file. Her name is Monica Rambeau. She's a former Air Force pilot and now a core member of SHLD's Spectrum program. Her abilities have to do with energy manipulation. Chu Yuan opened the file. The woman in the photograph wore a black tactical suit, her gaze sharp as a hawk. According to the dossier, Monica had been transformed during an alien energy experiment. She could absorb and convert various types of energy, and could even shift into a pure energy form for brief periods, a fundamental difference from Chu Yuan's chakra-based powers. What does she want from me? Chu Yuan, Thou Wen? I'm not sure, but Director Fury said she's brought a lead on the Heart of Darkness, and she specifically requested to meet you. Coulson paused, then added, also, she seems to have an aversion to non-terrestrial energy systems. When you meet her, it's probably best to keep your chakra under wraps. Chu Yuan nodded and followed Coulson to the top-floor conference room. As they approached the door, he immediately sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from within. The moment the door opened, a golden beam of energy shot straight toward his face. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Instantly, his right eye activated its divine power, rendering his body intangible. The beam passed harmlessly through him, striking the wall behind and leaving a half-meter-wide scorched mark. So it really is an extraterrestrial energy system. Inside the conference room, Monica Rambeau stood up, her right hand still poised in the gesture of releasing energy, eyes scrutinizing. Director Fury said you could manipulate non-earthly energy. I thought it was just a rumor. Chu Yuan deactivated his divine eye, his expression turning cold. Agent Rambeau, is this your idea of a greeting? Fury, seated at the head of the table, tapped the surface with his finger. That's enough, Monica. Stand down. Chu, have a seat. He gestured to the empty chair beside Monica. She means no harm. She's just sensitive to non-Earth energy. After all, her mother lost her life in an alien energy experiment. Chu Yuan sat down, fixing his gaze on Monica. Agent Rambeau, I doubt you called me here just to test my abilities, did you? Monica withdrew her energy and pulled a black crystal from her pocket. This was discovered 3 days ago in Brooklyn. The dark energy within it has spatial fluctuations similar to what you unleashed when you confronted Kaecilius at the Taj Mahal. Chu Yuan picked up the crystal, and his Sharingan flared to life. As he peered inside, he indeed found lingering traces of dark energy, interwoven with a faintly familiar spatial rift, identical to the dark energy Kaecilius had wielded in the trial space. Is this thing connected to the Heart of Darkness? Chu Yuan asked. Fury nodded. According to SHLD's ancient records, the Heart of Darkness is the core of energy from the dark dimension, capable of absorbing and transforming all known energy. These black crystals are condensed from its emanating power. Monica's mission is to find the Heart of Darkness and prevent it from falling into what's left of Kaecilius' faction. Monica looked at Chu Yuan. But your abilities also involve spatial fluctuations, and you've been exposed to dark energy before. I need to know, can you sense the Heart of Darkness's location? And is there a risk that by using your energy, you could resonate with the dark energy and draw more dark creatures here? Chu Yuan set the crystal down, frowning. The chakra I use comes from the ninja world's energy system. It's fundamentally different from the dark dimension's power. As for sensing the Heart of Darkness, I can try, but I'll need more clues. The clue lies in the underground museum in Brooklyn, Monica said as she stood up. It's a structure left over from World War II, housing many mysterious and unknown artifacts. 3 days ago, there was a theft at the museum. Among the stolen items was an ancient stone tablet that records the location of the Heart of Darkness. Director Fury has already approved it. Just the two of us will team up and head to the museum for the investigation. Chu Yuan glanced at Fury, who nodded in confirmation. That's right. And we've received word from Steven's side that the remnants of Kaecilius' forces have started operating in New York. Their target is likely the Heart of Darkness. You and Monica will make a good team. Your abilities complement each other, and together you'll be better able to respond to the unexpected. Chu Yuan rose to his feet. All right, but I have one condition. During the investigation, I want to operate without interference. After all, when it comes to fighting dark energy, my ninjutsu and ocular powers may be more effective than conventional methods. Monica's expression shifted slightly. Are you saying you want to act alone? That's not possible. SHIELD missions require teamwork, and your energy system is unstable. If it triggers an energy explosion. Agent Rambeau, Chu Yuan interrupted, his gaze sharp. At the Taj Mahal, it was my ninjutsu that drove off Kaecilius. And it was my Susanoo that took down Ultron's robot army. If my energy system were truly unstable, Director Fury wouldn't have had me on so many critical missions. Ew. Monica started to argue, but Fury rapped on the table again. Enough. Both of you, find some middle ground. Chu, you must stay in communication with Monica during the investigation. Monica, respect Chu's combat methods. Head out now. The museum site has already been locked down by our agents. There was no more debate. The two of them followed Coulson to the equipment room to pick up their mission gear. As they walked, Monica glanced at Chu Yuan. I know how strong you are, but dark energy isn't a regular enemy. My mother lost her life because she underestimated the dangers of extraterrestrial energy. I don't want to see you make the same mistake. Chu Yuan paused, turned to look at her. I understand your concern, but our energy systems are fundamentally different. My chakra can actively suppress dark energy, just as fire can burn away darkness. Monica fell silent. She knew Chu Yuan was telling the truth, but her mother's sacrifice made it hard to trust anything not born of Earth. The two of them walked on in silence, the air thick with unspoken tension. The entrance to the underground museum in Brooklyn was hidden behind an abandoned bakery. SHIELD agents had already set up a perimeter, cordoning off the area. Spotlights illuminated the street, turning night into day. As Chu Yuan and Monica stepped out of the car, the agent in charge of the site immediately came over to greet them. Agent Lambert, Agent Chu, Something's not right in there. The captain's face was grim. Our advance team went in 10 minutes ago. There's been no communication from them, and the temperature inside is dropping rapidly. Chu Yuan activated his Sharingan and gazed toward the bakery. Through the walls, he could see a faint black mist spreading throughout the interior of the museum, with subtle ripples of dark energy flickering within the haze. It's a fog formed by dark energy. It disrupts both communication and perception, Chu Yuan explained, pulling a smoke grenade from his equipment pouch, one that Tony had specially modified for him. It could release chakra-infused smoke to counteract the interference of the dark energy. I'll go in first. Follow 5 meters behind me, Chu Yuan instructed Monica. Without waiting for her reply, he pulled the pin on the smoke grenade and lobbed it toward the bakery entrance. As the smoke billowed out, Chu Yuan's figure flashed, and he slipped into the museum. The scene inside was even more chaotic than he'd imagined. Display cases overturned, artifacts strewn across the floor, a thin layer of frost covering the ground. He activated Kimui's intangibility to avoid the hidden energy traps on the floor, while sending out Chakra to sense his surroundings. 15 meters to the left, there's a surge of dark energy, Chu Yuan reported to Monica through his communicator, dashing down the corridor to the left. At the corridor's end, 3 figures in black cloaks stood over a fallen shield agent, their wands radiating an eerie black light. Stop, Chu Yuan shouted, swiftly forming hand seals. Water style, water surge. A high-pressure stream of water shot from his palms toward the trio in black. They reacted instantly, conjuring shields of dark energy. The torrent crashed against their barriers, sending up a spray of water, but failed to break through. It's you, the ninja from the Taj Mahal, the leader snarled, raising his head. His face, shadowed beneath his hood, twisted with malice. You escaped last time, but this time, you'll die for sure. He brandished his wand, unleashing a jet of black energy at Chu Yuan. Instantly, Chu Yuan activated Kimui. The beam vanished from its original path and reappeared in the hallway wall a moment later, punching a pitch-black hole through the plaster. Your powers are useless against me, Chu Yuan sneered, his right eye blazing once more. Kamui. Suddenly, the lead figure felt his body grow lighter, as if pulled by an invisible force toward Chu Yuan. Terror flashed across his face as he realized his own form was turning transparent. Chu Yuan was trying to drag him into another dimension with Kamui. Help me! The man in black shouted to his companions. The other two immediately unleashed dark energy, sending it hurtling toward Chu Yuan. At that very moment, a golden beam of energy shot from the entrance of the corridor, striking one of the men's magic wands and splitting it cleanly in two. I told you stay behind me, didn't I? Chu Yuan turned to Monica, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Your divine power might control him, but it'll give away your position, Monica replied, deactivating her energy and stepping up beside Chu Yuan. Besides, we're a team. This isn't your one-man show. Chu Yuan didn't argue. Instead, he refocused his attention on the lead man in black. Tell me, where is the heart of darkness? What are you after? The man in black sneered. You think we'll talk? Lord Caecilius will be resurrected very soon, and when that happens, the entire Earth will be devoured by the dark dimension. Caecilius has already been driven back. You can't bring him back, Monica said, energy once again gathering in her hand. If you don't talk, I won't hesitate to extract your memories by force. A flicker of fear flashed in the man's eyes, but he quickly regained his menacing composure. Even if you kill me, it's pointless. The heart of darkness has already been taken by our people. It will reach the altar soon. No sooner had he spoken than black flames erupted from his body, reducing him to ash in an instant. Chu Yuan and Monica exchanged a heavy glance, each seeing the gravity of the situation in the other's eyes. This was the self-destruction curse of dark magic. Their enemies were clearly prepared to die for their cause. The altar he mentioned might be in St. John the Divine Cathedral in Manhattan, Monica said, pulling up a holographic map on her wrist. According to SHIELD intel, there's a World War II-era underground altar beneath the cathedral. It's full of mysterious relics. They could use it to resurrect Caecilius. Chu Yuan nodded, activating his chakra sense. There are 3 more signatures of dark energy nearby, probably the other men in black. Let's rescue the captured agents first, then head to St. John's. The two continued down the corridor and soon encountered 2 more of the enemy. Chu Yuan subdued one with his divine power, while Monica dispatched the other with her energy. From their captives, they learned the missing agents were being held on the 2nd basement level of the museum. The entrance to the lower level was hidden behind a damaged display case, beyond which the air was thick with an even denser, more oppressive dark mist. Chu Yuan released a cloud of chakra, clearing the fog. Inside, he found a massive cage where 4 SHIELD agents were imprisoned, black energy chains tightly binding their bodies. To break these chains, we need to neutralize the dark energy, Monica said, golden energy gathering in her hands as she prepared to sever the bonds. Wait, Chu Yuan stopped her. These chains are cursed with dark magic. If you forcefully break them, it'll trigger an explosion. Let me handle this. Activating a Sharingan, Chu Yuan formed hand seals. Yang release, Chakra chains. Golden chakra chains shot from his palms, winding tightly around the black energy chains. The moment the chakra met the darkness, a sharp sizzling sound filled the air. Through the keen sight of his Sharingan, Chu Yuan pinpointed the nodes of each curse, guiding his chakra chains to dismantle them one by one. After several tense minutes, the black chains crumbled to ash and the cage door creaked open. The captured agents hurried out, gratitude shining in their eyes. Thank you both. The dark energy inside was draining the very life from us. Go now, contact Coulson, and have him send reinforcements to St. John's Cathedral, Monica instructed, then turned to Chu Yuan. We need to get to the altar. We can't let them resurrect Caecilius. Chu Yuan nodded, just about to leave when a surge of overwhelming dark energy pulsed from deep within the museum, stronger than anything they had faced so far. This isn't good. They've set up another altar in the very depths of the museum. Chu Yuan's expression changed. They were stalling us, making us think the altar was at St. John's Cathedral. Without hesitation, the two of them dashed toward the lowest level of the museum. As they ran, Monica glanced over at Chu Yuan. Those chakra chains just now, are they your ability? They feel similar to my energy system, but fundamentally different. Yang released chakra can counter dark energy, Chu Yuan explained. Just like your energy can absorb and transform darkness, our powers actually complement each other. Monica fell silent for a moment, then said, I was too stubborn before. Your ability is more stable than I imagined. Chu Yuan's, now's not the time for that. The entrance to the lower level is just ahead. Watch out for traps. At the entrance to the lower floor, a massive magic circle was spinning, black energy pouring out in an endless stream. 5 figures in black robes stood around the circle, chanting ancient incantations. At the center of the ritual, a black crystal hovered in midair, the heart of darkness. So you finally arrived. The leader of the black-robed figures turned his head, a crazed smile twisting his face. Chu Yuan, Stephen Strange isn't here. This time, no one could save you. Chu Yuan's Mangekyo Sharingan flared to life, and the orange skeletal form of Susanoo erupted around him. If you want to resurrect Caecilius, you'll have to get through me first. Monica, too, gathered golden energy, ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, the heart of darkness within the magic circle erupted in a blinding light, and the robed figures chanting grew faster and faster. Chu Yuan realized there was no more time to hesitate. If they waited any longer, Caecilius would truly be brought back to life. Susanoo first form. Chu Yuan roared, unleashing the orange Susanoo, who wielded a massive long sword and brought it down upon the magic circle. Monica let loose a beam of golden energy, directing it straight at the man in black. The final battle for the heart of darkness had officially begun, deep within the lowest level of the underground museum. Yet none of them realized that this fight was merely a rehearsal, a prelude to the coming of Thanos' army. Far greater dangers were quietly brewing in the depths of the universe. Susanoo's sword struck the shield protecting the magic circle, unleashing a violent surge of energy. The lead figure in black paled, quickly intensifying his chanting. Dark barrier, strengthen. The black shield instantly thickened, and unbelievably, Susanoo's blade was stopped cold. Chu Yuan frowned, activating his right eye's power, Kimyui, in an attempt to drag the shield into another dimension. But the dark energy was simply too strong. Kimyui could only cause a faint tremor in the barrier, unable to move it at all. Your spatial powers are useless against the shield empowered by the heart of darkness. The man in black sneered. Give up. Lord Caecilius will awaken soon, and when he does, all of Earth will become part of the dark dimension. In a flash, Monica darted behind the black-robed sorcerer. She gathered golden energy into her fist, striking at their leader. Take you out first, and the spell will unravel on its own. But the leader was fast. He twisted aside to dodge her blow and countered with a surge of dark energy. Monica shifted into her energy form, passing through the attack and lunging at him again. Seeing this, 2 of the 4 remaining black-robed figures split off to intercept Monica, while the other 2 maintained the magic circle's power. Witnessing this, Chu Yuan guided Susanoo's longsword at the 2, blocking Monica's path. The blade cut through the air with a sharp, slicing sound. The 2 men hastily summoned shields of dark energy, but Susanoo's sword instantly shattered them, its force leaving them both wounded. Monica, Target the ones maintaining the magic circle. Chu Yuan shouted, forming seals with his hands. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. The Raisin Shuriken, forged from concentrated chakra, spun through the air with a piercing whine, carrying with it a cataclysmic force as it hurtled toward the two black-robed figures maintaining the magic circle. Their faces turned ashen in an instant. In panic, they unleashed all the dark energy they could muster, desperate to block this deadly attack. Yet the Raisin Shuriken sliced through their shield of dark energy as easily as a hot knife through butter, crashing mercilessly into them. A deafening explosion erupted. In the blink of an eye, the two figures were swallowed by a storm of chakra, reduced to nothing but drifting ash. With their energy gone, the magic circle's operation slowed visibly, its black radiance growing much dimmer. The leader of the black-robed figures, seeing this, was consumed with rage, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. "How dare you disrupt our master's resurrection ritual? I'll make you pay with your lives." He abruptly raised both hands, chanting a far more complex incantation. At the center of the magic circle, the heart of darkness began to tremble violently, unleashing a surge of energy even more powerful than before. It swept toward Chu Yuan and Monica like a tidal wave. "Watch out!" Chu Yuan shouted, commanding Susanoo to shield Monica. The black energy crashed into Susanoo's fiery orange form, filling the air with a harsh, crackling sound as fine cracks began to spread across Susanoo's surface. "This dark energy is too strong." Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, his fragments of Nine-Tails chakra spinning wildly within, pouring power into Susanoo just to barely withstand the onslaught. Monica's eyes sharpened with resolve. Her hands moved in a blur, golden energy gathering before her to form a massive shield. "Chu, let me help you," she cried, thrusting the shield forward to join Susanoo against the surging darkness. Where the two energies collided, the entire underground museum began to quake violently, stones raining down from the ceiling. The black-robed leader threw his head back and laughed wild-eyed. "It's useless. The power of the heart of darkness is limitless. You're doomed to fail." Staring down the encroaching darkness, a sudden idea flashed in Chu Yuan's mind. He turned and shouted to Monica, "Monica, can you absorb the dark energy?" Monica hesitated, then shook her head. "That energy is too strange. I tried absorbing it before. It nearly overwhelmed me." "Then hold him off for me. I have a way to destroy the heart of darkness," Chu Yuan said, a steely determination in his gaze. He drew a deep breath, gathering all the chakra in his body into his right eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan flared with unprecedented brilliance. Kemui, Rift of Space. Chu Yuan let out a furious roar, and a violent surge of spatial energy erupted from his right eye. A massive rift tore open above the magic circle, stretching toward the heart of darkness. The leader of the men in black turned pale with shock. "Are you insane? A spatial tear will destroy everything here." He tried to manipulate the dark energy to stop the rift, but by now Monica had charged in, assailing him relentlessly with golden energy. He was quickly overwhelmed, unable to fend off both attacks at once. The spatial rift drew closer and closer, sensing danger. The heart of darkness unleashed waves of frenzied dark energy, struggling desperately to escape the rift's pull. "Now's our chance." A sharp gleam flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes as he poured out even more chakra. The spatial rift contracted with tremendous force, locking tightly onto the heart of darkness. The artifact emitted a piercing, mournful cry, thrashing about, but in the end it was dragged into the rift and vanished without a trace. With the heart of darkness gone, the magic circle ground to a halt, and the remaining dark energy receded like a retreating tide. The leader in black stared in disbelief, then collapsed onto the floor, his eyes brimming with despair. "It's over. Everything is over." Monica approached him, molding the golden energy into binding cords and tying him up. "You're under arrest. Shield will see to your judgment." Chu Yuan withdrew his Susanoo, exhaling deeply in relief. The Kamui, spatial rift had nearly drained all the chakra from his body. If it weren't for the fragments of Nine-Tails chakra slowly restoring his strength, he would have collapsed right there. "We should leave. It isn't safe to stay here," Chu Yuan said, turning briskly toward the exit. Monica, keeping a firm grip on the captive, followed close behind. By the time they emerged from the underground museum, shield backup had already arrived. Coulson spotted them and rushed over. "Agent Chu, Agent Rambo, are you both all right? What's the situation inside?" "I've banished the heart of darkness with a spatial rift, and the leader is in custody," Chu Yuan replied, pausing for a moment. "But the interior of the museum is heavily damaged. You'll need to send in a team for repairs and cleanup." Coulson nodded. "Don't worry. I've already made arrangements. Director Fury wants you both back at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters immediately. He has something important to discuss with you. Chu Yuan and Monica exchange glances, each seeing uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. Neither of them knew that, at that very moment, a wave of doubt about Chu Yuan was quietly brewing at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Back at headquarters, Chu Yuan and Monica were escorted straight to the top-floor conference room. Besides Fury, several high-ranking officials of S.H.I.E.L.D. were already seated, their expressions grave. Seeing them enter, Fury gestured to the seats beside him. Sit down. We have urgent matters to discuss. After Chu Yuan and Monica sat down, an elderly man with silver hair began to speak. Agent Chu Yuan, we have already received the report from the Underground Museum. You used a spatial rift to destroy the Heart of Darkness. While that resolved the immediate crisis, it also caused tremendous destruction. More importantly, we have no way of knowing where the Heart of Darkness was sent. If it were to fall into enemy hands, the consequences would be unthinkable. Zhu Juan, Thao Wen. The situation was dire at the time, and I had no other choice. If I hadn't destroyed the Heart of Darkness, Caecilius would have been resurrected, and the threat to Earth would have been far greater. But have you ever considered that your very abilities might be a threat in themselves? Another senior officer interjected. Your chakra comes from an unknown ninja world, and your ocular powers possess a terrifying ability to tear through space. We have no way of knowing if you can truly control these powers. If you ever lost control, who could stop you? At that, Monica immediately spoke up in his defense. Members of the council, Agent Chu Yuan has always fought to protect Earth. It was he who drove Caecilius back at the Taj Mahal and stopped Ultron's army of robots. This time, he destroyed the Heart of Darkness again. His powers may be formidable, but his heart is firmly on the side of Earth. Agent Lambert, we understand how you feel, but these are S.H.I.E.L.D. regulations, the white-haired elder replied. Anyone possessing unknown and extraordinary abilities must be rigorously evaluated and closely supervised. It's the only way to ensure Earth's safety. Director Fury rapped his knuckles on the table, cutting through the argument. Enough, everyone. Agent Chu Yuan's powers are undeniably formidable, but so are his contributions. I believe we shouldn't be questioning him. We should be figuring out how to help him master his abilities. After all, with the crisis of Thanos looming over us, we need every powerful asset we can get. The conference room fell silent. After a long pause, the white-haired elder finally spoke again. Since Director Fury has said as much, we will hold off on monitoring Agent Chu Yuan for the time being. However, we will be keeping a close eye on his use of those abilities, and if anything out of the ordinary happens, we will take immediate action. Chu Yuan felt a weight lift from his heart and cast a grateful look at Fury. Fury gave a slight nod and continued. All right, that settles it for now. Chu Yuan, Monica, you've both worked hard lately. Go get some rest. I'll be in touch when there's a new assignment. The two of them stood up and left the conference room. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Monica turned to Chu Yuan. Thank you for what you did back there. Chu Yuan looked surprised. Thank me? For what? Thank you for trusting me, and thank you for everything you've done for Earth, Monica said, a sincere smile lighting up her face. I misunderstood your abilities before. I am sorry. Chu Yuan returned her smile. It's all right. I understand your concerns. From now on, we're comrades. Together, we'll stand against Thanos and protect Earth. All right. Monica nodded, her eyes filled with determination. Just as the two were about to part ways, a sudden chime echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. The system's prompt. Ding. Host has successfully destroyed the Heart of Darkness, prevented Caecilius' resurrection, and completed the side quest, Earth's first line of defense. Quest reward. Chakra capacity increased by 50%. Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Kinui, spatial shift unlocked, allows the user to transport a designated target to any known location. And you have obtained the Uchiha clan's secret fire technique, Fire Style, Great Blaze Annihilation. A surge of delight welled up in Chu Yuan's heart. The quest rewards this time were truly generous. The Kamui, spatial shift ability would make him far more agile in future battles. And Great Blaze Annihilation was one of the Uchiha clan's most formidable fire techniques, its power vastly exceeding that of ordinary fire-style jutsu. After parting with Monica, Chu Yuan didn't head straight home. Instead, he drove out to SHIELD's secret training base on the outskirts of the city. Far from the urban bustle and surrounded by open fields, it was the perfect place to test out his newly acquired ninja and ocular techniques. At the center of the training grounds lay a wide, open space, encircled by several alloy target towers rising 50 meters high. Chu Yuan stood in the middle of the field, taking a deep breath as chakra roared through his body. Thanks to the two recent boosts from his quest rewards, his chakra reserves had more than doubled. The persistent recovery granted by the Nine-Tails chakra fragment meant he never had to worry about running out of energy. Let's try Great Blaze Annihilation first, Chu Yuan murmured, his hands flashing through a rapid series of seals. Fire style, Great Blaze Annihilation. He exhaled forcefully, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Unlike the usual Great Fireball technique, these flames burned a deep crimson, their heat intense enough to warp the air itself. A pillar of fire, 10 meters wide, shot forward, roaring straight toward the alloy target tower. The moment the fire struck, the surface of the tower melted instantly. The entire structure, subjected to the incredible heat, deformed and collapsed like butter under a hot knife. The blaze raged for nearly a full minute before it finally subsided, leaving behind nothing but a puddle of smoldering, smoking metal. This power truly lives up to its reputation, Chu Yuan remarked with satisfaction. As a secret technique of the Uchiha clan, Great Blaze Annihilation far surpassed any fire-style jutsu he'd mastered before, more than enough to wipe out swathes of enemies at once. Next came the newly unlocked ocular jutsu, Kimui, spatial transfer. Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his right eye locking onto a block of alloy, weighing 10 tons not far away. He focused his mind, channeling Chakra into his right eye, and silently intoned, Kimui, spatial transfer. A flash of blue light flickered from his right eye, and the alloy block vanished instantly from its place. Chu Yuan immediately turned his gaze to an open area 100 meters away and used the ability again. Transfer. The alloy block appeared out of thin air on the open ground, crashing down and leaving a deep pit in the earth. Chu Yuan repeated the process several times, transferring objects from small to large, from short distances to as far as a kilometer, gradually mastering the rhythm of Kamui, spatial transfer. Not only can I move objects, I can transfer myself as well. The thought struck him, and he attempted to transport himself to the top of a target tower a kilometer away. The moment the idea formed, a surge of spatial power enveloped his body, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared atop the tower. Looking down at the ground below, the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. With this ability, whether it's a surprise attack or a quick retreat, everything becomes so much easier. Just as Chu Yuan was reveling in the thrill of his new power, his communicator suddenly buzzed. He answered, and Coulson's voice came through. Chu, emergency. The satellite has detected an unknown alien signal heading for Earth. Its trajectory seems to be aimed at the area where you destroyed the Heart of Darkness. Chu Yuan's expression darkened. An alien signal? Could it be related to the Heart of Darkness? We can't be sure yet, but the energy fluctuations are very peculiar. There's a faint correlation with the dark energy we picked up before, Coulson explained. Director Fury has already ordered Monica to investigate in Brooklyn. He wants you to assist her. I'll head over right away. Chu Yuan ended the call, activated Kimui, spatial transfer, and vanished from the top of the tower, speeding towards Brooklyn. When Chu Yuan arrived in Brooklyn, Monica had already set up a temporary command post near the Underground Museum. As soon as she saw him, she hurried over. You're here. The alien signal the satellite picked up is close by, and its energy fluctuations are growing stronger. It feels like something is about to descend. Chu Yuan activated his Sharingan again, scanning the surroundings. He could sense, in addition to the lingering traces of dark energy, a new, unfamiliar wave of energy in the air. This strange force carried a fierce sense of aggression, utterly unlike any energy he had encountered before. This energy signature is odd. It's not like the Dark Dimension, nor does it resemble the energy of Thanos' army. Chu Yuan, thou win. Is it possible we're dealing with another alien civilization? Monica nodded. That's possible. There's no record of this energy in SHLD's database, and we know nothing about this unknown alien force. At that very moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Chu Yuan and Monica looked up to see a massive rift tearing open in the heavens, rumbling ominously from within. Moments later, a colossal alien ship slowly emerged from the fissure, its surface bristling with sharp metallic spikes that radiated a chilling aura of menace. Warning: high-intensity energy reaction detected. The ship is locking onto a target. Monica's communicator blared with a sharp alarm. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted. This is bad. They're coming for us. Monica, get ready for battle. Without hesitation, Monica summoned a golden energy shield, bracing herself for the fight. Suddenly, dozens of violet energy beams shot out from the alien ship, streaking toward them. Chu Yuan activated his divine might. Phasing technique, his body instantly becoming translucent. The beams passed harmlessly through him, crashing into the ground and gouging out deep, smoking craters. Monica, use your energy shield to block the attack. I'll launch an assault on the ship. Chu Yuan shouted. unleashing divine might. Spatial shift. In a blink, he reappeared on the alien ship's deck. The deck was swarming with alien soldiers wielding bizarre weapons, all turning to attack Chu Yuan at once. Forming hand seals, Chu Yuan called out, "Fire style! Majestic flame annihilation!" A torrent of dark red flames erupted, engulfing swathes of alien soldiers in an instant. The survivors, undeterred, closed in around him. Chu Yuan unleashed Susanoo, conjuring a towering orange spectral warrior wielding a longsword, which he swung at the advancing enemies. With each sweep of the blade, alien soldiers were cleaved in two, their ranks falling swiftly. Chu Yuan cut a bloody path across the deck, eliminating every last foe in his way. Without pausing, he dashed toward the ship's control room, determined to seize control and prevent an attack on Earth. But as Chu Yuan burst into the control room, he found it eerily empty. Only a massive crystal device stood at its center, pulsing with energy identical to the alien signal they had detected earlier. "What is this thing?" Chu Yuan frowned, reaching out to touch the crystalline apparatus. Just then, the device flared with blinding brilliance, unleashing a surge of energy that blasted toward him. Caught off guard, Chu Yuan was hurled backward by the impact, crashing hard against the wall. Blood spilled from his lips as he struggled to his feet, wariness flickering in his eyes. This power actually pierced through Susanoo's defenses? The crystal device continued to release energy as the spacecraft began to slowly move, gliding toward the heart of the city. Chu Yuan knew he couldn't allow the ship to get any closer. Otherwise, the resulting casualties would be catastrophic. Taking a deep breath, he drove his chakra into a frenzy within him and unlocked the ultimate form of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Gamui, spatialhon. With a furious shout, a surge of spatial energy erupted from his right eye. A massive rift tore open in space before the crystal device, spreading rapidly in its direction. Sensing the imminent danger, the crystal device unleashed an even more intense burst of energy, desperate to resist the pull of the spatial fissure. "Break for me!" Chu Yuan poured even more chakra into the attack, and the rift snapped shut with sudden force, anchoring itself to the crystal device. The device emitted a piercing, mournful wail, but in the end, it was consumed by the spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. With the disappearance of the crystal device, the spacecraft lost its power source. It fell silent and began drifting downwards, slowly plummeting to the ground. Chu Yuan activated Kimui, spatial shift, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared beside Monica. "How's the ship?" Monica asked anxiously. "The ship's lost its power and crashed," Chu Yuan replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. But that crystal device was bizarre. Its energy could even pierce through Susanoo's defenses. "And I can't shake the feeling that this alien force is somehow connected to the heart of darkness." Monica nodded. "I've already contacted S.H.I.E.L.D. They're sending a team to investigate the wreck. We need to find out where this alien force comes from and why they're so interested in Earth." Gazing at the crashed ship, worry clouded Chu Yuan's eyes. He understood all too well. This mysterious alien force was only the beginning. With Thanos drawing ever closer, Earth would soon face far greater threats. He needed to grow stronger, fast. The next morning, Chu Yuan and Monica arrived at the crash site of the alien spacecraft. S.H.I.E.L.D. had sealed off the area, and dozens of agents were already examining the wreckage. Nick Fury stood before the twisted remains of the ship, his expression grave. Upon seeing Chu Yuan and Monica, he strode over at once. "You're here. Our preliminary investigation shows that this ship came from an unknown star system. Its technology is far beyond anything on Earth. And we found some records in the ship's database. Records about the heart of darkness." "Records about the heart of darkness?" Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. "What do they say?" Fury handed Chu Yuan a report. "According to the database records, this alien force calls themselves the Void Marauders. They survive by plundering rare energy entities across the universe. The Dark Heart is highly renowned throughout the cosmos, an extremely rare energy core with boundless power. The Void Marauders track the energy waves emitted by the Dark Heart to locate Earth." "Chu Yuan, thou win. So their target is the Dark Heart? But I've already sent it away by tearing open space. Why would they still attack Earth?" "Because they're not sure whether the Dark Heart is truly gone from Earth," Fury replied. "The Void Marauders database shows that the Dark Heart has the ability to repair and relocate itself. Even if it's sent to another dimension, there's a chance it could find its way back. Their mission on Earth is to confirm the whereabouts of the Dark Heart. If it's still here, they'll stop at nothing to take it." Monica's face turned grim as she listened. "If the Void Marauders attack again, can we really hold them off? Their technology is far ahead of ours, and they wield incredibly powerful energy weapons." Fury was silent for a moment before speaking. As things stand, our odds aren't great. But we're not entirely unprepared. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already launched an emergency protocol and united all the superheroes on Earth to confront the threat of the Void Marauders. And of course, we have your strength on our side, Chu. Chu Juan, note that. I'll do everything I can. But we can't just sit back and defend. We need to take the initiative, find the Void Marauders base, and end this threat once and for all. You're right, Fury agreed. S.H.I.E.L.D. has dispatched several teams into space to investigate the Void Marauders' whereabouts. So far, though, we haven't received any news. However, we did uncover a crucial clue in the wreckage of their ship. The Void Marauders' next target is the Cosmic Cube on Asgard. The Cosmic Cube? Chu Yuan's heart sank. The Cosmic Cube contains the power of the Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones Thanos has long sought. If the Void Marauders seize the Cosmic Cube, not only would they gain tremendous power, but they'd also earn the wrath of Thanos. That would put Earth in the crosshairs of both Thanos and the Void Marauders. We have to stop them, Monica said immediately. Asgard is a long way from Earth. We need to contact Thor as soon as possible and make sure he's ready to defend it. Fury nodded. I've already sent people to contact Thor, but so far there's been no response from him. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. has drafted a plan. We'll dispatch a team to Asgard to assist Thor in guarding the Cosmic Cube. Chu, Monica, I hope both of you can join this team. Chu Yuan and Monica exchanged a glance, finding determination mirrored in each other's eyes. No problem, Chu Yuan replied. When do we leave? First thing tomorrow morning, Fury said. Head back and get ready. S.H.I.E.L.D. will provide your weapons and gear. Remember, this mission is extremely dangerous. The Void Reavers are likely already on their way to Asgard. You must stay vigilant. Chu Yuan and Monica nodded, then turned and left the site of the crashed ship. Back at his quarters, Chu Yuan began organizing his equipment. He packed his usual ninja tools into his backpack, and also brought along a Chakra amplifier specially crafted for him by Tony. This device would boost his Chakra output in battle, allowing his jutsu and ocular powers to reach even greater heights. That evening, Chu Yuan received a call from Steven. Chu, I heard you're heading to Asgard on a mission. Steven's voice came clearly through the phone. That's right, Chu Yuan replied. The Void Reavers are after the Cosmic Cube. We have to stop them. The cube holds immense spatial power. If the Void Reavers get their hands on it, the consequences will be catastrophic, Steven said. I've prepared some magical items for you. They'll help shield you from dark energy and alien attacks in combat. I'll deliver them to S.H.I.E.L.D. first thing tomorrow. Chu Yuan felt a warm sense of gratitude. Thank you, Steven. We're comrades. No need for thanks, Steven replied. Remember, if you run into any trouble in Asgard, you can reach me through magic. I'll be ready to support you at any time. After hanging up, Chu Yuan lay in bed, his mind racing through every detail of the mission. He knew that this journey to Asgard would bring challenges unlike any he'd ever faced. But he wouldn't back down. To protect those around him, he would give everything he had. At dawn the next day, Chu Yuan and Monica arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Fury had already prepared a ship and all their equipment. Steven arrived on time as well, handing Chu Yuan a box filled with magical items. There are 3 magic talismans and a vial of potion inside, Steven explained. The talismans will activate protective shields if you're in danger, and the potion can quickly restore your stamina and energy. Be careful. Chu Yuan accepted the box and nodded. I will. Fury looked at the two of them and said, the ship is ready. You can depart now. Good luck to both of you. Chu Yuan and Monica boarded the spacecraft and set course for Asgard. The ship pierced through the atmosphere and soared into the vastness of space. After several days of travel, their vessel finally arrived at Asgard, a realm steeped in magic and myth. The sky here shimmered with a golden hue, and magnificent palaces towered from the ground, their rooftops adorned with countless sparkling gems. Their ship touched down before the grand palace of Asgard, where Thor was already waiting. As soon as he saw Chu Yuan and Monica, Thor strode forward with a welcoming smile. Welcome to Asgard, my friends. It's been a while, Thor, Chu Yuan replied with a grin. We're here this time to help you protect the Tesseract. Thor nodded, his expression growing serious. I've already received word from Fury. The Void Marauders are a formidable force. Their ships have appeared in the star systems around Asgard, and they could launch an attack at any moment. What's more, I've received troubling news. Loki has been acting strange lately. It seems he's been secretly communicating with the Marauders. Loki, Chu Yuan's heart sank. Loki had always coveted the Tesseract. If he would join forces with the Void Marauders, Asgard would be in even greater peril. I've already sent people to track Loki's movements, but so far, there's been no word, Thor continued. For now, the Tesseract is secured in Asgard's vault, guarded by our most trusted soldiers. Still, I'm not sure it will be enough to withstand the Marauders' assault. Monica spoke up. We can set up an energy shield around the vault. combined with Chu's ninja arts and my energy attacks, that should hold him off for a while. But we must find Loki quickly and stop him from joining forces with the Marauders. Thor nodded in agreement. I concur. Chu, Monica, come with me to the vault so we can check on the Tesseract. Then we'll plan our next steps. The three of them made their way to Asgard's treasure vault. Inside, countless precious artifacts were stored, but the Tesseract sat at the very center, glowing with a deep blue light. Around it stood rows of Asgardian soldiers, spears in hand, keeping a vigilant watch over the chamber. Chu Yuan activated his Sharingan, scanning the Tesseract intently. He could sense the immense spatial energy contained within it, a power that resonated mysteriously with his own Kamui ability. The energy of the Tesseract is truly immense, Chu Yuan murmured to himself. If I could harness this power, my Kamui would be greatly enhanced. At that very moment, a deafening explosion erupted outside the treasury. Thor's expression changed instantly. Not good. The Void Raiders are here. The three of them rushed out of the vault. Overhead, dozens of Void Raider ships had appeared in Asgard's sky, unleashing torrents of purple energy beams that rained down upon the palace and its soldiers. Prepare for battle, Thor shouted, raising Mjolnir high and hurling it toward the ships above. The hammer, crackling with lightning, struck the deck of one vessel, which exploded in a brilliant flash. Monica summoned golden energy and fired it at the attacking ships. Her energy beam struck a ship's shield, causing shimmering ripples to race across its surface. Chu Yuan activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, unleashing Kamui, space shift, instantly relocating several Asgardian soldiers to safety. Then, weaving hand signs, he called out, Fire Style, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Dark crimson flames erupted forth, blasting into the engine of a ship. The vessel lost control and spiraled toward the ground in a burning descent. Seeing this, the Void Raiders quickly adapted, shifting tactics to focus their assault on the trio. Dozens of purple energy beams surged toward them. Chu Yuan invoked Kamui, intangibility, his body turning translucent so the energy blast passed harmlessly through him to scorch the ground behind. Thor raised Mjolnir, unleashing torrents of lightning that clashed against the oncoming beams. Monica conjured a shimmering energy shield, sheltering her companions behind her. This can't go on. There are too many of their ships. We'll be overwhelmed sooner or later, Monica said urgently. We need to find their flagship and destroy their command center. Thor nodded, Mjolnir arcing back to his hand in a golden streak. The flagship should be at the center of their fleet. Chu, can you use your space shifting to get us there? Monica and I will keep the other ships busy, while you destroy the flagship's command core. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he scanned the fleet above. Dozens of ships arranged in a ring, with a massive black warship 3 times the size of the others at the center. Twisted purple runes crawled across its hull, sending out pulses of energy that controlled the fleet. No problem. Chu Yuan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, the Kamui pattern spinning rapidly in his right eye. Get ready. I'll count to 3, then shift us over. 1, 2, 3. As his words fell, a ripple of pale blue energy enveloped the three of them. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing on the flagship's deck. The alien soldiers barely had time to react. Monica had already formed a golden blade of energy, slicing through the throats of 3 enemies in a flash. Thor swung Mjolnir, lightning chaining out like living serpents, knocking every foe in their path aside. Hurry! The control room is at the top level of the bridge. Thor shouted down the metallic corridor ahead, with Chu Yuan close behind him. The three of them advanced swiftly along the passage. The alien soldiers they encountered along the way were no match for them. Some were blasted to pieces by Monica's energy, others were charred by Thor's lightning, while Chu Yuan deftly dodged the occasional energy bolts with his divine might, phasing technique, clearing a smooth path forward. As they reached the door of the bridge, the heavy alloy doors began to open slowly. Standing just beyond was a figure draped in a black cloak, his hood revealing half of his face. It was Loki. Loki, so you really are in league with the Void Raiders. Thor roared, raising his hammer, ready to strike. Loki, however, suddenly lifted his hands, a sly smile curling over his lips. Brother, don't get so worked up. I'm only here to deliver a little gift. With a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized black device landed in front of Chu Yuan. The device pulsed with energy eerily similar to that of the Heart of Darkness. This is the Void Raiders' Heart of Darkness locator. Once you activate it, you'll be able to find the Heart of Darkness you sent away. However, Loki paused, his eyes turning icy cold. The moment you activate the locator, it will broadcast the Heart of Darkness's coordinates to the entire universe. Not just the Void Raiders. Thanos' legions will come running as well. So tell me, Chu Yuan, what will you choose? Shu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. At last, he understood Loki's true intent. He wasn't trying to help the Void Raiders at all. He wanted to use the Heart of Darkness to spark a conflict between the powers of the universe and reap the spoils for himself. Instinctively, Chu Yuan reached out for the locator, but Loki suddenly unleashed a surge of green magical energy, knocking the device onto the central console of the bridge. The locator landed on the console and activated instantly. Black energy ripples spread outward from its center, and Chu Yuan could clearly feel his own divine might resonating with the locator. His right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, throbbed with uncontrollable pain, as if something was about to burst forth from his pupil. "This is bad. The Tesseract's energy is reacting too," Monica shouted. Chu Yuan turned to see a beam of blue light shooting upward from the direction of the Asgardian vault. The Tesseract's energy was piercing right through the palace walls, connecting with the ripples from the locator. The two streams of energy intertwined in midair, tearing open a twisted spatial rift. From within the rift surged a familiar wave of dark energy, the Heart of Darkness. The locator was really drawing it back from another dimension. Watching it all unfold, Loki burst out laughing. "Perfect. The collision of spatial energies will shatter Asgard's barriers completely. Soon, chaos will engulf all 9 realms, and I will become the new king of them all." Thor's rage was uncontrollable. He hurled Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder, crackling with lightning, straight at Loki. "You madman! I will never let you have your way." Loki dodged the blow with ease. His form dissolved into a swirl of green mist, vanishing from the bridge. "The game has only just begun, brother. Enjoy the chaos." At that very moment, alarms blared throughout the bridge. On the control console, a line of red warning text flashed. "Void Reaver's main fleet imminent. Estimated arrival in Asgardian airspace. 3 minutes." Chu Yuan's face was grave, his expression tightening with urgency. "We're out of time. Thor, reinforce Asgard's spatial barrier at once. Don't let the Heart of Darkness get any closer. Monica, you're with me. We need to destroy that locator and sever its energy link." Thor nodded firmly and dashed out of the bridge. "Be careful. I'll come back to help as soon as I can." Chu Yuan and Monica rushed to the console. The locator had already merged into the controls, black energy rippling ever more fiercely. Monica summoned a golden energy cannon and fired at the device. "Chu, try using your divine power. Your spatial abilities might be able to cut off its energy." Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, chakra surging wildly into his right eye. Fixing his gaze on the locator, he chanted silently in his mind, "Kemi, spatial rend." A black rift appeared above the locator, striving to swallow it whole. But the locator responded, unleashing a violent surge of power that resisted the rift's pull. Chu Yuan could feel the Heart of Darkness drawing ever closer, the dark energy leaking from the crack nearly overwhelming his Kamui. "It's no use. My Kamui's power isn't enough." Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his brow. Suddenly, he remembered the magical sigil Steven had given him. He fished it from his pocket and poured his chakra into it. "Steven, I need your help." Instantly, the sigil shimmered with golden light, and a magical projection materialized in the air. Steven's figure stepped out of the glowing image, his face darkening as he took in the scene. A collision of dual spatial energies. "Chu, quickly, use the power of the Tesseract to counteract it. Your Kamui and the Space Stone share the same origin. If you can channel the Tesseract's energy, you can suppress the Heart of Darkness." Channel the Tesseract's energy? Chu Yuan hesitated for a heartbeat, then realized what he had to do. "But how do I reach the Tesseract?" "With your Kamui," Steven shouted. "The Space Stone's power can penetrate any barrier. If you use Kamui to connect to the Tesseract, you'll be able to draw on its energy. Trust me, your ocular power is stronger than you think." Chu Yuan did not hesitate. He closed his eyes, gathering all his focus. Channeling his divine energy toward the cosmic cube, he tried to pierce through the spatial barrier. Just as the Heart of Darkness was about to burst through the fissure, a sharp, crystalline sound echoed in his mind. His right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan had started to glow. A strand of blue energy surged forth from the direction of the cosmic cube, seamlessly merging with his divine power. Chu Yuan's eyes snapped open, and a glimmer of blue now streaked through the patterns in his right eye. Kamui, spatial countermeasure. In an instant, a blue rift blanketed the black fissure, forcefully shoving back the Heart of Darkness's energy. The locator's glow began to fade, and the blaring alarms from the console gradually died down. Seizing the moment, Monica unleashed a golden energy cannon at the locator with a fierce shout. "Break!" The locator detonated in a burst, and the rippling black energy vanished completely. The spatial rift slowly sealed, the aura of the Heart of Darkness fading with it. Chu Yuan and Monica collapsed to the ground, both gasping for breath. Steven's projection observed the blue glow in Chu Yuan's right eye, a hint of astonishment flickering across his face. Your Kamui has actually resonated permanently with the Space Stone? This is incredible. Chu, do you realize what this means? You now have the potential to wield the power of the Space Stone. Chu Yuan touched his right eye. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but his divine energy seemed even stronger than before. Just as he was about to speak, his communicator crackled to life. Coulson's urgent voice came through. Chu, emergency. Earth is detecting a surge of dark energy. Remnants of Kaisalia's forces are launching a sudden assault. Both the New York Sanctum and Camartage are under attack. Steven, you need to get back here now. Steven's expression changed. He turned to Chu Yuan and said, I have to return immediately. Chu, the crisis in Asgard isn't over, and the main fleet of the Void Marauders will arrive soon. You must be careful. If you run into trouble you can't handle, use this sigil to contact me. With that, Steven's projection vanished. Chu Yuan and Monica exchanged glances, worry reflected in both their eyes. With Earth and Asgard plunged in a simultaneous crises, they were stretched impossibly thin. Just then, the bridge doors burst open. An Asgardian soldier rushed in, pale-faced. Agent Chu, Agent Monica, bad news. While Lord Thor was reinforcing the spatial barrier, he was ambushed by the leader of the Void Marauders and has been captured. Chu Yuan sprang to his feet, the blue light in his right eye flaring once more. He clenched his fist, determination burning in his gaze. Monica, contact S.H.I.E.L.D. at once and request support for Earth. Leave the Asgard situation to me. I will rescue Thor and stop the Void Marauders. Monica nodded, a trace of worry in her eyes. Be careful. If anything happens, contact me right away. Chu Yuan looked up at the sky above Asgard. In the distance, he could already see the swarming Void Raiders' ships. Taking a deep breath, he activated Divine Might, Spatial Shift, and vanished from the bridge in an instant. Through his spatial ability, Chu Yuan arrived at Asgard Spaceport. The place had already fallen to the Void Raiders' Vanguard. Dozens of alien soldiers were hauling away Asgard's treasures. Chu Yuan summoned the half-body form of Susanoo. An orange ethereal warrior wielded a long sword, surging forward at the soldiers. With a single sweep of the blade, 3 soldiers were cut down in a flash. The remaining enemies, startled, immediately turned their weapons on Chu Yuan. Forming hand seals, he intoned, fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Dark red flames erupted, surging forth to engulf the entire spaceport. The soldiers' screams echoed one after another, soon fading as the fire reduced them to ashes. Dismissing Susanoo, Chu Yuan activated his chakra sense, searching for Thor's whereabouts. Just then, a beam of violet energy shot toward him from behind. Chu Yuan reacted instantly, shifting into Divine Might, intangibility. The beam passed harmlessly through him, blasting into a distant ship. Turning, Chu Yuan saw a towering alien clad in black armor, wielding a purple energy blade, standing atop a nearby vessel. So, you're the leader of the Void Raiders? Chu Yuan asked coldly, his right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan slowly revolving. The alien let out a harsh laugh, his voice as grating as grinding metal. I am Karen, chief of the Void Raiders. You must be the Earthling with spatial abilities. Impressive. You destroyed our locator and even resonated with the Space Stone. Your powers are quite intriguing. Karen leaped from the ship, landing before Chu Yuan. Thor is in my custody. If you wish to save him, come with me. I know you're searching for the Heart of Darkness. I can help you find it. But in exchange, you must do something for me. Zhu Duan, thou win. What is it? Help me seize the Cosmic Cube, Karen said. I know you can control the Space Stone's power. If you give me the cube, not only will I release Thor, I'll also tell you the final whereabouts of the Heart of Darkness. So what do you say? Not a bad deal, is it? Chu Yuan's mind raced. He knew Karen could not be trusted, but with Thor in the enemy's hands, he had no choice. And how do I know you won't go back on your word? I swear on the honor of the Void Reaver. As soon as you retrieve the Cosmic Cube, I will release Thor immediately. Karen raised his right hand, a swirl of violet energy gathering in his palm. This is my energy seal. If you don't believe me, use your spatial powers to sense it. My energy seal never lies. Chu Yuan activated his Sharingan, carefully sensing Karen's energy seal. There was indeed no hint of deceit in the seal's resonance, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Just then, the fragment of Ninetail's chakra inside him suddenly surged, sending a wave of warmth through his entire body. In that instant, Chu Yuan realized The energy seal Karen had shown him was laced with a trace of the Dark Heart's power. You've infused the seal with the Dark Heart's energy. Chu Yuan's expression shifted. Are you trying to control me through the seal? A fleeting change crossed Karen's face, but he quickly sneered. So you're not as naive as you look. Unfortunately, it's too late. My energy seal has already merged with your body. The moment I activate the Dark Heart's power, I can take control of you. If you don't want to become my puppet, you'd better behave and help me get the cosmic cube. Chu Yuan cursed himself inwardly for his carelessness. He instantly channeled his chakra, struggling to suppress the invasive energy seal. But it clung to his chakra pathways like a parasite, impossible to dislodge. He could feel the Dark Heart's energy slowly eroding his consciousness. While his Mangekyo Sharingan in the right, I began to flicker uncontrollably. Don't waste your energy. Karen advanced step by step. The Dark Heart's power can dominate anyone with a connection to space. It's no different for you. Now, come with me to the vault and retrieve the cosmic cube, or you'll watch Thor die before your very eyes. Chu Yuan clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. He knew that surrendering would spell disaster, not just for Asgard, but for Earth as well, should the cosmic cube fall into Karen's hands. In that desperate moment, he remembered the fragment of Ninetail's chakra within him. The Ninetail's chakra was one of the most powerful and malevolent forces in the world of shinobi, notorious for its ability to devour and assimilate any evil energy. Focusing his mind, Chu Yuan directed the Ninetail's chakra toward the energy seal. The sinister golden chakra collided with the black seal, crackling and hissing with fierce intensity. Karen's confident smile froze instantly. Impossible. How can you harbor such immense power inside you? This is a strength you'll never comprehend. A cold, steely glint flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. Kamui, spatial shift. With a sudden surge, he triggered spatial transfer, vanishing and reappearing behind Karen in the blink of an eye. His right hand condensed a blade of chakra, which he drove toward Karen's back. But Karen reacted with lightning speed, twisting away to dodge the strike, and countered with a sweep of his violet energy sword, slicing through the air toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan activated Susanoo, and the orange spiritual avatar blocked the energy blade. He glanced at Karen, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Your plan has failed. Now it's my turn to ask, where exactly is Thor? Karen's face darkened. He hadn't expected Chu Yuan to break through his energy seal. Since you refused to cooperate, I'll just have to kill you and take the cosmic cube myself. Karen raised his energy sword, purple energy gathering along its length, forming a blade 10 meters long. Void Slash, the energy blade, carrying a force that threatened to rend the heavens and earth, slashed toward Chu Yuan. Not daring to be careless, Chu Yuan activated King, phasing, channeling Ninetail's chakra into Susanoo at the same time. Instantly, the orange avatar became even more solid, and the long sword in its hand was cloaked in a golden radiance. Susanoo's second form. With a furious roar, Chu Yuan commanded Susanoo to swing its golden sword toward the energy blade. The two mighty attacks collided, shaking the entire spaceport violently, and massive cracks split the ground. At that moment, Chu Yuan's communicator suddenly rang. Monica's anxious voice came through. Chu, this is bad. The dark energy readings on Earth are spiking. The remnants of Caecilius have breached the defenses of the New York Sanctum, and Steven needs backup. And S.H.I.E.L.D. has detected that Thanos' Vanguard has already entered the solar system. Chu Yuan's heart sank. Thanos' Vanguard had arrived far sooner than expected. He looked at Karen before him, then thought of the crisis on Earth, caught in a painful dilemma. Karen saw Chu Yuan's hesitation and sneered. Looks like your Earth is in trouble too. If you surrender now, I can help you deal with Thanos. My Void Marauder may not be a match for him, but at least it can buy you some time. What do you say? This is your only chance. Chu Yuan clenched his fists. He knew Karen's words couldn't be trusted, but with Thanos' threat looming, he didn't have much time to hesitate. Just then, a familiar system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Main quest triggered. Guardians of Two Worlds. Objective 1. Rescue Thor and stop Karen from seizing the cosmic cube. Objective 2. Return to Earth to assist Steven and repel the remnants of Caecilius. Rewards. Unlock new Mangekyo, Sharingan ability, Kamui, Spatial Fold. Ninetail's chakra fusion increases to 50% and gain one-time use of Uchiha Shursue's Koto Amatsukami. Warning, if either mission objective fails, Asgard or Earth will face annihilation, and the system will forcibly revoke the host Hokage skill set. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The system had issued a dual target mission, and the punishment for failure was alarmingly severe. He drew in a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. No matter how difficult it might be, he had to complete the mission and protect both Asgard and Earth. Karen, don't even think about playing any tricks, Chu Yuan declared, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan. The blue light of his right, I intertwined with the golden energy of the Nine Tails Chakra. Today, I won't just rescue Thor. I'll destroy your main fleet as well. Karen, observing the surge of energy erupting from Chu Yuan, felt a flicker of apprehension in his eyes, quickly replaced by greed. Then show me what you're truly capable of. Void Reavers, all units, attack. In the distance, the main fleet of the Void Reavers had already arrived, a swarm of ships hurtling toward the spaceport. Chu Yuan gripped his golden longsword tightly, and the orange astral form of Susanoo slowly ascended around him. He knew an unprecedented, brutal battle was about to begin. What he didn't know was that, at that very moment, Loki was hiding deep within Asgard's palace, watching the battle unfold at the spaceport. In his hand, Loki toyed with a green magical gem, the Mind Stone fragment he had taken from Thanos, and the secret weapon he used to control Karen. Above the spaceport, the sky teemed with Void Reaver ships, descending like a swarm of locusts. Purple energy blasts rained down in a relentless barrage upon Chu Yuan's position. Controlling Susanoo, Chu Yuan swept his golden sword before him, forming a shimmering semicircular barrier that absorbed every blast. Yet there were simply too many ships. The surface of Susanoo was already showing tiny fractures. This can't go on. I have to find Thor first. Chu Yuan's mind raced anxiously. His Mangekyo Sharingan in his right eye spun rapidly as he tried to sense Thor's location through the flow of space. Suddenly, he felt a familiar surge of thunderous energy. Thor. The energy was coming from a detention cell on the west side of the spaceport. Karen, your opponent is me. Chu Yuan roared, unleashing Susanoo's power. The golden sword slashed out a massive arc of energy toward Karen. Forced to defend, Karen raised his energy blade, and when the arc collided with it, the shockwave blasted all the alien soldiers nearby off their feet. Seizing the opening, Chu Yuan activated spatial transfer, instantly appearing at the entrance to the detention cell. The alloy door was immensely thick, etched with the Void Reaver's energy runes. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan directed Susanoo's chakra-infused fist at the door, smashing it with tremendous force. With a thunderous crash, the alloy door shattered. The scene inside the cell came into view. Thor was chained to the wall, his body covered in wounds, while Mjolnir sat trapped in a nearby energy cage. When Thor saw Chu Yuan, a glint of joy flashed in his eyes. Chu, you've finally come. Don't speak. I'll get these chains off you first. Chu Yuan strode forward, Susanoo's hand gently gripping the iron chains. Golden chakra flowed into the metal, melting them apart in an instant. Freed from his restraints, Thor rushed straight to the energy cage, seizing Mjolnir in both hands. It's been too long, old friend. Mjolnir broke free from its prison and flew back into Thor's grasp, unleashing a surge of thunderous energy that swept through the entire holding bay. Thor swung his hammer at the oncoming alien soldiers. Chu, what's happening outside? Is Asgard's spatial barrier still holding? For now, the barrier is stable, but the main fleet of the Void Marauders has arrived, and Loki is still scheming in the shadows. As Chu Yuan spoke, he used Kimui, Spatial Ren, to banish the invading alien soldiers into another dimension. We have to destroy Kalen's flagship as quickly as possible and sever the fleet's command system. Thor nodded and soared into the air, borne aloft by Mjolnir. Follow me. The flagship's power core is at the bottom of the ship. If we destroy it, the entire fleet will be thrown into chaos. Together, they burst out of the cell and flew toward Kalen's flagship. Along the way, swarms of alien soldiers tried to intercept them, but Thor's lightning and Chu Yuan's fire jutsu interwove, forming an impenetrable barrier. Chu Yuan formed hand seals. Fire style, majestic flame annihilation. Dark red flames poured down like molten lava, igniting every ship in their path and blazing a trail forward. Before long, the two reached the base of the flagship. The energy core was encased in a thick shield, pulsing with violet energy that powered the fleet. Suddenly, Kalen appeared beside the core, an energy blade flickering dangerously in his grip. Trying to destroy my power core? Not so easy. Kalen, your schemes end here. Thor roared, hurling Mjolnir wreathed in thunder at Kalen. Kalen dodged aside, his energy sword thrusting toward Thor's back. Chu Yuan reacted instantly, Susanoo's golden longsword intercepting the blow. Thor, go for the energy core. I'll handle Kalen. Without hesitation, Thor raised Mjolnir high. Storm clouds gathered overhead, and a massive bolt of lightning struck the core's shield. Judgment of thunder. The shield rippled with waves of energy. Kalen turned to intervene, only to be ensnared by Susanoo's relentless grip. Your opponent is me. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Susanoo erupted in power, golden chakra surging like a volcanic blast. Its form shifted again. Razor-sharp bone spines sprouted from its arms, golden wings unfurled from its back, and a long sword in its hand transformed into a gigantic scythe. Susanoo, third form, a golden scythe carrying the terrifying aura of rending space itself, slashed toward Colin. Colin's expression changed drastically. He could sense the power of this strike far surpassed anything before. In a panic, he gathered all his energy and conjured a thick, purple shield before him. The scythe struck the shield. A web of cracks spread instantly. Colin spat out a mouthful of blood as the impact hurled him violently backward. Thor seized the opportunity, unleashing an even more powerful bolt of lightning. With a thunderous crash, the energy shield shattered completely. The lightning struck the core reactor, causing it to explode in an instant. On the flagship's control console, every connection signal to the fleet vanished at once. Above the spaceport, the Void Reaver ships were thrown into chaos, colliding wildly with each other. Colin stared at the exploding core, his eyes filled with despair and rage. No, my fleet. I will never let you get away with this. Suddenly, he drew from his robes of black crystal, the very shard of the Heart of Darkness that Chu Yuan had sent away earlier. If I can't have the Cosmic Cube, then let's all be destroyed together. The Heart of Darkness fragment erupted with an intense surge of dark energy. Colin's body began to swell. He was absorbing the power of the heart, about to detonate himself. Chu Yuan's face fell. This is bad. He's going to self-destruct. Thor, get away from him now. Without hesitation, Thor swung Mjolnir and soared into the sky, carrying Chu Yuan with him. Colin's body swelled to its limit, and then the dark energy burst forth like a nuclear explosion. Without a moment's pause, Chu Yuan activated Kimui, space folding, siphoning all the explosive dark energy into another dimension. The moment he folded space, a searing pain shot through his right eye, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. This was his first time wielding space folding, and the strain on his body was far beyond anything he had imagined. With the explosion's energy completely absorbed, Calm returned to the skies above Asgard. Colin's body was reduced to ashes by the blast. The remaining Void Reaver ships, seeing their leader destroyed, scattered and fled from Asgard's airspace. Chu Yuan and Thor landed heavily, both gasping for breath, their bodies covered in wounds. We did it. Thor looked at the disappearing ships in disbelief. Chu Yuan nodded, wiping the blood from his lips. We're safe for now, but the crisis isn't over. Loki is still in Asgard, and Thanos' Vanguard has already entered the solar system. Earth still needs our help. Just then, a prompt sounded in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding. Main quest, guarding 2 realms. Objective 1 complete. Rescue Thor and stop Colin from seizing the Cosmic Cube. Rewards granted. New ability from Mangekyo Sharingan, Kimui. Space folding, partially unlocked. Ninetales Chakra Fragment Fusion raised to 30%. Warning. Main mission Guardian of 2 Worlds. Objective 2 remains incomplete. The crisis on Earth is escalating. If you do not return to assist within 1 hour, the mission will fail. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. Only 1 hour left. Without hesitation, he turned to Thor and said, Thor, Asgard needs you to stand guard and reinforce the spatial barrier. We must prevent Loki from causing more trouble. I have to return to Earth immediately and support Steven. Thor nodded gravely. Go without worry. I'll take care of Asgard. If Thanos' army arrives, I'll join you on Earth as soon as possible. Wasting no time, Chu Yuan activated Divine Might. Spatial transfer, destination, Earth, New York Sanctum. A ripple of energy swept through the air, and Chu Yuan's figure vanished above Asgard. What he didn't know was that, deep within the palace after his departure, Loki stood watching the spot where Chu Yuan disappeared. A sly smile crept across his lips, while the shard of the Mind Stone in his hand shimmered with a greenish glow. See you on Earth, Chu Yuan. Thanos' gift wouldn't be complete without your share. Above the New York Sanctum, dark energy gathered like thunderclouds, casting a shadow over the building. The remnants of Caecilius' followers, a group of dark sorcerers draped in black cloaks, had encircled the entrance, relentlessly unleashing blasts of dark magic. Cracks had begun to spiderweb across the sanctum's magical barrier, the once golden glow fading to a dim flicker. Inside, Steven clutched his spellbook, sweat beading on his brow. Around him, several Kamartaj sorcerers had already fallen, and those left standing bore wounds and exhaustion. The tide of dark sorcerers seemed endless, and their attacks were bolstered by some unknown power, making their magic far more potent than before. Steven, hold on, I'm here. Suddenly, a golden rift tore open at the heart of the sanctum, and Chu Yuan leapt out from within. At the sight of him, relief flickered in Steven's eyes. Chu, you're finally back. These dark sorcerers, something's wrong with their magic. There's a strange new energy mixed in. Activating his Sharingan, Chu Yuan scanned the crowd of dark sorcerers. Sure enough, their spells pulsed with a thread of green energy, the power of the Mind Stone. It was identical to the shard Loki held. It's Loki. He's secretly empowering these dark sorcerers. Loki? Why would he ally with the dark sorcerers? Steven asked in disbelief. There's no time to explain. We need to deal with them now. As Chu Yuan spoke, the golden spectral form of Susanoo erupted around him. With a sweep of his scythe, he struck at the nearest dark sorcerer. The sorcerer had no time to react. His body was cleaved in two, and the dark energy dissipated instantly. Steven reacted instantly as well. The spellbook in his hand unleashed golden magical chains, binding the two dark sorcerers. Chu, the magical core of the sanctum, is in the basement. That's their target. If they destroy the core, the space barrier protecting the New York sanctum will collapse, and monsters from the dark dimension will be able to invade Earth. Chu Yuan's expression changed. I'll protect the magical core. You hold off these dark sorcerers. Activating his divine power, spatial shift, he appeared in a flash at the basement entrance. The heavy doors had already been shattered by the dark mages. Several of them surrounded the magical core, assailing it with waves of dark magic. The magical core was an enormous golden crystal, now veined all over with black cracks. Its golden light was growing ever fainter. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan swung the scythe of Susanoo toward the dark sorcerers. They spun around, conjuring a shield of dark energy. The scythe crashed down, shattering the shield in an instant and cutting down every last dark mage. Chu Yuan hurried to the magical core and tried to repair its fractures with Chakra. But the moment his Chakra touched the core, it suddenly erupted in a burst of black light. A surge of powerful dark energy shot toward him. Caught off guard, Chu Yuan was struck hard, sent flying backward, and slammed to the wall with a bone-jarring thud. What's happening? Chu Yuan struggled to his feet, confusion clouding his eyes. He looked again at the magical core and noticed a sliver of green energy mingled among the cracks. Energy from the Mind Stone. It's Loki's scheme. He infused the magical core with the Mind Stone's energy. Anyone who tries to repair the core will trigger a dark energy explosion. Steven's voice echoed from the doorway. He had already defeated the dark mages outside and hurried to Chu Yuan's side. What now? The magical core's power is fading fast. It won't last more than 10 minutes. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, his right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan, glimmering with a blue light. There's only one way. Using the Space Stone's energy to restore the magical core. My divine power is resonating with the Space Stone. Maybe I can suppress the Mind Stone's energy. Without further delay, he focused all his will, channeling his divine power into the magical core. Blue space energy intertwined with the golden magic, slowly healing the core's fractures. The green energy of the Mind Stone struggled to resist, but was relentlessly suppressed by the force of space. After 10 tense minutes, the magical core's cracks finally closed. Golden light once again bathed the entire basement. Above the New York sanctum, the dark energy receded like a retreating tide, and the space barrier regained its strength. Both Chu Yuan and Steven let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing to the floor in exhaustion. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Host has completed main quest, guarding the two realms. Objective 2. Return to Earth to support Steven and fend off the remnants of Caecilius's forces. Mission rewards. Mangekyo Sharingan, new ability, Kimui, spatial fold, fully unlocked. Ninetales Chakra fragment fusion increased to 50%, and one-time access to Uchiha Shursue's Koto Amatsukami. Ding! Host has successfully protected both Asgard and Earth, unlocking the hidden achievement, Guardian of Two Worlds. Reward. Chakra capacity increased by 60%, Sharingan ocular power greatly enhanced. A surge of joy shot through Chu Yuan's heart as Chakra roared within him, swelling in an instant. His right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan blazed even brighter. He was just about to speak when a violent spatial disturbance struck him. Thanos' Vanguard had arrived. Over the New York skyline, an enormous spaceship materialized, its hull emblazoned with the insignia of Thanos' Legion. On the deck stood Thanos' Vanguard commander, Black Dwarf, gripping a massive warhammer, his gaze cold and unyielding as he glared down at the Earth below. Earthlings surrender the Space Stone and the Time Stone, or face annihilation. Chu Yuan and Steven exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity of the moment reflected in the other's eyes. Thanos' Vanguard was here, the The true crisis was only beginning. Just then, Loki's figure appeared on the spaceship's deck. The ship hanging in the sky cast a vast shadow over New York. Black Dwarf's warhammer gleamed with a steely, merciless light under the sun. With a mighty leap, his massive frame crashed onto the stone plaza of the sanctum, the ground cracking beneath him in a web of fissures. Civilians screamed and scattered in panic. Shield fighter jets arrived just in time, launching missiles at the ship, but they exploded harmlessly against the vessel's energy shield, the blast fading away like fireworks against the barrier. Pathetic, Black Dwarf snorted, swinging his warhammer in a wide arc. A surge of violet energy shot toward the jets. Two fighters were caught off guard, instantly engulfed in fireballs as they plummeted to the ground. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed. The golden avatar of Susanoo flared into being, towering 20 meters tall, its scythe raised to guard him. "Stephen, evacuate the civilians. I'll handle things here." Stephen nodded, his magic tome glowing with golden light as a portal unfurled at the edge of the square. "Be careful. Black Dwarf's strength can shatter vibranium. Don't try to take him head on." With that, he began leading people through the portal to safety. Black Dwarf's gaze settled on Chu Yuan, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. "Another one of you types, relying on flashy tricks. Even that hammer-wielding Asgardian couldn't best me. What makes you think you can? Whether it works or not, we'll know once we try." Chu Yuan bellowed in fury. Susanoo swung its scythe, slicing through the air with an aura that seemed to tear space itself, aiming straight at Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf met the attack head-on, raising his warhammer. There was a resounding clang as golden sparks exploded in every direction. Chu Yuan felt a tremendous force surge through the scythe. To his shock, fine cracks snaked across Susanoo's arm. Impressive strength, but still not enough. Black Dwarf roared, suddenly pouring power into his arms. The warhammer knocked aside the scythe, and with his other hand, he grasped Susanoo's ankle, slamming it mercilessly into the ground. The plaza's stone slab shattered, leaving a massive crater. Chu Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, while Susanoo's spectral form instantly dimmed. "I can't just keep taking blows." A ruthless glint flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. He quickly formed a hand seal with his right hand. Fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Dark red flames, like a torrent of molten lava, surged toward Black Dwarf. Yet Black Dwarf remained unfazed. He spun his warhammer before him, conjuring a shield of crackling violet energy. The flames struck the barrier, only to be completely absorbed. "Useless. My warhammer can absorb any energy attack." Black Dwarf boomed with laughter, then hurled his warhammer at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's pupil shrank. He activated Kamui, intangibility. The warhammer passed right through his body and crashed into the temple wall, reducing the thick stone to rubble in an instant. At that moment, the system's notification suddenly echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. "Ding! Host detected in a life-or-death crisis. Hidden reward mechanism triggered. Reward 1. Hashirama's would release cells, adapted version. These can fuse with the host's body, granting would release ninjutsu abilities, greatly increasing chakra reserves and physical regeneration. Reward 2. Uzumaki Clan Chakra Manuscript. After learning it, chakra refining efficiency is increased by 100%, and total chakra is permanently boosted by 30%. Reward 3. Power panel function unlocked. Now displays the host's current combat stats in real time. Host, Chu Yuan. Chakra, 18,000, originally 12,000. Increased by Ninetales Fragment Fusion plus Hidden Achievement bonus. Now temporarily boosted to 25,000 with Would Release Cell bonus. I Techniques, Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. Intangibility, /space transfer, /space folding, I Power Level. 8. Ninjutsu, Fire Style, Great Fireball / Majestic Destroyer Flame. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet / Water Shockwave. Wind Style, Rasen Shuriken. Wood Style, Inactive. Taijutsu. Level 6, Ordinary Human Peak, is Level 3. Overall Power Level, 15,800. Black Dwarf's overall power, 18,500. My combat power is nearly 3,000 lower than Black Dwarf's. Chu Yuan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Yet, the warmth of the wood release cells had already begun to spread through his body. He could sense the muscles in his arm rapidly knitting themselves back together, and the fractured chakra pathways reconnecting like intertwining vines. Seeing Chu Yuan still motionless, Black Dwarf raised his warhammer once more. "It's over." "It's not over yet." Chu Yuan's eyes snapped open. His right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan flared with a green light. The wood release cells had fully merged with the chakra. Forming hand seals, he attempted a wood release jutsu for the very first time. Wood release. Advent of the world of trees. The ground shook violently. Countless thick tree roots burst from beneath the earth, writhing like giant serpents as they coiled toward Black Dwarf. Caught completely off guard, Black Dwarf found his legs ensnared by the roots. Roaring in fury, he swung his war hammer, smashing the roots apart, only to see new ones surging at him from every direction. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan activated Kimi, spatial shift, instantly appearing behind Black Dwarf. The scythe of his Susanoo swept in, aimed at Black Dwarf's nape. With a metallic crash, Black Dwarf managed to turn and block with his warhammer just in time. Sparks danced along his armor where the scythe struck. But Chu Yuan had anticipated this, his left hand already gathering energy into a Raisin Shuriken. Catching Black Dwarf off guard as he blocked, Chu Yuan slammed the spinning jutsu into his chest. Wind release. Raisin Shuriken. A storm of chakra erupted inside Black Dwarf's armor. He let out a muffled grunt, violet blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You can actually wound me. Madness flickered in Black Dwarf's eyes. His body began to swell, violet energy swirling violently around him. I'll tear you to pieces. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. He prepared to launch another wood release, but suddenly felt the wood release cells inside him growing restless. Warning, would release cell fusion at only 30%. Forcing high-load jutsu may cause cell rampage. The system's alert sent a chill through him. Green wooden patterns were already blooming across his arm. I have to finish this quickly. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, instantly comprehending the chakra refinement techniques from the Whirlpool clan's secret chakra records. His chakra surged, flowing like a tidal wave within him. Forming hand seals, he called out, "Wood release, wood dragon jutsu." An enormous dragon, sculpted from living wood, burst from the ground. Its gaping maw unleashed a torrent of chakra straight at Black Dwarf. He raised his war hammer in defense, but the chakra blast hurled him back dozens of meters, leaving twin furrows in the earth where his feet scraped along. Chu Yuan seized the opening, merging his Susanoo with the wood dragon. The golden spectral form wrapped itself around the dragon, creating a colossal figure where gold and green shimmered together. This is it, the final blow. Kamui, spatial collapse. The spatial distortion in his right eye merged with the chakra of the wooden dragon, and a twisted rift in space appeared right in front of Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf tried desperately to escape, but the wooden dragon's claws pinned him down with unyielding force. No, he roared in despair, his body slowly consumed by the spatial rift. When the rift finally closed, only his warhammer remained, clattering onto the square with a crisp, ringing sound. Chu Yuan released Susanoo and collapsed onto the ground, the wooden patterns on his arm gradually fading away. Wood release cell fusion increased to 50%. Chakra permanently increased by 5,000. Current chakra, 30,000. Overall combat power raised to 17,200. The system notification brought him a wave of relief. The recent battle had nearly drained his chakra completely. If not for the regenerative power of the wood release cells, he might have already fallen. Stephen returned through the portal and, seeing the warhammer on the ground, exclaimed in astonishment, "You actually defeated Black Dwarf? He's one of Thanos' fiercest warriors." Chu Yuan forced a wry smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It was just luck, and the trouble isn't over yet. He looked up at the spaceship hovering overhead, its energy shield recharging as more alien soldiers descended from it, surging toward the square. Just then, Chu Yuan's communicator crackled to life, and Fury's anxious voice came through. "Chu, bad news. Besides New York, the sanctums in London and Tokyo are also under attack by Thanos' Vanguard. Hawkeye and Black Widow are already on their way to help, but there's simply too many enemies. We need you in London immediately." Chu Yuan rose to his feet, stowed Black Dwarf's warhammer in the Kamui dimension. This weapon might come in handy later. "Stephen, I'll leave New York to you. I'm heading to London for backup." He activated Kimi, spatial shift, and his figure vanished from the square. Stephen watched Chu Yuan disappear, gripping his spellbook tightly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to New York." Outside the London sanctum, smoke and gunfire filled the air. Hawkeye stood atop the sanctum's roof, arrows raining down like a storm, each one striking true and felling an alien soldier. But the enemies were endless, surging toward the sanctum like a relentless tide. It wasn't long before Hawkeye ran out of arrows. He drew the dagger from his belt and engaged the soldiers climbing onto the rooftop in close combat. "Hold on, reinforcements are almost here." On the ground, Black Widow weaved through the enemy ranks, her widow's bite crackling with electricity as it struck down foes around her. But more and more soldiers closed in, threatening to overwhelm her. At that moment, a rift in space opened at her side, and Chu Yuan burst through. With a swift gesture, he unleashed would release. Advent of the world of trees, roots snaking out instantly to ensnare all the surrounding soldiers. Chu, you made it! Black Widow let out a breath of relief, holstering her widow's bite and moving to Chu Yuan's side. Chu Yuan nodded and looked toward the direction of the sanctuary. How was the situation at the sanctuary? Is the magic core still safe? It's safe for now, but the enemy leader hasn't made a move yet. Hawkeye jumped down from the rooftop, landing beside the two of them. Their leader is called Ebony Maw. He can manipulate objects. Earlier, it was him who brought down our fighter jet with debris from the buildings. No sooner had he finished speaking than a surge of violet energy shot toward them from afar. Chu Yuan instantly unleashed divine power, phasing, taking Hawkeye and Black Widow with him as he dodged the attack. They looked up to see Ebony Maw hovering in midair, surrounded by dozens of massive chunks of building debris. He sneered at Chu Yuan. You again, the so-called Guardian of Earth? How pitiful. In the face of Lord Thanos, your resistance is as laughable as ants struggling against a storm. Enough talk. If you've got the guts, come down and fight me. Chu Yuan roared, and the golden spirit form of Susanoo unfurled at his back. He swung his scythe at Ebony Maw with deadly force. Ebony Maw manipulated the debris to form a shield, but the scythe cut through it like a hot knife through butter, splitting it in two. Yet before Chu Yuan could press his advantage, Ebony Maw had already hurled other debris straight at him. Chu Yuan activated divine power, spatial shift, evading the flying rubble, and immediately followed up with fire release, great fire annihilation. Dark crimson flames surged toward Ebony Maw, but he remained unruffled. With a twist of his will, he drew the water pooled on the ground into a towering wall, blocking the flames. Your ninjutsu is indeed fascinating, he drawled, but against my power, it is utterly useless. A heaviness settled in Chu Yuan's heart. He could sense that Ebony Maw's abilities extended beyond mere manipulation of objects. He could alter environmental elements as well. At this rate, Chu Yuan's ninjutsu would be easily countered. Just then, a passage from the Uzumaki clan Chakra Codex came to his mind. Chakra could not only be used for ninjutsu, but, when refined by special methods, could be transformed into highly destructive chakra shockwaves. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath and refined his chakra, as described in the Codex. The chakra within him surged like a rushing river. He pressed his palms together, focusing the energy between them. Uzumaki style, chakra shockwave. A golden beam of chakra shot from his palms, swift as lightning. Ebony Maw had no time to react. The beam struck him square in the chest. With a muffled cry, he plummeted from the sky. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan triggered divine power, spatial shift, appearing instantly at Ebony Maw's side. The scythe of Susanoo swung down, aiming for his throat. No! Terror flickered in Ebony Maw's eyes as he sent a hail of building debris hurtling toward Chu Yuan. But Chu Yuan was ready. Would release. Wood pillar wall erupted instantly, a wooden shield rising before him. The fragments crashed against the shield and shattered on impact. The scythe came down hard. Ebony Maw tried to block with his arm, but the blade sliced through, severing it. Violet blood sprayed into the air. I won't let you get away with this. Ebony Maw gritted his teeth through the searing pain, mustering the last of his power to hurl a massive chunk of building debris straight at the sanctuary. Chu Yuan's face changed dramatically. He knew the sanctuary's magical core could not withstand such a blow. At that critical moment, he remembered the divine ability he had just unlocked, Spatial Fold. Divine Might, Spatial Fold. Chu Yuan roared, the space around his right eye surging violently. The air around the flying debris began to warp and twist. The fragment was folded into a pocket dimension and vanished without a trace. Ebony Maw watched in despair, his eyes filling with hopelessness. You can manipulate space itself. Lord Thanos will never forgive you. Chu Yuan ignored him. The scythe of his Susanoo fell once more, cleaving Ebony Maw's body in two and snuffing out the last traces of his life. The surrounding alien soldiers, seeing their leader dead, began to retreat in disarray. Chu Yuan did not pursue them. He knew there were more pressing matters at hand. Detection. Host has defeated Thanos' Vanguard, Ebony Maw. Rewards granted. Chakra increased by 8,000. Current chakra, 38,000. Would release cell fusion rate raised to 70%. New would release ninjutsu unlocked. Would release ranking pillar technique. Overall combat power increased to 19,500. Chu Yuan glanced at his system panel, a surge of joy rising in his heart. The ranking pillar technique was one of Hashirama Senju's signature moves, capable of conjuring massive wooden shields with outstanding defensive power. With this technique, he'd have far more ways to handle powerful attacks in the future. The crisis in London is over, but other places still need our support, said Black Widow, just as her communicator buzzed to life. Director Fury reports that the enemy in Tokyo has been defeated, but Thanos' main fleet has entered the solar system and is expected to arrive at Earth in 24 hours. Chu Yuan's expression grew grave. 24 hours. We need to assemble all the Avengers as soon as possible and prepare for Thanos' fleet. How's Steven's situation? Is New York holding up? Steven just checked in. The alien soldiers have withdrawn from New York, but their ships are still circling above the city, as if waiting for Thanos' command, reported Hawkeye. And Loki is still on board. Seems he's plotting something with Thanos' underlings. Chu Yuan clenches fists. Loki, he's definitely up to no good. We must track him down and stop his schemes, or Earth will face an even greater catastrophe. Just then, the familiar chime of the system echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Main quest triggered. Prepare for Thanos. Mission Objective 1. Assemble all Avengers in Wakanda. Mission Objective 2. Retrieve the Shard of the Mind Stone from Loki and prevent it from falling into Thanos' hands. Mission Rewards. Would release cell fusion increased to 100%, unlocking the Sage mode of Hashirama Senju. Chakra reserves permanently increased by 10,000. Mangekyo Sharingan ocular power raised to level 10, max level. A determined light flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. In 24 hours, Thanos' main fleet will arrive. We don't have a moment to waste. Let's head to Wakanda and regroup immediately. Hawkeye and Black Widow nodded in agreement. Together, the three of them stepped through SHLD's portal, flying swiftly toward Wakanda. They all knew that a battle to decide the fate of Earth was about to begin. Chu Yuan understood, too. Only by completing his mission quickly and unlocking Sage mode would he have the strength to face Thanos. The shield portal shimmered open onto Wakanda's vast grasslands. No sooner had Chu Yuan, Hawkeye, and Black Widow set foot on the ground than dozens of Wakandan warriors, armed with vibranium spears, surrounded them. The lead warrior, face unreadable, leveled his spear at Chu Yuan. Outsiders, show your identification. I was the one who invited them. A calm, steady voice rang out as Black Panther, T'Challa, emerged from among the soldiers, clad in his sleek black suit. With a nod to the leader, he signaled the warriors to stand down. Instantly, they lowered their spears and moved aside. Chu, I'm glad you're here. Thanos' threat demands that we all stand together. Chu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the grasslands. Wakanda was a seamless blend of cutting-edge technology and untamed nature. In the distance, vibranium walls gleamed with a blue luminescence, and anti-gravity warships hovered silently above. Has Director Fury already informed the other Avengers? Tony and Bruce have arrived. They're in the lab, working on weapons to counter Thanos. Steve and Wanda are busy training the soldiers. Pietro, T'Challa paused, a trace of heaviness in his voice. He's still blaming himself for the Ultron incident. For now, he's reluctant to join the fight. During the Ultron incident, Pietro had sacrificed himself to save civilians. Though he'd been brought back, the scars on his heart had yet to heal. I'll go talk to him. Maybe I can convince him. That's a good idea. T'Challa nodded. I'll take Hawkeye and Black Widow to see Tony first. Meet us in the lab once you're ready. Following T'Challa's directions, Chu Yuan made his way to a secluded valley in Wakanda. He found Pietro sitting alone on a rock, gazing blankly toward the training grounds in the distance. At the sound of footsteps, Pietro turned. Catching sight of Chu Yuan, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his face. It's you. You're here to talk me into fighting, aren't you? I'm not here to persuade you, just to talk, Chu Yuan replied, sitting down beside him. The Ultron incident wasn't your fault. You did everything you could to protect the people. Now Thanos is coming, and Earth needs your speed. The people you once saved, they still need you. Pietro fell silent for a moment, then let out a self-mocking laugh. What uses my speed against Thanos? With just a snap of his fingers, he can make everyone vanish. But if we don't even try to resist, then there truly won't be any hope left. Chu Yuan looked at him and said, Do you remember how you threw yourself in front of the bullets during the Ultron incident? Back then, you weren't one to give up so easily. Pietro's body trembled as he looked up at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan continued, Besides, Wanda needs you. She's training the soldiers alone now. She puts on a brave face, but inside, she's scared. You're her only family. When you're by her side, she'll have the courage to keep going. Pietro was silent for a long time before finally standing up, a new light kindling in his eyes. You're right. I can't give up. For Wanda, for Earth, I have to fight. Chu Yuan felt a surge of relief and clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, there's still a lot waiting for us in the lab. The two of them made their way to Wakanda's underground laboratory. Tony was busy with a holographic projection, while Bruce stood nearby, brows furrowed in concentration. When Tony saw Chu Yuan and Pietro, he looked up, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. Chu, you finally made it. And Pietro, welcome back to the team. We've developed a vibranium energy shield that can withstand attacks from the Infinity Stones, Bruce said, pointing to the shield model projected in the air. But it needs a powerful energy source to work. Right now, Wakanda's vibranium reserves can only keep it running for half an hour. My chakra might be able to help with that, Chu Yuan suggested. The wood release cells continuously generate chakra, and with the refining techniques from the Uzumaki clan Chakra Codex, we should be able to keep the shield going much longer. That's fantastic. Tony's eyes lit up. We can install a chakra conduit on the shield. All you have to do is channel your chakra into the device, and it'll power the whole system. Just then, Steve pushed open the door, his face grave. Fury sent word. Loki's ship has left New York and is heading straight for Wakanda. It looks like he's planning to hand the Mind Stone fragment over to Thanos in exchange for Earth's safety. He's lying, Chu Yuan said immediately. Loki's never cared about protecting Earth. He must have another scheme in mind. We need to get the Mind Stone fragment before he reaches Wakanda. But Loki's ship is fast. Our warships can't catch up, Chalice said, and Thanos' henchmen are guarding him. If we try to intercept by force, the cost will be steep. I have a way. Chu Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. My Kimui space transfer can get me right inside the ship. If you can just draw the ship's attention, I'll have a chance to grab the fragment. Tony frowned. That's too risky. The inside of the ship is surely riddled with traps, and Loki's magic is nothing to take lightly. It's far too dangerous for you to go alone. This is our only option right now, Chu Yuan replied. My wood release cell fusion has reached 70%, plus I have the protection of Susanoo and Kamui. I should be able to handle it. Besides, only by securing the Mind Stone shard can we stand a better chance against Thanos. Steve was silent for a moment, then nodded. All right, we'll go with your plan. Tony, you and Chala will pilot the warships, stage a feint in front of the ship to draw their attention. Bruce, you, and Wanda and Pietro set up defenses around Wakanda to guard against any sudden attacks from Thanos' Vanguard. Hawkeye, Black Widow, you're with me. Stay ready to back up Chu at a moment's notice. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Looking at his teammates, Chu Yuan felt his confidence grow. Thanos was powerful, but not invincible. Just then, a chime sounded in Chu Yuan's mind, the system's prompt echoing. Ding. Host has completed. Prepare for Thanos. Mission Objective 1. Assemble part of the Avengers. Reward. Chakra increased by 5,000. Current chakra, 43,000. Wood release cell fusion increased to 80%. New wood release jutsu unlocked. Wood release. Bag of all creation. Host, Chu Yuan. Chakra, 43,000. Ocular jutsu. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kimui. Intangibility/space transfer/space fold unlocked. Ocular power level, 8. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball/great fire annihilation. Water release. Water dragon bullet/water wave. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Wood release. Advent of a world of trees/wood dragon jutsu/binding pillar jutsu/bag of all creation. Taijutsu. Level 6, with level 3 being peak human. Overall combat power, 21,000. A surge of delight welled up inside Chu Yuan. Bag of all creation could conjure enormous wooden fists with tremendous destructive power, perfect for dealing with enemies inside the ship. He took a deep breath and looked at the others. Let's get ready. Loki's ship will be here any minute. Half an hour later, a colossal spaceship loomed over Wakanda, the very one Loki was piloting. Tony and Chala, each at the controls of an anti-gravity warship, launched a feint attack. Laser blasts hammered at the ship's energy shields, sending ripples shimmering across its surface. Loki, halt immediately, or we'll open fire for real. Tony shouted over the comms. A mocking laugh crackled through the ship's speakers. Loki's voice. Tony Stark, did you really think such a paltry assault could stop me? Lord Thanos will be here soon. Surrender now, and perhaps I'll put in a good word for you. Maybe you'll even get to live. Don't waste words on him, Chala commanded, steering the battleship as he launched a vibranium missile. The missile struck the enemy ship's engine, instantly slowing it down. Chu, now's your chance. Chu Yuan nodded and activated Divine Might, spatial shift. In a blink, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared on the deck of the enemy ship. The alien soldiers on deck spotted him and immediately raised their weapons, opening fire. Chu Yuan summoned the golden avatar of Susanoo, its radiant form shielding him from the hail of bullets. At the same time, he unleashed Wood Release, nativity of the world of trees. Roots burst through the cracks in the deck, coiling around the alien soldiers and pinning them securely in place. "Where's Loki?" Chu Yuan sees one of the soldiers, his voice cold and commanding. The soldier trembled with fear, pointing anxiously toward the ship's control room. Lord Loki is in the control room. He's communicating with Lord Thanos right now. Chu Yuan let go of the soldier and sprinted toward the control room. The alien soldiers he encountered along the way were no match for him. Some fell to the sweeping scythe of Susanoo, while others were entangled and subdued by his wooden jutsu. Very soon, he arrived at the door of the control room. The door was tightly shut, but Chu Yuan could hear Loki's voice from within. "Lord Thanos, I've arrived at Wakanda. The Mind Stone fragment is in my possession. As long as you promise to spare me, I'll hand it over, and I can help you find the other Infinity Stones as well." "You're clever, Loki," Thanos' voice rumbled through the communicator, heavy with authority. "But I don't need your help. Once I reach Wakanda, I'll claim the Mind Stone fragment myself. All you need to do is wait for me on the ship. Don't try any tricks." "Yes, Lord Thanos," Loki replied deferentially. After cutting off the transmission, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Thanos, do you really think I'd help you? Once you get the Mind Stone fragment, that will be your doom." Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he listened. So Loki's true goal wasn't to side with Thanos. He was planning to snatch the Infinity Stones for himself. Just as Chu Yuan prepared to burst into the control room, he sensed a surge of powerful magical energy behind him. "Chu Yuan, I knew you'd come," Loki's voice rang out from behind him. Somehow, Loki had appeared soundlessly at Chu Yuan's back, holding a green magic scepter in his hand. "I anticipated you'd come for the Mind Stone fragment, so I'm here waiting for you." Chu Yuan turned, his gaze wary. "Your target isn't Thanos, is it? It's the Infinity Stones." "That's right," Loki replied with a sly grin. "Thanos is too arrogant. He thinks he alone can command all the Infinity Stones, but he's wrong. The one truly worthy of wielding them is me. Once I have the Mind Stone fragment and forge alliances with other powers, I'll be able to defeat Thanos and rule the universe." "You're far too naive," Chu Yuan said coldly. "Thanos' power is far beyond your imagination. You're no match for him. And do you really think I'd let you get away with this?" "You?" Loki sneered, twirling his magical scepter and unleashing a beam of emerald energy. Chu Yuan activated his divine might, phasing technique. The beam passed through his body, blasting a massive hole in the control room wall. "Your phasing ability is troublesome, I'll admit, but my magic has more to offer." Loki's hands blurred through a series of arcane seals, and the very space around them began to twist and ripple. Chu Yuan felt a surge of pressure. His divine might energy was actually being suppressed by Loki's sorcery. "This is spatial magic, crafted to counter your divine might," Loki declared with smug satisfaction. "Now that you've lost your spatial powers, how do you plan to fight me?" A heavy feeling settled in Chu Yuan's chest, but he quickly regained his composure. He took a deep breath, and the wood-style cells within him roared to life, chakra surging through his body like a tidal wave. "Even without divine might, I still have wood-style ninjutsu." Chu Yuan's hands flew through a series of seals. Wood-style, wood dragon jutsu. A colossal wooden dragon burst from the floor and charged straight at Loki. Loki swung his scepter, conjuring a shield of green magic. The wood dragon crashed into the barrier, sending tremors through it, but the shield held firm. "Pointless. My magic barrier can withstand any attack." Loki laughed, brandishing his scepter as a barrage of green, magical missiles shot forth. Chu Yuan responded with wood-style, domed wall jutsu, raising a massive wooden shield before him. The missiles pelted the shield, leaving fine cracks, but it held strong and absorbed the assault. "My turn to strike back," Chu Yuan roared, his hands moving in a blur. Wood-style, grasping hand jutsu. A giant wooden fist erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Loki. Loki's expression shifted to panic. He tried to dodge, but the fist moved with such speed he had no time to react. With a thunderous crash, the wooden fist slammed into Loki, who coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the control room wall. His scepter clattered to the floor, its green glow flickering and fading. Chu Yuan strode forward, quickly scooping up the scepter and advancing on Loki. "It's over." Hand over the Mind Stone fragment. Struggling to his feet, a vicious glint flashed in Loki's eyes. Suddenly, he pulled a black crystal from his robes, the Mind Stone fragment. "You want the fragment? Not so easily." With a sudden motion, he hurled it toward the energy core at the heart of the control room. "Once the fragment touches the core, the whole ship will explode. We'll all die here together." Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected Loki to be this reckless. Without hesitation, he activated his divine power, spatial shift. In a heartbeat, he appeared before the energy core, reaching out for the fragment of the Mind Stone. Just as his fingertips were about to touch it, the shard suddenly flared with a vivid green light, unleashing a surge of overwhelming energy straight at him. Caught off guard, Chu Yuan was struck by the wave of power and sent hurtling backward. He could feel the fragment's energy invading his body, corrupting him from within, while his chakra spun wildly out of control. Loki watched the spectacle, bursting into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha! The Mind Stone's power can bend any living creature to its will. Now, you're nothing but my puppet. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan summoned every ounce of willpower. Suddenly, the fragment of Nine-Tails chakra within him erupted. A surge of warm golden energy wrapped around his body, shielding him from the Mind Stone's invasion. Trying to control me? It won't be that easy. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan channeled the energy of the wood-release cells, merging it with the Nine-Tails chakra. Forming a series of hand seals, he roared, "Wood release! Advent of a world of trees! True, several thousand hands!" The earth trembled violently as countless massive wooden arms burst from the ground, reaching for Loki. Loki's face paled. He tried to conjure his magic for defense, but the sheer number of wooden limbs overwhelmed him. In the end, a colossal wooden hand seized him, leaving him utterly immobilized. Chu Yuan strode up to Loki, extended his hand, and took the Mind Stone fragment from beside the energy core. The shard was icy to the touch, emitting a faint green glow. He sensed the vast power contained within. If harnessed wisely, it might become a crucial weapon in the battle against Thanos. System notification. Host has seized a Mind Stone fragment, completing Prepare for Thanos Mission Objective 2. Reward. Would release cell fusion reaches 100%, unlocking Hashirama's Sage Mode. Permanent increase of chakra by 10,000. Current chakra. 53,000. Mangekyo Sharingan ocular power increased to level 10. Max level. Ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan ability unlocked. Kimui. Master of Space. Freely manipulate a fixed area of space, including compression, slicing, and confinement. Host. Chu Yuan. Chakra. 53,000. Can rise to 80,000 in Sage Mode. Ocular power. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kimui. Phasing / spatial shift / spatial fold / space domination unlocked. Level 10/max. Ninjutsu. Fire release. Great fireball / fire annihilation. Water release. Water dragon bullet / water surge. Wind release. Raisin shuriken. Wood release. World of trees / wood dragon technique / ranking technique / all-encompassing sack / true several thousand hands. Sage arts. Not yet activated. Taijutsu. Level 7. Normal human peak is level 3. Overall combat power. 35,000. Can be raised to 50,000 in Sage Mode. A surge of joy welled up in Chu Yuan's heart. With the unlocking of Sage Mode and the Divine Might, Space Dominion, his strength had taken a qualitative leap. Now, for the first time, he truly felt confident enough to face Thanos in battle. He turned to Loki, who was still trapped in the grip of the wooden arm, and spoke coldly. "You sought to control the Infinity Stones and rule the universe. Now it's time to pay for what you've done." In that instant, the alarm aboard the spaceship blared through the corridors. A line of red warning text flashed across the control room screen. Thanos' main fleet has entered the Wakanda airspace. Estimated time to attack, 5 minutes. Chu Yuan's expression grew grave. "Thanos is here. We have to return to Wakanda at once and prepare for battle." There was no time to deal with Loki any further. Chu Yuan stowed the Mind Stone fragment into his Divine Might alternate space, and, taking the magic scepter with him, activated Divine Might, spatial transfer. In a blink, he vanished from the control room, leaving Loki still held fast by the wooden arm, staring after Chu Yuan's disappearing form, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. When Chu Yuan reappeared on the plains of Wakanda, Thanos' main fleet had already appeared overhead. Countless starships descended like a plague of locusts, their firepower instantly engulfing Wakanda's vibranium walls. Steve, Tony, Chala, and the others had already rallied their troops, and battle raged across the grasslands. Explosions and agonized cries echoed everywhere. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, feeling the chakra inside him surge wildly. The power of Sage Mode flowed around him like a living force. He unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the power of Divine Might, Space Dominion in his right eye activated instantly. "Everyone fall back. Leave this to me." With a furious roar, Chu Yuan formed hand seals. Sage Art. Would release. True several thousand hands. A legion of colossal wooden arms erupted from the ground, striking at Thanos' flagship fleet. At the same time, the spatial energy in his right eye surged forth, compressing the very air around them. Divine Might. Space imprisonment. Several of Thanos' ships froze in place, caught in the grip of space itself. The wooden arms struck them without mercy, smashing the ships to pieces in an instant. The roar of artillery on the Wakandan plains was deafening. Thanos' Vanguard broke through a breach in the vibranium wall, and alien soldiers poured in like a tide of darkness. Steve swung his shield, crushing an enemy's skull, then turned to shout at the Wakandan warriors behind him, "Hold the line. Don't let them get near the energy shield's core." Suddenly, a golden pillar of light shot skyward from the heart of the plane. Chu Yuan stood within its center, sage chakra swirling around him in green streams, his pupils marked with jet-black patterns. The sage mode of Hashirama Senju was now fully awakened. Host, Chu Yuan. Status, sage mode, duration, 15 minutes. Chakra, 80,000, sage chakra, 60%. Overall combat power, 50,000, enhanced by sage art. Defense and attack increased by 10%. Current abilities, Kemui, Master of Space, range extended to 500 meters, sage art. Wood style, all wood style jutsu power increased by 200%. Sage art, wood style, true, several thousand hands, top transform Buddha. With a flurry of hand seals, Chu Yuan summoned the power of the earth. The ground shook violently as hundreds of colossal wooden hands, each towering 100 meters high and adorned with golden Buddha symbols, rose from beneath the surface. The giant hands swept through the sky, striking at Thanos' warships. One ship failed to evade and was smashed to pieces, its metal wreckage cascading down like a meteor shower. What kind of monster is this? General Obsidian, one of Thanos' Black Order, stared at the massive wooden hands in the sky with a rare flicker of fear in his eyes. Gripping his warblade, he charged at Chu Yuan. "You dare disrupt Lord Thanos' plans? I'll tear you limb from limb." General Obsidian's blade, wreathed in dark energy, slashed toward Chu Yuan's head. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes as he activated Kemui, Space Severance. An invisible spatial rift appeared before the oncoming blade. With a sharp crack, the weapon was sliced clean in two. General Obsidian froze in shock, unable to react before a massive wooden hand seized him and slammed him hard into the ground. The impact left a gaping crater, and General Obsidian coughed up blood, struggling to rise. But the wooden hand pinned him down relentlessly. Chu Yuan strode over, sage chakra swirling in his palm. "Thanos' lackey, how dare you act so arrogantly before me?" Just as Chu Yuan was about to finish General Obsidian, a deafening boom echoed from above. Thanos' flagship, the Dark Aster, broke through the clouds, its immense cannons aimed directly at the energy shield core in the center of the plains. Thanos' voice thundered across the grasslands, amplified by the flagship speakers. "Chu Yuan, I know you're there. Hand over the Mind Stone fragment, and I'll grant you a quick death." Chu Yuan glanced up at the flagship, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "If you want the fragment, come and take it yourself." He began forming hand seals, preparing an even greater jutsu, when suddenly he felt the Mind Stone fragment inside him tremble violently. The fragment unleashed a surge of green energy, resonating with the Mind Stone set in Thanos' infinity gauntlet high above. In an instant, Chu Yuan's body was engulfed by the green glow. His chakra became turbulent, and the radiance of Sage Mode began to dim. Warning: Infinity Stone Resonance Backlash detected. Host Chakra destabilizing. Sage Mode duration reduced to 5 minutes. Current overall combat power, 42,000. Stone Resonance causes accuracy of attacks to drop by 30%. Not good. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress the chaotic energy raging within him. Yet the power of the resonance only grew stronger. His consciousness began to blur, and visions of Thanos slaughtering the people of Asgard flickered before his eyes. "Chu, wake up!" Steve rushed to Chu Yuan's side, shielding him from the surging waves of energy with a shield. "Don't let the power of the stone control you." Chu Yuan shook his head, forcing himself to snap back to his senses. He retrieved the Mind Stone fragment from Kim Yui's alternate space and handed it to Steve. "Quick, get this to Tony. Have him seal it with the vibranium device. I can't hold on much longer." Steve took the fragment, spun around, and dashed toward the lab. Thanos, witnessing this, roared in fury. "Seal the stone? It won't be that easy." He personally piloted a small warship, breaking away from his flagship and racing after Steve. "Stop him!" Chu Yuan shouted, enduring the agony of his chakra's chaos as he unleashed Kemui, spatial imprisonment. Instantly, the space around Thanos' warship froze solid. But Thanos merely scoffed, the space stone set in his gauntlet flashing with a cold blue light. Chu Yuan's spatial prison shattered in an instant. The power of the space stone. Chu Yuan's expression grew grave. Thanos' strength was far beyond anything he'd imagined. Even with Sage Mode, he wasn't confident he could win. Just then, several familiar figures appeared in the distant sky. Star-Lord piloted the Milano, bringing Rocket Raccoon, Groot, and Gamora as they soared toward Wakanda. "Hey, friends of Earth, we're here to help." Star-Lord's voice crackled through the comms. "That big purple guy? Leave him to me." Rocket manned the ship's weapon systems, launching a barrage of missiles at Thanos' warship. "Chu Yuan, long time no see. That wooden arm of yours looks even tougher than last time." A surge of hope lifted Chu Yuan's spirits. The arrival of the Guardians of the Galaxy was a much-needed boost to their strength. He drew a deep breath, gathering the last of his Sage Chakra in his palm. Sage Art, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken. The Chakra coalesced into a massive, spiraling shuriken, radiating with vibrant green sage energy as it hurtled toward Thanos' warship. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet in response. The Reality Stone flashed a brilliant orange, and the Raisin Shuriken instantly dissolved into a flurry of harmless petals. The Reality Stone's power, Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed in alarm. Thanos now wielded the space, reality, and power stones. His might had reached a cosmic level. To defeat him, they had to uncover his weakness. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted from the direction of the lab. Tony, accompanied by Bruce and Chala, emerged, pushing a massive vibranium device. "Ju, we did it." The vibranium device can temporarily block the stone's resonance. A wave of relief washed over Chu Yuan, but just then, the radiance of Sage Mode vanished abruptly. The duration had reached its end. His chakra was nearly depleted, and his body collapsed limply to the ground. Sage Mode ended. Remaining chakra, 12,000. Overall combat power reduced to 28,000. Thanos caught sight of the vibranium device, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "If I can't have it, then let's destroy it together," he declared, raising the Infinity Gauntlet. The Power Stone shimmered with violet light, unleashing a colossal wave of energy toward the vibranium device. "This is bad." Chu Yuan struggled to stand, but his body refused to obey. At that critical moment, Gamora suddenly leapt from the spaceship, charging straight at Thanos. "Father, stop. Don't destroy Earth." Thanos glanced at Gamora, a complex emotion flickering across his face, but it was quickly replaced by icy indifference. "Gamora, you should know that sacrifice is necessary for the balance of the universe. Balance isn't achieved through slaughter." Gamora raised her longsword, thrusting it toward Thanos. Thanos sidestepped, seized Gamora's wrist, and pinned her down on the deck of the warship. "It seems you still don't understand." At that moment, Star-Lord piloted the ship directly at Thanos. "Let her go," he shouted. Thanos snorted coldly and used the Space Stone to teleport the ship far away. Star-Lord and the others leaped from the ship, launching into a fierce battle against Thanos. Watching this unfold, Chu Yuan's heart pounded with anxiety. He knew that Star-Lord and the rest stood no chance against Thanos on their own. He had to recover his chakra as soon as possible and rejoin the fight. Just then, the system's notification chimed in his mind. "Ding! Host has been detected in a desperate situation. Activating rescue protocol. Reward 1. Complete fusion with a fragment of Ninetales chakra. You have unlocked Ninetales mode. Can be combined with Sage mode. Chakra permanently increased to 100,000. Reward 2. Unlock Uchihamadura's majestic destroyer flame. Fire release jutsu power increased by 300%. Reward 3. Gain Infinity Stone resistance. Immune to a portion of Infinity Stone energy attacks. Host, Chu Yuan. Chakra, 100,000. Ninetales chakra at 70%. Status, Ninetales mode. Can activate Sage Ninetales mode at will. Overall combat power, 45,000. Defense increased by 50% in Ninetales mode. Chakra recovery rate increased by 200%. New abilities. Ninetales mode, Majestic Destroyer Flame, Infinity Stone Resistance, 30% immunity to stone energy attacks. A thrill ran through Chu Yuan as Ninetales mode unlocked, granting his power a quantum leap. Drawing a deep breath, he felt the Ninetales chakra surge wildly within him. Golden chakra enveloped his body, and the ethereal image of the Ninetales unfurled behind him. "Thanos, your opponent is me." Chu Yuan roared, unleashing his Ninetales mode as he charged toward Thanos. Golden chakra surged, shaping into a massive fist that smashed toward Thanos. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet. The energy of the Power Stone collided with the golden fist, and the resulting shockwave blasted away all the soldiers nearby. "You actually managed to withstand my Power Stone?" A flicker of surprise flashed in Thanos' eyes. "It seems you're even more interesting than I thought." Chu Yuan didn't reply. He quickly formed hand seals. Blazing fire annihilation. Dark red flames, laced with the golden chakra of the Nine Tails, surged forth as a 50-meter-wide pillar of fire hurtled toward Thanos. Thanos used the reality stone to transform the flames into water, but the golden chakra broke through the surface, striking his cheek and leaving a deep gash. That kind of resistance to magic, Thanos' expression turned grave. What exactly are you? I'm your worst nightmare. Chu Yuan bellowed, activating Kimi, sovereign of space, compressing the very air around Thanos. Thanos tried to counter with the space stone, but the compression happened far faster than he anticipated. Space itself bound his body, leaving him unable to move. Now's our chance. Star-Lord and the others seized the opportunity and attacked Thanos. Gamera's long sword pierced his shoulder, Rocket Raccoon's missile struck his armor, and Groot's branches wrapped tightly around his legs. Thanos roared, and the stones on the Infinity Gauntlet blazed with light, sending everyone flying. Breaking free from the spatial confinement, he glared at Chu Yuan. Insects, I'll let you go for now. But next time, I'll return with all the Infinity Stones, and Earth will be utterly destroyed. With that, Thanos opened a rift in space with the Space Stone and stepped through. His fleet withdrew, and at last, peace returned to the grasslands of Wakanda. Chu Yuan released his Nine-Tails mode and collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. Star-Lord walked over, clapping him on the shoulder. Hey, not bad, man. You actually forced Thanos to retreat. Chu Yuan managed a weary smile. It's only temporary. Thanos will be back. We need to find the other Infinity Stones as soon as possible and get ready. Just then, Tony approached holding a vibranium device. The Shard of the Mind Stone has been sealed, but Thanos already has 3 Infinity Stones. Time is running out. Steve nodded. We need to contact other forces in the universe as soon as possible and unite against Thanos. Chu, your Nine-Tails mode and Sage mode. They're our greatest hope in this fight. In the underground laboratory of Wakanda, Chu Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by golden Nine-Tails chakra and the green energy of Sage chakra. He was attempting to fuse the two modes, hoping to unlock even greater power. Tony and Bruce stood nearby, monitoring his chakra fluctuations with a series of instruments. Chu's chakra levels have already reached 100,000. This is unprecedented for any human, Bruce said, his eyes wide with astonishment as he watched the data scroll across the screen. But the properties of these two types of chakra are so different. Forcing them to merge could easily send his chakra out of control. Tony nodded, adjusting the parameters on the device. I've designed a chakra guidance apparatus for him. It should help stabilize the fusion process. But in the end, it all depends on his ability to control it himself. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan followed the techniques recorded in the Uzumaki clan's secret chakra manual, guiding the Nine-Tails chakra and the Sage chakra to circulate within his body. As the two energies collided within his meridians, a wave of intense pain surged through him. Chu Yuan clenched his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead, but he refused to give up, continuing to coax the chakras into merging. Detected. Host is attempting to fuse Nine-Tails mode with Sage mode. Chakra fluctuations are intense. Fusion progress, 10%. Warning. Risk of chakra rampage has increased to 50%. Fusion is not recommended at this time. The system's prompt echoed in Chu Yuan's mind, but he ignored it. He understood clearly. Only by successfully merging these two modes could he hope to gain the upper hand in the next battle against Thanos. Gathering all his focus, he guided both chakras toward his dantian, striving to meld them into a new, unified chakra. The two chakras clashed violently within his dantian, and Chu Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body sent flying backward by the force. Tony and Bruce rushed to catch him. Chu, don't push yourself too hard. Fusion like this takes time. We still have enough time to prepare, Bruce said urgently, steadying him. Chu Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. Thanos won't give us much time. He's already collected 3 Infinity Stones. It won't be long before he finds the others. We have to get stronger as quickly as possible. A heavy feeling settled in Chu Yuan's chest. With every Infinity Stone Thanos obtained, his power grew exponentially. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath and sat down cross-legged again. I must complete the fusion of these two modes as soon as possible. Tony, give me the chakra guidance device. With a resigned sigh, Tony fitted the device onto Chu Yuan's head. The apparatus emitted a blue energy, guiding the Nine-Tails chakra and Sage chakra to fuse more smoothly within his body. Chakra guidance device active. Fusion risk reduced to 20%. Fusion progress, 20%. Chu Yuan closed his eyes, continuing to guide the fusion of chakra. Time ticked by, and the fusion progressed steadily. When the fusion reached 50%, a powerful light suddenly erupted from his body. The golden Ninetales chakra and the green sage chakra intertwined, forming a massive pillar of light that shot through the roof of the laboratory. Sage Art. Ninetales Mode Fusion Progress. 50%. Partial abilities unlocked. Sage Art. Ninetales Raisin Shuriken. Sage Art. Would release. True 1,000 Hands of the Ninetales. Current chakra level. 120,000. Fuse chakra at 50%. Overall combat strength. 60,000. Attack increased by 50% in fusion mode. Defense increased by 40%. Chakra recovery speed increased by 300%. Chu Yuan opened his eyes, a flash of delight passing through them. Although the fusion wasn't complete, the newly unlocked abilities had already given his strength a tremendous boost. He stood up, stretched his body, and felt a surge of power welling up inside him. It worked. Tony stared at the data on the monitors, excitement in his voice. Chu, your combat strength is now at a cosmic level. Even Thanos might not be able to take you down easily. Chu Yuan smiled. It's still not enough. Thanos already has 3 Infinity Stones. I need to complete the fusion as soon as possible to be absolutely sure we can defeat him. Just then, the communicator crackled to life. Fury's voice came through, tense and urgent. Chu, Tony, Steve. Emergency? The Collector has sent word that Thanos has discovered the location of the Soul Stone. He's on his way to Vormir. The Soul Stone. Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. The Soul Stone was the most mysterious of the Infinity Stones, with the power to control souls. If Thanos got his hands on it, the consequences would be unimaginable. We have to stop him, Steve said, determined. But Vormir is too far from Earth. There's no way our ships could reach it in time. I have a way, Chu Yuan replied. My Kimui. Space transfer can open a rift straight to Vormir, but it will consume a huge amount of chakra. Also, I'll need someone to go with me. Gamora. Everyone turned to Gamora. She nodded. I know the way to Vormir, and I want to stop Thanos from getting the Soul Stone as much as you do. Tony frowned. It's too risky. Thanos could be waiting in ambush on Vormir. The two of you going alone is dangerous. It's the only option we have right now, Chu Yuan said. I've already unlocked Ninetales mode and part of Sage Art. Ninetales mode. I have enough power to face an ambush. Plus, Gamora knows Thanos better than anyone and can help me find the Soul Stone's location. Steve was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, we'll follow your plan. We'll make preparations on Earth and wait for your message. If you run into any danger, contact us immediately with a communicator. Chu Yuan nodded in response, then turned to Gamora. Are you ready? Gamora took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the long sword in her hand. I'm ready. Activating his divine power, Space Sovereign, Chu Yuan formed a series of hand seals, tearing open a rift in space that led directly to Vormir. Golden Ninetales chakra enveloped both him and Gamora. They turned to the others, nodded in farewell, and then stepped into the portal. When Chu Yuan and Gamora arrived on Vormir, the sight before them left them stunned. Vormir was a desolate world, its ground littered with bones, and the sky shrouded in swirling, dark red clouds. Atop a distant mountain stood a mysterious figure, the Red Skull, guardian of the Soul Stone. I never expected anyone would make it here, Red Skull remarked, his gaze flickering with a hint of surprise as he looked at Chu Yuan and Gamora. Are you here for the Soul Stone? Gamora nodded. We're here to stop Thanos from getting the Soul Stone. He already has 3 Infinity Stones. If he gets the Soul Stone too, half the life in the universe will be wiped out. A cold, mocking laugh escaped Red Skull. To claim the Soul Stone, you must pay the price, a sacrifice of the one you hold most dear. What? Gamora's face went pale as she whipped around to look at Chu Yuan, disbelief flooding her eyes. That's impossible. How could the Soul Stone require such a cruel rule? Red Skull slowly approached, his voice echoing as if from the depths of the underworld. The rules were set long ago and cannot be altered. Once I too sought the Soul Stone and tried to sacrifice another, but the stone turned on me. Now I am bound to this place as its guardian. If you wish to stop Thanos, you must sacrifice each other, or wait for Thanos to sacrifice what he treasures most. Chu Yuan's brow knit in a deep frown as he activated his Sharingan, scanning Red Skull. He could sense the lingering power of the Soul Stone within Red Skull's body, and knew he was telling the truth. What if we refuse the sacrifice? Chu Yuan asked coldly, golden chakra swirling in his palm. Can I not simply take it by force? Red Skull shook his head. Impossible. The Soul Stone lies hidden within Vormir's core. Only by sacrifice can it be awakened. Any attempt to seize it by force would trigger its defenses and bring about the destruction of the entire planet. At that very moment, a rift tore open in the distant sky. Thanos emerged from the breach, the 3 stones embedded in his infinity gauntlet gleaming with an ominous light. Gamora, My daughter, I knew I would find you here. Thanos' voice was cold, almost emotionless. I know you want to stop me, but you must understand, sacrifice is necessary for the balance of the universe. Balance? Gamora roared, raising her long sword and charging at Thanos. You call it balance when you're slaughtering half the life in the universe? I will never let you succeed. Thanos sidestepped her attack, seized her wrist, and forced her to the ground. I know you hate me, but everything I've done has been for the good of the universe. My daughter, are you ready now to fulfill your destiny? Gamora glared at Thanos, her eyes burning with hatred. I curse you. May you never obtain the Soul Stone. A flicker of disappointment passed through Thanos' eyes as he turned to look at Gamora. My poor daughter, it seems I have no choice but to make you the sacrifice. You're the most important person to me. Offering you should awaken the Soul Stone. Raising the Infinity Gauntlet, the Power Stone pulsing with violet energy, Thanos unleashed a tremendous wave of force toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed in alarm as he activated the Nine Tails mode, golden chakra swirling around him in a protective shield. Sage Art would release Guardian Wall. A massive wooden shield sprang up before him, absorbing the brunt of the energy wave. The shield shook violently, but held firm. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan unleashed Kimi, spatial shift, instantly appearing at Gamora's side and pulling her from Thanos' grasp. Are you alright? Chu Yuan asked, concern deep in his eyes. Gamora shook her head, tightening her grip on her sword. I'm Fina. Thanos is after me. He wants to sacrifice me to get the Soul Stone. We have to find a way to get to the Soul Stone before he does. Chu Yuan nodded, activating his Sharingan as he scanned the area. He noticed a faint energy fluctuation at the heart of Vormir, which must mark the location of the Soul Stone. Drawing a deep breath, he felt Chakra surge wildly inside him. I have an idea. The Red Skull said only the sacrifice of what you treasure most can awaken the Soul Stone, but he never said the sacrifice had to be alive. Chu Yuan formed a series of hand seals. Would release, all-encompassing sack. A gigantic wooden fist erupted from the ground, crashing down toward the Red Skull. Caught off guard, the Red Skull was struck and sent flying. Chu Yuan dashed over, binding him with Chakra. Tell me, what is the Soul Stone's defense mechanism? How can it be awakened without a sacrifice? The Red Skull struggled to break free, but the wood release held him tightly in its grasp. Don't waste your energy, he sneered. Without a sacrifice, no one can awaken the Soul Stone. Thanos already has 3 Infinity Stones. Even if he doesn't get the Soul Stone, he can still destroy Earth with ease. Tell me now. Chu Yuan roared, activating his divine might space. The very air around the Red Skull compressed, threatening to crush him. Speak, or I'll show you what it truly means to be shattered into pieces. The Red Skull's bones creaked under the immense pressure, pain racking his skeletal form until he couldn't hold back a scream. Desperate, he spat out the secret. The Soul Stone's defense is built on emotional resonance. If you can generate an energy fluctuation equal in intensity to the one created by sacrificing someone dear, you can temporarily awaken the stone. But this method will only last for a minute, and it requires a tremendous amount of power. A flicker of hope sparked in Chu Yuan's heart. He turned to Gamora. I need your help to fool the Soul Stone's defenses. Gamora nodded, gripping her long sword tightly. All right, I trust you. Let's do this. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Chu Yuan entered Sage Art. Nine Tails mode, golden chakra intertwining with green sage energy. Gamora unleashed the alien force within her, her violet energy fusing with Chu Yuan's chakra. Their combined powers shot skyward, merging into a colossal pillar of light that pierced straight toward Vormir's core. Resonance detected. Soul Stone awakening progress. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Temporary ability unlocked. Soul perception. Sense the soul fluctuations of all nearby beings. A surge of brilliant yellow light erupted from Vormir's heart, and the Soul Stone slowly rose from the core. Elation swept through Chu Yuan as he reached out to grasp the stone. But just then, Thanos lunged forward. The Space Stone on his Infinity Gauntlet flashed with blue energy, instantly drawing the Soul Stone into his hand. Ha ha! At last, the Soul Stone is mine. Thanos' laughter echoed across the battlefield as all 4 gems on his Infinity Gauntlet burned with dazzling light. Now that I have the Soul Stone, Chu Yuan, Gamora, your resistance ends here. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet and unleashed its power at Chu Yuan and Gamora. Chu Yuan's pupils narrowed. He triggered Divine Might, spatial transfer, whisking Gamora away in the blink of an eye. The energy blast struck the ground, shaking all of Vormir to its core and carving deep fissures into the earth. We have to get out of here now. Vormer is collapsing. Chu Yuan called out, opening his divine might space and preparing to tear open a portal back to Earth. Thanos let out a cold laugh. Trying to leave? It won't be that easy. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet, and the Space Stone flashed with a blue light. In an instant, the space on Vormer fell silent and still. Chu Yuan and Gamora were frozen where they stood, unable to move a muscle. Now, you can only watch helplessly as I destroy everything you hold dear. Thanos strode slowly toward Chu Yuan, his eyes filled with icy indifference. You're powerful, Chu Yuan. If things were different, I might have admired you. But unfortunately, you stand in my way. Chu Yuan clenched his teeth, struggling to break free from the stasis. He could feel his chakra raging within, the energy from his sage art, Nine-Tails mode faintly resonating with the energy of the Soul Stone. Soul Stone resonance detected. Time-stopping resistance increased to 50%. Estimated time to break free, 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Chu Yuan repeated silently to himself, fixing his gaze on Thanos, waiting for the moment to seize his chance. Thanos seemed to sense something was off. He frowned and raised the Infinity Gauntlet, preparing to act first. Just then, a tremendous roar echoed from the distant sky. Star-Lord, piloting the Milano, swept in with Rocket, Groot, and Steve, heading straight for Vormer. Chu, we're here to help. Star-Lord's voice crackled over the communicator as the ship's weapon systems unleashed a barrage toward Thanos. With a snort, Thanos used the Space Stone to teleport the ship far away. But that brief distraction was all Chu Yuan needed. Time-stopping resistance at 100%. Restraints broken. In an instant, Chu Yuan unleashed Kamui, Space Warp, whisking Gamora and himself aboard the ship. Go! Thanos has the Soul Stone. We're no match for him. Star-Lord nodded and immediately steered the ship toward Earth. Thanos watched the ship vanish into the distance, a glint of menace in his eyes. Trying to escape? Not a chance. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet, the Space Stone shimmering blue as he tore open a rift to Earth and pursued them without hesitation. By the time Chu Yuan and the others returned to Earth, Thanos' flagship fleet had already arrived. Countless alien ships swarmed like locusts, and Wakanda's vibranium walls were instantly engulfed in artillery fire. Tony, Bruce, Chala, and the others were already leading their soldiers into battle. The plains were filled with the deafening roar of explosions and the cries of war. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath as his chakra surged inside him, the energy of sage art, Nine-Tails mode swirling around his body. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and the power of Kamui burst from his right eye. Everyone fall back. Leave this to me. Chu Yuan let out a furious roar, forming hand seals with both hands. Sage art would release, true several thousand hands, top transformed Buddha. Countless massive wooden arms rose from the ground, sweeping toward Thanos' main fleet. At the same time, spatial energy erupted from his right eye, causing the space around him to compress. Kamui, spatial imprisonment. Several of Thanos' ships were locked in place by the spatial binding, unable to move. The wooden arms seized the opportunity, crashing down on the ships and smashing them to pieces in an instant. Witnessing this, Thanos bellowed with rage and burst forth from spatial rift. All 4 Infinity Stones on his gauntlet flared with light. Chu Yuan, I will make you pay for your resistance. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet, unleashing a colossal wave of energy that surged toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's pupils shrank. He activated the ultimate defense of Sage Art, Nine-Tails mode. Sage Art would release, Nine-Tails true, several thousand hands. Hundreds of gigantic wooden arms intertwined, forming an immense shield. The energy wave slammed into the shield, making it tremble violently, but it did not shatter. Seizing the chance, Chu Yuan unleashed Kamui, Spatial Severance. A formless spatial rift tore toward Thanos. Thanos blocked the rift with the Space Stone, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You are stronger than I imagined, but in the end, you are still no match for me. Raising the Infinity Gauntlet once more, the Reality Stone flashed with a brilliant orange glow. Instantly, the world around Chu Yuan shifted. He found himself trapped within a realm of utter darkness. No sound, no light, no escape. Warning: host has fallen into an illusion created by the Reality Stone. Current overall power, 55,000 illusion effect. Attack accuracy reduced by 40%. Where am I? Panic rose in Chu Yuan's heart. He tried to trigger Kamui, spatial transfer, but found his spatial abilities sealed within the illusion. Taking a deep breath, he activated his Sharingan, hoping to pierce through the mirage. Yet the power of the illusion was overwhelming. Even the Sharingan could not break it. Just then, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! Host is trapped in an illusion. Hidden ability activated. The Will of the Nine Tails. The Will of the Nine Tails grants the ability to awaken the consciousness of the Nine Tails within to resist illusions together. New ability unlocked. Tailed Beast Bomb. Unleash a massive chakra energy sphere. A surge of hope filled Chu Yuan's heart. He immediately awakened the consciousness of the Nine Tails within him. A colossal phantom of the Nine Tails appeared behind him, its roar shattering the darkness of the illusion. With a thunderous roar, the illusion crumbled in an instant. Chu Yuan found himself once more upon the grasslands of Wakanda. He fixed Thanos with an icy, resolute gaze. Thanos, your illusions are useless against me. Forming hand seals once more, Chu Yuan channeled a torrent of chakra into the Nine Tails apparition. Tailed Beast Bomb. A massive sphere of energy gathered in the Nine Tails' mouth, radiating a force so destructive it seemed as if it could tear the world apart. With a grave expression, Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet. All 5 stones shone at once, merging their power into a colossal energy shield. The Tailed Beast Bomb struck the shield, and the resulting shockwave hurled every nearby soldier into the air. A huge crater opened on the grasslands, its center marked by Thanos' shield quaking violently, yet refusing to shatter. I didn't expect you to unleash a Tailed Beast Bomb, Thanos remarked, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. But that alone won't be enough. Now witness the true power of the 5 Infinity Stones. Thanos raised his gauntlet and unleashed its might against Chu Yuan. 5 streams of energy, each a different color, intertwined to form a gigantic beam. Chu Yuan's pupils shrank. He knew he could never withstand this attack. At that perilous moment, Steve, Tony, Star-Lord, and the others charged forward as one. They pooled all their energy, forging a tremendous barrier that shielded Chu Yuan. "Chu, think of something fast. We can't hold this for long," Steve shouted, sweat streaming down his face. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, realizing this was his only chance. He activated Sage Art, Nine Tails Mode, and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Chakra, Sage Energy, Ocular Power, and Tailed Beast Energy surged and intertwined within him. System Prompt. For energies detected within host. Ultimate ability unlocked. Kimui, Tailed Beast Bomb. Allows fusion of Tailed Beast Bomb and spatial energy to produce a sphere capable of rending space itself. Current combat power, 80,000 attack power doubled under ultimate ability. Thanos, take my final strike. Chu Yuan roared, forming seals with both hands. Kimui, Tailed Beast Bomb. A vast sphere of energy took shape in his palms, surrounded by the rippling aura of spatial fissures. Chu Yuan hurled the sphere at Thanos. It tore through the air, leaving a trail of darkness, a scar across space itself, before slamming into Thanos' shield. The shield shattered instantly. The energy sphere struck Thanos full-on, and he let out a roar of agony as his body was flung backward, crashing hard against the ground. One of the gems was knocked loose from the Infinity Gauntlet and landed on the grass not far away. Chu Yuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His chakra was almost depleted, and Sage Art, Nine Tails Mode, faded away. Current chakra, 10,000. Combat power has dropped to 30,000. Steve, Tony, and the others rushed to his side, their faces alight with joy. "We did it! We've beaten Thanos!" Chu Yuan shook his head, a look of deep concern in his eyes. "No, we haven't defeated him. Thanos is only wounded, and he still holds 4 Infinity Stones. As soon as he retrieves the stone that fell, he'll come back for us." At that moment, a rift split open in the distant sky. Thanos emerged from the tear, picked up the fallen stone, and fitted it back onto the Infinity Gauntlet. "You have surprised me, I admit," he said, his voice cold. "But the game is far from over." Thanos raised the gauntlet and swept it through the air. All across Earth, countless space rifts tore open, and his legion began to pour out in an unstoppable tide. Now, let Earth become the first sacrifice for the balance of the universe. Chu Yuan watched the scene unfold, despair flooding his heart. He knew that, with their current strength, they stood no chance against Thanos' army. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! All justice forces in the universe are converging on Earth. Ultimate Mission Cosmique Alliance triggered. Mission objective: unite all righteous forces across the universe to confront Thanos and his legion together. Mission rewards: unlock Sage of 6 Paths mode, permanently increase chakra to 200,000, evolve Mangekyo Sharingan into Rinnegan, and obtain 6 Paths techniques: Chibaku Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and Shinra Tensei. A surge of hope rose in Chu Yuan's heart. He lifted his head and gazed into the distance. Star-Lord's ship, the Nova Corps' warships, the Asgardian battle cruisers. An endless fleet of spacecraft streaked toward Earth. This time, he knew the real battle was just beginning, and they would not be fighting alone. Thanos, Chu Yuan stood up slowly, resolve burning in his eyes. This time, you will see that true balance in the universe is not forged through slaughter. Thanos let out a cold laugh. Then show me the strength of your so-called justice. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, feeling his chakra gathering anew. He understood that if he completed this mission and unlocked the Sage of Six Paths mode, he would finally wield the power to stand against Thanos. And this time, he would not let Thanos prevail. The ultimate showdown between the Cosmic Alliance and Thanos Legion was about to begin, high above the Earth. Over the grasslands of Wakanda, the Allied fleet clashed fiercely with Thanos warships. Blasts from Nova Corps cannons split the clouds. Asgardian vessels unleashed beams of magic, and Star-Lord's Milano weaved nimbly between the enemy lines. Rocket Raccoon, manning heavy artillery, blasted through the enemy armor without pause. Chu, we need your support on the left flank. Thanos' Vanguard is about to breach our defenses. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. His Iron Man suit was already riddled with bullet marks as he grappled with 3 members of the Black Order. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling his chakra surging back rapidly. Current chakra, 25,000. Total combat power, 38,000. Activating Kimi, space shift, he instantly appeared on the left flank of the battlefield. The sight made his pupils contract. Hundreds of alien soldiers were swarming Chala and the Wakandan warriors in a frenzied assault. The vibranium shield wall had been breached, and several fighters lay motionless in pools of blood. Wood-style, advent of the world of trees. Chu Yuan formed hand seals. Countless thick tree roots erupted from the ground, coiling around the alien invaders like giant serpents. Chala seized the moment, his Black Panther suit unleashing a surge of violet energy that dispatched several enemies in a flash. Chu, thanks for the backup. But there are too many of them. We can't hold out much longer. Chu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. Thanos' army surged like an endless tidal wave, and though the Cosmic Alliance fought valiantly, the defensive line kept giving ground. He understood. Unless he unlocked Sage of Six Paths mode soon, this war would be lost. Everyone, listen up. Focus all firepower on Thanos' flagship. As long as we destroy it, we can cripple their command system. Chu Yuan shouted to the Cosmic Alliance through the communicator. The commander of the Nova Corps responded at once. Copy that. Nova Corps, all units, target Thanos' flagship. Charge! Dozens of Nova Corps starships hurtled toward the flagship, only to be stopped cold by its energy shield. Thanos stood on the flagship's deck, raising the Infinity Gauntlet as the Reality Stone flashed with a surge of orange light. You think you can destroy my flagship? Foolish dreams. Suddenly, the space around the flagship warped and twisted. Countless meteorites materialized out of the void, hurtling toward the Alliance fleet. Several Nova Corps ships couldn't evade in time and were struck, exploding in brilliant bursts of fire. Chu, we need you to break through that energy shield. Star-Lord's voice came in urgently. I've got vibranium bombs on my ship. If we get close, we can blow out the flagship's energy core. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, gathering chakra, sage energy, and tailed beast power until they resonated together. Detected 3 core energies resonating. Sage of Six Paths mode unlocking. Progress. 10%, 30%, 50%. Activating his Mangekyo Sharingan, he unleashed the full power of his right eye's Kimui, Space Dominion. Star-Lord, get ready. I'm taking you in. In an instant, Chu Yuan teleported beside the Milano. Wrapping the ship in spatial energy, he tore open the flagship's energy shield and sent the Milano inside. Go! I can't hold this portal much longer. Star-Lord immediately took control of the ship, steering it straight toward the flagship's energy core. Rocket Raccoon hefted his heavy machine gun, clearing out the alien soldiers along their path. Chu, we'll leave the outside to you. We'll be back soon. Chu Yuan nodded, then turned to face the onrushing alien soldiers. He formed hand seals with both hands. Senjutsu, fire style, majestic blaze annihilation modified. Dark red flames infused with golden Senjutsu, Chakra, surged forth, forming a wall of fire 100 meters wide, blocking all the alien soldiers in their tracks. Six Paths Sage mode, unlock progress, 70%. Just then, Thanos' massive figure appeared behind Chu Yuan. You again! Thanos roared, the power stone on the Infinity Gauntlet flaring with a violet light as he unleashed a blast at Chu Yuan. Caught off guard, Chu Yuan was struck by the wave of energy and sent flying. He crashed heavily onto the flagship's deck, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Current chakra, 15,000. Overall power, 28,000. Warning. Host severely injured. 6 pads Sage Mode. Unlock progress stalled. 2. Gamera's voice rang out. Sword in hand, she charged at Thanos. Let him go. Thanos sidestepped her attack, grabbed Gamera's wrist, and slammed her down on the deck. Gamora, you're always so naive. Today, I'll make you watch as everything you hold dear turns to ash. He raised the Infinity Gauntlet, ready to strike Gamora. Chu Yuan, witnessing it all, felt a surge of fury and despair well up inside him. Suddenly, the energy within him erupted. Detected, host experiencing intense emotional stimulus. Ninetales Chakra and Senjutsu energy fully synchronized. 6 pads Sage Mode. Unlock progress. 100%. A golden light burst from Chu Yuan's body. His Mangekyo Sharingan slowly evolved into the Rinnegan. 6 Tomo appearing in the depths of his pupils. A black cloak draped itself over his form, and 6 golden chakra arms unfurled from his back. Host, Chu Yuan, status, 6 pads Sage Mode, Chakra, 200,000, Dojutsu, Rinnegan abilities unlocked. Universal Pull, Almighty Push, Planetary Devastation, Limbo, Border Jail, Ninjutsu. 6 pads Fire Style, 6 pads Water Style, 6 pads Wood Style. All techniques power increased by 500%. Thanos, let her go. Chu Yuan roared, his chakra arms lashing out to clamp down on Thanos' wrist, pinning him in place. Thanos' expression changed instantly. He could sense the power now radiating from Chu Yuan was far beyond anything he'd faced before. What is this power? This is the ultimate power. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes as he activated his Rinnegan. Almighty Push. A tremendous repulsive force exploded from Chu Yuan, hurling Thanos away and slamming him hard into the flagship's wall. Seizing the chance, Gamora broke free and ran to Chu Yuan's side. Chu, are you all right? Chu Yuan shook his head, his gaze locked on Thanos. I'm Phoenix. Now it's time to settle the score between us. Behind him, chakra arms swept up the scattered metal shards nearby, forging them into a massive longsword. 6 paths, Wind Style, Raisin Shuriken. The chakra-forged Raisin Shuriken, imbued with the power of the 6 paths, roared toward Thanos. Thanos raised the Infinity Gauntlet, the space stone flaring with a blue glow as he tried to banish the Raisin Shuriken into the void. But Chu Yuan was faster. He whisked the Raisin Shuriken into his own Kimui dimension, reappearing behind Thanos and striking him squarely. Thanos let out a furious, agonized roar as his body was hurled backward. A crack snaked across one of the gems on the Infinity Gauntlet, its energy beginning to fluctuate wildly. Warning, Infinity Stone energy unstable. Recommend immediate attack. Chu Yuan didn't hesitate. His Rinnegan surged to life once more. Universal Pull. A mighty gravitational force seized Thanos, dragging him toward Chu Yuan. The chakra arms behind Chu Yuan clamped down on Thanos, pinning him to the deck. Thanos, your reign ends here. Forming a string of hand seals, Chu Yuan gathered 6 paths energy in his palms. 6 paths, planetary devastation. From the void, a colossal meteorite materialized, plummeting toward Thanos. Despair flickered in Thanos' eyes as he raised the Infinity Gauntlet, all 4 gems blazing in unison to ward off the oncoming meteor. But the gems' energies were chaotic now, and no defense formed. The planetary devastation struck, its massive impact smashing through the flagship's deck. Thanos was engulfed by the meteor, which hurtled down toward Earth. Chu Yuan watched, finally allowing himself a breath of relief. At that moment, Star-Lord's voice crackled through the comms. Chu, we did it. The flagship's power core is destroyed. The enemy's command system is down. Chu Yuan nodded and addressed the United Cosmic Alliance through the communicator. Everyone, listen up. Thanos has been defeated, and the enemy's command is in shambles. Press the attack. Wipe out Thanos' army for good. The morale of the Cosmic Alliance soared, and they surged forward in a great charge. With their command lost, Thanos' troops scattered in panic. Battle faded from the grasslands. The smoke in the sky slowly cleared. Releasing his Sage of 6 Paths mode, Chu Yuan collapsed onto the deck, exhausted. Gamora walked over, handing him a bottle of water. You did it, Chu. You saved the universe. Chu Yuan took the bottle, drank deeply, and smiled. I didn't do it alone. It was all of us together. Without the help of the Cosmic Alliance, I could never have defeated Thanos. Just then, a rift tore open in the distant sky. Thor piloted the Asgardian warship toward Chu Yuan, calling out, Chu, we got word. Thanos' army has been completely wiped out. We all made it through. A month later, Earth finally welcomed a long-awaited peace. On the plains of Wakanda, members of the Cosmic Coalition gathered with representatives from every nation on Earth, holding a grand celebration. Tony, dressed in a sleek silver-gray suit, swirled his champagne glass as he strolled up to Chu Yuan. Chu, your six-path sage moves were absolutely epic, but seriously, if you ever use that meteor-moving power on Earth again, the insurance companies will go bankrupt. Chu Yuan chuckled, accepting the glass Tony handed him. Don't worry, I'm not about to destroy the very place I've sworn to protect. By the way, what's the status on the Infinity Stones? Steve walked over, holding a shield report in his hand. The Space Stone has been entrusted to Steven, sealed away with the sorcerers of Kamartaj. The Reality Stone and Power Stone are being kept for now in Wakanda's Vibranium Vault, with Black Panther arranging the tightest security imaginable. As for the Soul Stone, he paused, his tone grave. Vormir collapsed during the battle, and the Soul Stone's whereabouts are currently unknown. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Nova Corps are searching for it across the galaxy. Chu Yuan nodded, just about to reply, when suddenly a familiar chime sounded in his mind. The system's notification, ding, host has completed the ultimate mission, Cosmic Alliance, successfully safeguarding universal peace. Reward. Permanent chakra increased to 300,000. Rinnegan evolves into the Eternal Rinnegan. Unlocks 6 paths, Sage Ultimate Abilities. 6 paths. Mega Rasengan. 6 paths. Supreme Almighty Push. Host, Chu Yuan. Status. Eternal 6 paths, Sage Mode. Can be activated at will, no energy cost. Chakra. 300,000. A technique. Eternal Rinnegan. All 6 paths abilities unlocked. Ninjutsu. 6 paths. Mega Rasengan. 6 paths. Supreme Almighty Push. 6 paths. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Ultimate form. Overall power. 200,000. The heightened senses granted by the Eternal Rinnegan suddenly expanded outward, and Chu Yuan's brow furrowed. He could feel it, an unfamiliar energy lingering near Earth's orbit, quietly observing. The presence was ancient and immensely powerful, far surpassing even Thanos' Infinity Stones, yet carried a chilling, scrutinizing intent. What's wrong? Gamora noticed the change in his expression and tightened her grip on her longsword. Someone's watching us. Chu Yuan activated his Eternal Rinnegan, his gaze piercing the atmosphere and landing on a silvery white spacecraft hovering in geosynchronous orbit above Earth. The ship's hull was etched with intricate golden patterns, radiating a technological aura utterly unlike anything of Earth. At that moment, Fury strode over with a grave expression. Chu, did you sense it too? SHELD's satellite just caught sight of that ship. It's been in orbit for 3 days. No response to our communications, no sign of aggression. It's as if it's watching us. Not just watching. A deep voice suddenly sounded from outside the crowd. Everyone turned to look. A man in golden armor approached at a measured pace, his skin tinged with pale blue, a diamond-shaped blue gem set into his forehead. We are observing you, Chu Yuan, specifically the power within you that does not belong to this universe. Who are you? Chu Yuan asked warily, summoning 6 spectral arms of chakra as the golden light of the Eternal Rinnegan flickered in his eyes. I am Ikaris, a warrior of the Eternals. The man halted, his gaze settling on Chu Yuan with a hint of caution. We have guarded the universe for billions of years, and yet we have never encountered anyone like you. Your power disrupts the balance of the cosmos. If this continues, you may unleash a disaster far worse than Thanos. Balance. Tony arched an eyebrow, stepping forward to stand beside Chu Yuan. When Thanos slaughtered half the universe, where were you in your talk of balance then? Now, Chu saves the universe, and suddenly you show up to criticize. Ikaris' expression remained unchanged. Thanos' actions were within the laws of the universe. But your power, Chu Yuan, comes from another dimension. Its very existence is a threat. We will give you 1 month. Either Chu Yuan relinquishes this power, or we will be forced to intervene. With that, he turned, transformed into a streak of golden light, and vanished into the sky. The silvery white ship faded into the void along with him. A heavy silence settled over the scene. Thor tightened his grip on Mjolnir. Arrogant fools. If they dare show their faces here, the warriors of Asgard will be ready for battle. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Let's not act rashly. We don't know the true strength of the Eternals. We need time to investigate. Besides, he shifted his gaze to Fury. It seems trouble is brewing right here on Earth as well. Fury's expression darkened slightly as he pulled a file from his pocket. How did you know? Yesterday, 3 anomalous incidents occurred simultaneously in New York, London, and Tokyo. Government labs were attacked, alien technology samples stolen, and mutant insignias left at each scene. Mutants? Steve frowned. Was it Magneto's Brotherhood? We're not sure. Fury shook his head. The energy signatures left behind suggest powers far beyond ordinary mutants. and their targets were very specific. They only took samples related to cosmic energy, as if searching for something. Chu Yuan took the file, his gaze settling on the crime scene photos. In the pictures, a red totem was carved onto the laboratory wall, a symbol belonging to the radical mutant organization known as the Apocalypse Cult. According to legend, this group believed in the rule of the strong over the weak and had long sought to use alien technology to enhance the abilities of mutants. Trouble is brewing, Chu Yuan said, closing the file. A cold sharpness flickered in his eyes. We're facing a threat from the Eternals on the outside and the unrest stirred up by radical mutants within. The days ahead won't be easy for us. Just then, Stephen's transmission suddenly came through. He appeared pale, the burning library of Kamartaj in the background. Chu, we have a problem. Kamartaj has been attacked. The assailants stole the box containing the sealed space stone. And they said, they're looking for you. They demand an explanation. Chu Yuan's heart sank. The prying eyes of the Eternals, the mutant attacks, and now the theft of the space stone, all seemingly unrelated, yet together they formed an invisible web tightening around him. He clenched his fists, and the Rinnegan of eternity shone once again. Everyone, listen up. Tony, you and Bruce are in charge of investigating intel on the Eternals. Steve, lead the Avengers and strengthen Earth defenses. Stephen, track down the whereabouts of the space stone immediately. As for me, he looked up at the sky. 6 chakra arms unfurled behind him, golden light illuminating the entire grassland. I'll deal with those troublemaking mutants myself. If they want an explanation, I'll give them one. A sharp wind swept across the grassland, and in an instant, Chu Yuan's figure vanished. In the distant city, a pillar of red energy shot into the sky. The Apocalypse Cult's signal in New York. A silent storm was brewing beneath Earth's fragile peace. Inside an abandoned factory in Queens, New York, a red energy barrier enveloped the entire complex. Within, dozens of cloaked mutants gathered around a massive device. At its core rested the box stolen from Kamartaj containing the space stone. Chief, we have the space stone. What's our next move? Asked a mutant with wolf-like ears, his hands morphing into razor-sharp claws at will. The man standing before the device turned slowly. His face was covered in mechanical implants, and his left eye glowed with a red energy core. Sebastian Shaw, the leader of the Apocalypse Cult. Not yet, he said, extending a mechanical arm to caress the space stone's box, greed glinting in his eyes. We need Chu Yuan's power. Only by merging his chakra with the space stone can we activate the evolution project and lead all mutants beyond humanity to become the true masters of Earth. But Chu Yuan is so powerful. Can we really defeat him? Another mutant who could control fire asked anxiously. Sebastian Shaw let out a cold laugh and pressed a button on the instrument before him. A video appeared on the screen. Within it, Ikaris was seen speaking with Sebastian Shaw, and the two reached a secret agreement. The Eternals would help the cult of Apocalypse hold Chu Yuan at bay, while the cult would be responsible for seizing the space stone and preventing Chu Yuan from wielding its power any further. With the Eternals on our side, even if Chu Yuan had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be our match. A wild gleam flashed in Sebastian Shaw's eyes. All we need to do now is wait for Chu Yuan to take the bait. I've already set up energy traps around the factory. The moment he steps inside, the power of the space stone will bind him. And then, he hadn't finished speaking when a tremendous force suddenly blasted through the factory wall. Chu Yuan's figure strode in, 6 chakra arms unfurling behind him, and his eternal Rinnegan glinting with an icy light. And then, you'll die a miserable death. Isn't that right? Chu Yuan. Sebastian Shaw's face turned ashen. He immediately slammed the activation button. Trigger the trap. Scarlet energy surged from the ground, forming countless chains that whipped toward Chu Yuan. At the same time, the space stone's container snapped open, releasing a torrent of blue spatial energy that rushed toward Chu Yuan, trying to seal away his chakra. Is that all you've got? Chu Yuan sneered, his Rinnegan flaring. Shinra Tensei. A tremendous repulsive force erupted from within him. The scarlet energy chains shattered in an instant, and the blue space energy was hurled back, smashing into the heart of the instrument. A shrill alarm wailed as the screen went black, the blue spatial energy flickering chaotically at the core, like a bomb about to detonate. Seeing this, a ruthless glint flashed in Sebastian Shaw's eyes. He tore off his mechanical left arm, revealing red energy conduits coiled inside, the energy amplifier, crafted from stolen alien technology in the lab. Chu Yuan, did you really think you could stop me this easily? Sebastian Shaw aimed the mechanical limb at the space stone, channeling crimson energy through the conduits and into the gem. The power of the space stone isn't something you can simply repel. The blue spatial energy surged suddenly, forming a massive vortex that swept toward Chu Yuan. His pupils shrank. He activated all 6 of his chakra arms, conjuring a golden chakra shield before him. 6 paths. Earth release. Chibaku Tensei. Prototype. A small meteorite rose from the ground, placing itself in front of Chu Yuan as a shield. The spatial vortex struck the meteorite, tearing it into fragments in an instant, while the energy of the vortex was also diminished by more than half. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan unleashed the universal pull, gathering the surrounding metal shards into a longsword, and swung it toward Sebastian Shaw. "Stop him!" Sebastian Shaw shouted. The mutants behind him immediately activated their powers. The wolf-eared mutant's claws flashed with a cold glint as they slashed forward. The fire mutant summoned roaring flames, and another mutant manipulated the factory steel pipes, forging a wall of metal to block the way. Chu Yuan let out a cold laugh. All 6 chakra arms moved at once. 6-path style. Fire release. Majestic destroyer flame. Golden flames erupted from his chakra arms, instantly devouring the blaze and heating the wolf-eared mutant's claws until they glowed red-hot. At the same time, he drove the sword forged from metal fragments, slashing straight through the metal barrier and advancing toward Sebastian Shaw without pause. Sebastian Shaw's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't expected Chu Yuan's power to be so overwhelming. Just as the longsword was about to pierce him, a golden beam of light suddenly shot in from outside the factory, striking Chu Yuan's blade. The sword was instantly frozen into a block of ice, then shattered into powder. "Who's there?" Chu Yuan spun around, the eternal Rinnegan in his eyes shining with wary light. The golden energy blasted open the factory's roof, and Ikari's descended slowly, his armor gleaming brilliantly, the blue gem on his forehead radiating a chilling energy. "I told you, we will not let you disrupt the balance of the universe. Sebastian Shaw, your part is done. Leave the rest to me." "Ikari's, you're just in time." Sebastian Shaw let out a sigh of relief and quickly retreated behind Ikari's. "Finish him. As long as he's dead, the space stone will be ours." Chu Yuan looked at the two before him, a surge of anger rising in his heart. "So, this is how the Eternals protect the universe? Colluding with mutant radicals to seize the space stone. How are you any different from Thanos?" "We are nothing like Thanos," Ikari's replied coldly, golden energy coalescing into a long spear in his hand. "Thanos acts for his own selfish desires. We act for the balance of the universe. Your power comes from another dimension. If you remain here, you'll attract the attention of the Celestials, and when that happens, the entire Earth will be destroyed." "The Celestials?" Zhu Duan, Thou Wen. He had never heard that name before, but from Ikari's tone, he could sense the terror that lay behind it. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. Ding! Detected information related to the unknown cosmic-level force, Celestial Order. Side quest, uncover the secrets of the Celestial Order, triggered. Mission objective, defeat Ikari's and Sebastian Shaw, seize the Space Stone, and investigate the threat posed by the Celestial Order. Mission rewards, Chakra increased to 350,000, unlock 6 paths. Yin Yang release, and obtain the Celestial Order's energy analysis chart. Host, Chu Yuan. Current Chakra, 280,000, 20,000 consumed in battle. Overall battle power, 190,000, temporarily decreased by 5% due to Eternal's energy suppression. Temporary status, enhanced perception from Eternal Rinnegan, able to preliminarily analyze Eternal's energy structure. No matter who you are, if you want to threaten Earth, you'll have to get through me first. Chu Yuan roared, activating the Eternal 6 Paths Sage Mode. Golden Chakra surged around him, and the 6 chakra arms expanded to their fullest form. 6 Paths Grand Rasengan. A colossal Rasengan condensed within his chakra arms, radiating an aura of destruction. With unstoppable force, it hurtled toward Ikari's and Sebastian Shaw. Ikari's expression darkened as he raised his golden spear, summoning a massive energy barrier. Eternals, Holy Shield. The Rasengan slammed into the barrier with a deafening explosion. The energy shield shook violently, tiny cracks appearing along its surface. Ikari spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly having underestimated Chu Yuan's power. Seeing this, Sebastian Shaw's eyes gleamed with greed. Seizing the moment while Ikari's held off the Rasengan, he slipped closer to the Space Stone, attempting to steal it. But Chu Yuan, sensing everything with his Eternal Rinnegan, instantly caught his subtle move. Try to run? Not that easy. Chu Yuan unleashed Kimui, spatial shift, appearing at Sebastian Shaw's side in a flash. 6 chakra arms seized Shaw, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Speak. What exactly is your evolution project? And who are the Celestial Order? Sebastian Shaw struggled desperately, but the Chakra arms held him in an unbreakable grip. Staring into Chu Yuan's icy eyes, a wave of terror washed over him. I'll talk. The Evolution Project is about using the Space Stone's power to forcibly enhance all mutants, making them rulers of Earth. As for the Celestial Order, they're the creators of the universe, and also its judges. If they believe any civilization threatens the balance of the cosmos, they will destroy it without mercy. Chu Yuan felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't expected the Celestial Order to be so terrifying. At that very instant, Ikari's suddenly launched an attack, his golden spear thrusting straight toward Chu Yuan's back. Chu Yuan, prepare to die. Chu Yuan was well prepared. He unleashed the Shinra Tensei, and a powerful repulsive force sent Ikari's flying. At the same time, he tossed Sebastian Shaw aside, turning to face Ikari's. Ikari's, do you really think you could defeat me? Ikari's dragged himself up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. Even if I can't beat you, I have to stop you. The mission of the Eternals is to safeguard the balance of the universe. Golden energy surged out from Ikari's, his entire body swelling with power as both his strength and speed multiplied several times over. Eternals, ultimate form. A massive pillar of golden energy burst forth, blasting toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, chakra whirling wildly within him. 6 chakra arms formed a gigantic golden longsword in his grasp. 6 paths, Super Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force far greater than before exploded from Chu Yuan's body, colliding head-on with Ikari's golden pillar. The entire factory shook violently. Huge cracks split the floor, and the space stone was jolted loose, tumbling to the ground. Now's my chance. Seizing the moment, Sebastian Shaw scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the space stone. His mechanical body suddenly unfolded, revealing a hidden red bomb inside. A cosmic energy bomb, forged with alien technology. The instant it touched the space stone's energy, it would unleash an explosion powerful enough to wipe out half of New York. Through the perceptive power of his eternal samsara, Chu Yuan instantly sensed the bomb. No, he's trying to detonate it. With Kamui, space shift, Chu Yuan appeared at Sebastian Shaw's side in an instant. 6 chakra arms snatched at the mechanical body, attempting to seize the bomb. But Sebastian Shaw had already aimed his mechanized limb at the space stone. Chu Yuan, even if I die, I'll take you and half of New York with me. You're insane. Chu Yuan Zhao. He triggered 6 paths. Yin-Yang release, wrapping the bomb in golden energy in a desperate effort to prevent detonation. At the same time, he activated Kamui, spatial fold, banishing Sebastian Shaw and the bomb into a pocket dimension. A thunderous explosion echoed from the alternate space, its fabric rippling with violent shockwaves. Chu Yuan's face turned pale. He could feel the stability of the pocket dimension trembling under the strain. Drawing a deep, steadying breath, he turned to face Ikari's. Now it's time to settle things between us. Ikari's looked at Chu Yuan, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He knew he was no longer a match for Chu Yuan. But still, he raised his golden spear and charged. The mission of the Eternals cannot be abandoned. Chu Yuan was well prepared. He unleashed his Shinra Tensei, sending Ikari's flying back with a powerful repulsive force. At the same time, he tossed Sebastian Shaw aside and turned to face Ikari's. Ikari's, do you really think you could defeat me? Ikari's struggled to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. A wild glint flashed in his eyes. Even if I can't beat you, I have to stop you. The Eternals' mission is to safeguard the balance of the universe. Golden energy erupted from Ikari's, his body swelling as his strength and speed multiplied several times over. Eternals' ultimate form. A massive pillar of golden light shot forth, roaring toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, his chakra surging wildly within him. The 6 arms of his chakra converged into a colossal golden longsword. 6 paths, Super Shinra Tensei. A surge of repulsive force, far stronger than before, exploded from Chu Yuan's body, colliding with Ikari's golden beam. The entire factory trembled violently. Huge cracks split the ground, and the space stone was jolted loose, tumbling to the floor. This is my chance. Seizing the moment, Sebastian Shaw scrambled to his feet and dashed toward the space stone. His mechanical body suddenly unfolded, revealing a hidden red bomb within, a cosmic energy bomb crafted with alien technology. If it made contact with the space stone's energy, it would unleash an explosion capable of obliterating half of New York. Sensing danger through the eternal samsara, Chu Yuan instantly detected the bomb. No, He's trying to set off the bomb. Chu Yuan activated Kim Yui, Space Warp, instantly appearing beside Sebastian Shaw. The 6 arms of Chakra seized his mechanical body, trying to wrest the bomb away. But Sebastian Shaw had already aimed his mechanical arm at the Space Stone. Chu Yuan, even if I die, I'll take you, and half of New York, with me. You're insane. Chu Yuan roared, unleashing 6 paths, yin-yang release. Golden energy enveloped the bomb, desperately trying to prevent it from detonating. At the same time, he triggered Kim Yui, Spacefold, hurling both Sebastian Shaw and the bomb into a separate dimension. A thunderous blast echoed from the other space, causing violent spatial tremors. Chu Yuan's face turned pale. He could feel the stability of the alternate dimension had been shaken. He took a deep breath, turning back to face Ikari's. Now it's time to settle things between us. Ikari's regarded Chu Yuan, a flicker of dread in his eyes. He knew he could no longer match his opponent. But still, he raised his golden spear and charged at Chu Yuan. The mission of the Eternals cannot be forsaken. Chu Yuan shook his head, activating the 6 paths Chakra arms. He seized Ikari's spear and pressed him firmly to the ground. Ikari's, you're being far too stubborn. The threat posed by the Celestials can't be resolved just by eliminating me. If you truly wish to protect the universe, you should work with us, not fight against your allies. Ikari struggled, trying to rise, but the Chakra arms held him down with unyielding strength. He met Chu Yuan's unwavering gaze, and doubt began to stir in his heart. Just then, his communicator crackled to life, and an aged voice spoke. Ikari's, cease your attack. Chu Yuan is right. The threat of the Celestials is upon us, and we must cooperate with Earth's defenders. Ikari's froze, caught off guard by the elder's words. He looked at Chu Yuan and slowly lowered his golden spear. Very well, I'll cooperate. But if you fail to stop the Celestials, I'll have no choice but to intervene. Chu Yuan released the Chakra arms and nodded. No problem. Our first priority is to recover the Space Stone and investigate the Celestials' threat. At that moment, Steven's voice came through the communicator. Chu, I've tracked the Space Stone. It's been taken by Sebastian Shaw's remnants. They're fleeing toward the Atlantic, and S.H.I.E.L.D. has detected abnormal spatial fluctuations over the ocean, as if something is about to emerge. Chu Yuan's expression grew serious. It seems our troubles are far from over. Ikari's, will you join me in the chase for the Space Stone? Ikari's nodded, golden energy gathering beneath his feet. Let's go. This will be our first step working together. Chu Yuan and Ikari's soared off together, heading toward the Atlantic. Above the Atlantic Ocean, a massive spatial rift hovered over the waves, churning with dark energy that froze the surrounding sea into blocks of ice. A small spacecraft sped toward the rift. On its deck, several mutants in black cloaks carefully handled a box containing the Space Stone. These were Sebastian Shaw's followers, intent on delivering the stone into the rift as an offering to the Celestials. Hurry! Once we send the Space Stone into the rift, the Celestials themselves will descend. Then we'll rule the Earth. The lead mutant shouted excitedly. Wind whipped around his hands, propelling the ship forward with unnatural speed. Just then, 2 streaks of light shot across the sky, and Chu Yuan and Ikari's landed squarely on the deck. Put down the Space Stone, Chu Yuan commanded, his voice cold and resolute. 6 gleaming Chakra arms flared behind him, and his eternal Rinnegan flashed with golden light. The mutants' faces changed dramatically. The leader immediately unleashed his power, sending a massive surge of wind and waves crashing toward Chu Yuan. Stop them. We can't let them interfere with the Celestials' arrival. Ikari's let out a cold snort. Golden energy gathered in his hands and formed a beam of light, striking the lead mutant in an instant. The mutant let out a scream of agony as his body was frozen into a solid block of ice, then shattered into fine powder. Witnessing this, the other mutants quickly activated their powers. Some hurled bolts of lightning. Others manipulated the seawater, while a few charged at them with weapons raised. Chu Yuan and Ikari's exchanged a glance, launching their counterattack at the same moment. Chu Yuan activated the 6 paths. Fire release, majestic inferno, and golden flames devoured both lightning and water, heating the mutants' weapons until they glowed red-hot. Ikari's unfurled his golden wings and darted across the deck with blinding speed, felling a mutant with each precise strike. In no time, all the mutants were defeated, leaving only the box containing the Space Stone lying quietly on the deck. Chu Yuan stepped forward and carefully picked up the box. The instant his hand touched it, a violent burst of black energy erupted from a spatial rift, and a colossal figure slowly emerged. It was a giant, towering 100 meters tall. His body was forged from black stone, and his eyes were 2 enormous rubies radiating a chilling aura of judgment. Clutched in one hand was a gigantic staff, topped with a purple gemstone, the Judgment Stone of the Celestials. Insignificant humans, how dare you attempt to prevent the sacrifice of the Space Stone? The giant's voice boomed like thunder, sending massive waves surging across the sea. I am a celestial judge, sent to pass sentence on this world that threatens the balance of the cosmos. Surrender the Space Stone now, or I will destroy the Earth. A grave look passed between Chu Yuan and Ikari's. Chu Yuan activated his eternal samsara eye, trying to analyze the giant's energy structure, only to find that its power was far beyond his understanding. A force capable of annihilating planets with ease, even greater than Thanos' Infinity Stones. Celestial Judge, energy detected. Energy level, cosmic class, exceeds current host's power. Warning, current host's total combat power, 190,000. Celestial Judge's total combat power, 500,000. The gap is overwhelming. It is advised to avoid direct confrontation. Temporary ability unlocked. 6 paths. Yin-Yang Seal Technique. Can temporarily seal cosmic level energy, but requires massive chakra consumption. Ikari's, do you have any ideas? Chu Yuan asked, sensing that although he had plenty of chakra, it was nowhere near enough to defeat the Celestial Judge. Ikari's shook his head, golden energy swirling around him. The Celestials are the creators of a universe. We Eternals are merely their guardians. To defeat a Celestial Judge, you would need power on a cosmic scale. Power on a cosmic scale, Chu Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recalled the 6 paths, Yin-Yang escapability he had received as a system reward. Maybe I have a way. Ikari's, can you keep the judge occupied for a few minutes? I need time to prepare a sealing technique. Ikari's nodded, golden energy gathering in his hands and transforming into a massive spear. No problem. I'll hold him off as long as I can. You must succeed. With a powerful leap, Ikari soared toward the Celestial Judge. His golden spear blazed with dazzling light as he aimed straight for the judge's eyes. The judge let out a cold snort, raising his scepter as a barrier of purple energy formed to block the spear. At the same time, his other hand reached out toward Ikari's, a gigantic palm radiating immense suction, intent on crushing him. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, chakra surging wildly within him. The energy of the 6 paths, Yin-Yang Escape, gathered in his hands, taking the shape of a golden rune. 6 paths, Yin-Yang Escape, sealing absorption mark, ultimate form. The golden rune unfurled in the air, expanding into a colossal sealing array that descended upon the Celestial Judge. Sensing the threat, the judge bellowed furiously, unleashing a torrent of purple energy from his scepter in an attempt to shatter the array. Ikari's, hold on just a bit longer, Chu Yuan shouted, feeling the sealing array's power being pushed back by the surge of purple energy. Gritting his teeth, Ikari summoned every ounce of strength, his entire being erupting with golden light. His body ignited in flames, the Eternal's ultimate ability, the Eternal Flame. Golden fire unfurled into massive wings behind him, and his power soared to new heights. He thrust his spear at the judge's scepter. Eternal's final strike. The spear struck the scepter with a thunderous explosion. The purple energy flickered and faltered for a moment, and Chu Yuan seized the opening, pushing the sealing array's power to its peak. Seek spots, Yin-Yang Escape, seal. The golden array instantly enveloped the Celestial Judge, binding both body and power in a relentless seal. The judge let out a furious roar, struggling violently to break free, but the seal's strength only grew, smothering his every movement. We did it! Chu Yuan exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the deck. His chakra was almost entirely depleted, leaving his body weak and exhausted. Ikari's, too, let go of the Eternal Flame. His face grew pale, a clear sign that he'd burned through much of his own strength. He walked over to Chu Yuan, gazing at the sealed arbiter. Satisfaction flickered in his eyes. We did it, Chu Yuan. We've successfully sealed the arbiter of the Celestials. Chu Yuan nodded, but his gaze drifted toward the distant spatial rift, a ripple of worry rising in his heart. But this is only the beginning. There are still many arbiters in the Celestial Order. If they all come to Earth, what then? Ikari's fell silent for a moment before answering. I'll reach out to the elders of the Eternals. They can explain everything to the Celestials, that Earth poses no threat to the balance of the universe. The real danger comes from those who want to exploit cosmic energy and disrupt that balance. Just then, Chu Yuan's communicator crackled to life. Fury's voice burst through, tinged with excitement. Chu, good news. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Nova Corps have found the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. It's at the edge of the universe, guarded by a mysterious civilization. And Steven has discovered a way to use the Space Stone and Mind Stone to mend the cosmic rift. A spark of hope ignited within Chu Yuan as he glanced at Ikari's. It seems our efforts weren't in vain after all. When the space rift above the Atlantic finally closed, a sudden agony swept through Chu Yuan's body, like 1,000 icy needles stabbing into him at once. The mysterious, scarlet wave of energy not only shredded his six-paths chakra arms, but also wrapped him in an invisible shackle, freezing his chakra completely. He couldn't even lift a finger and had to lean on Akari's just to stay on his feet. My chakra, it won't move. Chu Yuan's voice trembled. The golden light of his eternal samsara eyes had faded, leaving only deep gray pupils, as if all brilliance had been drained from precious stones. Warning. Host has suffered a deep seal from the Phoenix Force. All ninjutsu, ocular powers, and tailed beast abilities have been rendered inoperative. Current status, chakra depleted. Overall combat strength reduced to 1,200, barely retaining peak human-level martial arts. Urgent notice. The Phoenix Seal contains a power-stripping factor. If not neutralized soon, the host may permanently lose the ability to use chakra. The system's alarm blared sharply in his mind, but Chu Yuan no longer even had the strength to summon his mission interface. Akari's looked at his ashen face. The golden armor he wore still oozing energy from its cracks. Let's get back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury might have a way to counteract the seal. No sooner had they arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters than they were blocked by a squad of armed agents. The lead agent, dressed in a black suit and bearing the emblem of the World Security Council on his chest, fixed Chu Yuan with a cold stare. Agent Chu Yuan, by order of the Council, you are to be escorted to a special laboratory for an energy stability assessment. Testing? Akari stepped forward, golden energy gathering in his palm. He needs treatment right now, not testing. This is a direct order from the Council. The agent raised his credentials. Mr. Akari's, if the Eternals interfere in Earth's internal affairs, it would be a violation of the Intergalactic Civilization Mutual Aid Accord. Chu Yuan grabbed Akari's arm and shook his head. He could sense that the agent's weapons were coated with an energy-suppressing compound. Clearly, the Council had been prepared for this. I'll go with you, Chu Yuan said softly. Yet his words were firm and left no room for argument. But I want to see Fury. The laboratory was 3 floors beneath S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, its walls forged from a blend of vibranium and adamantium, with not a window in sight. Chu Yuan was strapped to a metal chair, restraints tightening automatically around his wrists and ankles. Blue patterns pulsed along the bands, glowing with suppressive energy. When Fury hurried in, several lab-coated scientists were already clustered around Chu Yuan, drawing blood samples from his arm. Stop! Fury shoved the researchers aside, his face dark with anger as he glared at the suited agent. What exactly does the Council want? Director Fury, you know how dangerous the power inside Mr. Chu Yuan is. The agent produced a file. After Thanos was defeated, his abilities have far exceeded the controllable range. And now, with the Phoenix Force sealing him, this is the perfect chance to study the true nature of his energy. If we can extract his chakra and infuse it into the Sentinel robots, humanity would finally possess the ultimate weapon against mutants and extraterrestrial threats. The ultimate weapon? Chu Yuan let out a hollow laugh, tinged with sorrow. You want to turn me into a lab rat? Have you forgotten who held the line against Thanos' army in Wakanda? Have you forgotten who sealed away the Celestial Judge? Chu, I'll find a way. Fury moved to his side, voice low and urgent. The Council has already partnered with Trask Industries. The Sentinel upgrade project starts tomorrow. I just need time to contact the Avengers and stop them. Seeing the desperation in Fury's eyes, Chu Yuan nodded slowly. He tried to summon his chakra, but all he felt was a cold, lifeless void. The seal of the Phoenix Force stood like an invisible wall, cutting him off completely. At that moment, the lab doors burst open and Steve and Tony rushed in, followed closely by Natasha and Barton. Let him go. Steve raised a shield and stepped protectively in front of Chu Yuan. The Council has no right to treat him like an experiment. Captain America, this is the Council's decision. The agent pulled out his radio. If you insist on interfering, I am authorized to use force. Tony's armor snapped into place, the repulsor on his palm glowing as he aimed at the agent. Go ahead. Make my day. The atmosphere in the laboratory turned razor-sharp in an instant. Looking at his companions before him, Chu Yuan felt a warm surge in his heart. Despite having lost his powers, he was not alone. Yet he knew all too well that the Council's ambition would not end here. Even if they managed to escape this time, the Council would resort to even more despicable means to hunt him down. Steve, Tony, don't act impulsively, Chu Yuan spoke up. I'll go with them to Trask Industries. Only by getting close to the Sentinel robots can I find a chance to break the seal. Chu, are you out of your mind? Natasha frowned. Trask Industries is where they develop weapons against mutants. They won't show you any mercy. I have no other choice. Chu Yuan looked down at his own hands. Hands that once summoned the Six Paths power, but now struggled even to form a fist. The energy stripping factor from the Phoenix Seal is spreading. I have to find the source of the Phoenix Force to break it. And Trask Industries must have research data on the Phoenix Force. Fury was silent for a moment, then nodded. I'll arrange for someone to support you from the shadows. Tony, you hack into Trask Industries' database and find their research plans. Steve, get in touch with the X-Men. Jean Grey is the only one currently able to control the Phoenix Force. Maybe she can help Chu break the seal. The next morning, Chu Yuan was taken aboard a helicopter and flown to Trask Industries' secret base in Canada. Peering out from a window during the flight, he saw the snowy mountains below and suddenly recalled his early days in the Marvel Universe. Back then, he was just a newly awakened ninja with a Sharingan, never imagining he would one day lose all his abilities in another universe, reduced to a prisoner. Inside, the base was even larger than Chu Yuan had imagined. Along both sides of the corridors, glass containers held various mutant gene samples in suspension, while screens on the walls displayed the progress of Sentinel robot modifications. The silvery limbs of those robots already etched with patterns reminiscent of Chakra seals. Mr. Chu Yuan, welcome to the power of God's laboratory. A bespectacled doctor greeted him, a name tag reading Alistair Trask pinned to his chest. We've prepared the energy extraction device. As long as you cooperate, you'll be making a great contribution to the safety of humanity. Chu Yuan said nothing as he was led to the center of a massive laboratory. There stood a towering machine, 10 meters tall, its metallic disc at the top bristling with needles, and connected below to a half-finished Sentinel robot. With a wave of Trask's hand, the researchers sprang into action, activating the machine. Blue beams of energy engulfed Chu Yuan, bathing him in a cold, electric light. Begin extracting the residual chakra. Trask stared at the data streaming across the screen, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. Even if we can extract just 1/10,000th of it, the Sentinel robots will gain enough power to destroy an entire city. A beam of light pierced through Chu Yuan's body. He could feel the cold seal inside him being disturbed, a sharp pain radiating from his heart and spreading outward. Just then, a familiar chime sounded in his mind. The system's notification. Ding. Host contact with Chakra extraction device detected. The Phoenix Seal is showing signs of loosening. Side mission triggered. Reverse absorption. Use the extraction device to absorb energy from the Sentinels and forcefully impact the Phoenix Seal. Mission rewards. 50% Chakra recovery. Unlock Phoenix Seal resistance. And gain access to Trask Industries' core database. A surge of hope rose within Chu Yuan. Following the system's guidance, he channeled the last remnants of his mental strength into the extraction device. Suddenly, the numbers on the screen went haywire. The energy that was supposed to flow into the Sentinel robots was now surging back, rushing into Chu Yuan's own body. What's happening? The energy is reversing. Trask shouted in alarm, frantically issuing orders. Shut down the machine. Cut the power now. But it was already too late. Chu Yuan could feel the energy stored within the Sentinel robots, an energy synthesized from mutant genes and alien technology, crashing against the Phoenix Seal inside him. The cold seal began to crack, and faint traces of chakra seeped through the fractures, flowing gently like a spring stream after winter. Chakra recovery, 10%, 20%, 30%. Phoenix Seal resistance unlocking. Warning, large numbers of Sentinel robots detected outside the base. Laboratory is being surrounded. Chu Yuan's eyes snapped open, a fleeting golden glow flickering in his dark gray pupils. The eternal reincarnation I had not fully recovered, but he could already sense the chaos around him. He broke free from the restraining straps and drove his fist into the extraction device. The machine exploded instantly, sending shards flying and forcing the nearby researchers to retreat in terror. Trying to escape, Trask slammed his palm onto the red button on the wall. The laboratory doors slammed shut at once. Activate the backup protocol. Release the Sentinel prototypes. The ground split open with a metallic roar. 3 silver-white Sentinel robots rose from below, their arms morphing into energy cannons aimed directly at Chu Yuan. He drew a deep breath, focusing the freshly recovered 30% of his chakra, and formed the necessary hand seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. Dark red flames burst from his mouth. Though the power was far weaker than before, it was enough to temporarily force the Sentinel robots back. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the laboratory's ventilation shaft. Just then, his communicator crackled to life, and Tony's voice came through. Chu, I've hacked into the base's database. I found the Phoenix Force research data. Jean Grey and the X-Men are on their way. Hold out for another 10 minutes. Chu Yuan squeezed into the ventilation duct, explosions from the Sentinels echoing behind him. He knew this was only the beginning. Trask Industries would never let him go so easily, and the Council's ambitions would not end here. The Phoenix seal within him could only be fully lifted if he found Jean Grey. Outside the air duct, the heavy footsteps of Sentinel robots were drawing ever closer. Chu Yuan clenched his fists, feeling the slow flow of chakra inside him, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes. Even if I lose every power I have, I will never let myself become someone else's weapon. This fight has only just begun. Meanwhile, inside the SHIELD headquarters conference room, Fury was locked in a heated debate with members of the World Security Council. On the screen, live footage from Trask Industries filled the display. An elderly, white-haired councilman sneered. "Fury, do you really think Chu Yuan can escape? As long as he's still on Earth, he'll eventually become a power source for the Sentinels. Humanity's safety cannot depend on the strength of an outsider." Fury stared at Chu Yuan's running figure on the screen, a surge of determination rising within him. Quietly, he pressed a hidden button on his cuff and spoke into his communicator to Steve on the other end. "Initiate the plan. We have to get Chu out of there before the Council realizes what's happening." A war for power was quietly erupting, its opening shots already fired. What Chu Yuan didn't yet know was that buried within the research data at Trask Industries lay an even more terrifying secret. The Sentinels were not only capable of absorbing chakra, but could also siphon off the Phoenix Force itself. If the Council succeeded, the entire planet would fall under Sentinel rule. The air duct was thick with dust, the metal tunnel barely a meter wide, forcing Chu Yuan to crawl on his belly. Behind him, the Sentinel's heavy footsteps drew closer, the grinding of metal joints ringing out with a sinister persistence, each approach tightening the knot of anxiety in his chest. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his fingertips brushing against the rust on the duct wall. This secret base's ventilation system had clearly seen better days. At the pipe's joints, fine cracks allowed him to peer out and observe the world beyond. From the right-hand shaft, he heard the voices of researchers, punctuated by the buzzing of instruments. The energy backlash damaged the core of Sentinel Prototype Number 3. Dr. Trask wants us to activate the backup power supply immediately and seal all exits. And another thing, we just detected an energy fluctuation in the ventilation shaft. That Chu Yuan might be hiding in there. Notify the robot squad to investigate. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. He quickly curled up, pressing himself into the shadowy recesses along the top of the duct. He summoned what little chakra had recovered, just 30%, and focused it into his palms. It wasn't to launch a jutsu, but to cloak his entire body in chakra, masking the heat signature that would give him away. This was a stealth technique he'd mastered during assassination missions in the world of Naruto. He never imagined that, with most of his abilities lost, such a skill would become his lifeline. Detected. Host is using tactical skills to evade detection. Survival against the odds buff activated. Chakra consumption reduced by 20%, environmental awareness temporarily enhanced. No sooner had the system notification faded than 2 crimson beams of infrared swept over the opening below him. Chu Yuan held his breath as the beams scanned back and forth across the very spot where he just paused, only relaxing when the mechanical footsteps slowly retreated into the distance. He pulled out the miniature communicator Tony had slipped him beforehand and pressed the button on its side. A single line of text appeared on the screen. "Your location locked. X-Men estimated to arrive at the base perimeter in 5 minutes. I'll cut power to Zone B. Use the opportunity to reach the core database." Chu Yuan's eyes sharpened. Using his heightened senses, he reconstructed a mental map of the facility. The core database was on the second basement level of Zone B, while he was now in a ventilation duct in Zone A. Between them lay 3 patrol zones guarded by Sentinel robots. Worse yet, Trask Industries had installed vibration sensors inside the ducts. If his movement exceeded 1 meter per second, it would trigger an alarm. "I'll have to risk it," Chu Yuan muttered through gritted teeth. He fished a smoke grenade out of his pocket. A souvenir Barton had slipped him on his way out of SHIELD. He pulled the pin, fixed the grenade to the duct wall, set it to detonate in 10 seconds, then began crawling toward Zone B. 10 seconds later, a soft pop sounded behind him, and white smoke seeped through the seams of the duct. Instantly, alarms blared throughout the facility. Explosion detected in Zone A. Possible intruder attack. All units increase patrols. Chu Yuan seized the moment, quickening his pace. He could sense faint electric pulses from the vibration sensors, but the chaos triggered by the smoke grenade masked his movement for now. Just as he was about to reach the junction between Zones A and B, a sudden metallic click echoed ahead. It was the sound of a duct cover being lifted. A guard in black tactical gear poked his head inside, the muzzle of his gun aimed straight down the shaft. "Who's in there? Come out!" Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his chakra into his right leg and kicked hard at the guard's wrist. The guard was caught off guard. His handgun slipped from his grasp and clattered into the ventilation shaft. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan rolled out of the duct, his left arm locking tightly around the guard's throat. With his right hand, he snatched up the pistol and pressed it against the man's temple. "Where's the power control room for Sector B?" Fear flickered in the guard's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and refused to answer. Anxious, Chu Yuan suddenly remembered he still retained the basic abilities of the Sharingan. Even without Kamui or illusions, he could still read the subtle changes in a person's pupils and catch their emotional fluctuations. Fixing his gaze on the guard's eyes, he spoke slowly. "Your daughter is 6 years old, right? She attends St. Mary's Elementary in Ottawa. If you don't talk, I can't promise what might happen next." Tony had relayed this information to Chu Yuan in real time through his communicator. While hacking into the Trask Industries database, he'd conveniently pulled up personal files on all the guards. Chu Yuan noticed the guard's pupils contract in panic. He knew then. The man's mental defenses had crumbled. It's at the end of the first-floor corridor in Sector B. You'll need Dr. Trask's authorization card to get in. The guard stammered, his voice trembling. "I can take you there, but you have to promise you won't harm my family." Chu Yuan nodded, binding the guard's hands behind his back with chakra, then pushed him forward toward the power control room. Along the way, several sentry robots glanced at them with suspicion, but since the guard was wearing a standard uniform and Chu Yuan kept his hat brim low, they didn't arouse suspicion for the moment. But as they reached the control room door, one robot suddenly stepped forward, its red scanner beam sweeping across Chu Yuan's face. Identity verification failed. Possible intruder detected. Damn! Chu Yuan cursed inwardly, yanking the guard with him as they ducked behind a corner. At the same time, he raised his pistol and fired at the robot's head. The bullet struck the robot's sensor, leaving only a shallow dent. Their exteriors were made of adamantium alloy. Ordinary bullets couldn't harm them at all. In the blink of an eye, the robot's arm morphed into an energy cannon and fired in Chu Yuan's direction. He pulled the guard down to the floor, just as the cannon blast scorched a half-meter-wide burn mark onto the wall. Realizing he couldn't afford any more delays, Chu Yuan summoned the last of his chakra, his hands forming seals at breakneck speed. Water style, water surge. A weak stream of water shot from his palms. It wasn't enough to damage the robot, but it did obscure its vision for a moment. Seizing the chance, Chu Yuan dragged the guard into the power control room and slammed the door shut behind them, locking it tight. The room was lined with monitors and buttons. Chu Yuan ordered the guard to cut the power to Sector B. As the button was pressed, the lights on every screen went out in an instant, and a wave of chaotic shouts echoed through the base. "All right, you can go now." Chu Yuan released the guard and tossed the pistol to the ground. "Remember, never work for Trask Industries again." The guard, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the control room, stumbling over himself in his haste. Chu Yuan, meanwhile, dashed toward the core database. With the main power offline, most of the Sentinel robots had slipped into a dormant state. Only a few patrol units, running on backup power, still roamed the halls. Cloaked in darkness, Chu Yuan skillfully avoided the patrol routes and soon arrived at the entrance to the core database. The database door required dual authentication, both a fingerprint and an iris scan. Chu Yuan frowned, then suddenly recalled how, back in the laboratory, Dr. Trask had swiped his finger across the verification screen. Retracing his steps to the lab, Chu Yuan found what he was looking for. A severed finger that Trask had lost, sliced off by flying debris when the extraction device had exploded just moments before. "Sorry, Doctor," Chu Yuan murmured, picking up the finger and pressing it to the verification panel. At the same time, he activated his Eternal Samsara eye at just 10% of its power, aligning his iris with the scanner. Beep. Verification successful. The heavy database doors slid open with a slow hiss. Chu Yuan stepped inside, his gaze drawn to a black metal container sitting atop the central control console. The container was etched with the same markings as those on the Black Phoenix's forehead, and a faint ripple of Phoenix force emanated from within. Phoenix force container detected. Mission update triggered. New objective for the reverse absorption mission. Seize the Phoenix force container and use its power to completely lift the Phoenix seal. Tip. The Phoenix force within the container has been purified and can neutralize the energy stripping factor inside your body. A surge of excitement welled up in Chu Yuan's chest. He hurried toward the console, reaching for the container, when suddenly an icy voice rang out behind him. "Did you really think you could get away, Chu Yuan?" Chu Yuan spun around and saw Dr. Trask standing in the doorway. Trask's left arm had been replaced with a mechanical prosthesis, and in his hand he gripped an energy gun. "I knew you'd come here," Trask sneered, "so I left a little surprise. This entire database is filled with chakra-absorbing devices. Once you step inside, leaving is no longer an option." As Trask pressed the button in his hand, dozens of metallic conduits sprang from the walls, unleashing torrents of blue energy beams toward Chu Yuan. He tried to dodge, but found his body held fast by an invisible force. The chakra absorption system had been activated. The chakra he had just regained began draining rapidly, and the glow of his eternal samsara faded once more. Give up, Trask said, advancing step by step. If you cooperate, I can make you the core of the Sentinels, forever alive within the machines, the eternal guardian of humanity. Chu Yuan clenched his teeth as he stared at the vessel containing the Phoenix Force before him, a bold idea suddenly flashing through his mind. Summoning the last remnants of his chakra, he hurled a smoke bomb toward the vessel. As the room filled with thick smoke, he lunged forward, clutching the vessel tightly to his chest. At the same time, he slammed his hand down on the self-destruct button on the console. Tony had once told him that this button would detonate every energy device in the database. You're insane, Trask cried out in alarm, spinning around in a desperate attempt to escape. Holding the vessel close, Chu Yuan felt the warmth of the Phoenix Force radiating from within. He pressed the vessel to his chest, allowing its energy to surge into his body. Phoenix Force detected. Phoenix Seal release progress. 40%, 50%, 70%. Warning. Database explosion imminent. Countdown. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Chu Yuan could feel his chakra rapidly restoring, and the golden glow of his eternal Rinnegan flared to life once more. Activating Ki, space shift, he gripped the vessel and instantly reappeared at the outskirts of the base. A tremendous explosion roared behind him as the secret facility of Trask Industries collapsed in a storm of fire, burying countless Sentinel robots beneath the rubble. Chu, are you all right? Jean Grey's voice called from behind. She and the other members of the X-Men stood on a nearby hillside, relief and joy lighting up their faces when they saw Chu Yuan safe and sound. Chu Yuan set down the vessel and drew a deep breath, feeling the chakra flowing once more through his body. Though only 70% had returned, it was enough to escape the fate of being used as an experiment. He looked at Jean Grey, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Thank you for coming. Jean shook her head, her gaze falling on the vessel. I can sense it. The Phoenix Force inside this vessel is the same as the one within me. Trask Industries has been researching ways to control the Phoenix Force all along. This vessel, it might be the result of their experiments. At that moment, Chu Yuan's communicator crackled to life, Fury's voice urgent and strained. Chu, this is bad. The World Security Council has just ordered a global manhunt for you and the X-Men. They believe you've stolen Trask Industries' research and now pose a threat to humanity. Most of SHLD's agents have been sent after you. I have precious few I can trust. You need to leave Canada now. A grave expression settled over Chu Yuan's face. He glanced at the X-Men by his side, then down at the Phoenix Force vessel in his hands, suddenly realizing that this war over power had only just begun. The ambitions of the Council, the remnants of Trask Industries, and the lurking thread of the Celestials all wove together like an inescapable net, drawing ever tighter around him and his friends. We'll head to the X-Men's base first, Jean Grey said. There, we have a secret passageway that can help us evade the Council's pursuit for now. Besides, I need time to study this vessel. Maybe I'll find a way to fully control the Phoenix Force and help you lift the remaining seals. Chu Yuan nodded and followed the X-Men toward the distant forest. The last rays of the setting sun spilled across their backs, stretching their shadows long and thin. He knew the road ahead would be even tougher, but as long as he had his companions at his side and the strength he'd regained, he wouldn't give up. Back in the ruins behind them, a mechanical arm emerged from the rubble, its red light blinking in the dusk. That was a prototype Sentinel from Trask Industries. Its core database still held samples of Chu Yuan's chakra and research data on the Phoenix Force. This battered machine would be the spark that ignited an even greater crisis in the days to come. Night had settled over the Canadian woods, the cold wind sweeping fallen leaves across the treetops. Chu Yuan trudged after Jean Grey, each step sinking into the thick humus, the soft earth uneven beneath his feet as they made their way to the X-Men's base. Though 70% of his chakra remained, enough to keep him moving, every step sent a faint sting from the Phoenix Eel on his chest. The Phoenix Force inside the vessel had neutralized some of the extraction agents, but still surged through his meridians like a restless flame, crashing back and forth. We're almost at the entrance, Jean Grey said, pausing to place her hand on the trunk of an ancient tree. The bark slowly split apart, revealing a metal corridor just wide enough for one person to pass through. Our mutant allies are guarding the inside. It should be safe. Chu Yuan followed her into the passageway. The walls were inlaid with special minerals that blocked all signals. His communicator went dead in an instant. After walking about 50 meters, they came to a heavy metal door. From the other side, a raspy voice called out, "Jean, is it you? Please verify your identity." Jean Grey raised her hand to the scanner beside the door, flashing her wristband engraved with the X-Men's insignia. Beep. Identity verified. The metal door slid open, and a man in a blue combat suit stepped forward to greet them. His hands could morph into sharp metallic claws at will. It was Logan, the X-Men's Wolverine. "This must be Chu Yuan." Logan's gaze settled on him, sizing him up. "Jean said your abilities were sealed by the Phoenix Force, and now the Council's got a bounty on you?" "That's not all," Chu Yuan replied with a wry smile, gesturing to the black vessel he cradled in his arms. "They want to inject my chakra into the Sentinel robots and use the Phoenix Force to enhance their weapons. This vessel is the result of Trask Industries' research on the Phoenix Force." Logan frowned as he led them into the heart of the base. It was a vast chamber hidden within the mountain, its rocky walls etched with glowing energy runes. Dozens of mutants sat around a central bonfire, and upon seeing Jean Grey return, they all stood up to greet her. Yet Chu Yuan noticed something strange in the eyes of a few people, most notably a young mutant lingering in the corner. The youth's fingers unconsciously fiddled with a communicator at his waist, and beneath the skin behind his ear, something seemed to be concealed. Weak signal fluctuations detected nearby. Source: mutant in the corner wearing a gray jacket. Warning: this mutant is carrying a Trask Industries tracker. Host is advised to stay alert. The system's prompt made Chu Yuan's heart clench. He moved closer to Jean Grey without betraying his anxiety and whispered, "Jean, watch out for the one in the gray jacket in the corner. He's carrying a tracker." Jean's pupils shrank in alarm. She subtly signaled Logan with a glance. Logan understood at once, pretending to fetch some water by the fire as he slowly approached the young mutant. But just then, the young man suddenly whipped out his communicator and shouted into it, "They're in the base. Send the Sentinels now." "Damn it." Logan transformed in an instant, metal claws snapping out as he lunged at the young mutant. But it was already too late. The youth pressed the red button on the communicator, and the rocky walls of the base began to shake violently. Hidden metal panels slid aside from behind the runes, revealing the heads of dozens of Sentinel robots. "He's a spy," Jean Grey roared, the Phoenix Force blazing around her in a torrent of scarlet energy that surged toward the Sentinels. Chu Yuan gathered chakra in his hands, forming seals. Katan, great fireball technique. A dark red inferno intertwined with the Phoenix's power, holding back the Sentinels' first assault. But more Sentinels burst from the walls. Markings of chakra were carved into their arms, allowing them to absorb energy from their surroundings. Chu Yuan could feel his chakra being slowly drained by the machines. The glow of his eternal Rinnegan dimmed once more. "The emergency exit is on the east side," Logan shouted as he fought off the Sentinels. "Chu, take Jean and the vessel and get out first. We'll cover you." Chu Yuan shook his head. "We leave together. It's too dangerous for you to stay behind." "There's no time to argue." Jean Grey poured the Phoenix Force into Chu Yuan, stabilizing his chakra for the moment. "Only you can carry the vessel safely, and you need time to break the seal. We'll catch up. Trust us." Chu Yuan met Jean Grey's determined gaze, then looked at the mutants locked in a desperate struggle against the Sentinel robots. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. "All right, I'll wait for you at the end of the passage. If you're not there in 10 minutes, I'll come back to get you." Clutching the container tightly, he sprinted toward the emergency exit on the eastern side. The passageway was pitch black, and he could only rely on the faint glow of his eternal Samsara eyes to find his way. After running for about 100 meters, a tremendous explosion suddenly erupted behind him, and the entire corridor began to collapse. Chu Yuan picked up his pace and managed to burst through the exit just before the passage was completely sealed, finding himself in a desolate mountain valley. He leaned against a sturdy tree, gasping for breath, and looked down at the container in his arms. The intricate patterns on its surface were glowing, and the Phoenix Force inside resonated powerfully with the chakra within his own body. Chu Yuan could feel the seal of the Phoenix on his chest gradually loosening. A gentle, warming energy spread along his meridians, merging seamlessly with his chakra. Detecting symbiotic reaction between Phoenix Force and chakra. Phoenix Seal release progress, 80%, 90%, 99%. Warning, the symbiotic reaction is too intense and may lead to an energy surge. Host is advised to immediately seek a safe place and stabilize the energy. A surge of joy rose in Chu Yuan's heart, but was instantly replaced by a sense of vigilance. He could feel the energy within him churning like a volcano on the verge of eruption, threatening to spiral out of control at any moment. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted an abandoned cave deep in the valley and dashed toward it. container in hand. Inside the cave, the air was dry and still. Chu Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground and placed the container before him. Its lid slowly slid open, and golden phoenix force streamed out, intertwining with his own chakra to form a magnificent cocoon of energy. Chu Yuan closed his eyes and, following the system's guidance, began to carefully guide the two energies to merge. Phoenix Seal release progress, 100%. Congratulations, host, all abilities restored. Detected complete symbiosis between Phoenix Force and Chakra. New ability unlocked. 6 paths, Phoenix Art. Enables manipulation of the fused Phoenix Force and Chakra. Current Chakra, 350,000, enhanced by 30% under Phoenix Force. Overall combat power, 280,000. The energy cocoon gradually faded away. Chu Yuan opened his eyes, a swirl of red and blue light flashing within his eternal samsara eyes. Rising to his feet, he stretched, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. The fusion of Phoenix Force and Chakra had elevated his abilities to an entirely new level. Just then, a familiar voice called from outside the cave. Chu, are you in there? Chu Yuan stepped out to see Jean Grey and Logan standing just beyond the entrance, their bodies marked with wounds, followed by a dozen battered but surviving mutants. You're all safe, Chu Yuan exclaimed in delight. Thanks to Jean's Phoenix Force, we managed to break through. Logan wiped the blood from his face. But the Council keeps sending more sentinels. We need to get out of here and find another safe haven as soon as possible. Jean Grey nodded, her gaze settling on Chu Yuan. I can sense it. The seal on your power has been lifted, and you're even stronger now. Chu Yuan smiled, lifting his hand to release an arc of energy. The 6 paths, Phoenix Escape. Crimson and blue light intertwined, illuminating the valley. The sheer force radiating from the energy left everyone stunned. That's right, and now I can control the Phoenix Force myself. From now on, we won't have to fear the Sentinels anymore. Just then, Chu Yuan's communicator crackled to life. It was Fury with an emergency transmission. He pressed the button to answer, and Fury's urgent voice came through, rapid and tense. Chu, something's gone wrong. The remnants of Trask Industries have used your old Chakra samples and Phoenix Force data to create an ultimate Sentinel. It's far more powerful than the regular ones. It's wreaking havoc in New York, and the Avengers can barely hold it back. You need to get here and help now. Chu Yuan's face grew grave. He looked at the mutants around him, then thought of his friends back in New York. Taking a deep breath, he declared, We're going to New York right now. Jean, can you open a portal for us? Jean Grey nodded, channeling the Phoenix Force and shaping a crimson portal before her. Is everyone ready? This time, we fight the Council and the Sentinels together, for peace between mutants and humankind. Chu Yuan clenched his fists, the power of the 6 paths, Phoenix Escape swirling around him. Ready. No matter what we face, we won't back down. One by one, the group stepped into the portal. Chu Yuan was the last to enter. He turned and cast a final glance at the desolate valley behind him. He knew full well that the war between power and peace was about to reach a new and dramatic peak. The red portal unfurled amidst the ruins of Manhattan, New York. Chu Yuan was the first to step out, his feet landing among broken lampposts and burning cars. The acrid air was thick with smoke and the stench of molten metal. In the distance, the thunderous crash of collapsing buildings echoed. At the center of Times Square stood the ultimate Sentinel, towering over 100 meters tall. Its silver-white frame was etched with dark golden chakra patterns, and a blood-red crystal was embedded in its chest, forged from the shattered remains of the Phoenix Force vessel. The ultimate Sentinel raised its right arm, blasting an energy cannon at an office building. The glass curtain wall shattered like a cascading waterfall, and the entire structure tilted precariously in an instant. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he activated the Eternal Samsara Eye. He could clearly see that at the robot's core, beyond the energies of Chakra and Phoenix Force, there lurked a faint trace of unfamiliar black energy. The fluctuations of this energy bore an uncanny resemblance to the power of the Celestial Judicator. Alert! Detected Celestial Fragment, energy within the Ultimate Sentinel's core. Warning! This energy greatly enhances the robot's self-repair and offensive abilities. Conventional attacks will not inflict fatal damage. Main quest prerequisite triggered. Destroy the Ultimate Sentinel and seize the Celestial Fragment. Quest reward. Unlock 6 paths, Celestial Escape, and obtain the Celestial Fragment Analysis Blueprint. Chu, over here. Tony's voice rang out from ahead. His Mark 85 armor was riddled with cracks, the energy cannon on his left arm completely disabled. He was assisting Steve and Natasha in covering the evacuation of civilians. When Tony saw Chu Yuan and the X-Men arrive, a flash of relief and excitement crossed his eyes. You finally made it. This thing is insane. Nothing we try can even scratch its defenses. Chu Yuan nodded and handed the Phoenix Force containment vessel to Jean Grey. Jean, keep its attention on you. I'm going for its core. Logan, protect the civilians. Don't let the robots' attacks harm them. Understood. Logan's metal claws sprang out as he turned and charged toward the evacuating crowd. Scarlet light flared around Jean Grey as the Phoenix Force coalesced into a massive energy, long sword in her grasp. Be careful, Chu. Its absorption field is huge. Don't let it drain your chakra. Chu Yuan took a deep breath. All 350,000 units of chakra within him surged wildly. 6 spectral chakra arms unfurled from his back, and a swirl of red and blue 6 paths. Phoenix escape. Energy gathered in his palm. 6 paths. Phoenix, Grand Ultra Spiral Sphere. A spiraling sphere over 10 meters in diameter materialized in his hand, its surface ablaze with crimson phoenix fire. The sheer density of energy warped the surrounding air. With a mighty leap, Chu Yuan soared toward the Ultimate Sentinel's chest, the very spot where the celestial fragment was embedded at its core. A deep, thrumming vibration filled the air. Sensing the threat, the Ultimate Sentinel's red crystal core flared to life, deploying an energy shield. The spiral sphere slammed against the barrier, detonating with a deafening explosion that rattled the city. Fine cracks appeared on the red crystal. But a heartbeat later, golden light swept across the robot's body. Chakra patterns flickered rapidly, and the damage was mended before their very eyes. He can heal himself this quickly? Chu Yuan's heart sank. He was about to activate his divine might, spatial shift to escape, but realized the space around him had been locked by an invisible force. The Ultimate Sentinel was unleashing spatial imprisonment through its chakra circuits, a technique Trask Industries had developed by mimicking his own power. Chu, watch out! Jean Grey's voice rang out. She summoned the Phoenix Force to forge a chain of energy, which wrapped around the Ultimate Sentinel's right arm in an attempt to restrain its attack. But the machine's strength far exceeded expectations. With a casual flick, it flung Jean aside, sending her crashing hard against the wall of a nearby building. Jean! Chu Yuan roared in fury. Forcing his way through the spatial prison, he summoned 6 chakra arms that merged into a massive energy blade. 6 paths. Phoenix Supreme Shinra Tensei. A surge of red and blue repulsive force burst from within him. The Ultimate Sentinel's body faltered for a split second. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan brought his energy blade down on its knee, the weak point in the chakra circuit. The blade struck home with a resounding crack, splintering silver-white metal and exposing glowing energy conduits beneath. Yet the Ultimate Sentinel didn't pause for an instant. Golden chakra surged from its broken knee, instantly reshaping into a new metallic joint. Lowering its gaze to Chu Yuan, a cold, murderous glint flashed in its crimson optical lens. The cannon on its left arm swung toward him. Target, Chu Yuan. Priority, eliminate. This isn't good. Steve raised a shield and charged toward Chu Yuan, hoping to block the attack. At that moment, a golden beam streaked down from the sky. Ikari's appeared, his golden spear piercing straight through the Sentinel's energy cannon. Chu, I've got your back. Ikari's? What are you doing here? Chu Yuan asked in surprise. The Elders of the Eternals sent me to assist you. Ikari's replied, his golden armor gleaming. The energy from the celestial fragment is leaking. If we don't destroy it soon, all of New York will be contaminated. Chu Yuan nodded, locking eyes with Ikari's as they launched their assault together. Ikari's gathered golden energy, shaping it into a massive spear of light that he hurled at the Sentinel's chest. At the same time, Chu Yuan activated Divine Might, spatial shift, reappearing behind the machine. The Phoenix energy of the 6 paths coalesced into a long spear, aimed straight at its core. Light spear and energy lance struck the Ultimate Sentinel simultaneously. The crimson crystal at its heart shattered completely, exposing the pitch-black, celestial fragment within. But just then, the fragment erupted with searing energy. The Sentinel's body began to swell, chakra and Phoenix force spiraling out of control. Energy overload, initiating self-destruct sequence. Evacuate now, Chu Yuan shouted, activating Divine Might, spatial transfer, instantly relocating the surrounding civilians and his companions to a safe zone. Ikari summoned a shimmering golden shield, blocking the surging wave of energy that threatened to engulf them all. Chu, wait, Jean Grey suddenly called out, pointing toward the head of the Ultimate Sentinel. There's a control panel there. It's marked with Sebastian Shaw's symbol. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as his eternal samsara eyes pierced through the robot's head. On the control panel screen, an encrypted message was displayed. The sender's ID read, Remnants of the Apocalypse Cult while the recipient was shockingly listed as member number 3 of the World Security Council. Encrypted message detected. Side quest triggered. Expose the conspiracy. Decipher the message and reveal the collusion between the Council and the mutant radicals. Mission reward. Hacked access to the Council's database and the coordinates of Sebastian Shaw's hidden base. No time to crack the code now. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth, unleashing divine might. Spatial rend. He severed the Sentinel's head from its body and stored it in his pocket dimension. We evacuate first. We'll break the code when we're safe. At the very instant the ultimate Sentinel exploded, Chu Yuan and everyone else were already relocated to the safety of the New York suburbs. Behind them, a thunderous explosion shook the earth, a mushroom cloud billowing into the sky as Times Square was utterly leveled. Chu Yuan gazed at the distant smoke, his fists clenched tight. The collusion between the Council and the Radicals, the sudden appearance of the celestial fragments, all of it proved that this war was far from over. That night, inside SLD's temporary base, Tony was hacking into the control panel they'd retrieved from the Sentinel's head. Lines of code scrolled rapidly across the screen as Chu Yuan, Jean Grey, Ikaris, and the others gathered around, their faces tense and grave. "I'm in," Tony exclaimed suddenly. On the screen, a video began to play. Sebastian Shaw's face filled the frame, half of it already transformed by cybernetic enhancements, a jet-black crystal embedded in his chest, the very same kind of relic as the celestial fragment. Honored Council Member number 3, Shaw's voice rasped with a metallic edge. The ultimate Sentinel was only the first step. I have already established a new base beneath the Atlantic Ocean and used the power of the celestial fragments to transform more mutants. If we can seize Chu Yuan's Chakra and Jean Grey's Phoenix Force, we can launch the Genesis Project, creating a new species that surpasses even the Celestials. As the video ended, a map of the underwater base appeared, followed by a chilling message. The Celestials are about to descend. Only by mastering their power can we survive the coming judgment. Chu Yuan stared at the screen, his heart surging with turbulent waves. Shaw was not only alive, but secretly plotting an even greater scheme. And this Genesis Project he mentioned was clearly linked directly to the threat of the Celestials. The floor of the Atlantic Ocean. Fury frowned as he pulled up a satellite map. That's right on the edge of the Bermuda Triangle. There have always been strange spatial fluctuations there, and every probe we've sent in has vanished without a trace. Jean Grey suddenly spoke up. "I can sense it. The Phoenix Force there is incredibly strong. Shaw must have used some method to imprison other mutants with potential for the Phoenix Force." Ikaris nodded, the blue gem on his forehead glowing faintly. According to the ancient records of the Eternals, the spatial rift in the Bermuda Triangle is a judgment gate left by the Celestials on Earth. Shaw chose to build his base there precisely to harness the energy from that rift and amplify the power of the celestial fragments. Chu Yuan took a deep breath and activated his eternal samsara eye. The energy of the 6 paths. Phoenix evasion began to flow within him. We have to reach the underwater base as soon as possible and stop Shaw's Genesis Project. If he succeeds in transforming the mutants and opens the Judgment Gate, the Celestials will destroy the entire planet. But the underwater base will be heavily guarded, Steve cautioned. We need a detailed plan this time. We can't just rush in blindly like before. Tony nodded, pulling up a 3D model of the base. According to the coordinates, the heart of the base is the Celestial Energy Core Chamber. Shaw should be there. We can split into 2 teams. One draws the guard's attention. The other infiltrates the core chamber to destroy the energy core and put an end to the Genesis Project. I'll go to the core chamber with Jean Grey, Chu Yuan said. Our powers are best suited to counter the energy from the celestial fragments. Logan, Natasha, you 2 distract the guards. Steve, Tony, Ikaris, you handle perimeter defense and make sure none of Shaw's forces escape. Everyone nodded and began preparing their gear. Chu Yuan walked over to Jean Grey and handed her the Phoenix Force container. This should temporarily suppress the energy of the celestial fragments. Keep it close. It might come in handy at a critical moment. Jean accepted the container and nodded. Don't worry. I'll keep it safe. Besides, I can feel that the Phoenix Force inside is resonating more and more with my own power. Maybe this time, we can truly master the Phoenix Force and never be consumed by it again. Late that night, everyone boarded SHLD's underwater battleship and set course for the Bermuda Triangle. The vessel cut through layers of hidden currents, finally stopping above a patch of pitch-black sea. Activating the eternal samsara eye, Chu Yuan gazed into the depths below and saw a massive metal base radiating black energy from the ocean floor. The surrounding waters twisted and warped under the power's influence. Prepare to move. Chu Yuan, Gongman. Together with Jean Grey, he donned an underwater combat suit. They opened a portal and slipped inside the base. Inside, a thick black mist filled the air. On either side of the corridor, glass containers held mutated beings, mutants who had been altered. Their bodies were marked with intricate celestial fragments, their eyes hollow and lifeless, stripped of any will of their own. Jean Grey's eyes flashed with anger at the sight. Shaw is using mutants for his experiments. This is monstrous. Clenching his fists, Chu Yuan lowered his voice. First, we need to find the core chamber. Once we destroy the energy core, we can rescue them. They moved quietly down the corridor, avoiding the patrols of altered mutants, and finally reached the door to the core chamber. The great metal doors were inscribed with elaborate celestial runes, and Chu Yuan could sense the powerful surges of energy from within. Shaw was inside, launching the Genesis project. Get ready to break in. Chu Yuan gathered the energy of the 6 paths. Phoenix escape, focusing it on the door. Jean raised the Phoenix Force vessel, ready to suppress the celestial fragment's energy at any moment. Then suddenly, the core chamber doors swung open. Sebastian Shaw appeared in the doorway, flanked by a squad of modified mutants wielding energy weapons. Chu Yuan, Jean Grey, he intoned, "Welcome to my Genesis paradise. I've been expecting you." A black celestial fragment embedded in Shaw's chest pulsed with raw power, and his eyes were pitch black, utterly consumed by the energy. "Once I absorb your energy, my Genesis project will succeed. Then, I'll become a new master of the universe." Chu Yuan let out a cold laugh, 6 chakra arms unfurling. "Shaw, your ambition will never succeed. Today, I'll destroy your plans, for the sake of all the mutants you've tormented." Shaw burst into laughter and flung out his arm, sending a surge of black energy hurtling forward. "Then let's see whose power is greater, your 6 paths Phoenix escape, or my celestial fragments." The black energy roared toward Chu Yuan, but Jean Grey instantly unleashed the Phoenix Force, conjuring a blazing red shield. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan activated King Spatial Shift, teleporting behind Shaw. The Phoenix escape energy coalesced into a long blade in his hand, and he swung it straight at Shaw's chest. The long blade struck Zhao's mechanical body, sending sparks flying. Zhao spun around, dark energy coalescing into a spear that he hurled straight at Chu Yuan. In an instant, the two were locked in close combat. The black energy of the celestial fragment clashing midair with the red and blue interwoven radiance of the 6-fold Phoenix escape. As they fought, the whole base began to tremble violently. Chu Yuan could sense that, though Zhao's energy was formidable, he couldn't fully control the celestial fragment. Its power was riddled with chaos and instability. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan activated Divine Authority, Spatial Imprisonment, freezing Zhao in place. At the same time, he shouted to Jean Grey, "Jean, use the vessel to absorb his energy." Jean Grey immediately raised the Phoenix vessel. The patterns on its surface began to glow as it started drawing the celestial fragment's energy out of Zhao's body. Zhao let out a cry of agony, his form twisting and contorting. "No, my plan. I won't let you win." With a desperate surge, Zhao detonated the last of his energy, determined to take Chu Yuan down with him. Chu Yuan's eyes widened as he swiftly activated Divine Authority, Spatial Shift, whisking both himself and Jean Grey out of the core chamber in a flash. A massive explosion tore through the chamber's doors, sending black energy waves rippling outward. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan unleashed the 6-fold, super divine repulsion, conjuring a barrier to block the oncoming blast. Jean Grey used the chance to drive the Phoenix vessel into the chamber's energy interface. The vessel began to siphon off all the celestial energy still powering the base. "We did it!" Jean Grey exclaimed, delight lighting up her face. The base's energy is being absorbed by the vessel. The Genesis project can't be activated anymore. Chu Yuan let out a long breath of relief, just as a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Host has successfully stopped the Genesis project and seized the celestial fragment. Prerequisite for the main mission complete. 6-fold, celestial escape unlocked. Meanwhile, outside New York in the secure zone, the scent of antiseptics still lingered in the medical tent. Chu Yuan sat at the bedside, watching as Tony's armor was dismantled into its component parts. Steve was tending to an injured agent's wounds, while Natasha whispered updates into her communicator. Though the detonation of the Ultimate Sentinel had wiped out the Purification Fleet, it had also cost S.H.I.E.L.D. a third of its fighting force. "Chu, the UN Secretary-General's plane has arrived." Fury lifted the tent flap, his face a mix of emotions. "They've requested a private meeting with you, something about a post-war order agreement." Chu Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his eternal samsara eye, then rose to follow Fury toward the airstrip. Waiting beside the plane stood an elderly man in a black suit, Secretary-General Allen of the United Nations. Behind him were several national delegates, their eyes filled with awe and a wariness they couldn't quite conceal. Mr. Chu Yuan, first of all, thank you for stopping the Purification Fleet and the Celestial Sentinels. Alan extended his hand, his tone carrying the polite formality of an official meeting. However, there are still regions around the world experiencing energy disruptions, and the conflict between humans and mutants needs to be eased. The United Nations hopes to reach an agreement with you. If you help us stabilize these abnormal energies, we will abandon the Sentinel program and officially recognize the rights of mutants. Zhu Duan, Thou Wen, what exactly do you mean by energy disruptions? His memory of the Reality Stone was still stuck at sealed in Kamartaj. He had no idea that the stone had already shattered into fragments, nor did he know those fragments were now scattered across the globe. Alan's eyes flickered as he handed over a folder. The specific data is in the appendix, but to put it simply, it's similar to a leakage of chakra, the kind of energy you're familiar with. We're also prepared to establish an interspecies cultural exchange institute for you, giving you the opportunity to foster mutual understanding in your own way. Perhaps your ninja culture could become a new bridge of communication. Chu Yuan took the folder, his fingers brushing over the section about the Interspecies Cultural Exchange Institute. It promised funding and independent laboratory access, but was vague about the true origin of the energy disruptions. Activating his eternal samsara eye, he scanned Alan, catching only flashes of worry and expectation, with no hint that Alan was deliberately hiding the truth about the Reality Stone fragments. I can agree, Chu Yuan said, but on two conditions. First, all innocent mutants currently imprisoned must be released. Second, I want full access to all research data from the laboratory. Deal. Alan nodded instantly, as if he had anticipated these terms all along. 3 months later, the sign for Yuan Realm Animation gleamed under the Manhattan sun atop a high-rise office building. Chu Yuan sat in his office, reviewing the streaming statistics for the Naruto anime. The debut episode, Naruto Uzumaki Arrives, had surpassed 1 billion views worldwide in its first week, with the comment section buzzing with lively exchanges between human and mutant viewers. Mr. Chu, here's the script for the new season. His assistant handed over a folder. Professor Jean from the X Academy also sent an invitation for collaboration. She'd like us to create a mutant hero animation to help young people build confidence. And by the way, there's news from the lab. Your research on those anomalous energy samples seems to have resonated with the abilities of certain mutants. Chu Yuan flipped open the script, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Over the past 3 months, he had poured almost all his energy into the animation company. The laboratory's anomalous energy research was progressing sluggishly. Those samples, actually fragments of reality gems, would always appear stable during inspections, as if some mysterious force was deliberately masking their danger. As for Jean Grey, she had indeed been in frequent contact lately, but every conversation stuck strictly to the details of their collaboration, never once mentioning the energy samples. He simply assumed she was tied up with affairs of the Mutant Council. Energy stability in parts of the main universe has risen to 65%. No significant abnormal fluctuations detected. The system's notification chimed in with calm precision, utterly failing to pick up on the energy traces that Magneto had concealed with his metal shielding. Secretly gathering the fragments, Magneto was intentionally allowing some to appear stable in Chu Yuan's lab, all to lull everyone into a false sense of security. President Chu, what do you think of this storyboard? The assistant pointed to a scene in the script. Naruto using the Rasengan to quell chaos. A lot of our mutant viewers say this reminds them of the time you protected New York. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile, though a flicker of unease crossed his mind. The chaos in the script seemed oddly similar to the reality distortions that had been cropping up lately. Just yesterday, he'd seen the corner convenience store morph into Ichiraka ramen for Naruto, only to snap back to normal in the blink of an eye. This morning, his assistant claimed her coffee cup had suddenly turned into a ninja scroll, though no one believed her. He chalked it all up to too many late nights, assuming he was simply hallucinating. At that moment, the office windows were suddenly bathed in a wash of violet-red light. Chu Yuan sprang to his feet, his eternal Mangekyo, Sharingan, activating instinctively. He could see it now. Countless shimmering motes of light rapidly coalescing in the sky, each one radiating that familiar, anomalous energy. And at the center of it all hovered a figure in a crimson cloak, encircled by a magical aura that set his heart racing with dread. That's Wanda. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, caught completely off guard by the turn of events. He tried to summon his chakra, only to find it swirling chaotically within him, resonating with the lights in the sky. Chu Yuan, did you really think a few anime series could change the world? The cold voice echoed through the city by way of magic. It was Magneto. Today, I'll show everyone that mutants are the future of this planet. The street scene began to twist and distort. The convenience store was now truly transformed into a ramen shop. Pedestrians' clothes suddenly morphed into black mutant uniforms, and even the office building signs now read Mutant Ruling Council. Chu Yuan burst out of his office, just in time to see Tony's armor plummeting from the sky, Steve's shield embedded in the warped road, and both of their figures bound tightly by bands of violet-red magical energy. What is happening? Where are those points of light? Chu Yuan roared, struggling to unfurl 6 chakra arms, yet utterly powerless against the warping of reality itself. In that moment, he finally realized the reality dislocation earlier was no illusion, and the anomalous energy in the laboratory was no ordinary sample. But it was all far too late. Emergency warning. Unknown energy detected. Reality stone fragments. Fusing with chaos magic. Initiating reality collapse. The system's alarm suddenly shrieked. Detected. Collective death of 10 key timeline anchors. Temporal turbulence has spread across the multiverse. Signs of reality collapse in 7 core universes. 19999, 838, 616, and others. Chu Yuan's mind went blank. He tried to rush toward Wanda, who hovered in the sky, but was suddenly engulfed by a pillar of golden light. Within the column, a man wearing a golden helmet appeared, holding a rune-engraved device, its screen showing a timeline rapidly turning black. Chu Yuan, you still weren't able to stop this, the man said, regret heavy in his voice. Magneto used Wanda's chaos magic to activate the power of the Reality Stone fragments. Now the entire multiverse stands on the brink. The Reality Stone? Those lights are fragments of the Reality Stone. Chu Yuan finally understood, but his confusion only deepened. You knew about this all along? Why didn't you ever tell me? Because you're the only one who can fix it. The man handed him a metallic device. I'm Kong, from the Time Variance Authority. In Universe 199999, Doctor Strange tried to prevent the world's destruction by seeking out an ancient tome called the Book of Dark Gods, but its power corrupted him. That universe is nearly gone. Only you can go there, reclaim the book, and use it to neutralize the collapsing reality. Chu Yuan looked down at the device in his hand, then out at the city twisting beyond the window. Tony and Steve still struggling, his assistant curled up in a corner sobbing, and the anime company he'd painstakingly built now flashing a sign that read Book of Dark Gods Research Lab. At last, he understood. From the very beginning, he'd been kept in the dark. The so-called post-war agreement, the cultural exchange. Perhaps it had all been a lie from the start. Why me? Chu Yuan's voice trembled. Because your chakra can resonate with the fragments of the Reality Stone, and your eternal Rinnegan can pierce through the multiverse. With a sweep of Kang's hand, 2 figures appeared within the pillar of light. One, a girl in a red hoodie, holding a token that shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow. The other, a sorcerer clad in blue robes, clutching a tattered ancient tome. I'm America Chavez. I can open portals to the multiverse. The girl's voice trembled with tension. We have to leave as soon as possible. Universe 199999 has no more than 24 hours before it vanishes completely. These are the remnants of the Book of Light, the sorcerer, Doctor Strange from the main universe, said with a heavy tone. They can temporarily suppress the power of the Darkhold. I only just learned the truth about the Reality Stone. Kong has been hiding it from us all along. Chu Yuan glanced at his companions, bound by magic in the distance, then looked down at the device in his hand. Lines from a familiar script echoed in his mind. What Naruto once said, if you give up on your dreams, then what's the point of living? But his own dream had never been to share anime with the world. It had always been to protect it. Let's go. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, 6 chakra arms of the Sage of 6 Paths unfurling behind him. But when I return, I'll uncover all the truths, why you kept things from me, and what Magneto is really after. America lifted the rainbow token, and a shimmering corridor of light unfurled before the 3 of them. At the far end of the portal lay a world consumed by darkness, a wasteland where black vines devoured the last traces of life. Chu Yuan spared one final glance at the sign for Yuan's anime realm, now fully transformed into the Darkhold Research Lab. What he didn't know was that the script scene of Naruto quelling chaos was actually the system's warning about the imminent collapse of reality. He had never realized it. The moment they crossed into the multiversal portal, a wave of putrid darkness rushed to meet them. Chu Yuan covered his mouth and nose, struggling to activate the eternal Rinnegan. Earth before his eyes was even bleaker than the system had described. The sky was an unending abyss, and black vines coiled like vipers around the crumbling ruins. Each vine was studded with souls, writhing in agony, their cries echoing through the desolation like a sinister incantation. These vines are the physical manifestation of the Darkhold's power, Doctor Strange explained, drawing out the remnants of the Book of Light from his robes. Golden light flared around him, forming a protective barrier. When Thawne created the Darkhold, he infused it with his own dark divine power. These vines are extensions of that power. They drain the life force from everything to strengthen the dark Doctor Strange. America gripped the strap of her backpack tightly, her eyes scanning her surroundings with vigilance. I can feel it. The flow of time in this universe is accelerating. At most, we have 24 hours before everything here dissolves into nothingness. And I'm sensing a familiar energy, a psychic presence. It's Professor X, right beneath the ruins of the London Sanctum. Chu Yuan followed silently, his mind tangled in questions. Why did the Reality Stone shatter? How did Magneto learn of the fragments? Just how much were Kong and Doctor Strange still hiding? He tried to peer into the answers using his eternal samsara eye, but all he saw was endless darkness and twisted realities. The three of them moved cautiously through the ruins. Black vines lashed toward them again and again, but with a casual sweep of Chu Yuan's six-path chakra arm, the tendrils were severed instantly. From the wounds oozed a dark green sap, filling the air with a sharp, acrid stench. Along the way, they encountered many familiar figures. Iron Man's battered armor entangled in vines, Mr. Fantastic's body lying lifeless amidst laboratory debris, Black Bolt's head pinned to a shattered pillar. Each bore the marks of corrosion from dark magic. The Illuminati wiped out all of them. The Doctor Strange from the main universe spoke with a trembling voice. Why did the Dark Doctor Strange do this? Suddenly, Chu Yuan stopped. His eternal samsara eye caught a faint glimmer of light beneath the ruins of the London Sanctum, a secret chamber shielded by psychic energy. Let's find Professor X first. Maybe he knows the truth. They quickened their pace, reaching the door to the hidden chamber. Chu Yuan raised his hand and released a surge of chakra. The heavy doors creaked open. Inside, Professor X sat in his wheelchair, the cerebro helmet on his forehead covered in cracks. A thin veil of blue psychic energy surrounded him, warding off the encroaching vines. Upon seeing the three, a flash of delight crossed Professor X's eyes, quickly replaced by worry. At last, you've arrived, Professor X said, his voice weary. His psychic energy enveloped the trio at once, shielding them from the corruption outside. But you shouldn't have come. This place is a trap set by the Dark Doctor Strange. A trap? He knew we'd come. Chu Yuan frowned, his doubts multiplying. He not only knew, he's been waiting for you, Professor X replied. His psychic power projected an image before them. The Dark Doctor Strange, seated before an ancient tome, radiating a dark green glow, the Darkhold. In his hand, he held a portrait of Chu Yuan himself. He needs your eternal samsara eye. According to the Darkhold, only eyes that pierce through reality and time can fully master the power of Thawne. Your eyes are the key he's been searching for. Chu Yuan's heart trembled as a sudden realization struck him. He remembered the script he'd written for the animation company, where Sasuke Uchiha used the Sharingan to break through an illusion trap. He never imagined that, in reality, he would become the key in someone else's plan. Was this mere coincidence? Or was there something, somewhere, deliberately guiding these events? And he's harnessing the energy from the collapse of reality, Dr. X said through his projection. In the image, the Dark Doctor Strange was using tendrils to draw in the swirling currents of time from the sky. He intends for the destruction of Universe 199999 to trigger a chain reaction, ultimately turning every universe into an energy farm for the Dark Grimoire. We have to stop him. Chu Yuan gripped the temporal anchor tightly, the six chakra arms beginning to pulse with energy. Doctor Strange used the pages of the Book of Light to suppress his dark magic. America, you protect Professor X. I'll go for the Dark Grimoire. Wait. Professor X suddenly caught his arm, and a surge of psychic energy transmitted a hazy memory into his mind. In that memory, before the Dark Doctor Strange ever touched the Dark Grimoire, he faced the camera and said, "If someone from the future comes to stop me, tell them, the core of the Dark Grimoire is restoration, not destruction. And Kang's time device, there's something wrong with it." The memory was abruptly cut short as the vault door exploded open in a flash of deep emerald energy. The silhouette of the Dark Doctor Strange appeared in the doorway, the Dark Grimoire in his hand radiating a terrifying power. Black tendrils surged like a tidal wave into the chamber. Chu Yuan, I waited a long time for your eternal samsara, the Dark Doctor Strange rasped, his voice curling with an eerie hoarseness. Today, let's repair this shattered universe together. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath as the light of his eternal samsara blazed brilliantly, the energy of the six paths, Phoenix mode, swirling around him. staring at the dark Doctor Strange. Flashes of calm from the Prime Universe, and all the hidden truths came to mind. In that instant, he understood. This battle was not just about the fate of Universe 199999, but about every secret that had ever been concealed, and only victory would give him the chance to reveal it all. Is this restoration you speak of just a mask for devouring all life? Chu Yuan roared, charging straight at the dark Doctor Strange. I won't let you succeed, and I won't let Kang's schemes continue either. The black tendrils and the crimson phoenix force crashed together, sending violent tremors through the entire ruin. What Chu Yuan didn't know was that the temporal anchor in his grasp was quietly absorbing the dark grimoire's energy. And in his base in the Prime Universe, Kang watched it all unfold on his monitors, an enigmatic smile twisting the corners of his mouth. The clash between the black vines and the power of the phoenix sent tremors through the ruins of London Sanctuary, causing the shattered remains to crumble further. Chu Yuan's 6 paths chakra arms flashed like crimson lightning, each sweeping strike slicing through several of the encroaching vines. Yet these vines seemed endless. No sooner were they severed than they burst forth anew from the ground, splattering dark green sap onto Chu Yuan's battle garb, where it sizzled and smoked with corrosive fury. Chu, I can barely hold on. The voice of Doctor Strange from the Prime Universe trembled with strain. The glow of the Book of Light's tattered page in his hands was fading fast. The dark sorcery of the alternate Strange was turning against them, and fissures of black now riddled the golden magical barrier. The fragment's power isn't enough. We have to find a core of the Darkhold if we're going to suppress it for good. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan fixed his eternal samsara eye on the Darkhold clutched by the corrupted Doctor Strange. The ancient tome pulsed with a sinister emerald light, its pages flipping slowly as runes crawled across them like living things, spilling forth ever more sinister power. Suddenly, Chu Yuan noticed a symbol on the book's cover, strikingly similar to the one on the time anchor. There was some hidden connection between the two. America, use your power to get me to the book, Chu Yuan shouted, pouring all his chakra into the 6 paths arms. I'll seize the Darkhold. Hold the vines at bay. America nodded, her eyes flashing with a riot of colors. In an instant, a massive 5-pointed star portal opened at Chu Yuan's feet. He leapt through and surged toward the dark Doctor Strange. A ruthless glint flashed in the villain's eyes as he hoisted the Darkhold high overhead. If you want it so badly, then let me grant your wish. The Darkhold suddenly erupted in a blinding emerald glare. Countless runes shot out from its pages, swirling together in midair to form a colossal vortex of darkness. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted. He could feel the power within that vortex, enough to tear the ruins apart. Enough, perhaps, to threaten even the rapidly dissolving space of Universe 199999. 6 paths, divine escape, spatial imprisonment. Chu Yuan roared, the golden-red glow of his eternal samsara eye blazing to its peak as he tried to pin the dark vortex with spatial energy. But the force of the maelstrom was far beyond what he'd anticipated. His spatial lock was ripped apart the moment it formed, and an emerald wave of energy surged straight for him. At that critical moment, Professor X's psychic energy burst forth. Chu, focus. Let me help you find the book's weakness. Blue psychic threads linked their minds, and in a flash, Chu Yuan saw into the Darkhold's inner workings. On the 37th page, there was a faint hairline crack, a flaw left behind when the Dark Strange forcibly fused the power of Thawne. Found it! A surge of joy rose in Chu Yuan's heart. The 6-path chakra arms condensed into a slender spear of energy, which he aimed precisely at the crack in the Darkhold and thrust forward. The face of the Dark Strange Doctor changed dramatically. He tried to close the book, but America's rainbow-hued energy had already wrapped tightly around his wrist. The energy spear struck the crack in the Darkhold with perfect accuracy, causing the dark green energy within to spiral into chaos. The Dark Strange Doctor let out a howl of agony as Thawne's consciousness began to violently stir inside him. His body twisted and contorted. Half of him remained human, while the other half transformed into a monstrous form covered with black scales. No, I will not fail. The Dark Strange Doctor swung the Darkhold in a frenzy, sending waves of dark energy hurtling toward Professor X and America. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan grabbed onto the cover of the Darkhold, trying to wrench it free. Suddenly, he felt an immense force pulling at him. The Darkhold was absorbing the chakra from his body, and the time anchor in his hand began to shine with a brilliant golden light, resonating powerfully with the book. Warning: unidentified resonance detected between the time anchor and the Darkhold. Kang's energy signature is injecting into the anchor. The system's alert blared sharply. The anchor is being altered. Kang's objective is to harness the Darkhold's power to enhance the time instruments, time manipulation ability. A jolt ran through Chu Yuan. At last, he understood what Professor X had meant when he'd warned that there's something wrong with Kang's time device. Kang had never intended to repair the timeline. From the very start, he had sought to use the Darkhold's power to seize control of time across the multiverse. Chu Yuan tried to let go of the book, but found it was already fused to his palm. Dark green energy began creeping up his arm, snaking its way toward his heart. Chu, don't let the Darkhold control you. The Doctor Strange from the main universe, seeing the crisis, ignored the backlash of dark magic and pressed a fragment of the Book of Light against Chu Yuan's arm. Golden light clashed with the dark green energy, sending waves of searing pain through Chu Yuan's limb, but the book's suction didn't noticeably weaken. Witnessing this, a flash of clarity returned to the dark strange doctor's eyes. Thonswell seemed momentarily suppressed by the Book of Light's power. Suddenly, he shouted at Chu Yuan, "Destroy the anchor. Kang's device will absorb the book's power. If he succeeds, every universe's timeline will be at his mercy." Chu Yuan didn't hesitate. With his other hand, he conjured a chakra blade and swung it down on the time anchor. Clang! The blade struck the device, leaving only a faint scratch. The time anchor's casing was forged from a blend of vibranium and celestial metal. Ordinary attacks could never hope to destroy it. At that moment, a violent surge of spatial energy erupted just outside the ruins. Chu Yuan looked up to see a pillar of golden light descending from the sky. Standing within the beam was Kang, his figure sharp and triumphant. In his hand, the screen of the time device gleamed, displaying the energy data of the Dark Grimoire. A self-satisfied smile curled at his lips. Chu Yuan, thank you for helping me activate the Grimoire's power. Now, hand over the Grimoire and the anchor. Kang, so you were using us all along. Chu Yuan roared, hurling the Dark Grimoire toward Kang. He feigned the appearance of being controlled by the Grimoire, hoping to get close enough to destroy the time device. Kang took the bait, reaching out eagerly for the book, not noticing that 6 chakra arms had silently slipped behind him. 6 paths, Phoenix Escape, Supreme Shinra Tensei. A surge of repelling force, woven from red and blue energy, exploded from Chu Yuan's body. Caught off guard, Kang took the full blast to his chest. The time device was knocked from his grasp, spinning through the air. Chu Yuan seized the opportunity, catching the device. His eternal samsara, I instantly unraveled its inner workings, the very core of the machine embedded with a rune identical to the time anchor, the true key to controlling time. Destroy it, shouted the Dark Doctor Strange. Within him, the consciousness of Thon began to rage once more. His body twisted and writhed, barely under his own control. If the device activates, every timeline will be reset. We'll all become Kang's puppets. Chu Yuan did not hesitate. He channeled all his chakra into the core of the device. With a thunderous blast, the device detonated in his hands. Waves of golden energy rippled outward in every direction. Kang let out a furious, inhuman scream as the energy engulfed him, swallowing his form into the pillar of light until he vanished completely. Meanwhile, the Dark Doctor Strange, battered by the energy wave, was entirely overtaken by Thon's will. He transformed, his body morphing into a monstrous being clad in black scales, and hurled himself at Chu Yuan. I'm sorry, Doctor Strange, Chu Yuan murmured, eyes closing for a moment. The light of the eternal samsara, eyes surged to its peak. 6 paths, spatial severance. A golden rift split the air, cleaving the monstrous form in two. The body of the Dark Doctor Strange slowly dissolved within the fissure, until all that remained was the Dark Grimoire, lying dim and powerless upon the ground. Chu Yuan bent to pick up the book and found, on the final page, a faint line of writing. The antidote to reality's collapse lies within the time garden of Universe 838. Detected, dark magic lifted from Universe 199,999. Timeline restoration progress, 15%. Warning, Kang's energy signal has not fully disappeared. It is suspected he has escaped to Universe 838. Acquired, complete Dark Grimoire, energy depleted. Unlocked Thon Dark Magic Analysis Authority. America and the Doctor Strange from the primary universe walked over to Chu Yuan, gazing at the sky as it gradually regained its color. A look of relief blossomed on their faces. Professor X, too, wheeled himself out from the hidden chamber, his psychic energy drained to the brink. Although Kang escaped, his time device has been destroyed. He won't be able to manipulate time again for a while. However, the time garden of Universe 838, that's a place where the past can be changed. It's very likely Kang will go there to find a way to restore his device. Chu Yuan gripped the Book of Darkness tightly, his eyes fixed on the sunlight, reappearing in the distance. In Universe 19999, the flow of time had visibly slowed, and the vines that once covered the ground had begun to wither. He knew that although they had won this battle, Kang's schemes were only just beginning. The Time Garden in Universe 838 would be their next battlefield. "We have to go," Chu Yuan said, turning around as the 6 chakra arms at his back faded away. "Kang is still on the run, and there's still a crisis waiting for us in Universe 838. Besides, the collapse of reality in our main universe hasn't been resolved. Magneto and Wanda are still waiting for our return." America raised her rainbow token, and once again the rainbow bridge unfurled before them. This time, the far end of the passage was no longer a wasteland shrouded in darkness, but a garden radiant with golden light. The Time Garden of Universe 838 lay just ahead. Chu Yuan cast one last look back at Universe 199999, his heart steely and resolute. This time, they would expose Kang's plot once and for all, repair every broken timeline, and return to a world free from the corruption of twisted realities. Unbeknownst to them, behind their backs, the now powerless Book of Darkness gave a faint shudder. The runes on its cover flickered with a subtle golden glow. No one noticed the tiny line of script, inscribed with psychic energy on the final page. "The Guardian of the Time Garden is another Chu Yuan." The sound of the multiversal passage tearing still echoed in their ears. Chu Yuan felt as if his body had been hurled into a roaring, high-speed grinder. Suddenly, America's 5-pointed star flared with blinding brilliance, and cracks like spiderwebs spread across the once stable walls of the corridor. A surge of chaotic spatial turbulence, far more violent than expected, burst through the fissures and hurled all 4 of them violently off their feet. "What's happening?" Doctor Strange's cloak thrashed wildly in the turbulence as he hastily conjured a golden shield of white magic around himself. The moment it touched the maelstrom, the shield was slammed sideways. "The walls of the passage are destabilizing. Is this Kang's doing?" America clutched the strap of her backpack with white-knuckled intensity. The rainbow patterns along the tunnel's surface flickered, bright one moment and dim the next, like candlelight on the verge of going out. Her face was as pale as paper, her forehead slick with cold sweat. "It's not Kang. It's the barriers of the multiverse resonating." When the energy of the Dark God Book from Universe 19999 dissipated, it triggered a chain reaction. Now, all the passageways to nearby universes have become unstable. Caught in the turbulence, Chu Yuan was hurled against the tunnel wall. Instinctively, his 6 chakra arms unfurled, and he managed to seize a protruding shard of space, halting his wild spin. He glanced downward. Below the tunnel stretched a boundless abyss, a darkness in which countless fractured shards of reality drifted. In one fragment, New York was ablaze. In another, Asgard lay buried in ice and snow. Still others revealed strange, mechanical worlds he'd never seen. Through the perspective of his eternal samsara eyes, Chu Yuan could see these fragments steadily dissolving at a visible pace, as if an invisible hand were erasing them, one by one. Alert! Multiverse barrier resonance intensity has reached 87%. Passageway stability is continuing to decline. The system's notification sounded more urgent than ever. Current drift speed, 3 universe units per second. Estimated time to escape turbulence, 30 days. Warning, during the drift, it will be impossible to locate main universe coordinates, and the risk of encountering unknown universal threats is high. "I'm sorry, everyone, but at this rate, it'll take us at least 30 days to get clear of the turbulence." Chu Yuan managed a bitter smile. 30 days. Professor X's voice came from behind, his wheelchair rocking violently in the chaos. Blue psychic energy enveloped him, fully unleashed just to keep himself safe. "We only have enough food and water for a week. If this keeps up, we'll be exhausted long before we reach Universe 838. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a massive meteorite floating in the turbulence, faintly radiating energy, a remnant fragment from a universe that had already perished, perhaps sturdy enough to serve as a temporary refuge. "Dr. Strange, help me stabilize the space." "America, try to use your powers to steer the turbulence. We need to reach that meteorite and regroup." The Doctor Strange from the main universe nodded, his hands flashing through a series of intricate gestures as he chanted an ancient incantation. "In the name of the Vishanti, be still." Golden runes shot from his palms, nailing themselves into cracks along the tunnel wall, temporarily suppressing the spread of the turbulence. America closed her eyes, binding her consciousness tightly to the 5-pointed star on her token. Its glow steadied, and a weak rainbow beam shot from its tip, gently pulling the 4 of them toward the meteorite. Half an hour later, when the 4 of them finally stumbled and collapsed onto the surface of the meteorite, everyone lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. The surface was blanketed with a thick layer of frost, and every step brought the sharp, brittle sound of ice cracking beneath their feet. In the distant darkness, strange flashes of light would flicker now and then. No one could tell if these were drifting debris or lurking dangers. Chu Yuan leaned against a protruding rock, rummaged through his backpack, and took out the last of the compressed biscuits. He broke them into 4 pieces and handed them out. "Ration these. We have to make them last for 30 days. His gaze settled on Dr. X. "Can your psychic energy sense the nearby universes? Is there any chance of finding a temporary universe with water and food?" Dr. X took the biscuit, nibbling off a small piece, and shook his head. "Spatial turbulence is interfering with my senses. I can only vaguely feel that the universes around us are collapsing rapidly. None of them are stable. And," he paused, worry creeping into his voice, "I keep feeling as though something is following us, lurking right there in the darkness." A chill ran through Chu Yuan's heart. Instantly, the eternal samsara eye opened, and he looked in the direction Dr. X had indicated. In the darkness, a shadowy figure seemed to drift slowly across the void, but whenever he focused, it would vanish without a trace. It might be just an illusion caused by the spatial currents, or maybe debris from another universe. What he didn't say was that the system had just sent him a vague warning. Unknown energy signature detected. Energy pattern resembles residue from Kang's time device. The days that followed slipped by in a suffocating, monotonous drift. On the first day, America Chavez tried to reopen the pentagram portal, but no matter how much energy she poured into it, the portal refused to open. She could barely maintain a basic defensive barrier, with no way to pinpoint the coordinates of Universe 838. By the 7th day, their drinking water was completely gone. Chu Yuan was forced to take a risk. Using the 6 paths water release technique, he extracted a small amount of water from the frost on the meteorite surface and rationed it out among the group. That night, the shadow and the darkness grew more frequent, and the faint sound of snarling could be heard. America gripped her backpack straps so tightly her knuckles turned white, unable to sleep the entire night. On the 15th day, Doctor Strange from the main universe found that over half of his white magic energy had been depleted. With no other choice, he began to study the dark grimoire he had brought from Universe 19999. Though the grimoire's energies had faded, the runes on its pages might still offer new magical insights. He discovered that the final pages described a technique called spatial anchoring, a spell that might help them escape the turbulence more quickly. On the 20th day, Professor X's psychic energy finally managed to pierce through some of the chaotic interference. He sensed that Universe 838 was just ahead, but to reach it, they would have to pass through an area of extremely dense energy, a spatial storm. Within that storm floated countless razor-sharp fragments of space itself, ready to slice apart anything that strayed too close. By the 29th day, everyone was weakened to the limit. Chu Yuan's chakra had dwindled to just 30%, and the light of his eternal Rinnegan was now dim. America's lips were dry and cracked, so parched that even speaking became a struggle. Professor X could barely hold his psychic shield together and had to lean against Chu Yuan just to fight off the cold. As for Doctor Strange from the Prime Universe, his eyes now shimmered with a faint, inky green from studying the Darkhold, giving him a slightly unsettling appearance. Tomorrow we'll reach Universe 838, America whispered as she rested beside Chu Yuan, her voice as faint as the buzz of a mosquito. "I think I can see the Garden of Time just ahead. It's filled with so many golden flowers." Chu Yuan followed her gaze. In the darkness, there did seem to be a flicker of golden light, like a garden floating in the void. But he knew it was only an illusion brought on by America's thirst and exhaustion. According to Professor X's senses, the entrance to Universe 838 was indeed close, but there was no golden garden waiting for them, only the raging spatial storm. He gently patted America's shoulder and offered her the last droplets of water he'd managed to extract. "Hold on just a little longer. Tomorrow, we'll be out of here. Once we reach Asgard, we'll find water, food, and even see Thor and the others." America nodded, sipping the water in tiny mouthfuls, a faint hope rekindling in her eyes. Chu Yuan watched her, but his heart was filled with worry. None of them knew that the Asgard of Universe 838 was no longer the glorious realm they remembered. Instead, it had become a wasteland ravaged by war. Kang's arrival had already pushed everything here to the brink of destruction. When Chu Yuan and his companions finally staggered through the portal of light into Universe 838 and set foot on Asgardian soil, it was not the familiar scent of cedar that greeted them, but a pungent stench, a choking mixture of scorched earth, rust, and sulfur. It was the smell left behind by war and fire, so strong that it made them instinctively wrinkle their noses. Chu Yuan helped America steady herself. The instant his fingertips brushed against the golden tiles beneath their feet, he sensed a faint tremor. He looked down, and his pupils contracted sharply. The once mirror-bright tiles were now laced with cracks of varying depths, and dark red blood still lingered in those fissures, not yet dried. The wind swept by, turning the blood into dark, hardened scabs. Not far away, a broken Asgardian battle flag was wedged into a gap between the tiles. The blue fabric had been scorched until only a tattered corner remained, and the golden eagle totem, once proud, was now charred beyond recognition by black flames. Only half the eagle's beak was left, pointing forlornly toward the sky. This Asgard. America's voice trembled. In the main universe, she had seen images of Asgard, a realm that floated among the clouds, resplendent in gold and glory. But the scene before her now seemed like the aftermath of utter devastation. Doctor Strange from the main universe stepped forward and crouched down. He dipped his finger into the black residue on the tiles and brought it to his nose for a cautious sniff. Instantly, his expression grew grave. This is Surtur's fire. The lingering heat of this eternal flame can last at least 3 days. That means Kong and his allies conquered this place only 3 days ago. Chu Yuan's eternal Samsara eyes began to glow softly, golden and crimson lights intertwining as they swept across the square. He could clearly see the lingering traces of energy in the air, the magical remnants of Asgardian soldiers, carrying a faint breath of justice, now utterly dissipated. The wild, searing power of Surtur's flames, clinging to the ruins like a curse that would not let go, and a third energy, cold, steeped in the aura of death. That was Hellas' dark magic, snaking up the palace columns and leaving streaks of black corrosion on the golden stone. Listen, Professor X suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. A faint ticking sound drifted from ahead, reminiscent of water droplets striking metal. Following the sound, Chu Yuan looked to the end of the square, where the fountain had long since run dry. At its base, where a statue of Odin once stood, lay the body of an Asgardian soldier. His armor had been cleaved in two from the shoulder, exposing a lifeless form within. Even in death, his right hand gripped the hilt of a broken sword, its blade smeared with black scales. Remnants of Surtur the fire giant, still faintly aglow with a dim red light. Tick-tick. The sound wasn't coming from the corpse, but from the palace eaves above his head. Chu Yuan looked up and saw a droplet of dark red liquid falling from the eaves, landing on a soldier's armor with a crisp, metallic ring. As his gaze followed the edge of the roof, a chill gripped his heart. Along the eaves hung the severed heads of Asgardian soldiers. Their eyes were frozen in terror, just as they were at the moment of death, and the wounds at their necks were jagged, clearly hacked off with some blunt force. How cruel! America covered her mouth, struggling not to retch. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, forcing down his anger, and pressed on with his search. The armory to the left of the plaza had been completely destroyed. Stone racks that once displayed Asgard's ancestral weapons now lay toppled on the ground, bristling with shattered spears and broken shields. One shield in particular caught his eye, a shield engraved with the emblem of Thor's hammer. Traces of lightning energy still clung to its edge, evidence that it had belonged to one of Thor's warriors. At its center, a massive dent had been smashed in by a giant fist, and a layer of sulfur dust clung to the wound, the mark of Surtur's fire giants. There are signs of battle here, came the voice of Doctor Strange from the main universe, calling from the right. Chu Yuan hurried over to find the palace's side door completely demolished, the massive stone gate toppled to the floor and gouged by deep, sharp claw marks. Beyond the door, the corridor was strewn with more bodies. Asgardian handmaidens, still clutching trays of uneaten food, slain as they tried to flee. Young Asgardian children, their bodies huddled together, faces streaked with dried tears, and several robed mages, their hands still gripping broken wands, the floor around them marked by lingering magic runes, remnants of defensive spells, now torn apart by a force of overwhelming darkness. The runes had faded to a dull, lifeless black. These mages were killed by Hellas' dark magic, Doctor Strange said, crouching to examine the runes. Look here, the edges are corroded. Hellas' magic can devour other magical energies, turning protective barriers into nothing but fragile illusions. Chu Yuan's gaze drifted to the far end of the corridor, where someone had painted a simple symbol on the wall with fresh blood, the Asgardian rune for help. Beside it, an arrow pointed downward. His heart skipped a beat. Activating the power of his eternal Samsara eye, he saw through the wall and glimpsed a narrow passage beneath, where the faintest traces of life still flickered. Someone still alive, Chu Yuan murmured, lowering his voice. They're the living presence in the passage below. It could be an Asgardian survivor. At that moment, the heavy thud of footsteps echoed from afar. The four of them immediately darted behind the stone pillars lining the corridor, holding their breath. Chu Yuan cautiously peeked out and saw a squad of soldiers clad in black armor marching toward the square. Their armor bore Kang's insignia, and in their hands they gripped massive battle axes, the blades still stained with fresh blood. Following behind them were two towering fire giants, each over 3 meters tall. Every step they took sent tremors through the ground, and their footprints smoldered with lingering flames. Hurry up! Lord Kang wants all the bodies in the square cleared away. Lady Hela is still waiting to use these souls for her dark magic. One soldier barked, his voice hoarse and brimming with arrogant menace. Word is that old fool Odin is still putting up a fight, locked away in the palace dungeon by Lord Kang. As for Thor and Loki, those two good-for-nothings are rotting in the prison, just waiting for Lord Surtur to roast them with the eternal flame. A coarse laugh rang out from another soldier. If you ask me, we should just kill them all and be done with it. Keeping them alive is a waste of food. Still, that woman Frigga is quite something. Even after being captured by Lady Hela, she still dares to sneak messages to the rebels. If it weren't for Lord Heimdall using his all-seeing eyes to track down their hideout, we'd never have caught those rats. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed in shock. Heimdall. He too had been swayed by Kang and Hela. Heimdall's eyes could pierce through all the secrets of the universe. With his help, Kang and Hela could easily hunt down every survivor in Asgard. It was clear now why they had managed to conquer Asgard so swiftly. Queen Frigga is still alive. Professor X whispered, excitement sparking in his voice. They said she's been passing messages to the Resistance. That means she hasn't given in, and she's still secretly helping the people of Asgard. Chu Yuan nodded, a flicker of hope rising within him. Queen Frigga was not only Odin's wife, but also one of the most powerful sorceresses in all of Asgard. With her working from the shadows, they might have a chance to find Thor and Loki, and perhaps even rescue Odin himself. As the footsteps of the soldiers and fire giants faded into the distance, the four of them stepped out from behind the pillars. Chu Yuan gazed at the runes of distress carved into the ground and the arrow pointing toward the depths below. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Let's follow this passage to look for any survivors and learn more about what happened to Asgard. Then, we'll find a way to sneak into the prison and free Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga. Only by joining forces with them can we hope to stand against the alliance of Kang, Hela, and Surtur." Doctor Strange from the main universe nodded and pulled out a torn page from the book of Ishani. "I'll use white magic to shield our presence, so Heimdall's gaze won't find us. America, you're in charge of keeping the Rainbow Bridge ready at all times. If we run into danger, we can make a quick escape. Professor X, use your psychic powers to sense what's ahead in the passage and help us avoid any ambushes." Professor X nodded, and a gentle blue psychic energy began to unfurl around him, rippling outward like waves and seeping into the underground tunnel. America gripped the rainbow talisman tightly, its glow softening as it enveloped the four of them in a faint, shimmering halo, like a cloak of rainbow light. Chu Yuan stepped up to the wall. The 6 chakra arms formed a slender blade of energy, and with great care, he traced along the edge of the distress rune, slicing open the wall. Behind it, as expected, a narrow passage revealed itself, thick with dampness and carrying the faint sound of distant breathing. "Follow me." Chu Yuan led the way into the passage, his chakra arms fanned out before him, scanning the darkness with watchful vigilance. Every few meters along the tunnel wall, a small torch flickered, clear evidence that survivors had been here. The flames danced unsteadily, casting long, shifting shadows of the 4 travelers across the dusty walls, like a band of ghosts searching for hope in the darkness. After about 10 minutes, the passage ended at a wooden door. Professor X's psychic message came through. "There are 5 people behind the door. Asgardian soldiers. No danger." Chu Yuan raised a hand and gently pushed open the door. On the other side, 5 Asgardian soldiers in battered armor sat on the floor. At the sight of the 4 newcomers, they jumped to their feet, weapons drawn and eyes sharp with suspicion. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" one soldier demanded, his voice rough. His arm was wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, evidence of a recent fight. Chu Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of peace. "We're allies from another universe, here to help you stand against Kang and his forces. We know Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga are still alive, and we want to rescue them." The soldiers exchanged wary glances. The suspicion in their eyes didn't waver. One older soldier stepped forward, scrutinizing Chu Yuan carefully. "You say you're allies? What proof do you have? Since Asgard fell, many have claimed to be our friends, only to hand us over to Kang's men in the end." Chu Yuan drew from her cloak an Asgardian badge, a keepsake Thor had given her back in the main universe, its surface engraved with the proud eagle totem of Asgard. This badge was a gift from Thor in the main universe. We once fought side by side against Thanos. We were comrades in arms. The older soldier took the badge, examining it carefully. At last, some of the suspicion in his eyes faded. He let out a sigh and lowered his weapon. I never thought anyone would truly come to help us. I am Eric, captain of the Asgardian Guard. 3 days ago, Kong and his allies invaded Asgard. King Odin was thrown into the dungeons, and both Prince Thor and Prince Loki are locked in prison. As for Queen Frigga, he paused, sorrow weighing on his words. The queen was captured by Hela, but she has been helping us in secret, passing on messages, teaching us how to avoid Heimdall's gaze. Why would Heimdall help Kong and Hela? Chu Yuan asked. He's been bewitched by Kang's magic, Eric replied, anger flashing in his voice. Kong used dark magic to cloud Heimdall's mind, making him believe that all of Asgard had betrayed him. That's why he uses his sight to hunt us down for Kong. We try to rescue him, but his power is too great. We can't even get close. Chu Yuan nodded, her thoughts beginning to crystallize. To stand a chance against Kong and his alliance, they would first need to rescue Thor, Loki, and Queen Frigga, then find a way to break the spell binding Heimdall, restoring his senses. Only then could they unite all of Asgard's strength to fight against Kong, Hela, and Surtur. How is the prison guarded? Asked Doctor Strange from the main universe. It's heavily fortified, Eric replied, his expression grave. The prison is watched by Hela's shadow guards and Surtur's fire giants. Kong has also set up a temporal barrier around it. Anyone who gets too close will be trapped by time magic. And the key to the prison? Hela keeps it herself. She's in the palace throne hall right now, meeting with Kong and Surtur to decide King Odin's fate. Chu Yuan took a deep breath and turned to her companions. It seems we'll need a detailed plan. Eric, can you draw us a map of Asgard? Especially the palace, the prison, and the dungeons. We need to know every defensive structure and every possible escape route. Eric nodded and pulled a tattered piece of parchment from his cloak. Simple lines drawn in Asgardian script sketched out a map. He pointed to a spot on the map. This is the prison, located on the west side of the palace, surrounded by 3 layers of defenses. Here is the dungeon, 3 levels beneath the palace, guarded by Kang's time sentinels. And this is the throne hall, where Hela, Kong, and Surtur should be right now. Chu Yuan took the map, and the glow of his eternal samsara swept over the parchment, committing every detail to memory. He looked up at the group, determination flickering in his gaze. Tonight, we make our move. We'll sneak into the palace first, find Queen Frigga, and get more intel on the Kong alliance from her. After that, we'll figure out a way to get the prison key and rescue Thor and Loki. As for Heimdall, we need to find a way to break the magical control. Maybe Queen Frigga knows how. Everyone nodded, tension tightening their faces as they began to plan their actions. Outside the passage, the sky over Asgard gradually darkened. From the direction of the palace, the sound of horns echoed. Kang's soldiers were on patrol, and that was their signal to act. Chu Yuan studied the map in his hand, but unease gnawed at his heart. Meanwhile, in the palace's throne hall, Kong sat atop Odin's throne, idly twirling a golden ring between his fingers, the all-powerful ring of Odin, capable of controlling all magic in Asgard. Hela stood at his left, her sword still stained with fresh blood. Surtur stood to his right, his whole body blazing with eternal fire. He growled impatiently, Kong, stop wasting time. Kill Odin and his 2 sons now. Use their souls to ignite the eternal flame, and I'll destroy Asgard and fulfill the prophecy. Kong let out a cold laugh and slipped the all-powerful ring onto his finger. What's the rush? I still need Odin to lure in more guests. Do you really think Chu Yuan and the others will just stand by and watch Odin die? As soon as they arrive, I can trap them all at once and use their power to amplify my time device. After that, not just Asgard, the entire multiverse will belong to me. A glint of greed flashed in Hela's eyes. Good. I'm eager to see just how formidable this Chu Yuan from another universe really is. Surtur snorted, saying no more, but the flames around him surged even higher. Outside the throne hall, a blood-red moon slowly rose, casting its eerie light across Asgard's shattered walls, a silent omen that an even more brutal battle was about to begin. The night in Asgard was even darker than one might imagine. A blood-red moon hung above the palace, casting an eerie crimson hue over the golden city walls. In the flickering torchlight of an underground passage, Chu Yuan and his 3 companions sat together with Eric and 5 Asgardian soldiers, their fingers tracing the fortifications marked on a parchment map. Each line drawn on the map represented a life-or-death challenge. If we exit through this passage and cross the ruins of the armory on the west side, we'll reach the palace's back entrance. With a charcoal pencil, Eric circled a thin line on the map. But there, Kong has set a temporal barrier. Step inside, and time slows down by a factor of 10. Forget about sneaking in. Just breathing becomes a struggle. 3 of our brothers tried to break the barrier before, but the dark guards on patrol caught them and beat them to death. Chu Yuan's finger paused over the label that read, Temporal Barrier, and the eternal samsara eye glimmered softly. He recalled the time he destroyed Kang's temporal device in Universe 19999 and had sensed a similar kind of temporal energy, one that could manipulate the flow of time, yet possessed a fatal flaw. A powerful energy surge could throw it into temporary disarray. I know how to break through the barrier, he said, raising his gaze to the group. The energy from my 6 paths, Phoenix Evasion, can counteract the temporal energy. I won't be able to destroy the barrier entirely, but I can open a brief gap, just enough for all of us to get through. The main universe's Doctor Strange spoke up at once. I can reinforce the gap using white magic, give us a little more time. But we'll have to move fast. Kang's temporal sentinels are extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. If something goes wrong with the barrier, they'll be here within 5 minutes. America gripped her backpack straps, her knuckles turning white. I'll be ready to open the passage at any time. If things go south, we can fall back to the underground tunnel. Professor X closed his eyes, blue psionic energy radiating from him once more. Let me sense the situation inside the palace. Queen Frigga's mental presence is faint, but I can feel she's imprisoned in the side hall next to the throne room, guarded by 4 dark guards. Hela is still in the throne room. Kong and Surtur seem to have left. They've likely gone to the dungeon. It appears they're interrogating Odin for something. They're interrogating Odin? Eric's expression changed instantly. King Odin knows all of Asgard's secrets, including the location of the World Tree. If Kong finds out the secrets of the World Tree, he could use it to travel to the other 9 realms. If that happens, the entire 9 realms will fall under their control. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. He had originally planned to seek out Frigga first to gather information, but now it was clear he had to move faster. Not only to rescue Frigga, Thor, and Loki, but also to stop Kong from interrogating Odin as soon as possible. The plan stays the same, but we're moving up the timeline, he declared, rising to his feet as 6 chakra arms unfurl behind him in a slow, deliberate arc. We leave now. While Kong and Surtur are away from the throne hall, we'll rescue Queen Frigga first. No one hesitated any longer. Following Eric, the group moved swiftly toward the exit of the passage. The exit was hidden behind a massive boulder in the ruins of the armory. Lifting the stone, they emerged into a scene of chaos. The armory lay in shambles, shattered spears embedded in the rubble, rusted armor piled like miniature mountains, and the air thick with the scent of decaying metal. Chu Yuan peered ahead. Sure enough, near the rear entrance of the palace, a faint golden aura shimmered, a time barrier. Within its glow, time clearly flowed more slowly than outside. Even drifting dust seemed frozen in midair. I'll go first. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, merging his chakra with the power of the phoenix, red and blue energies intertwining in his palm. Dr. Strange, be ready to reinforce the breach. He vaulted out from the ruins, heading straight for the time barrier. When he was still 10 meters away, the golden light began to flicker violently. Chu Yuan could feel time's current around him slowing down, his legs growing as heavy as lead. Now, he roared, slamming the 6-path phoenix energy in his palm hard against the barrier. Red and blue energy collided with the golden time field, tearing open a gap 2 meters wide. At the breach, time resumed its normal pace. The Doctor Strange of the main universe immediately stepped forward, pressing a torn page from the Book of Light against the edge. Golden magical runes spread along the opening, temporarily stabilizing it. Hurry! The breach will only hold for 3 minutes. One by one, the group slipped through the gap. Just as they stepped into the palace's rear entrance, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. It's the Dark Guards patrol, Eric whispered, voice low, pointing to a nearby storage room. Quick, hide in there! They darted into the storage room, shutting the door just as a squad of Dark Guards in black armor marched past. Peering through the crack in the door, Chu Yuan saw that their armor bore Hela's skull insignia, and the swords in their hands were wreathed in black mist. These were weapons empowered by dark magic. A single cut would cause wounds to fester with dark energy, impossible to heal. They seem to be searching for something, Professor X said, his voice taut with tension. I can sense it. Their psychic energy is in chaos, as though some force is controlling them. Just like Heimdall, they're all under Kang's dark magic. After the patrol squad had moved off into the distance, the group finally dared to emerge from the storage room. The palace interior was even more dilapidated than the outside. The murals on the walls had been vandalized beyond recognition, and the portraits of Asgard's former kings that once lined the corridors were now nothing but empty frames. Shards of broken glass and fragments of gold littered the floor. The side hall is just ahead, Eric said, pointing to a wooden door at the end of the corridor. Queen Frigga is inside. Chu Yuan motioned for everyone to stop and activated his divine might. Spatial shift, instantly appearing at the side hall's entrance. Pressing his ear to the crack of the door, he listened. From within came the faint sound of footsteps, along with Queen Frigga's voice. She seemed to be softly humming an Asgardian lullaby. The melody was gentle, yet carried a barely perceptible sadness. There are 4 dark guards inside, one in each corner of the hall, Chu Yuan reported after slipping back to the group. I'll use divine might to take out the 2 closest to the door. Doctor Strange, use your magic to restrain the other 2. Eric, the rest of you, guard the entrance and make sure no one comes in. Everyone nodded and moved according to the plan. Chu Yuan triggered his divine might, spatial shift again, appearing directly inside the hall. The 2 dark guards nearest the door had no time to react before his 6 chakra arms seized them by the throat, rendering them unconscious in an instant. The other 2, alarmed by the sudden assault, raised their swords and lunged at Chu Yuan. But the Doctor Strange of the main universe arrived just in time, golden magical chains snaking out to bind their wrists and knocking the swords from their hands. Who's there? Queen Frigga shot upright from her seat in the center of the hall. She wore a simple white dress, her hair slightly disheveled, but her gaze was still resolute. When she saw the Asgardian emblem in Chu Yuan's hand, a flash of joy crossed her eyes. You're Thor's friend from the main universe. Yes, your majesty, Chu Yuan replied, releasing his chakra arms and offering Queen Frigga a respectful bow. We're here to rescue you, as well as Prince Thor and Prince Loki. Frigga stood and hurried over to Chu Yuan, lowering her voice. I know Thor and Loki are imprisoned, but the security is even tighter than you imagine. Hela has stationed not only dark guards of fire giants, but also set up a soul cage in the prison. Anyone who gets close will have their soul drained. And Kong has buried a time bomb beneath the prison. If we try to break them out, the bomb will go off and the entire prison will be swallowed by a temporal maelstrom. A time bomb. Zhu Juan Thou Wen. What is Kong really after? He wants to force Odin to reveal the secret of the World Tree. Frigga's expression was grave. The World Tree connects all 9 realms. Kong hopes to harness its power to strengthen his time device. If he succeeds, not just Asgard, but the entire 9 realms will become his pasture of time. She paused, then drew a silver pendant from within her robes and handed it to Chu Yuan. This is the heart of Asgard. It can temporarily shield you from the energy of the soul cage. With it, you'll be able to approach the prison. Also, I know how to break Heimdall's magical control. Though Kong controls Heimdall's eyes, deep in his heart, Heimdall still remains loyal to Asgard. If you drip the tear of Odin onto his eyes, it will awaken his consciousness. The tear of Odin? Eric asked, puzzled. Isn't that the legendary treasure King Odin obtained in his youth, sacrificing one of his eyes for wisdom? Yes, Frigga nodded. The tear of Odin is in the dungeon, kept together with Odin's eternal spear. Kong and Surtur are interrogating Odin there right now. If you want to save him, you must hurry. I can feel Odin's life force fading rapidly. He doesn't have much time left. Just then, Professor X suddenly shouted, "This is bad. Hela is back. She's heading for the side hall and will be here in 2 minutes." Frigga's face changed instantly. She quickly pushed Chu Yuan and the others toward a hidden door in the side hall. This secret door leads to the dungeon. Go quickly, take this path. I'll hold Hela off. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous. America tried to grab Frigga, but Frigga pushed her away. Frigga looked at Chu Yuan, her gaze unwavering. The future of Asgard is in your hands now. You must rescue Odin, save Thor and Loki, and protect Asgard. No matter how great the challenges, never give up. The people of Asgard will always stand behind you. Before anyone could protest, she strode to the center of the side hall, sat down again, and picked up a book from the table, pretending to read. Chu Yuan gritted his teeth and nodded to the others. Let's go. We rescue Odin as fast as possible, then come back for Her Majesty. They slipped through the secret door, which closed silently behind them. Through the narrow gap, Chu Yuan took one last look at Frigga. Her back was perfectly straight, upholding the dignity of Asgard's queen, even in the face of danger. Behind the hidden door lay a narrow stone staircase descending underground. The steps were thick with dust, clearly untouched for a long time. Professor X projected a stream of psychic energy ahead, guiding the way. Kong and Surtur are at the very deepest part of the dungeon. There are 10 times sentinels and 5 fire giants standing guard around them. Odin's life force is extremely weak. We must hurry. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the heart of Asgard pendant. 6 chakra-formed arms spread out protectively before him. He could sense a powerful surge of dark energy pulsing from deep below. The eternal flame of Surtur mingled with Kang's time-warping power, their forces intertwining, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. After about 5 minutes of descent, they reached an iron door at the foot of the stairs. Professor X closed his eyes, concentrating, and after a moment, opened them again. Beyond this door is the dungeon. Kong and Surtur are interrogating Odin. It seems they're threatening him with Surtur's eternal flame. Chu Yuan signaled for the others to stand back. Summoning his 6 chakra arms, he gripped the iron bars of the door and gave a gentle pull. With a sharp crack, the bars broke apart effortlessly. He peered through the opening and saw that the dungeon was a vast cavern. In its center, Odin was chained to a stone pillar, his body covered in wounds, his once silver hair now wild and tangled. Kong stood before him, holding a golden dagger, an eternal dagger, forged from Odin's own hair, capable of wounding even an Asgardian. Surtur loomed nearby, the eternal flame blazing even fiercer around him, his long sword aimed straight at Odin's chest. Odin, tell us the location of the World Tree, and I'll grant you a quick death. Kang's voice was icy as he drew the dagger across Odin's neck, leaving a thin line of blood that trickled down the blade. Refuse, and I'll have Surtur burn your sons alive, piece by piece, forcing you to watch their agony until the end. Odin raised his head, a flash of fury in his eyes, yet he remained unyielding. Kong, you will never uncover the secret of the World Tree. Even if I die, I won't let you harm my sons, nor will I allow you to destroy Asgard. Stubborn fool, Kong roared, raising the dagger, and drove it toward Odin's chest. Chu Yuan leaped out of the iron gate, channeling the energy of the 6 paths. Phoenix escaped into his palm and blasted it toward Kang's back. Caught off guard, Kong was struck by the energy, sent flying backward, and his dagger clattered to the ground. Surtur, witnessing this, swung his flaming longsword at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan sidestepped the blade and, with a chakra arm formed from the 6 paths, seized the sword's blade, locking in a contest of strength with Surtur. Meanwhile, Doctor Strange from the main universe, America, and Professor X rushed out of the Iron Gate as well, joining the fray against the Timekeepers. Eric and the other Asgardian soldiers dashed toward Odin, attempting to break the chains that bound him. Kong, stop wasting time, Surtur roared, shoving Chu Yuan aside as the eternal flame around him blazed even higher. Kill them first, then we'll force answers from Odin. Kong scrambled up from the ground, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Phoenix, I'll see to it that none of you leave here alive today. With a sweep of his arm, countless golden runes suddenly shimmered into existence across the dungeon walls, runes of time magic. As soon as they lit up, Chu Yuan and his allies found their movements slowing. This is bad. He's cast a time-slowing spell. Doctor Strange from the main universe shouted, hastily conjuring white magic to resist. Chu, find a way to break his magic. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan tried to muster chakra to dispel the spell, only to realize even his chakra was slowing within him. He caught sight of Kang's triumphant smile and suddenly remembered the heart of Asgard pendant Frigga had entrusted to him. The runes on it seemed capable of counteracting time magic. Eric, throw me the pendant. Chu Yuan shouted. Eric immediately tossed the pendant to Chu Yuan. Catching it, Chu Yuan poured chakra into it. Instantly, the pendant erupted in a burst of silvery light, which spread outward and collided with Kang's time runes. The golden runes faded at once, and the effects of the time-slowing spell dissipated. How is this possible? Kong stared at the pendant in disbelief. How did the heart of Asgard end up in your hands? Chu Yuan let out a cold laugh, gripping the pendant tightly. Queen Frigga herself gave it to me. Kong, your scheming ends here. Today, not only will we free Odin, we'll see both you and Surtur fall in Asgard. With that, he sprang forward, surging toward Kong. The energy of the 6 paths, Phoenix's escape, gathered in his palm, forming a long sword whose tip shimmered with intertwining red and blue light. Kong hastily raised his arm, conjuring a barrier of time energy before him. The sword clashed with the barrier, unleashing a deafening explosion. The entire dungeon shook violently, chunks of stone raining from above as the force of the battle threatened to bring the ceiling down. Move! The dungeon's collapsing, Professor X shouted, having already used his psychic powers to break Odin's chains, and now supporting him as they hurried toward the secret door. Chu Yuan also realized something was wrong. He feinted an attack, forcing Kong and Surtur to fall back, then turned and dashed toward the secret door. Everyone fall back. Leave the dungeon first. The others wasted no time in further fighting and rushed after Chu Yuan toward the hidden exit. Kong and Surtur tried to give chase, but falling stones blocked their way. Kong watched as Chu Yuan and the rest vanished behind the secret door, then slammed his fist furiously onto the ground. Damn it, they've escaped us again. Surtur's flames roared higher around him. Don't be angry, Kong. They can't run for long. As long as we capture Frigga, we can force Thor and Loki to reveal the secret of the World Tree. Besides, Heimdall has already picked up their trail. We'll soon discover where they're hiding. Kong drew a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Fine. Notify Heimdall. Tell him to widen the search. Also, strengthen the prison defenses. Don't give them any chance to rescue Thor and Loki. I want them to know that opposing me leads only to death. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan and his companions had already returned to the underground passage. Odin leaned weakly against the stone wall, his face pale, but he still looked at the group, deep gratitude shining in his eyes. Thank you, friend from another universe. If it weren't for you, I'd likely have died at Kang's hands. King Odin, we're just glad you're safe, Chu Yuan said. Now, we need to quickly find a way to rescue Prince Thor, Prince Loki, and Queen Frigga. Kong and Surtur won't give up easily. They'll find this place soon. Odin nodded, drawing a golden key from within his robes. This is a spare key to the prison. Kong and Hela thought I'd handed over all the keys, but I secretly kept this one. The soul cells in the prison can be shielded with the heart of Asgard. With the key and pendant, you can free Thor and Loki. He paused, then looked intently at Chu Yuan. But you must be careful of Hela. Her dark magic is stronger than ever, and she now wields the sword of the dead. That blade can summon the spirits of the fallen, turning anyone slain by it into her puppet. What's more, Kong planted time bombs in the prison, and only my Spear of Eternity can disarm them. And the spear is still in the dungeon, guarded by Kang's time sentinels. As Chu Yuan took the key, a heavy weight settled on his heart. To rescue Thor and Loki, he would need the key, the heart of Asgard, and the means to defuse the time bombs. Saving Queen Frigga would mean facing Hela and her dark sentinels. And to disarm the bombs, he must first reclaim the Spear of Eternity. Every step was fraught with peril. We'll split into 2 teams, Chu Yuan said, glancing at everyone. Doctor Strange, America, and I will head to the prison to rescue Thor and Loki. We'll also try to retrieve the Eternal Spear and disarm the time bomb. Professor X, Eric, you stay here in the underground passage with King Odin and be ready to cover us. If you run into danger, use this flare to signal us. He pulled a red flare from his backpack and handed it to Professor X. Professor X nodded. Don't worry. We'll keep King Odin safe and stay alert for your signal at all times. Odin looked at Chu Yuan, his eyes full of trust. Chu Yuan, the future of Asgard is in your hands. You must rescue Thor and Loki and protect Frigga. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word. Chu Yuan nodded, gripping the golden key in his hand. The cool touch of the engraved runes pressed against his fingertips. He looked up at Doctor Strange and America from the primary universe, determination in his gaze. Let's move. Remember, rescuing Thor and Loki comes first. Once we have the Eternal Spear, disarm the time bomb immediately. Don't linger in battle. The 3 of them set off down another branch of the underground passage, a route Eric had described as a forgotten grain corridor that supposedly led straight to the prison's underground storage. It had long been abandoned and was unlikely to be patrolled by Kang's guards. The air inside was thick with the damp smell of mildew. Water dripped steadily from cracks overhead, striking the puddles on the floor with a sharp, rhythmic plink echoing through the silent tunnel. I can sense it. Doctor Strange from the main universe suddenly stopped, the tip of his staff flickering with a faint golden light. There's a powerful surge of soul energy coming from the direction of the prison. The energy in the soul cage is even stronger than Frigga described. The heart of Asgard can only shield us from the surface layer. Once we get closer, we'll need to be extremely cautious. If we touch the core energy, our souls could still be drawn in. America conjured a pentagram, its rainbow patterns flickering on and off. I've already set the coordinates for the passage. If there's trouble, we can retreat back here in 3 seconds. But, she hesitated, a note of uncertainty in her voice. It feels like something deeper in the tunnel is watching us. Not a guard, more like some living creature. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara, I suddenly glowed, golden and crimson light weaving together and piercing through the tunnel walls. He saw that at the far end of the corridor, inside the storage room, countless broken wooden crates were stacked high. Behind them, a pair of green eyes glimmered in the shadows, a massive shadow demon, the legendary Asgardian beast known for devouring fear. It usually lurked only in the darkest depths of dungeons, but now, drawn by Kang's dark energy, it had appeared near the prison. It's a shadow fiend, Chu Yuan whispered, lowering his voice as 6 chakra arms slowly unfurled before him. Its weakness is its eyes. Destroy them, and we can drive it back for a while. Doctor Strange, use your magic to restrain its movements. America, you cover our retreat. I'll go for its weak point. The 3 of them pressed forward. As soon as they set foot inside the warehouse, the shadow fiend lunged out from behind a pile of wooden crates. The creature was as massive as 3 elephants, its entire body covered in black, shimmering scales. Viscous green venom dripped from its open maw, and its 2 emerald eyes sparkled with ravenous hunger. With a thunderous roar, the shadow fiend charged straight at America. It could sense the spatial fear hidden within her rainbow energy, its favorite delicacy. Now, Doctor Strange from the main universe instantly cast his spell. Golden chains of magic surged from the ground, binding the shadow fiend's 4 limbs. The creature thrashed violently. The chains stretched taut and groaned under the strain, threatening to snap at any moment. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan leaped into the air. The 6 chakra arms converged, forming a slender blade of energy, which he drove toward the fiend's eyes. The energy blade pierced the creature's left eye with pinpoint accuracy, green blood spurting forth. The shadow fiend let out a howl of agony, whipping its head back and forth in a desperate attempt to throw Chu Yuan off. But Chu Yuan clung tightly to its scales, summoning energy with another chakra arm, aiming for the right eye. "Wait!" America suddenly shouted. "There are runes under its scales." Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He looked down. Sure enough, etched beneath the shadow fiend's scales were tiny black runes. They bore a resemblance to Kang's temporal magic symbols, but with a trace of Hela's dark sorcery woven in. This is Kang and Hela's handiwork, he realized in a flash. This shadow fiend had been magically altered by Kang and Hela to guard the prison's underground passages. "We can't kill it. The runes might be linked to the prison's alarm system. If we kill it, the guards will be alerted." Without hesitation, Chu Yuan withdrew the energy blade and leapt clear of the fiend's head. Doctor Strange also released his magical chains in time. Freed from its restraints, the shadow fiend did not attack again. Instead, it eyed the trio warily, backing away step by step until it vanished into the shadows at the far end of the warehouse. Beneath its scales, the runes glimmered faintly red in the darkness, as if relaying a silent message. Detected. The runes beneath the shadow demon scales are linked to the prison's time bomb energy. Warning. The runes have recorded the host's energy signature. Kang's time wardens may have already detected our location. The system's alert made Chu Yuan's heart clench. He hadn't expected Kang to use shadow demons as living alarm systems. Now, their infiltration plan was completely exposed. "Hurry! We're out of time!" Chu Yuan shouted, dashing toward the prison. At the end of the warehouse stood an iron door leading to the prison's lower level. Carved into the door were Asgardian prison runes. Chu Yuan slid the golden key Odin had given him into the lock. With a heavy click, the door slowly swung open. Beyond the door lay a narrow corridor, lined on both sides with densely packed cells. Most of the cells were empty, but in a few Asgardian soldiers were imprisoned. Each wore an energy-suppressing collar, rendering them unable to use magic or superpowers. Chu Yuan's eyes swept quickly over the cells, finally resting on the 2 largest ones at the corridor's end. In front of each stood 2 fire giants, their swords glowing with intense heat, clearly the cells holding Thor and Loki. "Thor! Loki!" Chu Yuan called out toward the cells. From the cell on the left, Thor suddenly sprang to his feet. Mjolnir, his hammer, rested inside an energy barrier at the center of the cell. His armor was battered and scarred, but nothing could hide the fury in his eyes. "Chu Yuan, what are you doing here?" "Asgard. We already know what's happened to Asgard." Chu Yuan cut him off, hurrying to the cell door. "We're here to rescue you and Loki, but there's a time bomb in the prison. We have to get the Eternal Spear to disarm it. Do you know where it's hidden?" "In the cell on the right." Loki lounged against the wall, a trace of mockery curling his lips. "The Eternal Spear?" Kang hid it in the prison's energy core chamber. 3 time wardens and a fire giant chief stand guard. Its defenses are 10 times tighter than here. And he paused, his gaze turning grave. "Hela and Kang have been arguing lately, apparently over the coordinates of Yggdrasil. Hela wants the World Tree for herself, but Kang wants to use its power to enhance his time device. Their alliance is starting to crack." Chu Yuan's mind raced. This was a crucial clue. A rift between Hela and Kang might be the opening they needed against their enemies. "That's an important piece of information." He nodded, pressing the heart of Asgard pendant against the energy barrier of the cell. "Doctor Strange, help me take down the barrier. America, keep watch. If any guards approach, alert us immediately." The silvery light of the heart of Asgard collided with the blue glow of the energy barrier, causing the shield to gradually turn transparent. Doctor Strange from the main universe also unleashed his magic. Golden runes melded into the barrier, hastening its dissolution. Just as the shield was about to vanish completely, a rush of hurried footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. It was Kang's time sentinels and the fire giants, responding to the shadow demon's alarm and heading straight for them. "Hurry! The barrier still needs 10 seconds to disappear." Chu Yuan poured in more chakra, making the heart of Asgard shine even brighter. Chu, watch your back, America shouted suddenly. A torrent of fire surged from the far end of the hall, roaring straight for Chu Yuan's back. Chu Yuan spun around at once, conjuring a shield of energy with 6 chakra arms. The flames crashed against the shield, sizzling fiercely, turning it red-hot and threatening to shatter at any moment. It's the leader of the fire giants, he gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Doctor Strange, faster. Doctor Strange from the main universe looked pale, his magical reserves nearly depleted, but he clenched his jaw and poured the last of his energy into the barrier. With a sharp crack, the energy barrier finally shattered completely, and Thor and Loki burst out of their cell. Thor seized Chu Yuan's arm and pulled him behind. "Leave this to me," he declared, charging at the fire giant leader. Even without Mjolnir, his fists packed immense power. One punch knocked the fire giant leader's helmet flying. Loki seized the moment to unleash his magic. A swirl of green illusion energy enveloped the Time Sentinels, trapping them in hallucinations and rendering them unable to attack. "Where's the energy core room?" Chu Yuan called, smashing a Time Sentinel's weapon with a burst of chakra. "At the end of the left corridor, the doors marked with golden time runes," Loki replied as he dodged another attack. "But be careful. The energy core room holds a time bomb wired into the entire prison's energy system. If it detonates, not only will the prison be destroyed, but all of Asgard's underground will collapse." Chu Yuan nodded and turned to America and Doctor Strange. "Stay here and help Thor and Loki hold off the guards. I'll head to the core room to get the Spear of Eternity and disarm the time bomb. Once I have the spear, I'll signal you. We'll regroup in the underground passage." "Be careful," America called out anxiously. "Kang's Time Sentinels are cunning. They might have set traps in the core room." Chu Yuan didn't waste words. He turned and sprinted toward the energy core room. The sounds of battle faded behind him, but his sense of caution only sharpened. Kang would never let him claim the Spear of Eternity so easily. Inside the energy core room, a far greater trap was surely waiting. As expected, the moment Chu Yuan approached the energy core chamber, he sensed a powerful wave of temporal energy. There were no guards at the entrance, only a golden time barrier, runes flickering with an eerie glow across its surface. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eye lit up, allowing him to see beyond the barrier. The Spear of Eternity stood thrust into a stone pedestal, and beneath it, the time bomb. The bomb's surface was covered with intricate runes much like the runes of the Dark God's Tome he had seen in Universe 19999, yet tinged with the essence of Asgard's world tree runes. Warning: detected that the time bomb's runes are composed of time magic runes plus Dark God's Tome runes plus world tree runes. Alert: the runes exist in a symbiotic relationship. Forcibly breaking them may trigger a chain reaction explosion. Noticed: tiny world tree coordinates engraved in the shaft of the Spear of Eternity. Deduction: Odin deliberately etched the coordinates onto the spear to keep them hidden from Kang. Another critical clue: Odin had secretly inscribed the world tree's coordinates onto the Spear of Eternity itself, and neither Kang nor Hela had discovered it. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, pressing the Heart of Asgard pendant against the time barrier. He would need the Heart of Asgard's energy to temporarily stabilize the barrier, then cautiously use 6 paths, Phoenix escape energy, to open it just enough to seize the Spear of Eternity. As the glow of the Heart of Asgard began to merge with the shimmering time barrier, a sudden tremor rattled the walls of the core chamber. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. Peering through the wall with his eternal samsara eye, he saw Hela racing towards the chamber, the Sword of the Dead in her grasp. The blade was wreathed in the tormented souls of countless Asgardian soldiers. She'd clearly come straight from Frigga's side hall. "Chu Yuan, did you really think you could take the Spear of Eternity?" Hela's voice pierced through the wall, icy and laced with murderous intent. "That spear bears the dark magic I laid upon it. The moment you touch it, my Sword of the Dead will seize your will, and you'll become my puppet." Chu Yuan's pupils shrank in shock. Hela had set a trap on the Spear of Eternity, and now it was clear how she'd found him. Someone had tipped her off. Suddenly, he recalled the runes beneath the scales of the Shadow Demon he'd driven off earlier. They weren't just linked to the time bomb, but also to Hela's dark magic. The Shadow Demon had betrayed his location. No time to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan fused the chakra within him with the power of the Phoenix. 6 paths, Phoenix escape energy coalesced into a slender blade of pure force, which he drove straight at the weakest point of the time barrier. With a thunderous crack, the barrier split open just enough. Chu Yuan darted through the gap and seized the shaft of the Spear of Eternity. The moment his hand touched the spear, a surge of black energy raced up the shaft and into his arm. It was Hela's dark magic. Chu Yuan could feel his consciousness begin to blur, his body moving uncontrollably toward the entrance of the energy core chamber. "Ha! Didn't I say you would become my puppet?" Hela's voice drew nearer, triumphant. "Once I control you, Khan will have no reason left to refuse me. The world tree will finally be mine." Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan tried to fight back with Chakra, but the power of a magic was far stronger than he had anticipated. His vision swam, and suddenly he saw the anguished souls of countless Asgardian soldiers before him, their screams echoing in his mind, as though beckoning him to join their ranks. Just then, a familiar chime rang out in his mind. "Alert! Host is under control of dark magic, triggering Heart of Asgard. Hidden function. The Heart of Asgard can absorb dark magic and convert it into purifying light energy." A surge of hope filled Chu Yuan. Without hesitation, he pressed the Heart of Asgard pendant to his bewitched arm. Instantly, the pendant flared with a brilliant silver radiance. The black magic was swiftly drawn in, transformed into cleansing energy, and swept through his body, restoring his clarity and control. How was this possible? Hela's voice was laced with disbelief. She had already reached the threshold of the energy core chamber, her eyes blazing with fury as she saw Chu Yuan regain his senses. "I won't let you succeed. Even if I have to destroy the Spear of Eternity, I'll stop you." She raised the Sword of the Dead and brought it down on Chu Yuan. He tightened his grip on the Spear of Eternity and met her blow head-on. With a deafening crash, the spear and sword collided, shaking the chamber's walls. The runes etched into the time bomb began to flicker, clearly destabilized by the shock of their clash. Chu Yuan knew he couldn't afford to keep fighting Hela. Fainting swiftly, he forced her back and spun toward the time bomb. He pointed the tip of the Spear of Eternity at the runes. The world tree coordinates along the spear's shaft, glowing in response, resonating with the bomb's inscriptions. "King Odin, I hope your coordinates can guide us through this," Chu Yuan muttered, channeling Chakra into the spear. Golden light erupted from the Spear of Eternity, striking the time bomb's runes. Gradually, the inscriptions dimmed, and at last, vanished completely. The time bomb was defused. Time bomb successfully neutralized. Reward: unlocking Spear of Eternity usage rights. World Tree Coordinate Analysis Map acquired. Warning: Hela's Sword of the Dead is surging with energy. Kang's temporal energy signature is approaching rapidly. Chu Yuan turned around and saw a sudden burst of black energy erupting from Hela's Sword of the Dead. It was Kang's temporal energy. Kang was secretly aiding Hela, attempting to empower her dark magic with the force of time. "You really think the two of you could defeat me?" Chu Yuan gave a cold, dismissive laugh, tightening his grip on the Spear of Eternity. The energy of the Six Paths. Phoenix Escape fused with the spear's eternal power. "Today I'll show you just how mighty the power of Asgard truly is." In that moment, the battle in the core of the energy chamber reached its fever pitch. Yet Chu Yuan was unaware that, deep within the underground passages, Professor X was sensing an even more terrifying revelation through his psychic abilities. Surtur had already discovered the approximate location of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. He was leading his army of fire giants straight toward it. If Surtur reached the World Tree and ignited it with the eternal flame, the whole of Asgard, and even all 9 realms, would be consumed by fire. The Spear of Eternity and the Sword of the Dead clashed once more. Golden and black shockwaves ravaged the core chamber, sending shards of stone cascading from the ceiling. They hammered against Chu Yuan's battle armor with heavy, muffled thuds. Madness blazed in Hela's eyes, and the souls entwined around her sword howled with increasing agony. Black energy snaked along the shaft of the spear, gnawing at Chu Yuan's arm. Even the purifying power of Asgard's heart struggled to withstand the deathly magic's relentless assault. "Come, what are you waiting for?" Hela roared furiously toward the doorway. "If you don't act now, he's going to escape with the Spear of Eternity." A chill ran through Chu Yuan's heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a flash of gold at the entrance. Kang had finally arrived. The temporal device in his hand blazed with a brilliant, searing light, clearly preparing to unleash a devastating time spell. But to everyone's astonishment, Kang's beam of temporal energy was not aimed at Chu Yuan. Instead, it blasted straight into Hela's back. "Are you insane?" Caught completely off guard, Hela was struck by the time beam. Her body froze in place, locked by the force. She stared back in disbelief, meeting the icy, murderous glare in Kang's eyes. "Were we allies? Why are you attacking me?" "Allies," Kang replied with a cold, mirthless laugh as he strode unhurriedly into the core chamber, the temporal device spinning in his hand. "I never considered you an ally, Hela. You were just a pawn to lure out Odin and reveal the coordinates of the World Tree. Now that the location is marked on the Spear of Eternity, you're no use to me." A realization dawned on Chu Yuan. He finally understood Kang's true objective. He had never intended to share Yggdrasil with Hela. From the very beginning, he was merely using her to keep the Asgardian royal family occupied, while he waited to swoop in and claim the prize for himself. The so-called cracks in Hela and Kang's alliance, Chu Yuan now saw, were nothing but a ruse by Kang to lull Hela into lowering her guard. You think you alone can claim the World Tree? Even as Hela was bound by the magic of time, she refused to show weakness. Surtur is still out there. His eternal flame can burn through anything, including your time device. Once he gets his hands on the World Tree, you'll be the first to perish. Surtur, Kang scoffed with disdain. He's nothing more than bait I used to lure Asgard's defenders away. Once I harness the World Tree's power to amplify my time device, not just Surtur, every realm of the 9 realms will bow to me. I'll bend time itself at will, freezing them all in the moment of my rule. Just then, Chu Yuan's communicator crackled to life. Professor X's anxious voice came through the static. Chu, we have a problem. Surtur's army of fire giants has reached the outskirts of the World Tree. He's ignited its roots with the eternal flame. If this continues, the World Tree will be completely consumed in 10 minutes. When that happens, all of Asgard will be swallowed by fire. 10 minutes. Chu Yuan's pupils shrank in alarm as he looked at Hela, frozen in place. Though she had been betrayed by Kang, as an Asgardian, she could never stand by and watch the World Tree's destruction. Suddenly, a daring idea flashed in his mind. Clutching the eternal spear, he feinted a strike toward Kang and shouted to Hela. Hela, do you really want to see Asgard destroyed by Kang? Join forces with me now. We take him down first, then stop Surtur together. A flicker of internal struggle crossed Hela's eyes, but determination quickly took its place. She surged forth with a burst of dark magic, shattering the temporal restraints. Her blade of the dead flashed as she lunged at Kang's flank. You're not as dull as you look. I'll let you go for now, but after Surtur is dealt with, you and I still have a score to settle. Kang never expected Hela to break free, let alone that the two would join forces. He barely managed to raise his time device in defense. The clash rang out as the blade of the dead struck the device, golden time, energy, and black magic exploding in every direction. Kang staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Now, sensing the opening, Chu Yuan poured all the energy of the 6 paths. Phoenix escape into the eternal spear. Golden light surged from its tip, erupting into a massive beam of energy that blasted toward Kang. With no way to dodge, Kang gathered every ounce of time energy to form a shield. The energy beam struck the shield with a thunderous impact, shaking the entire core chamber to its foundations and splitting the floor wide open. Under the relentless assault, Kang's barrier crumbled. The wave of force hurled him across the room, slamming him hard against the wall. His time device clattered to the floor, shattering into pieces. Cough, cough. Kang struggled to get up, his face as pale as paper. You think you've won just like this? I still have a trump card. He pulled a black badge from inside his cloak, his finger hovering over the button. This was the signal to summon the Time Warden Legion. Don't let him press it. Hela roared, and with a swift motion, hurled the sword of the dead toward Kang's wrist. At the same moment, Chu Yuan unleashed divine might. Spatial shift, appearing instantly at Kang's side. 6 spectral, chakra-infused arms shot out to seize Kang's wrist, wrenching the badge from his grasp. Kang slumped to the ground in utter despair, gazing up at Chu Yuan, who now held the eternal spear. His eyes were filled with bitter regret. I can't accept this. I was so close to mastering the flow of time across all 9 realms. Chu Yuan ignored him and tossed the badge to Hela. Tie him up and hand him over to Eric and the others. We need to go to Yggdrasil right now. Surtur must be stopped. Hela knew that. With a swirl of dark magic, she conjured chains that wrapped tightly around Kang, binding him to a stone pillar. Just as the two of them were about to leave the energy core chamber, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. It was Thor, Loki, America, and Doctor Strange from the main universe. They had dealt with the guards outside and were rushing in. Jewel, are you all right? Where's Kang? Thor, seeing Kang bound to the pillar, breathed a sigh of relief. But the gravity of the situation quickly returned to his face as he remembered the crisis at Yggdrasil. Professor X just told us. Surtur is already burning the World Tree. We have to get there now. I'll go to Yggdrasil with Chu, Hela said suddenly, her gaze lingering on Thor and Loki with a complicated expression. You two head to the side hall and rescue Frigga. She's still guarded by my Dark Sentinels. And remember, don't tell her I helped you. I don't want to owe the royal family of Asgard any favors. Thor and Loki exchanged glances and nodded. Though there was old resentment between them and Hela, saving the World Tree was what mattered most now. Be careful, Thor said, clapping Chu Yuan on the shoulder. There are guardian spirits in the roots of Yggdrasil. They might be able to shield you from Surtur's flames. Chu Yuan nodded, and together with Hela, sprinted toward the world tree. The doors of the energy core chamber closed slowly behind them. Bound to the pillar, Kang's eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange light. Unnoticed by anyone, a fragment of his Shattered Time device on the ground was quietly absorbing energy and beginning to reform itself into a tiny time beacon. Above Asgard, the blood-red moon hung shrouded in black smoke, while the Valley of Life, home to the World Tree, was now engulfed by roaring, eternal flames. When Chu Yuan and Hela arrived, they were greeted by a vision straight from the depths of hell. Legions of fire giants brandished blazing battle axes, hacking relentlessly at the branches of the World Tree. Surtur stood atop the tree, his long sword plunged deep into the trunk. Eternal fire raced along the bark, and the once vibrant leaves withered and burned before their very eyes. Surtur, stop this! Chu Yuan roared, raising the spear of eternity. Golden energy surged forth, blasting into the ranks of fire giants. Several giants, unable to dodge in time, were struck and reduced to ashes in an instant. At the same time, Hela conjured her dark magic. Black chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring the ankles of several fire giants and dragging them below. Surtur leapt down from the trunk, the eternal fire blazing even fiercer around him. He fixed Chu Yuan and Hela with a look of utter contempt. Hela, you're teaming up with an outsider? Have you forgotten how Asgard treated you? Forgotten how Odin imprisoned you? I have never forgotten, Hela replied, clutching the blade of the dead as black energy swirled around her. But Asgard is my home, and the World Tree is its foundation. If Asgard is to be destroyed, it will be by my hand, not by you, fire giant from beyond. As she spoke, Chu Yuan circled to the side of the World Tree. The eternal samsara eye glowed. The roots deep below were dotted with countless flickering green lights. The guardian spirits Thor had spoken of. They seemed stifled by the searing heat of the eternal fire, unable to awaken. Hela, hold Surtur off for me. I need to wake the guardian spirits. Hela nodded and charged at Surtur. The blade of the dead clashed against Surtur's sword, black and red energy exploding in the air. The powerful shockwave sent the surrounding fire giants flying. Surtur's might was overwhelming. Even with her dark magic, Hela began to falter, her arms scorched and marked with searing wounds. Chu Yuan reached the roots of the World Tree and drove the Spear of Eternity into the ground. Golden energy pulsed down the shaft, resonating with the green lights within the roots. Awaken, guardian spirits! He channeled his chakra, merging it with the spear's energy to forge a warm, green beam that streamed deep into the roots. A low, resonant hum filled the air. The World Tree suddenly trembled violently. Countless green lights flickered within its roots, and swarms of palm-sized sprites with translucent wings burst forth from the soil. They fluttered around the World Tree, scattering emerald light upon its burning branches. Miraculously, the raging eternal flame began to fade. Impossible. Surtur stared in disbelief at the scene before him. He poured even more power into the eternal flame, but as the fire neared the sprites, it was instantly dissolved by their green radiance. Curse sprites! I'll burn every last one of you. Surtur charged into the swarm, swinging his long sword in an attempt to cut down the guardian sprites. In response, Chu Yuan unleashed the 6 paths, Phoenix Escape. Crimson and sapphire energy wove together, blocking Surtur's assault. Your fight is with me. The Spear of Eternity spun in Chu Yuan's hands, golden energy merging with the sprite's green glow to form a beam of dazzling power that blasted towards Surtur. Struck by the beam, Surtur staggered back, the eternal flame on his body dimming noticeably. Seizing the chance, Hela attacked from the flank. Her Sword of the Dead pierced Surtur's shoulder, and black energy spread from the wound, relentlessly corroding his body. With a guttural howl of pain, Surtur yanked out his sword and slashed it down. A massive fissure of flame split open the earth, racing toward the roots of the World Tree. He meant to sever the roots completely and cut the sprites off from their source of power. No. Chu Yuan's heart clenched as he realized he was too late to stop it. Just as the fiery chasm was about to reach the roots, a blue light suddenly descended from above, sealing the fissure shut. It was Frigg. No one had noticed when she'd arrived at the Valley of Life, her staff radiating a gentle blue light, clearly having just escaped from the side chamber. Mother! Thor and Loki arrived moments later, their faces lighting up with joy at the sight of Frigg unharmed. Frigg did not look back. Her gaze remained fixed on Surtur as her staff whirled swiftly in her hand. Surtur, you wish to destroy the very foundation of Asgard. I will never permit it. Ribbons of blue magical energy spiraled out, forming barriers that shielded the roots of the World Tree. Within the barricade, the Guardian sprites danced, their green light shining ever brighter. Seeing the sudden arrival of so many adversaries, certain knew his chances had vanished. With a roar of rage and frustration, the eternal flame around him surged wildly. If I can't destroy the World Tree, then I'll make you all pay. He lunged at Chu Yuan, intent on dragging him down with him. Chu, look out! Frigg shouted. Blue magical energy shot towards Surtur, desperate to halt his charge. Chu Yuan gripped the Spear of Eternity tightly as the six paths. Phoenix art merged completely with the emerald light of the spirits, forming a beam of energy more powerful than anything seen before. Six paths. Eternal, supreme, divine, heaven's judgment. The beam struck Surtur, and his body began to dissolve within the torrent of energy, leaving behind only a final, anguished roar. With its master gone, the eternal flame sputtered out, and once more, fresh green buds began to sprout along the branches of the World Tree. The air in the Valley of Life still shimmered with the lingering heat of the eternal flame. The tender, newly grown leaves of the World Tree quivered gently in the breeze, while the spirit's emerald light circled the trunk like stardust, casting a gentle glow over the land scarred by war. Chu Yuan held the Spear of Eternity, its golden tip gradually dimming. Surtur's defeat had brought a brief calm, but then, without warning, a rift tore open in the sky, setting hearts racing once more. That's a Time Authority ship. Frigg had tightened her grip on her staff, blue magic gathering at its tip. Kong still has another trick up his sleeve. The ship's hatch slowly opened. Kong appeared on the deck, clad in brand new silver armor. The device in his hand, even more sophisticated than before, the energies of time swirling fiercely around him. He glanced at the ruined army of fire giants and the rejuvenated World Tree, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes, yet not a trace of panic. I didn't expect you to defeat Surtur and even awaken the guardian spirits. But do you really think that's enough to stop me? Chu Yuan stepped forward, six chakra arms unfurling behind him, while the red and blue energies of the Phoenix art gathered in his palm. Kong, your time projection is already under our control. Do you really think you can escape? Hand over the World Tree's coordinates, and maybe the Time Authority will show you some leniency. Leniency? Kong burst into laughter, sharp and mocking. You know nothing of the true purpose of the Time Authority, nor of my designs on the time of the Nine Realms. Even if I don't claim the World Tree today, I won't let you walk away unscathed. Suddenly, he slammed his hand down on a red button atop his device. Instantly, golden waves of temporal energy erupted from the ship's hull, spiraling into a massive vortex across the ground below. This is the temporal reset wave. It will rewind time in this region by 1 hour. When it happens, Surtur's flames will reignite the World Tree, and all your efforts will be for nothing. Stop him, Thor bellowed, swinging Mjolnir high. Golden lightning arced toward the ship, but as it neared the temporal vortex, the currents of time twisted the bolt aside, sending it crashing into distant rocks, shattering them into a spray of debris. Hela unleashed her dark magic as well, sending black chains snaking toward Kong. Yet, they shattered inch by inch against the shimmering barrier surrounding the ship. It's useless, Kang's voice rang out from behind the shield. My temporal barrier can withstand any attack. You have, at most, 3 minutes left. In 3 minutes, everything here will return to its origin. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eyes spun rapidly as he searched for a weakness in the temporal shield. He noticed that although the barrier's energy was formidable, there was a subtle gap right where the ship's engine was, the point where temporal energy was most concentrated, and thus where the barrier was thinnest. Dr. Strange, restrain the time vortex with your white magic. America, get ready to open a multiversal portal. The moment I break the shield, we strike together. The Doctor Strange of the Prime Universe nodded at once. Forming intricate hand seals, he sent golden magical runes flying from his palms, winding around the swirling vortex of time like chains, slowing its furious spin. America Chavez raised her hands, conjuring a 5-pointed star. Rainbow light gathered before her, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, channeling the full power of the six paths. Phoenix escaped into the eternal spear. The spear's tip flared with a blinding golden radiance. He leapt, soaring toward the ship's engine. Six paths, eternal, piercing thrust. The brilliant spearhead streaked through the sky like a shooting star, striking the energy gap in the barrier with perfect precision. A sharp crack rang out as a fissure appeared. Seizing the chance, Chu Yuan poured his chakra into the crack, widening it rapidly until the barrier shattered completely. No. Kang's expression changed drastically. He immediately attempted to pilot the ship away. But Chu Yuan had already surged through the breach, his chakra-formed arms grabbing hold of the control panel, flooding it with energy in an attempt to destroy the ship's command system. Seeing this, Kong didn't hesitate. He slammed the emergency escape button. Instantly, the cockpit separated from a main vessel and transformed into a small escape pod, shooting toward the rift in space. Chu Yuan, we will meet again. Next time, I'll bring even stronger temporal weapons, and the entire multiverse will kneel before me. Chu Yuan wanted to give chase, but the explosion from the ship's main body blasted him backward, sending him crashing to the ground. He watched as the escape pod vanished into the space rift, frustration gnawing at his heart. Kong had still managed to escape, but at least they had safeguarded the World Tree and averted the crisis of the 9 realms falling under the dominion of time. Alert! Kong has escaped from Universe 838. Crisis of the World Tree has been resolved. Timeline restoration in Universe 838 is now at 40%. Congratulations, host. You have completed the side quest Protect Asgard and earned a reward. Unlock the ability 6 Paths. Yin-Yang Release, Sword of Aim no Nahoko. Sword of Aim no Nahoko. This heart sword is forged from Yin-Yang Release. The stronger the host's will, the more powerful the sword becomes. It can be freely controlled by the host's consciousness. Though it has no physical form, it can pierce through any physical or energy-based defense. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. He could feel the Yin-Yang Release energy rapidly gathering within him. In his consciousness, a long, pitch-black sword, etched with ancient runes, slowly took form. This was the Sword of Aim no Nahoko. So long as Israel remained unyielding, this sword could unleash world-shattering power. He gripped the sword in his mind and swung it toward a distant boulder. An invisible arc of shadowy, sword energy shot from his hand. The boulder was sliced cleanly in two, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, without a trace of imperfection. So this is the power of the Sword of Aim no Nahoko, Chu Yuan marveled inwardly. With this weapon, if he ever faced Kong again, he was certain he could vanquish him once and for all. By now, the energies of the temporal vortex had dissipated. On the branches of the World Tree, the guardian spirit's glow began to fade. One by one, they returned to the roots, drifting back into slumber. Frigga approached Chu Yuan, her eyes glinting with admiration as she gazed at the unseen sword in his hand. A weapon forged by pure will, is it? The ancient texts of Asgard speak of such a heart sword. Only those of indomitable spirit can wield it. It seems you truly are a blessing to Asgard. Thor and Loki joined them as well. Thor clapped Chu Yuan heartily on the shoulder. Kong may have escaped, but we've saved the World Tree and rescued both our father and mother. That's already the greatest victory we could hope for. If Kong ever returns, know that all of Asgard will stand with you to fight by your side. Chu Yuan nodded, a wave of warmth flooding his heart. He looked at the people of Asgard before him, then at the land beyond, slowly coming back to life. He knew that the mission in Universe 838 was drawing to a close. But the greater crisis of the multiverse was far from over. Kang's escape, the collapse of reality in the Prime Universe, and the chaos unraveling timelines across countless worlds all awaited him. It's time for us to go. Chu Yuan turned to America and Doctor Strange from the Prime Universe. Kang's gotten away. We need to travel to the other universes, keep restoring the timelines, and put an end to his schemes. America nodded, and the pentagram glowed once again. According to the residual signals from the Time Authority, the next universe in need of repair is a Marvel universe thrown into crisis by Hulk Connor's revenge. In that world, the Illuminati exiled the Hulk to Sakaar, but the spaceship exploded, sparking the Hulk's fury. Now he's leading the armies of Sakaar, preparing to bring destruction to Earth. The Doctor Strange from the main universe added, in that universe, the Hulk has been transformed into a cosmic-level force. He not only possesses his original strength, but has also mastered Sakaar's technology. We must proceed with extreme caution. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the sword of Heavenly Marsh within his mind, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. No matter how powerful he's become, we must stop him. Earth cannot survive another apocalypse. Frigga drew an Asgardian badge from her robes and handed it to Chu Yuan. This is the 9 Realms Pass. With it, you can call upon Asgard for help should you encounter danger in any of the 9 realms. Remember, Asgard will always stand behind you. Chu Yuan accepted the badge, storing it with great care. After bidding farewell to the Asgardians, he followed America and the main universe's Doctor Strange into the iridescent corridor of the multiverse. As the portal closed behind them, he cast one last glance at the Asgard of Universe 838, the golden palace gleaming in the sunlight, the tender shoots of the World Tree swaying in the breeze. Life had returned to this land. But now, his next battle was about to begin, in a universe shrouded by the Hulk's wrath. Host detected about to enter a new universe. Designation 616. Gamma Marvel Universe. Hulk's Revenge Arc. New main quest triggered. Stop the Hulk's revenge. Mission Objective 1. Prevent the Hulk from destroying Earth and resolve the conflict between the Hulk and the Illuminati. Mission Objective 2. Uncover the truth behind the spaceship explosion and expose the mastermind. Mission rewards. Naruto World's legendary artifact Uchiha Fan. Reflects all energy attacks. Greatly enhances wind and fire techniques. Chakra increased to 400,000. Unlock the ability. 6 paths. Wind style. Super giant Raisin Shuriken. On the other side of the portal, a universe brimming with advanced technology unfolded before them. In the distance, a colossal Sicarian warship was bearing down on Earth, its hull bristling with weaponry and wreathed in a crimson energy glow. The Hulk's army. The looming threat to Earth's survival. Chu Yuan understood. A new and grueling battle was already awaiting them. The barrier portal closed behind them in a desolate asteroid belt. As Chu Yuan and his companions steadied themselves, the sight before them sent a chill through their hearts. A colossal fleet of dozens of warships was gliding through the distant starfield. The flagship bore a menacing emblem of a green giant, unmistakably the sigil of Sakar's legions. Energy cannons lined the hulls, their dark red glow flickering like slumbering beasts, ready at any moment to unleash deadly fire. That's the Green Giant's vengeance fleet. America gripped the straps of her backpack, her voice trembling ever so slightly. According to the Time Authority's intel, they'll reach Earth's orbit in less than 6 hours. Their flagship, the Starbreaker, carries Sakar's most powerful planet annihilation cannon. It could obliterate half of the Americas in a single shot. The main universe's Doctor Strange raised his staff, golden light shimmering at its tip. He closed his eyes, reaching out to sense the fleet's interior, but recoiled almost instantly, his face drained of color. No good. There's an energy shield around the fleet, laced with the Hulk's gamma radiation. My perception is completely blocked, and I can feel it. The Hulk's energy is far stronger than we expected. His power is nearing a cosmic level, enough to warp the very fabric of space. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eye began to glow, threads of gold and crimson piercing the interstellar dust and settling on the Starbreaker's command deck. There stood a green giant over 5 meters tall, clad in dark gold metallic armor that encased his skin. Energy conduits wrapped around his arms, linked directly to the ship's core. Clearly, the Hulk had merged Sicarian technology with his own gamma energy, transforming into a half-mechanical, half-living cosmic monster. Target detected. Hulk, cosmic level augmented form. Current combat power, 380,000. Warning, abnormal gamma energy fluctuations in the target, suspected to be enhanced by an unknown force. Residual dark energy detected in the Starbreaker's core. Its signature matches that of the Darkhold from Universe 19999. The system's warning weighed heavily on Chu Yuan's mind. The Darkhold's energy? Could it be that someone else was behind the Hulk's transformation, pulling the strings from the shadows? Perhaps this was the real reason for the ship's destruction, and a vital clue to the larger mystery. We can't wait for the fleet to reach Earth, Chu Yuan said, gripping the heavenly swamp spear within his mind. Invisible sword energy swirled around him. We have to infiltrate the fleet now, find the Hulk, and stop him from firing the planet annihilation cannon. America, can you open a portal into the Starbreaker's interior? America nodded, but hesitated, saying, the fleet's energy barrier will interfere with the stability of the Rainbow Passage. I can only open a gap that lasts for 10 seconds, and I can't control exactly where it will appear. It might open anywhere, even right inside the energy core chamber or the prison cells. That's enough, said Doctor Strange from the main universe, jumping in immediately. I'll use magic to create a spatial buffer at the edge of the portal, so we won't be exposed the moment we land. Chu, your heavenly marsh spear can pierce the energy barrier. As soon as we land, use it to destroy the nearby surveillance devices. Let's try to find the Hulk's location within 10 minutes. With no more hesitation, the three got ready. America raised her hands, and a 5-pointed star of rainbow light began to form before her, slowly twisting into a shimmering rift in space. Through the opening, they could just make out the cold, metallic corridors inside the Starbreaker. The portal's opening. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. At America's shout, the rift widened abruptly. The three of them leapt forward together. As they passed through, a dizzying sense of weightlessness washed over them. Space seemed to compress and stretch all around, until with a heavy thud, they crashed onto the cold metal floor. Hurry, close the passage. No sooner had Chu Yuan regained his footing than urgent footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. Instantly, he swung the heavenly marsh spear at the surveillance camera above. An invisible blade of black energy flickered through the air, slicing the camera in two. The monitor went black. America quickly closed the rainbow passage, while Doctor Strange cast a concealment barrier around them, masking all traces of their presence. The footsteps grew louder, drawing near. Peering through the slits in the barrier, they saw a squad of Sicarian soldiers in black armor, energy rifles raised, patrolling the corridor. The insignia on their armor marked them as the Hulk's personal guard, elite warriors, far stronger than ordinary troops. Their armor is reinforced with gamma energy. Regular attacks won't work on them, Doctor Strange whispered, lowering his voice. And their helmets have thermal detection, so the barrier can hide our presence, but not our body heat. Chu Yuan's gaze fell on the energy cells of the soldiers' waists, and a faint smile played at his lips. He gathered the sword energy of the heavenly marsh spear, shaping it into a slender, invisible blade, and sent it flying toward the nearest soldier's energy cell. With a sharp snap, the casing split open, spilling glowing liquid. Instantly, the soldier's armor lost its power, and he collapsed to the floor. The other soldiers, seeing what had happened, immediately raised their weapons and fired in the direction of Chu Yuan and his companions. Crimson beams of energy struck the cloaking barrier, crackling with a harsh sizzle as the light across its surface flickered, threatening to shatter at any moment. "Move now," Chu Yuan shouted, shoving America and Doctor Strange forward. With a surge, the sword energy from the heavenly swamp spear erupted in full force, slicing the surrounding metal walls into fragments and forming a makeshift barricade. The three of them sprinted down the corridor, rushing past door after door, each marked with signs like armory, barracks, and biolab. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara swept rapidly over the doors, finally halting before a heavy metal door engraved with Command Center. The Hulk's presence, unmistakable, was just beyond that door. "This door is made of Sicarian star steel. Ordinary weapons won't even scratch it." Doctor Strange of the Prime Universe examined the lock, his brow furrowed. "And there are 3 energy locks. It needs the Hulk's fingerprint, iris scan, and a gamma energy signature to open." Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted at the far end of the corridor, rocking the entire battleship. Overhead lights flickered and flashed, casting everything into chaos. "What's happening?" America braced herself against the wall, steadying her balance. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara pierced through the metal door, revealing turmoil inside the command center. The Hulk stood at the control console, pounding furiously at the screens, while beside him, a Sicarian scientist in a white lab coat trembled in fear. "Why is the planet destroyer cannon charging so slowly?" The Hulk's roar thundered through the metal door, a booming sound that shook the very air. "I want it ready before we reach Earth. Let those Illuminati wretches know what it's like to lose everything." The scientist stammered out a reply, his voice quivering. "Yes, sir, there's a problem with the energy core. The dark energy inside is repelling your gamma energy, so the charging efficiency is falling." Dark energy repulsion? Chu Yuan's mind raced. That was the very clue he'd discovered earlier. Clearly, the Hulk had no idea he was being manipulated by dark energy, believing it to be nothing more than a technical fault. He turned to Doctor Strange at once. "Disrupt the energy lock signals with magic. I'll force a breach with the heavenly swamp spear." Doctor Strange nodded, hands weaving intricate signs as golden magical runes wrapped themselves around the door's locking mechanism. The indicator lights on the energy locks began to flash wildly. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, pouring his entire will into the heavenly swamp spear. Invisible sword energy gathered before him, coalescing into the towering silhouette of a blade. 6 paths, yin-yang art, heavenly swamp spear break. The sword's shadow crashed fiercely against the metal door, and the star steel plating tore apart as if it were paper. In an instant, the 3 energy locks were rendered useless. The people in the command center were startled by the sudden, thunderous noise. The Hulk spun around, his emerald eyes locking onto Chu Yuan, brimming with wild, murderous intent. "You outsiders again? Think you can stop me from getting my revenge? I'll tear you all to pieces." With a mighty leap, the Hulk's enormous fist, crackling with gamma energy, hurtled toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan dared not underestimate him. He summoned the sword aura of the heavenly marsh spear, forming a barrier before him. There was a thunderous impact as fist met barrier, the shockwave so intense that cracks splintered across the command center's floor. Chu Yuan was driven back again and again, his arms numb from the force. This was the power of a cosmic-level Hulk, far stronger than any opponent he'd faced before. "Did you really think such tricks could stop me?" The Hulk sneered, the energy conduits on his arms glowing as even more gamma power surged into his fists. "The Illuminati destroyed everything I had. My wife, my people, my planet. I'll make Earth pay the price for them." As Chu Yuan stared into the Hulk's eyes, he saw the pain and fury burning there. Suddenly, he realized that fighting alone wouldn't resolve this. Lowering his sword and shifting out of his attack stance, Chu Yuan spoke slowly. "Hulk, I know you're suffering, but the truth behind the explosion isn't what you think. There was residual dark energy in Sakar's core. Someone deliberately sabotaged the ship to ignite this war between you and Earth." The Hulk hesitated, doubt flickering in his eyes for a moment before anger surged back, stronger than ever. "You're lying. The Illuminati have always wanted me dead. Who else could it be?" Just then, the command center's main screen flickered to life. A cloaked figure appeared, face hidden behind a mask, voice disguised beyond recognition. "So, you actually uncovered the secret of the dark energy?" Chu Yuan, the figure taunted. "But it's too late. The planet destroyer cannon is almost charged. Soon, Earth will be reduced to ruins. And you, along with that foolish Hulk, will become my pawns, gathering even more gamma energy for me." The Hulk stood frozen, glancing from the masked figure on screen to Chu Yuan, his anger now mingling with uncertainty. Chu Yuan knew this was the crucial moment to reveal the truth and defuse the crisis. He seized the chance and said urgently to the Hulk, "Do you see now? Someone's manipulating you. If Earth is destroyed, the real mastermind wins. We should join forces to uncover the truth, not destroy each other." The Hulk slowly lowered his fist, the glow of gamma energy gradually fading. But just then, the warship suddenly shook violently once more, and the alarms on the control console blared frantically. The planet destroyer cannon's charging process was inexplicably accelerating on its own. On the monitor, a countdown now showed only 5 minutes remaining until full charge. "What's happening?" the Hulk roared, turning to the scientist. But the scientist had already collapsed to the floor, black blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He'd been silenced remotely by the mastermind behind the scenes. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eyes darted across the console, quickly noticing that a hidden program had been implanted in the charging system. Its source was none other than the dark energy previously discovered in the Starbreaker energy core. "It's the dark energy. It's controlling the charging system," he shouted as he dashed toward the console. The sword energy of the heavenly marsh spear coalescing into a slender probe, trying to disrupt the malicious program. "Hulk, hold off the soldiers outside. Once this program starts, it can't be stopped. We have 5 minutes to find and destroy the energy core." Without hesitation, the Hulk turned and strode toward the main doors of the command center. Gamma energy surged from his fists once again as he sent the charging Sicarian soldiers flying one after another. "Don't worry. As long as I'm standing, nobody's getting through to you." Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, focusing all his attention on cracking the program. Meanwhile, the Doctor Strange of the main universe and America Chavez stood guard nearby, ready to fend off any sneak attacks from enemy soldiers. On the console screen, lines of code scrolled at blinding speed as a barrier of dark energy continuously tried to block the sword energy probe's advance. Seconds ticked by. Now only 2 minutes remained before full charge. Almost there. Just one last string of code. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Yuan's brow as he poured every ounce of willpower into the effort. The sword energy of the heavenly marsh spear grew sharper still, finally piercing through the dark energy barrier to reach the program's core. Just then, the black silhouette appeared on the screen once more. "Don't waste your strength, Chu Yuan. Even if you destroy the charging program, the energy core will still explode in 1 minute. The entire fleet will become a massive bomb and blow Earth to pieces. That's my plan. Nobody can stop it." En explosion. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted. Suddenly, he remembered Kang's time bomb from Universe 838. The mastermind was clearly using the same tactic to destroy Earth. He immediately shouted to the Hulk, "Hulk, where's the energy core? We have to evacuate the fleet within a minute." The Hulk realized the danger too. He grabbed Chu Yuan and the others, racing toward the command center's emergency escape pod. "The energy core is at the bottom of the ship. There's no time to get there now, but I know of a space jump tunnel to Earth, hidden in the escape pod's inner chamber. We can use it to get out." The Hulk moved with astonishing speed, reaching the escape pod in mere seconds. With a forceful tug, he tore open the hatch, revealing a blue rift shimmering in space. A Sicarian emergency portal, capable of jumping directly to Earth's orbit. "Go now. I'll cover the rear." Chu Yuan didn't hesitate. With America and Doctor Strange close behind, he leaped into the portal. Just as the Hulk was about to follow, a black silhouette on the screen unleashed a burst of shadowy energy, striking him squarely in the back. "Did you really think you could escape? Hulk, you and your fleet will be destroyed together." The Hulk bellowed in agony, but even as pain racked his body, he summoned the last of his strength to slam the portal door shut. "Chu Yuan, help me uncover the truth. Avenge the people of Sakaar." As the portal sealed, A deafening explosion echoed from the fleet behind them. Chu Yuan watched as the shape of Earth grew clearer on the other side of the rift, his heart weighed down with dread. Was the Hulk still alive? Who was the mastermind lurking in the shadows? And what new dangers would these hidden forces of darkness bring? Fleet explosion detected. Planetary annihilation canon crisis resolved. Main quest stop the Hulk's revenge progress, 50%. Side quest triggered. Investigate the mastermind. Find the source of the dark power controlling the Hulk and uncover the truth behind the ship's destruction. Tip. Signal from Illuminati ship detected near Earth's orbit. It appears they are preparing for the Hulk's next attack. You may be able to glean more information from them. The portal snapped shut near Earth's orbit, and the trio landed atop a derelict satellite. In the distance, ships belonging to the Illuminati glided slowly across the starlit void, while on Earth's surface, crimson warning lights flashed. A crisis born of vengeance had just begun to reveal its depths. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the sword of a Matsuno within his mind. The coming battle would not only pit him against the suspicion of the Illuminati, but also force him to hunt down the true mastermind lurking in the dark, if he hoped to defend this world. The battered metal of the abandoned satellite still bore the scars of cosmic radiation. As Chu Yuan and his companions steadied themselves, a deep rumble of engines echoed from afar. America clutched her rainbow token, eyes sharp on the approaching sound. 3 silver-white warships were speeding toward them, each hull emblazoned with a familiar insignia. The symbol of the Illuminati, a fusion of iron, magic, and alien technology, proclaiming the rule of Earth's mightiest force. It's the Illuminati, Dr. Strange from the main universe said, his brows furrowing as the golden glow at the tip of his staff flickered. Their ships are armed with anti-gamma cannons. They clearly believe we're allies of the Hulk. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eyes swept swiftly across the warships. He could see that every deck was packed with armed soldiers, and behind the bridge windows, several familiar figures were watching them intently. Captain America, Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, Professor Charles Xavier, and a unique member of this universe's Illuminati, Black Bolt. They haven't opened fire right away, which means there's still room for negotiation. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, suppressing the sword aura of the Amino Habakiri. I'll go talk to them. The rest of you stay behind. If anything seems off, open the pentagram portal and retreat immediately. Alone, he flew toward the Illuminati's warship, surrounded by a faint chakra aura, a sign of his peaceful intentions, but also a precaution against any sudden attacks. When he was still 100 meters away from the ship, a red energy barrier sprang up before him, blocking his path. Halt! Captain America's voice boomed from the warship's loudspeakers. His armor gleamed with a metallic sheen, and the energy reactor on his chest pulsed with a piercing red light. Who are you? Why are you in the blast zone of the Hulk's fleet? What is your connection to that creature? Chu Yuan stopped, his voice calm, yet resolute. My name is Chu Yuan. I come from another universe, here to help you stop the Hulk's revenge. The Hulk's fleet just exploded. The crisis of the planet destroyer cannon has been averted. But the real threat is still ahead. Someone has been manipulating all of this using dark energy, deliberately provoking a war between the Hulk and Earth. Dark energy? Mr. Fantastic's voice rang out with skepticism. His body stretched into a long, slender form, extending from the bridge window. We've investigated the wreckage from Sakar's ships and only detected gamma energy and traces of Sakarian technology. There's no sign of any dark energy. You'd better tell the truth, or we won't let you set foot anywhere near Earth. Chu Yuan had anticipated their suspicion. He raised his hand and gathered a wisp of dark energy, remnants he'd extracted from the energy core of the Starbreaker, temporarily sealed within him by Chakra. This is my proof. The dark energy flickered in his palm with an eerie emerald glow. This energy matches the signature of the Darkhold from Universe 19999. It can control technological devices and amplify gamma energy. The Hulk's transformation, the explosion of the ships, the anomalies in the fleet's power, all of it was orchestrated by this force working in the shadows. Professor X's voice suddenly sounded, carrying that gentle warmth unique to telepathy. I can sense you're telling the truth, Chu Yuan. Your mind is steadfast, filled with a strong will to protect. But the Illuminati will need more proof. After all, the threat the Hulk poses to Earth is immense. We cannot so easily trust an outsider. Just then, Black Bolt let out a low, rumbling roar, a sound charged with energy, the only way he could communicate. This roar signaled that his suspicion of Chu Yuan had reached its peak. Instantly, the battleship's anti-gamma energy cannons locked onto Chu Yuan, their muzzles glowing with a dangerous light. Black Bolt, wait! Professor X quickly intervened. Let's allow them aboard the ship and hear them out. If they truly mean us harm, we have the means to deal with it. Captain America hesitated for a moment, then finally shut down the energy barrier. Come up, Chi-Yuan. But your companions must remain on the satellite until we're certain you pose no threat. Chi-Yuan nodded and flew toward the ship's landing bay. Inside, Captain America, Mr. Fantastic, and Professor X were already waiting, the atmosphere so tense it felt suffocating. Let's get to the point. How much do you know about the dark energy and the mastermind behind all this? Iron Man asked bluntly, his tone still edged with caution. Chi-Yuan recounted everything he had experienced aboard the Starbreaker. How the Hulk had been transformed, the dark energy's manipulation of the ship's power systems, the shadowy figure who appeared on the screen, and the final moment when the Hulk was struck by the dark energy. It's very likely the Hulk is still alive, he concluded. The portal could have sent him straight to Earth's orbit. He may already be here, but we just haven't found any trace of him yet. Mr. Fantastic frowned and pulled up a holographic projection, which displayed the debris field from the explosion of Sakar's ship. We sent out more than a dozen search teams to comb through the wreckage and the surface of Earth, looking for any sign of the Hulk. But so far, we've found nothing. If he's really alive, why hasn't he shown up for revenge? Because he was struck by the dark energy, Chi-Yuan answered, his gaze falling on a particular piece of wreckage in the projection, a fragment streaked with a distinctive dark green residue, the telltale sign of the dark energy. The dark energy doesn't just control machinery, it can also corrupt living beings. The Hulk might have been infected by the dark energy during the escape, leaving him temporarily incapacitated, or perhaps the mastermind took him away. At that very moment, Professor X suddenly clutched his forehead, his face turning pale. Something's wrong. My telepathy just picked up a powerful gamma energy fluctuation coming from the Amazon rainforest in South America. And mixed within that energy is the same dark force as what I sensed in your palm. Captain America immediately activated his communicator. All search teams, head for the Amazon rainforest at once. Initiate maximum alert. If you spot the Hulk, first attempt to restrain him with anti-gamma energy. Don't open fire unless absolutely necessary. Chi-Yuan's heart tightened, and the eternal samsara I awakened instantly. He could vaguely sense that deep within the Amazon, a familiar surge of gamma energy was slowly recovering. All around it, countless fine threads of dark energy were weaving together, forming a vast net that locked the Hulk firmly in place. We have to go there now. Chi-Yuan rose to his feet. The mastermind may be using dark energy to siphon off the Hulk's gamma power. If he succeeds, the consequences could be disastrous. Iron Man nodded, immediately powering up the battleship. Professor X, use your telepathy to pinpoint the Hulk's exact location. Mr. Fantastic, get the anti-gamma energy net ready. Chi-Yuan, if you truly want to help us, prove your strength. When we get there, you'll focus on containing the dark energy while we handle the Hulk. The battleship sped towards South America. Chi-Yuan stood by the window on the bridge, watching clouds race by below, anxiety filling his heart. Suddenly, he remembered the Hulk's last words. Help me uncover the truth and avenge the people of Sakar. A surge of responsibility welled up inside him. Just then, his communicator crackled to life with America Chavez's urgent voice, edged with static. We have a problem. Dr. Strange from the main universe just found a strange symbol etched onto the satellite's metal surface. It's identical to the dark energy symbol you described, and it's draining the satellite's power as if it's transmitting some kind of signal. Chi-Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The mastermind had left a symbol on the satellite after their departure. This wasn't just a provocation. It was a way to send messages or even to track their location. America, destroy the symbol with pentagram energy immediately. Then take Dr. Strange and leave the satellite. Meet us in the Amazon rainforest. Be careful. The mastermind might be nearby. After ending the call, Chi-Yuan felt even more weighed down. He glanced at the Illuminati members busily working on the bridge and suddenly realized that this crisis was far more complicated than he'd imagined. The mastermind not only controlled dark energy, but could also track their every move. Perhaps there might even be his spies hidden within the Illuminati itself. How much longer until we reach the Amazon rainforest? Chi-Yuan asked. 10 minutes, came Iron Man's reply. His gaze was fixed on the holographic projection, where the gamma energy fluctuations were growing ever more intense. But something's wrong. The Hulk's energy is recovering, yes, but it's wildly unstable, almost as if someone is forcing him under their control. Professor X nodded, his face even paler than before. I can sense it. The Hulk's consciousness is in utter chaos. Most of it has been consumed by dark energy. Only a sliver of his will remains, desperately resisting. If we're any later, he may become nothing more than a puppet for the mastermind behind this. Chi-Yuan clenched his fists, and, in his mind, the sword of Tenumo began to shimmer with golden light. He knew these next 10 minutes would decide the fate of this crisis. If they could save the Hulk and gather more clues about the dark energy, perhaps they could finally track down the true culprit. But if they failed and the Hulk was turned into a puppet, the Earth would face a threat like never before. The warship pierced through the clouds, and the outline of the Amazon rainforest gradually became clear. Chu Yuan could see, right at the heart of the rainforest, a pillar of green gamma energy shooting skyward, surrounded by a swirling vortex of deep green-black energy. Flocks of birds and herds of animals were fleeing the jungle in panic, clearly terrified by the energy surges. "Get ready," Iron Man shouted, and the warship's landing bay slowly opened. "Chu Yuan, it's your turn." Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, then leapt from the ship. Behind him, 6 chakra arms unfurled, and the sword aura of Tenumo encircled him like a golden shield. He flew toward the vortex of energy, his mind fixed on a single thought: rescue the Hulk and stop the Mastermind's plot. At the very heart of the swirling energy, the Hulk lay curled up in agony as dark energy gnawed away at him. His skin was shifting from green to a deep, almost black shade, and the light of reason in his eyes was fading fast. Floating above his head was a figure in a black cloak, clutching a staff etched with sinister runes. The staff pulsed as it drew the Hulk's gamma energy away, bit by bit. "Almost there." The figure's voice was laced with twisted excitement. "Once I've drained the Hulk's gamma energy and combined it with the power I gathered from the Book of Darkness, I'll be able to open a gateway to the dark dimension. The entire universe will be mine. Chu Yuan, thank you for leading me to the Hulk. Now, it's your turn to become my next source of power." Slowly, the figure turned, revealing his true face, a face Chu Yuan could never forget. Though twisted and altered by dark energy, his identity was unmistakable. Chu Yuan's pupils narrowed in shock, disbelief surging through him. "It's you? How can it possibly be you?" Detected the true identity of the mastermind. Triggering key plotline: Betrayer's Conspiracy. Warning: the dark energy within the target is connected to the energy of the Time Variance Authority. It is suspected that he is cooperating with Khan. Main quest: stop the Hulk's revenge. Progress updated, 70%. Side quest: track down the mastermind. Unlocks a new objective: uncover the truth behind the Betrayer's alliance with Khan. Within the swirling vortex of energy, the clash between dark energy and gamma energy grew ever fiercer. Chu Yuan stared at the betrayer before him, anger and confusion churning in his heart. Why had he chosen this path? What secrets existed between him and Kong, so deeply hidden that they could never see the light of day? And how did all of this connect to the mysterious Darkhold and the chaotic flow of time that had plagued them before? A battle for the very fate of Earth, woven with betrayal and conspiracy, officially began in the skies above the Amazon rainforest. Yet Chu Yuan remained unaware that, aboard the battleship behind him, the members of the Illuminati watched his back with complicated expressions, their gazes a tangled web of trust and suspicion. Could they truly place their faith in this stranger from another universe? The energy vortex above the Amazon rainforest became ever more violent. The inky green darkness intertwined with the pure green gamma energy, writhing together like 2 titanic serpents locked in an endless struggle. Chu Yuan hovered at the edge of the maelstrom, 6 chakra arms unfurled behind him, his fingertips trembling with rage. The betrayer before him was none other than Elias, chief assistant to Alistair Trask, once considered an ally in Universe 19999 when they had fought side by side against the dark version of Doctor Strange. "Elias? What are you doing here?" Chu Yuan's voice trembled with disbelief. "Wasn't Trask Industries in Universe 19999 already destroyed? Why are you manipulating dark energy and provoking a war between the Hulk and Earth?" Elias tore off his black cloak, revealing a chest inscribed with dark runes. Embedded in the center, where his heart should be, was a black crystal pulsing with energy, cut from the same source as the Darkhold itself. The crystal's resonance with the Hulk's gamma energy was both eerie and powerful. "Chu Yuan, you're as naive as ever." A mocking smirk curled Elias's lips, the staff in his hand flickering with a murky green glow. Trask Industries was just a stepping stone. The power of the Darkhold was my true goal. Lord Kong promised me that if I helped him gather enough gamma and dark energy, he would grant me dominion over the dark dimension. Kong! Chu Yuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he finally understood what the system's earlier warning about temporal authority energy correlation meant. Elias had been Kang's pawn in various universes from the very beginning. The Dark Doctor Strange incident in Universe 19999, the Asgard Crisis in Universe 838. Perhaps he had been fanning the flames behind both events. At that moment, the Hulk below let out a howl of agony. His body turned a deep, inky green, and the rational light in his eyes vanished, replaced entirely by a murderous frenzy. Elias drove his scepter deep into the Hulk's shoulder, and the black crystal at its tip burst forth with a surge of power. Come now, my Gamma puppet. Let Chu Yuan witness the true strength of a universe-level combatant controlled by dark energy. With a mighty leap, the Hulk's enormous fist, crackling with dark-infused gamma energy, came crashing toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he instantly conjured a golden barrier with the sword of Heavenly Spear. There was an earth-shaking boom as the shockwave struck the barrier. Golden light flared wildly, and Chu Yuan was hurled backwards, smashing hard into a towering tree, which split apart under the force. Alert! Host has been struck by dark gamma energy. Defensive efficiency of the sword of Heavenly Spear reduced by 30%. Item adaptation protocol activated. Gamma neutralizer and dark energy protection rune. Items carried by the Illuminati can be fused with host abilities. Tip: after fusion, new ability 6 paths, Gamma Escape, will be unlocked, greatly enhancing resistance to and attack power with dark gamma energy. The system notifications sparked hope in Chu Yuan's eyes. He looked up at the distant Illuminati warship, where Captain America was raising his shield and leading Mr. Fantastic, Professor X, and Black Bolt toward the battlefield. Sure enough, they were carrying several vials of blue serum and metal plates etched with runes, the very neutralizers and protection runes mentioned by the system. Steve, throw me the neutralizers and runes. Chu Yuan shouted as he dodged another of Hulk's savage attacks. Without hesitation, Captain America hurled 3 gamma energy neutralizers and 5 dark energy protection runes toward Chu Yuan. Watch out. The Hulk's attacks are now laced with dark energy. Normal blows won't hurt him. Springing into the air, Chu Yuan extended 6 chakra arms, each one catching a neutralizer or rune. Following the system's instructions, he injected the neutralizer into his chakra pathways and pressed the protection runes onto the energy core of the sword of Heavenly Spear. The blue serum mingled with his chakra, emitting a gentle azure glow, while the runes shimmered gold along the blade, weaving together with the sword's radiant energy. Prop fusion successful. New ability unlocked. 6 paths, Gamma Escape. Current status: resistance to dark gamma energy increased by 80%. Chakra can now be transformed into gamma purification energy. Heavenly Swamp Spear of the Sword evolved. Added dark gamma energy severing effect, allowing direct slashing of attacks formed by dark gamma energy. Chu Yuan could clearly sense a transformation taking place within his body. His chakra, once a blend of red and blue, now shimmered with a pure blue radiance. That was the gamma purification energy. In his consciousness, the Heavenly Swamp Spear of the Sword was now wrapped in an additional layer of golden rune-like shields, its sword aura becoming sharper than ever, even faintly slicing through the darkness that surrounded him. Hulk, wake up! Chu Yuan roared, leaping toward the green giant. The energy of 6 paths, Gamma Escape, gathered in his palm, forming a blade of blue light. I know you're still fighting. Don't let the dark energy control you. The energy blade struck the green giant's arm, and the blue gamma purification energy seeped into him through the wound. The green giant let out a roar of pain as the dark energy on his arm began to dissipate, revealing his original green skin beneath. Chu Yuan. A flicker of clarity appeared in his eyes. Don't kill me. Kill Elias. I will. Chu Yuan nodded and whirled around, charging toward Elias. The sword aura of the Heavenly Swamp Spear gathered into a golden longsword, shimmering with blue gamma purification energy, and stabbed straight toward the black crystal in Elias's grasp. Overestimating yourself. Elias sneered, sweeping his scepter. Countless tendrils of dark energy rose from the earth, binding Chu Yuan's limbs. Did you really think fusing 2 artifacts would let you defeat me? I've absorbed the power of the Dark Grimoire, and Lord Kong has blessed me with time magic. Suddenly, the black crystal burst forth with an intense surge of energy. Behind Elias, a massive gate of darkness appeared. Beyond it pulsed the unique energies of the dark dimension. Countless black tentacles stretched forth from within, reaching hungrily for the green giant. Once I throw the Hulk into the dark dimension, I'll be able to fully absorb his gamma energy. Then, not even Lord Kong will be able to control me. A chill ran through Chu Yuan's heart. He hadn't expected Elias to be hiding such a trump card. He struggled against the dark energy tendrils, only to find them far stronger than anticipated. These were dark energies fused with time magic, slowly freezing his chakra, making every effort to break free feel slower, heavier, and more desperate. Chu Yuan, we're here to help you. Captain America's voice rang out as he charged toward Elias, shield raised high. The star emblazoned on his shield gleamed with the light of justice. Mr. Fantastic stretched his body, looping around the Hulk's limbs to keep him from being seized by the dark tendrils. Professor X closed his eyes, sending a wave of blue psychic energy surging into the Hulk's mind, trying to awaken his reason. Black Bolt drew in a deep breath, preparing to unleash a sonic assault meant to shatter the dark portal. A pitiful swarm of ants. Elias roared, swinging his scepter at Captain America. A beam of shadowy energy struck the shield, leaving a hairline crack across its surface. Black Bolt, do you dare make a sound? My dark portal can absorb any energy, including your sonic attack. If you try, the backlash might just destroy you instead. Black Bolt froze mid-action, unwilling to take such a risk. If his sonic blast were absorbed and rebounded, the unleashed energy could devastate the entire Amazon rainforest and even threaten the neighboring cities. At that perilous moment, the Hulk suddenly erupted with a surge of gamma energy. Chu Yuan's infusion of purified gamma essence had finally rekindled part of his reason. Elias, you've destroyed everything I had. I'll kill you. The Hulk broke free from Mr. Fantastic's grasp, leaping high into the air. His massive fist, ablaze with pure gamma energy, crashed down upon the dark portal. With a thunderous crash, the blow shattered the writhing tendrils within the portal, splitting the gateway with a deep, jagged crack. Elias's expression changed dramatically. He'd never imagined the Hulk could break free of his control. No, my dark dimension, he howled, pouring energy frantically into the portal, desperate to mend the fracture. In his panic, he failed to notice Chu Yuan, now free from the dark bindings, advancing with his evolved heavenly spear sword poised to strike at the obsidian crystal embedded in Elias's chest. Elias, your evil scheme ends now. A golden arc of sword energy, fused with blue gamma purification, pierced straight into the black crystal at Elias's heart. With a sharp crack, the crystal shattered instantly, and a surge of inky green darkness erupted from within Elias. But the runic barrier of the heavenly spear sword contained it, preventing the corruption from spreading. No, I refuse to accept this. Lord Kong promised me I was to rule the dark dimension. Elias's body began to dissolve under the backlash of unleashed darkness, leaving behind only his scepter, still engraved with ominous symbols, lying coldly on the ground. With Elias's death, the dark energy shrouding the Hulk quickly began to dissipate. His body gradually returned to normal, and the light of reason fully returned to his eyes. Chu Yuan, thank you. The Hulk collapsed weakly onto the ground. What happened on Sakaar, and the explosion on the ship? I'm sorry. There's no need to apologize, Chu Yuan said, walking over to the Hulk and handing him the last dose of gamma energy neutralizer. The real masterminds are Elias and Kong. We should work together to uncover Kang's schemes and avenge the people of Sakaar. Captain America, Mr. Fantastic, Professor X, and Black Bolt also approached. Captain America placed a hand on Chu Yuan's shoulder, his eyes filled with admiration. Thank you, Chu Yuan. If it weren't for you, Earth would have truly been in danger this time. You not only stopped the Hulk's vengeance, but also exposed Kang's conspiracy. You are a hero to our world. Professor X nodded, a wave of blue psychic energy sweeping away the lingering darkness. Elias may be dead, but the dark gate he left behind hasn't fully closed. And on his staff, there's still a trace of Kang's temporal energy. We need to study the staff and the dark gate as soon as possible to uncover Kang's next move. Chu Yuan picked up Elias's staff, his eternal samsara, scanning the dark runes carved upon it. He could sense that these symbols bore a resemblance to those on Kang's temporal devices from Universe 838, but now they carried an additional mark, an imprint of dark dimensional energy. This staff might be the key to tracking down Kang, he said, gripping it tightly, determination burning in his heart. Kang's plot isn't over yet. We must prepare ourselves for his next assault. Just then, Chu Yuan's communicator buzzed unexpectedly. He heard the voices of America Chavez and Dr. Strange from the main universe. They had just arrived at the edge of the Amazon rainforest. Chu, the symbols we found on the satellite are actually Kang's temporal coordinate markers. With the energy from the staff, we might be able to pinpoint which universe Kang is hiding in. A spark of hope lit in Chu Yuan's eyes as he turned to his fellow Illuminati members and the Hulk. It seems our next battle is about to begin. This time, we must not only protect Earth, but also unveil Kang's entire conspiracy and stop him from manipulating the timelines of the multiverse. Captain America raised his shield, resolve shining in his eyes. The Illuminati will stand with you, Chu Yuan. No matter which universe Kang hides in, we'll fight by your side to put an end to his schemes. The Hulk rose to his feet as well, clenching his fists. And I'll help too. The debt of Sakaar. I'll make sure Kang pays for it myself. Sunlight streamed through the rifts of the energy vortex, spilling across the earth of the Amazon rainforest. Chu Yuan glanced at his companions beside him, then looked down at the sword of the Heavenly Marsh spear and Elias's staff in his hands, his heart filled with renewed confidence. He understood that, although Kang's schemes had yet to be fully unveiled and the threat of the Dark Dimension still loomed, as long as they stood together, there was no enemy they could not overcome. Main quest: Stop the Hulk's Revenge completed. Reward obtained: the Uchiha Fan, a legendary artifact from the world of Naruto. Side quest: Investigate the Mastermind, 70% complete. Remaining objectives: Locate Kang's universe. Expose the cooperation between Kang and the Dark Dimension. Tip: the Uchiha Fan greatly amplifies wind and fire techniques, and unlocks the energy reflection ability. The pentagram barrier passageway sealed shut within the clouds above Mount Olympus. Chu Yuan had barely found his footing when a sharp, metallic tang, thick with the scent of blood and the shattering of divinity, assaulted his senses, making him frown. He opened his eternal samsara eye, and the sight that greeted him made his heart clench. The once glorious realm of the Greek gods had become a living hell on earth. Pristine marble pillars were spattered with golden divine blood. The head of Zeus's statue had been violently severed, its stone eyes forever frozen in terror. Across the plaza, countless Greek deities were bound to the altar by black chains, their surfaces etched with familiar dark runes. A fusion of Kang's time magic and the god-slaying power of Gore the God Butcher, forming what could only be called divinity. Shackles. This is the power of Gore the God Butcher. The tip of Doctor Strange's staff from the Prime Universe flickered violently, golden light quivering with unease. These chains devour divinity. The gods who are bound will gradually lose their power, until they become mere mortals. And I can sense, deep within the realm, a mighty storm of lightning being forcibly drawn away. It's Zeus's golden thunder. America gripped the strap of her backpack, her voice tinged with disbelief. How could Kang be working with Gore, the God Butcher? I thought Gore despised all gods. Why would he help Kang extract Zeus's power? Chu Yuan did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the two figures at the center of the altar. On the left, Kang stood clad in a new suit of gleaming golden armor, a time device in his hand connected to dozens of energy conduits, each one piercing Zeus's chest as streams of golden thunder surged into the machine. On the right, a man draped in a black cloak wielded a long, ebony sword that radiated the aura of death. The runes etched into its blade matched those on the divine shackles, and with every swing, the divinity of another god was drawn into the sword. It was Gore the God Butcher, his eyes blazing with vengeance, yet shadowed by a hollow emptiness that suggested he, too, was under someone's control. Current universe detected. Number 616, Thor 4 Derivative Universe. Main quest: Rescue the Greek gods, triggered. Objective 1, destroy the divine shackles and free the imprisoned Greek gods. Objective 2, prevent Kang from extracting Zeus's golden thunder power. Objective 3, break the alliance between Gore and Kang, stopping the God Butcher's divine slaughter. Warning: Gore the God Butcher's sword possesses the Divinity Slayer attribute. Ordinary divine attacks are ineffective. The Sword of Tatsuka must meet specific conditions to counter it. As the system prompt faded, Kang suddenly looked up from the altar, the display of his temporal device flickering with Chu Yuan's energy signature. It seems my old friend is on my trail again. A mocking smile curled on Kang's lips as he issued a cold order to Gore. Gore, deal with them. But leave Chu Yuan alive. His eyes might help me master the power of thunder more completely. Gore said nothing. He simply raised the God-Slayer's sword, letting a surge of inky black energy burst from its blade, slashing toward Chu Yuan and his companions. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. At once, he unfurled 6 chakra arms, the golden aura of the Sword of Tatsuka weaving into a shield before him. A tremendous impact erupted as the two sword energies collided. Chu Yuan staggered backward, feeling a searing pain rip through his arms. The force of Gore's sword had pierced the Sword of Tatsuka's defense, leaving a black scar across his battle suit, where Chakra was instantly devoured. This sword can consume energy. Chu Yuan's mind raced, just as a familiar clap of thunder roared behind him. Kang, Gore, you dare invade the Greek pantheon. Have you asked my hammer first? Golden lightning split the clouds. Thor descended, gripping Stormbreaker, a crimson figure falling in his wake. It was Jane Foster, the mighty Thor. In her hand, a newly forged hammer gleamed, reforged from the shards of Mjolnir, crackling with thunderous power of the same Asgardian origin as Thor's. The two landed beside Chu Yuan, taking in a hellish scene around them. Fury blazed in Thor's eyes. Where is Zeus? What have you done to him? Thor, Jane. Relief washed over Chu Yuan as he quickly explained. Zeus is bound at the center of the altar. Kong is siphoning his thunder. Gore's sword can devour divinity and energy. Ordinary attacks won't work. We need a new plan. Jane nodded, raising her hammer as golden lightning gathered at its tip. Thor and I can keep Gore busy. His sword is deadly, but our thunder carries its guardian divinity. It can at least hold back the Godslayer's power for a while. Chu Yuan, you and Doctor Strange, use this chance to save Zeus and stop Kong from stealing the thunder. Thor didn't hesitate. He swung the Stormbreaker axe at Gore, shouting, Gore, have you forgotten how I once spared your life? Now you've allied yourself with Kong to slaughter innocent gods. Gore's movements faltered, and for a fleeting moment, the emptiness in his eyes seemed to stir. But in the next instant, the flames of vengeance blazed even stronger. Innocent gods. His voice was hoarse and cold as he raised the Godslayer's sword to meet Thor's axe. Years ago, my daughter starved to death in the desert. Were those lofty gods then? They basked in the worship of mortals, turning a blind eye to suffering. Today, I will make every god pay the price. You're blinded by hatred. Jane's hammer struck from the side, golden lightning crackling as it slammed into Gore's cloak. Black energy collided with the thunder, sending out a shower of sparks. Kong is only using you. He's siphoning Zeus's lightning to power his time device. When he's done, it won't just be the gods. He'll control the entire universe. Gore faltered again, the glow of the Godslayer, sword dimming noticeably. Chu Yuan seized the opportunity and exchanged a glance with Doctor Strange and America Chavez from the main universe. Let's move. We need to reach the altar and save Zeus. The three of them slipped through the shadows along the edge of the altar, skirting past the patrolling divine puppets, lower-tier gods whose divinity had been siphoned by Gore and who were now controlled by Kang's time magic. Their eyes were vacant, attacking intruders with nothing but mechanical obedience. Chu Yuan's heavenly marsh spear sliced through the chains of divinity, binding the puppets with surgical precision, and the freed gods collapsed weakly to the ground, too drained to even utter thanks. We're almost at the heart of the altar. Doctor Strange suddenly stopped, his staff pointing to the altar's center. There are three energy barriers around Kang's time device. The first is a temporal barrier, the second a Godslayer energy barrier, and the third is Zeus's thunder barrier. We'll have to break through all three at once if we want to get close to Zeus. Chu Yuan nodded, his eternal samsara eye rapidly analyzing the structure of the barriers. I'll take care of the time barrier, using the Heavenly Marsh Spear's time-slicing ability. The Godslayer energy barrier can be neutralized with gamma purification energy. As for the thunder barrier, he turned to America. I'll need your pentagram energy to disrupt it and create an opening. The plan was set. Chu Yuan took the lead, unleashing the Heavenly Marsh Spear in a golden arc, its edge shimmering with the power to slice through time itself. There was a sharp crack as a fine fissure appeared in the time barrier. Chu Yuan poured Chakra into the crack, and it widened swiftly. At the same time, America unleashed her energy, ribbons of color weaving around the thunder barrier, throwing its power into disarray. Doctor Strange gathered gamma purification energy, sending a blue beam crashing into the Godslayer barrier. The black runes on its surface began to fade away. Not good. They're trying to sabotage the device. Kong sensed something was wrong and immediately ceased drawing on the thunder, pivoting to attack Chu Yuan and his companions. His temporal device unleashed beams of golden time energy, attempting to slow the three of them down. Chu Yuan was already prepared. The power of 6 paths, gamma evasion, formed a shield before him, blocking the temporal rays. Doctor Strange, keep working on breaking the barrier. I'll hold Kong off. He leaped forward, sending a blade of sword aura from the Heaven Swamp Spear straight at Kang's temporal device. Kong hadn't expected Chu Yuan's combat strength to have increased so dramatically and could only defend himself with the device in haste. With a metallic clang, the sword aura struck the device, carving a deep gash into its surface. Kong let out a furious roar as the time runes on his armor blazed to life. Countless temporal afterimages appear behind him, launching a flurry of attacks at Chu Yuan. This was the temporal clone ability he'd mastered after escaping from Universe 838. 6 paths, super divine repulsion. Chu Yuan unleashed the full force of his chakra, a surge of red and blue repulsive energy shattering all the temporal afterimages. But Kang's true body had already circled around behind him, the energy conduit of his temporal device thrusting toward Chu Yuan's back. Chu Yuan, you won't escape this time. I'll turn your eternal samsara into my key to mastering time. At that critical moment, a bolt of golden lightning suddenly struck from the side, smashing into Kang's device. The shock sent Kong staggering backward. Chu Yuan seized the opening, spinning around as the sword aura from his Heaven Swamp Spear tore through Kang's armor, leaving a bloody gash. Thor! Chu Yuan called out in surprise and delight. Thor had managed to break free from Gore and rushed over to help. Gore's being held off by Jane for now, but she won't last long. Thor's Stormbreaker crackled with lightning. We have to save Zeus quickly, or Jane will be in danger. Chu Yuan nodded, and together with Thor, charged at the barrier. Their combined assault, time-slicing sword energy from the Heaven Swamp Spear entwined with the raging power of lightning, finally shattered all 3 layers of the barrier in a thunderous explosion. At the center of the altar, Zeus lay weakly on the ground, the energy conduit in his chest still seeping golden god blood, the light in his eyes dimming to near extinction. Zeus! Hold on! Chu Yuan rushed forward, sealing Zeus's wound with gamma purification energy. Thor yanked out the energy conduit and channeled his lightning into Zeus, trying to reignite his divine spirit. Watching this unfold, a vicious glint flashed in Kang's eyes. Suddenly, he slammed the red button on his temporal device. A violent tremor shook the ground beneath the altar. Countless streams of Black Godslayer energy surged upward, threatening to engulf Zeus, Chu Yuan, and Thor. If I can't have the power of thunder, then I'll destroy it. Gore, get over here. Use the Godslayer sword. Finish them. In the distance, a sudden scream from Jane pierced the air. Chu Yuan looked up and saw that Gore's Godslayer sword had already pierced through Jane's warhammer, with waves of black energy surging in her body through the weapon. Jane's face turned deathly pale in an instant, and her body slowly began to collapse. Jane! Thor roared in fury, trying to rush over and help, but the Godslayer's energy wrapped around his feet, holding him in place. With the Godslayer's sword gripped tightly, Gore advanced toward the altar, step by relentless step. The hesitation that once lingered in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a cold and ruthless intent to kill. Clearly, Kang had used some method to completely manipulate Gore's obsession with vengeance. All gods deserve to die. Gore leveled the Godslayer sword at Zeus, black sword energy swirling and gathering at its tip. That includes you, Chu Yuan. If you stand with the gods, you are my enemy. Gore pressed forward, each step echoing across the marble tiles of the Greek god's domain, his obsidian cloak whipping sharply in the frigid wind. Wherever his foot landed, faint black cracks crept along the marble, evidence of the Godslayer's corrupting energy seeping into the ground. There was no longer any trace of doubt in his gaze, only a chilling, murderous resolve. Deep within his pupils, a dark green gleam flickered, the very same as the sword's, revealing that it wasn't just Kang's influence at work. The sword itself was devouring his sanity. All gods must die. Gore's voice was harsh and grating, like rusted iron scraping against stone. As he slowly raised the Godslayer's sword, the black runes along its blade pulsed violently, unleashing a suffocating wave of deathly energy that swept toward Zeus. And that means you too, Chu Yuan. If you aid the gods, you are my foe. Chu Yuan's heart clenched as his eternal samsara eye caught a subtle, abnormal detail. At the hilt of the Godslayer sword, a faint purple pattern pulsed with energy, perfectly matching the will of the Dark Dimension, described in the Dark Codex of Universe 19999. Warning: Dark Dimension will detected within the Godslayer sword. This will is stacking with Kang's time magic, exerting dual control over Gore. Notice, if the Dark will cannot be severed, even if Gore awakens, the sword will still control him. Gore, look at the hilt. Chu Yuan shouted, sending a slash of black energy from the Heavenly Marsh spear toward the hilt of the Godslayer sword, aiming to sever the connection to the Dark Will. Kang is only using you, and this sword is devouring your soul. Your daughter would never want to see you become this. Just as the sword energy was about to touch the hilt, Kang let out a sudden, cold laugh. He raised his hand and pressed a button on the side of the time device. Chu Yuan, did you really think I didn't have a backup plan? In an instant, the ground surrounding the altar split open. Dozens of black energy chains shot up from below, coiling tightly around Chu Yuan's limbs and snaking toward Thor and Jane. These chains were far thicker than the previous divine restraints, their surfaces etched with both time runes and markings from the Dark Dimension. These are my dual shackles, reforged using fragments of the Dark God Book. They can devour divinity and freeze time itself. None of you are escaping today. Thor barely had time to swing Stormbreaker to sever the chains, but the moment the chains touched his lightning power, they began to absorb the energy. The blue light along the axe blade visibly dimmed, flickering out bit by bit. Damn it, these chains absorb divine energy. Thor roared, forced to watch helplessly as the shackles wound around his ankles. Jane, stay back. Don't let them drain your power. Jane stopped in her tracks, the hammer in her grasp shaking violently. She could feel the power of the thunder god inside her being pulled by the energy of the chains. Even the slightest misstep, and the force would be drained completely. From across the altar, Zeus, bound and weakened, suddenly let out a ragged cry. His chest heaved, and the faint golden thunder within him flared up. Yet instead of striking at the chains, he hurled his power straight at Kang's time device. The attack was wild and reckless, as if he were intent on destroying himself along with the machine. Zeus, are you insane? Chu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. In that moment, he realized something was wrong. Zeus's gaze, though feeble, was filled with resolve, as if he meant to trigger something on purpose. Sure enough, the instant the thunder struck the device, the energy readings on the display skyrocketed. Kang's face twisted in alarm. No, the old fool is overloading the device on purpose. The casing of the time device began to glow with heat as golden lightning surged in reverse through its conduits, flooding back towards Zeus's body. Chu Yuan suddenly understood. Zeus was trying to overload the device and force it out of control. But this reckless move would not only destroy Zeus. The entire altar would be consumed in the resulting energy explosion. Doctor Strange, suppress the device with magic now. From the main universe, Doctor Strange was already drenched in cold sweat. He formed a series of hand seals, pressing golden runes from the Book of Light onto the device's surface, but the most he could do was slow the energy surge. It's no use. There are fragments of the Dark God Book inside the device. My white magic can't hold it. America, use your pentagram energy to disrupt the device core. Amelika immediately raised both hands and unleashed a radiant beam of multicolored energy, aiming it straight at the core interface of the device. The moment the beam touched the apparatus, Kong suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, you've all fallen into my trap. This is exactly the energy resonance I wanted. He tore off the gauntlet from his battle armor, revealing a black metal ring on his wrist, engraved with the very symbol of the ancient evil gods from the Greek pantheon. When the temporal device, the power of thunder, and the fragments of the Dark Codex resonate together, the seal of the evil god, buried beneath the realm of the gods, will be broken. Then, the entire universe will be devoured by the evil god, and amidst the chaos, I will seize control of the dark dimension. A jolt shot through Chu Yuan's heart. With the eye of eternal samsara, he pierced through the altar floor, and sure enough, deep underground, there was an enormous black ceiling array. At its center, a pair of blood-red eyes could be vaguely seen, slowly opening as the energy resonance intensified. Warning, the ancient evil god Erebus, the god of darkness and chaos, shows signs of unsealing. Current unsealing progress, 30%. Alert! The dark energy of Erebus can consume all light, including the power of his guardian thunder. Just then, Gore, who had been bound by chains, let out a guttural cry of pain. The black energy of the Godslayer sword suddenly erupted, shattering the twin restraints coiled around him with brute force. But instead of attacking Chu Yuan, he turned and lunged at Kong. Kong, you lied to me. You never meant to help me seek vengeance. You want to awaken an even greater god. Kong clearly hadn't anticipated that Gore would break free of his double enslavement. In his panic, he could only use the temporal device to defend himself. The black blade aura of the Godslayer's sword struck the device's casing, shattering it instantly. The fragments of the Dark Codex tumbled out, hitting the ground with a sharp, sizzling sound. The shards resonated with the sealing array below, instantly pushing the unsealing progress to 50%. Gore, don't act recklessly, shouted Chu Yuan, slashing through the chains binding him with the heavenly swamp spear. Destroying the device now will only speed up the evil god's release. We need to stabilize the seal first. Gore hesitated for a moment, but the Godslayer sword in his hand continued to blaze with violent energy. The will of the dark dimension was still manipulating him, making it impossible for him to regain full control. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan dashed forward and channeled gamma purification energy into the hilt of the Godslayer's sword. Blue light surged along the purple veins of the blade, striving to strip away the shadowy will within. Gore, focus. Use your obsession for vengeance to fight the darkness in the sword. The ones you seek revenge against are the gods who turn a blind eye, not innocent lives. Gear closed his eyes, and the final scene before his daughter starved to death flashed through his mind. She held his hand and said, "Daddy, don't hate the gods. They just haven't seen us." That faint thread of warmth finally suppressed the dark will within him. The black radiance of the Godslayer sword gradually dimmed, and the purple veins began to fade as well. Alert! Gear has broken free from dual control. The will of the dark dimension has been temporarily suppressed. But at that moment, Kong suddenly pulled a golden bat from his chest and crushed it with force. Chu Yuan, did you really think this was the end? As the badge shattered, 3 golden beams of light descended from the sky and coalesced into 3 perfect copies of Kong. These were not the temporal afterimages from before, but solid physical clones forged from the power of the Dark Grimoire. Each clone wielded a miniature time device. My clones will continue to unseal the evil god, while I take the power of thunder and shards of darkness and leave. When the evil god destroys the universe, I'll return to clean up what's left. The 3 Kong clones charged toward the underground sealing array at once, the miniature machines in their hands unleashing streams of golden energy. The unsealing progress leapt instantly to 70%. The ground shook violently. The crack at the center of the altar yawned wider and wider. Erebus's crimson eyes snapped open, and black, inky energy began to seep from the fissure. Wherever it touched, marble pillars crumbled to dust in an instant. Stop the clones. Don't let them near the sealing array. Chu Yuan shouted to Thor and Jane, while he himself pursued Kang's true body. Kong had already activated a portable time jump device, and his body began to turn translucent. With a leap, Chu Yuan swung the Tenzeo spear, its golden blade radiating divine, slashing power, and struck at Kang's back. This time, the blade not only sliced through Kang's armor, but also severed the energy link between him and the time jump device. No, my jump device. Kang's body snapped back to solidity. He whirled and attacked Chu Yuan, thrusting the energy conduit from his time device straight at Chu Yuan's chest. Chu Yuan twisted aside, 6 chakra arms catching the conduit in midair. He slammed Kong against the stone wall of the altar. Kong, you're not getting away this time. Just then, Thor's furious roar echoed from afar. Zhu Zhuang, the clones are too fast. The unsealing progress is already at 90%. Chu Yuan glanced over to see one of Kang's clones already leaping into the center of the sealing array, the device in his hand about to touch the heart of the formation. Suddenly, Gear raised the Godslayer's sword, and black sword energy erupted once more. This time, he deliberately guided the dark power, cleaving toward the clone. I'll stop him. You hold calm. The sword energy struck the doppelganger with perfect precision, but the moment it touched the small device, it triggered an energy explosion. The shockwave from the blast not only obliterated the doppelganger, but also sent the progress of the sealing array's release skyrocketing to 100% in an instant. A thunderous roar shook the entire Greek divine realm, as the black fissure deep underground burst open completely. Erebus's upper body emerged from the crack, and his enormous black hand reached out toward Chu Yuan and Kong. His target was the fragment of the Book of Dark Gods held by Kong. Chu Yuan, get out of the way! Thor swung his Stormbreaker, sending a torrent of golden lightning crashing toward Erebus's hand, only for it to be devoured in an instant by the power of darkness. Jane's war hammer followed, but it too vanished without a trace. Erebus's hand remained unscathed, still reaching relentlessly for the 2 of them. Chu Yuan knew there was no time to hesitate with Kong now. He snatched a fragment of the Book of Dark God from Kang's hand and tossed it to the Prime Universe's Doctor Strange. Seal the fragment with the pages from the Book of Light. I'll hold off the evil god. Then, turning to America Chavez, he shoved Kong toward her. Keep an eye on him. Don't let him try anything. Chu Yuan spun around, channeling the golden sword energy of the Amino Sakahoko sword, and fusing it fully with gamma purification energy. A colossal blade, woven from red and blue, swept toward Erebus's hand. When the sword shadow struck, black darkness collided violently with the red and blue energies, unleashing a deafening crash. Erebus howled in pain, a massive wound opening on his palm, black blood oozing from the gash and corroding the sealing array on the ground. It's working. Chu Yuan rejoiced inwardly, preparing to strike again, only to see the wound on Erebus healing at a terrifying speed. The Dark Dimension's energy was endless. Ordinary attacks could not truly harm him. Warning: Erebus can absorb dark energy and regenerate rapidly. You must combine Divinity plus Light plus Gamma in your attacks to stop his healing. Thor, Jane, hit his wound with your lightning. Doctor Strange, unleash your light magic. Chu Yuan shouted, conjuring another sword shadow. Thor and Jane understood at once, sending twin bolts of golden lightning crashing into Erebus's wound. Doctor Strange's light magic followed, golden runes spiraling around the injury and blocking the flow of darkness. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan brought his sword shadow down hard onto the wound. This time, not only did it fail to heal, but the injury began to spread across Erebus's body, black blood gushing forth in torrents. No! Erebus let out a furious, unwilling roar as his massive body began to shrink back toward the depths below, clearly intending to retreat for now into the dimension of darkness. But Chu Yuan gave him no such chance. The blade energy of the celestial spear sword pierced along Erebus's wound, driving deep into his body and severing his connection to the energy of the Greek god realm once and for all. Below, the ceiling array flared once more with golden light. The fissures slowly closed, leaving only black marks on the ground, silent evidence that the crisis they just faced was no mere illusion. Kong watched it all unfold, finally losing every ounce of strength to resist. He slumped to the ground, spent. The Godslayer's sword was calm again, and the fire of revenge had faded from his eyes, leaving only exhaustion. Thank you, Chu Yuan. Not only did I fail my revenge, I nearly unleashed an evil god. I'll stay here to help Zeus repair the god realm, and then look for a way to atone for my mistakes. Chu Yuan nodded, then looked into the distance. Thor and Jane were tending to Zeus's wounds, while Dr. Strange and America Chavez were inspecting the ceiling array to ensure Erebus could not break free again. The metallic tang of blood still hung in the Greek divine realm, but sunlight had begun to pierce the clouds, spilling over the marble pillars and bringing a glimmer of hope back to the scene. Main quest, rescue the Greek gods, progress update, 90%. Remaining objective, assist in repairing the Greek god realm's ceiling array to ensure Erebus can never be unsealed again. Side quest, expose Kang's conspiracy complete. Key clue obtained. The fragment of the Book of Dark Gods in Kang's possession comes from the collection of Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension. Alert! Dormammu and Kang are secretly allied. The universe may soon face a dual threat from the Dark Dimension and the Time Variance Authority. Chu Yuan picked up the fragment of the Book of Dark Gods from the ground and combined it with the piece in Dr. Strange's hand. The runes on the fragments began to glow, revealing a blurred image. Dormammu and Kang meeting in the Dark Dimension. The two struck a bargain. Kang would help Dormammu open a dark portal to Earth, while Dormammu would provide fragments of the Book of Dark Gods to help Kang strengthen his time devices. So, Dormammu is the one backing Kang. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the fragments, realizing with a chill that this multiversal crisis was far more complex than he'd imagined. Kang was nothing but a pawn for Dormammu, and Dormammu's true goal was to devour the light of the entire multiverse. We should start repairing the ceiling array. Zeus's voice rang out. He had recovered some of his divine power and was approaching, leaning on Jane's shoulder. To reinforce the array, we'll need my thunder, your light magic, and gamma energy, all three at once. Otherwise, Erebus will break free sooner or later. No. Erebus let out a furious, unwilling roar, his massive form beginning to shrink back toward the underground, clearly intent on retreating to the dark dimension for now. But Chu Yuan gave him no chance. The blade aura of the heavenly swamp spear sword shot through Erebus's wound, severing completely his connection to the energy of the Greek god realm. The ceiling array beneath the earth flared with golden light once more, the fissures gradually closing, leaving only black traces on the ground as proof that the crisis had been no illusion. Kang watched this unfold, all strength to resist draining from him, and he slumped helplessly to the ground. Guer walked over to Chu Yuan's side. The Godslayer's sword had returned to its calm state. The fire of vengeance was gone from his eyes, leaving only exhaustion behind. Thank you, Chu Yuan. Not only did I fail to take my revenge, I nearly unleashed an evil god. I'll stay here to help Zeus restore the domain of the gods, then seek a way to atone for my mistakes. Chu Yuan nodded, gazing into the distance. Thor and Jane were tending to Zeus's wounds, while Dr. Strange and America were inspecting the ceiling array to ensure Erebus would not break free again. The scent of blood still lingered in the Greek god realm, but sunlight was already piercing the clouds, spilling onto the marble columns and bringing with it a hint of new life. Main quest, rescue the Greek gods, progress update, 90%. Remaining objective, assist in repairing the Greek god realm's ceiling array to ensure Erebus remains imprisoned. Side quest, expose Kang's plot completed. Key clue obtained. The dark grimoire fragment in Kang's possession originated from the collection of Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension. Hint, there's a secret alliance between Dormammu and Kang. The universe may soon face the dual threat of the Dark Dimension and the Time Variance Authority. Chu Yuan picked up the dark grimoire fragment from the ground and fused it with the piece Dr. Strange held. The runes on the shard began to glow, conjuring a hazy vision. Dormammu and Kang meeting in the Dark Dimension, striking a pact. Kang would help Dormammu open a dark passage to Earth, and in return, Dormammu would provide fragments of the dark grimoire to empower Kang's time device. So Dormammu was behind Kang all along. Chu Yuan gripped the fragment tighter, a realization dawning in his heart. This multiversal crisis was far more complex than he'd imagined. Kang was only a pawn on Dormammu's vast board, and Dormammu's true aim was to engulf all the light in the multiverse. We should begin repairing the sealing array. Zeus's voice sounded, his divine aura partially restored as he approached, leaning on Jane's shoulder. The array must be reinforced threefold, with my thunder, your light magic, and gamma energy. Without that, Erebus will eventually break free again. Chu Yuan nodded and walked toward the sealing array with the others. Beneath the sunlight, golden lightning, radiant white magic, and blue gamma energy intertwined, channeling into the array. The once dim runes flared to life again, weaving together into an indestructible barrier. As the final rune lit up, the system prompt finally sounded. Main quest, rescue the Greek gods, completely accomplished. Reward. The Divine Slay, attribute of the Godslayer sword, is now permanently fused with the sword of the Amino Sakahoko. Dark Dimension Energy Resistance unlocked. Side quest, Capture Kang completed. Prime Universe Reality Collapse Restoration Authority unlocked. New clue triggered. Dormammu's Dark Corridor plan will be activated in Universe now. Octo Triada Octavita. You must hurry to stop it. Chu Yuan gripped the sword of the Amino Sakahoko tightly, sensing not only the cold intent of Divine Slay within the blade, but also a newfound warmth, the power to resist darkness. He glanced at Kang, still under America's watchful eye, then at the Greek divine realm slowly coming back to life. Determination surged in his heart. Next, in another universe, he would not only foil Dormammu's Dark Corridor, but also fully unravel the truth behind Kang and Dormammu's alliance, clearing every obstacle to restore the fractured reality of the Prime Universe. It's time for us to go, Chu Yuan said to Doctor Strange and America. Dormammu's plan is already in motion. We can't afford to waste any time. The Rainbow Passage opened once more at the center of the altar. Chu Yuan ushered Kang forward, and together with his companions, stepped into the portal. As it closed behind them, Chu Yuan cast one last look back at the Greek realm. Gore was helping Zeus repair a shattered statue, while Thor and Jane stood atop the clouds, waving their farewell. The five-pointed star rainbow corridor sealed, shut amid a sea of crimson nebulae. Chu Yuan had barely steadied himself when a chilling darkness enveloped him, far purer and more aggressive than the shadowy energy of Erebus in the Greek realm. It felt as though countless icy needles pressed in from every pore, sending an involuntary shiver through his body. So this is Universe 838, Beta? America tightened her grip on her backpack straps, the rainbow patterns on her five-pointed star dimming. The dark energy of the nebula is disrupting the stability of the portal. Next time we want to open it, it'll likely cost us much more power. The tip of Prime Universe Doctor Strange's staff pulsed violently, golden light swirling around him to form a protective barrier, barely holding back the encroaching darkness. It's more than just interference. This dark energy is actively devouring the surrounding stars. Look, he raised his hand, pointing into the depths of the nebula. That star's light is fading fast. It won't be long before it's completely consumed. Chu Yuan opened his eternal samsara eye, and the blood-red nebula before him turned translucent. He could see with absolute clarity that at the very center of the nebula, a massive black fissure was slowly spreading wider. Swirling around this rift were countless shadowy figures, the Dark Legion of Dormammu. Each shadow wielded a weapon crackling with dark energy, circling the fissure as if standing guard over some unfathomable secret. Alert! Core region of Universe 838, Beta detected. Dark Passage. Dormammu's activation underway. Current passage activation progress, 40%. Alert! Estimated number of Dark Legion soldiers, about 5,000. Among them, 10 Dark Lords, Dormammu's direct subordinates, capable of manipulating energy from the Dark Dimension. Warning! Temporal distortion fields detected around the passage. Residual traces of Kang's time magic. Inference. Kang and Dormammu have partially coordinated prior to this moment. The system's notifications drew Chu Yuan's gaze toward Kang, who was now restrained by America's rainbow energy bands. Kang's face showed not a hint of panic. Instead, an eerie smile tugged at his lips. Chu Yuan, do you really think capturing me will stop Dormammu? Our agreement was made long ago. Even if I don't arrive on time, the Dark Passage will still open in exactly 24 hours. When that happens, all of Universe 838, Beta will become an outpost for the Dark Dimension, and you won't be able to stop it. You think we believe a word you say? Chu Yuan answered with a cold snort, the black sword aura of the Tianzhao spear condensing in his palm with a chilling, divine edge. Dormammu is only using you. The moment the passage opens, you'll be the first he devours. Kang's smile faltered for a heartbeat. Then he quickly regained his composure. And what of it? At least I'll get to witness you all being consumed by darkness. Besides, he suddenly looked up, eyes fixed deep within the nebula. My avatars are already on their way, carrying the time devices. It won't be long before you all see just how foolish it was to oppose me. A cold dread gripped Chu Yuan's heart as the eternal samsara swept the nebula. Sure enough, 3 golden beams of light were advancing toward the dark passage. They were Kang's physical avatars, the very same he had used in the Greek pantheon. Each one carried a time device, radiating the same energy as the temporal distortion fields near the passage. We must destroy the core of the dark passage before Kang's avatars arrive. Chu Yuan commanded the others. Dr. Strange, suppress the Dark Legion with your light magic. America, you keep a close watch on Kong. Don't let him pull any tricks. I'll go for the passage core and try to shut it down. I'll go with you. Dr. Strange of the Prime Universe spoke up at once. The energy of the dark passage shares its source with the Darkhold. I've studied the remnants of the Book of Light, so I might be able to help you find a weakness in the passage. Besides, Kang's avatars are most likely targeting the core of the passage as well. You'll need someone to keep them at bay. Chu Yuan, not that. The two of them soared off toward the dark passage. As soon as they crossed the first layer of the shadowy nebula, dozens of soldiers from the Dark Legion rushed at them. These soldiers were formed from pure darkness energy, wielding long swords that could effortlessly rend the fabric of space, leaving behind thin, jagged cracks of darkness. 6 paths, gamma escape, purification wave. Chu Yuan formed a seal with his hands, unleashing a surge of blue cleansing energy that swept forward in a powerful wave. As it struck the dark soldiers, their forms were instantly purified, unraveling into wisps of black smoke that melted away into the nebula. Dr. Strange, meanwhile, conjured radiant magic, golden runes swirling and solidifying around the dark soldiers, trapping those who tried to ambush them in shining cages. These soldiers are vulnerable to light energy and gamma purification. We can push through quickly. They picked up speed, racing toward the heart of the passage. More and more dark soldiers blocked their path, and soon, dark lords appeared, towering beings wielding massive axes. These lords were far mightier than the regular soldiers. Their axes released waves of darkness energy, shattering nearby stars into fragments. Chu, watch out! Dr. Strange shouted, blocking a surge of darkness energy with a shield of light. This Dark Lord's power is immense. You'll need the destructive force of the Heavenly Marsh Spear to hurt him. Chu Yuan nodded, leaping high. The sword aura of the Heavenly Marsh Spear gleamed with divine, golden light as he struck at the Dark Lord's massive axe. With a resounding clash, black darkness energy and golden divine power erupted in all directions. The Dark Lord let out a howl of pain as a fine crack split across the blade of his axe. The first time a divine attack had ever inflicted real harm on a creature of the dark dimension. It worked. Joy surged in Chu Yuan's heart. He gathered his sword aura again, aiming a strike straight at the Dark Lord's chest. The Dark Lord tried to dodge, but Dr. Strange's luminous runes wrapped tightly around him, binding his movements. With a sharp thrust, the sword aura pierced through the Dark Lord's chest, and his form rapidly faded away, leaving only a powerless axe drifting among the nebulae. Just then, 3 golden beams of light shot in from the side. It was Kang's corporeal avatars. Each held up a time device, unleashing golden streams of temporal energy that blasted toward Chu Yuan and Dr. Strange. Chu Yuan, don't think you can destroy the passage. Lord Dormammu has promised me. If I help him open the gateway, half the control of the dark dimension is mine. Chu Yuan twisted his body to dodge the beam of temporal energy. The beam struck the dark nebula behind him, instantly freezing a swath of cosmic clouds into a massive crystal of ice. Kong, do you really believe Dormammu will keep his promise? He devours even his own followers. What makes you think an outsider like you would fare any better? That's my concern, not yours. Kang's duplicates launched their assault at once. 3 streams of temporal energy wove together into a golden net, sweeping toward Chu Yuan and Dr. Strange. The Prime Universe's Dr. Strange quickly conjured a shield of radiant magic, but the temporal energy froze it solid, encasing the barrier in thick frost, ready to shatter at any moment. Chu Yuan gripped the sword of Heavenly Spear, fully merging the gamma purification force, his divine slaying power, and the effect of temporal severance. A surge of energy, interlaced red, blue, and gold, exploded from his blade. 6 paths, Heavenly Spear, triple slash. The slash tore through the golden net of energy, ripping it asunder in an instant. The 3 duplicates were caught in the energy wave, hairline cracks spidering across their bodies. No, impossible. Kang's double stared at himself in disbelief. My physical avatars are reinforced with fragments of the Darkhold. How can your sword hurt me? Because my blade doesn't just slay divinity, it purifies darkness as well. Chu Yuan soared upward, energy gathering around his blade once more, and brought it down upon the time device in Kang's hand. Now, it's your turn to disappear. The sword energy struck the device, triggering a violent explosion that obliterated all three duplicates. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan and Doctor Strange broke through the ranks of the Dark Legion, finally reaching the very heart of the dark passageway. A colossal rift, more than 10,000 meters across. Floating at its center was a massive black crystal, its surface etched with sinister runes, the very core of the passage's power. Dark Passage Core detected, Dormammu's Heart of Darkness. This crystal is forged from the core energy of the Dark Dimension. To destroy it completely, you must strike with the combined force of light, gamma, and divine energies. Warning: Dormammu's consciousness is approaching. Estimated arrival of Dormammu's projection in 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes left, Doctor Strange said at once, channeling all the energy from the remnants of the Book of Light. Golden radiance coiled around the heart of darkness. I'll restrain it with light energy. You inject gamma purification and divine slaying energy. We have to destroy the core before Dormammu arrives. Chu Yuan nodded, pouring every ounce of chakra into the sword of heavenly spear. Blue gamma purification, golden divine energy, and the sword's own red phoenix energy wove together, forming a triple-hued beam that shot straight toward the heart of darkness. The energy beam struck the heart of darkness, causing the runes on the surface of the black crystal to flicker violently. The expansion of the cracks clearly slowed. But at that very moment, Kong, who was being guarded by America, suddenly let out a manic laugh. Ha ha! You've still fallen for my trap. The core of the heart of darkness was altered long ago by my time magic. The more energy you pour in, the faster the portal opens. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as the eternal samsara eye gazed into the heart of the dark crystal. Just as expected, at the core of the crystal, a faint temporal rune was engraved, unmistakably Kang's mark of time magic. Not only had the triple-layered energy failed to destroy the heart of darkness, it was actually activating the temporal rune, accelerating the opening of the portal. Kong, you bastard! America shouted furiously, wrapping Kong in the rainbow energies of her pentagram. But to her shock, Kang's body began to turn translucent. He was secretly absorbing the surrounding dark energy, trying to break free from her hold and activate a hidden time jump device. Lord Dormammu, as promised, I've helped you speed up the portal's opening. Kang's voice was edged with madness. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. From deep within the nebula came a deafening roar. A massive black figure slowly emerged from the cosmic clouds, its form made entirely of pure darkness, with green flames blazing in its eyes. Dormammu's projection. Kong, you've done well. Dormammu's voice thundered through the nebula like a mighty storm. But did you really think I'd hand you the power to control the dark dimension? You're nothing but a pawn in my game to open the portal. And now, your role is finished. Waves of black, shadowy energy surged from Dormammu's projection, rushing straight towards Kong. Kang's face paled as he tried to activate his time jump device, only to find it frozen by the creeping darkness. No, Dormammu, you can't do this to me. We had a deal. The dark energy engulfed Kong, his screams echoing through the nebula until they faded into nothingness. Dormammu's projection then turned toward Chu Yuan and the main universe's Doctor Strange, the green flames in his eyes flickering with a hint of disdain. Did you really think your pitiful skills could stop me? Today, Universe 838 Beta will become part of the Dark Dimension, and you, too, will become the newest soldiers in my dark army. The black energy swept toward them. Chu Yuan gripped the heavenly swamp spear sword, calm and unshaken. Suddenly, he remembered a passage from the shattered book of dark gods he had found in the Greek divine realm, the reverse control method for the heart of darkness. If he could reverse the order of the triple energies and inject them into the rune breach on the heart of darkness, he could turn the portal's energy back on Dormammu. Doctor Strange, reverse the energy sequence. Inject the divine energy first, then gamma energy, and finally the energy of light. Chu Yuan shouted, as the golden divine energy from the heavenly swamp spear surged first toward the rune gap in the heart of darkness. The Doctor Strange of the main universe understood at once and quickly adjusted the order of energy injection. Golden divine energy, blue gamma energy, and white light energy flowed into the breach one after another. The runes on the heart of darkness began to flicker in reverse, and the black energy no longer spread outward. Instead, it surged back toward Dormammu's projection. No, this is impossible. Dormammu's projection let out a furious roar, trying to sever the energy's return, only to find the Heart of Darkness had already been reversed and was now under their control. His dark energy was being rapidly drained away. What have you done? This is your own darkness. Now, it's time to take it back. Chu Yuan bellowed, pouring the last of his chakra into the Heavenly Swamp Spear. 6 paths. Heavenly Swamp Spear, Darkness Slash. A blade of energy, woven from all 3 powers, swept toward Dormammu's projection. The strike landed, and Dormammu released a howl of agony as his projection began to rapidly dissipate. At the same time, the Heart of Darkness shattered into countless black fragments under the backlash of energy, and the fissure of the Dark Gateway started to close up bit by bit. Alert! The core of the Dark Gateway has been destroyed. Portal opening progress has dropped to 0%. Main quest Stop Dormammu's Dark Gateway plan is now 80% complete. Remaining objective: eliminate the remnants of the Dark Legion in Universe 838, Beta, and ensure Dormammu cannot reopen the portal. Note: Kang's body has not been completely consumed by dark energy, and the core fragments of his time device are still drifting through the nebula. They may pose a future threat. Chu Yuan exhaled in relief as he watched the dark fissure gradually seal. Doctor Strange from the main universe and America Chavez soon joined him. The 3 gazed at the scattered remains of the Dark Legion strewn across the nebula, knowing the battle was not yet over. The remnants of the Legion continued to devour celestial bodies, and Kang's device fragments still lurked as a possible new crisis. We need to clear out the remaining Dark Legion as soon as possible, Chu Yuan said, gripping the Heavenly Swamp Spear tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. Dormammu won't let this go. We must be ready for his next assault, and we need to find Kang's device fragments to keep them from falling into anyone else's hands. The trio soared toward the region where the Dark Legion lingered. The crimson glow in the nebula slowly faded away, and sunlight pierced through the gaps, spilling across shattered stars and bringing a hint of new life. Chu Yuan knew that, while the crisis of Universe 838, Beta, had been temporarily averted, Dormammu's menace still loomed, and the crumbling reality of the main universe would need to be restored without delay. Chu Yuan and his companions had barely flown 100 meters toward the remnants of the Dark Legion when a piercing howl suddenly echoed from within the nebula. The scattered remains of the Dark Soldiers, pulled together by currents of black energy, began to recombine, forming dark aggregates, even larger than before. Their bodies were now sheathed in hardened black carapaces, and the weapons clutched in their hands radiated a darkness 3 times more potent than before. Warning! Dark Legion aggregation mode activated. Aggregate's combat strength has increased 3-fold, and they can rapidly self-heal by absorbing surrounding dark energy. Core analysis. Dark runes detected within the aggregates, directly connected to Dormammu's consciousness. It is inferred that, before dissipating, Dormammu infused part of his will into the remaining soldiers. This is bad. It's Dormammu's contingency. Doctor Strange of the main universe felt his magical staff tremble violently. Golden barriers flickered with sudden cracks. 3 of the dark aggregates had already surged forward, their massive axes cleaving through the air with a force that seemed to rend space itself. These aggregates are driven by Dormammu's will. They'll attack relentlessly, without fear or hesitation. Chu Yuan vaulted high, slashing forth with the tricolor blade of the Heavenly Marsh Spear. The shimmering energy swept across the foremost aggregate shell. A harsh metallic clang rang out as sparks flared. The blade left only a shallow mark on the carapace. Seizing the moment, the aggregate swung its giant axe straight for Chu Yuan's chest. 6 paths, godlike almighty repulsion. Chakra erupted from within Chu Yuan, blasting the aggregate away with a surge of red and blue force. Yet, as soon as it crashed to the ground, black energy surged over its surface, and the crack on its chest sealed up in an instant. Their healing is too fast. America Chavez raised her hands, launching a rainbow-hued pentagram. A beam of multicolored light struck an aggregate's core, only to ricochet harmlessly off its shell. We can't break through their defenses at all. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara darted over the aggregates, analyzing rapidly. He noticed that embedded within the seams of each carapace were minuscule fragments of black crystal, the shards of the Dark Heart, clearly the source of their regenerative power. Target the Dark Heart fragments in the armor's seams. That's their weak point. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of golden energy rippled from deep within the nebula. It was a fragment of Kang's time device. Chu Yuan turned and saw the shard hovering in the swirling clouds, arcane runes on its surface flashing wildly as it drew in the surrounding dark energy, forming a miniature field of temporal distortion. More alarming still, the shadowy image of Kang himself began to coalesce within the twisting field. Alert! Kang's time device fragment has activated its residual consciousness protocol. The fragment is absorbing dark energy, attempting to reconstruct Kang's sentient form. Warning! Resonance between the fragment and the dark dimension has reached 90%. Dormammu may be able to remotely manipulate the temporal distortion field through the fragment. 2. The fragment is summoning dark energy. America shouted, her voice trembling as the glow of the multicolored pentagram grew dimmer and dimmer. If this goes on, the fragment will become the new core of a dark portal. A chill ran through Chu Yuan's heart. On one side, the monstrous dark amalgam he couldn't destroy quickly. On the other, the time fragment teetering on the edge of chaos. If it didn't break the deadlock soon, they'd be crushed from both directions. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Kang's hollow shell, the remains of his body, still bound by rainbow energy after being consumed by darkness. Determination flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. Doctor Strange, hold back the amalgam with your magic of light. America, help me move Kang's body closer to the fragment. What are you trying to do? Doctor Strange from a main universe shouted, wrestling with two of the amalgam's limbs using glowing runes. There's still time magic inside Kang's body. If it gets near the fragment, it could explode. I'm going to use that explosion to destroy both the fragment and the amalgam at once. Chu Yuan leapt for Kang's body, 6 spectral chakra arms grabbing hold. Kang's time magic and the fragment's power come from the same source. When they collide, the resulting time shockwave can temporarily freeze the dark energy, stopping the amalgam from healing. Though America was worried, she didn't hesitate. She unleashed a surge of rainbow energy, propelling Chu Yuan and Kang's body toward the fragment. Sensing the impending danger, the dark amalgam abandoned its attack on Doctor Strange and charged madly after Chu Yuan, its massive axe cleaving the air with waves of black energy in a desperate attempt to stop him from reaching the fragment. 6 paths, Gamma-style barrier. A shimmering blue shield enveloped Chu Yuan, blocking the oncoming energy waves as he surged forward even faster. With only 50 meters left, he hurled Kang's body toward the fragment and summoned a tricolor blade of energy in his hand. Now, the moment Kang's body touched the fragment, golden time energy and pitch-black dark energy collided in a furious blast. A thunderous explosion tore through the air, and the flow of time around them slowed to a crawl. The dark amalgam froze in place, its movement suspended, the black energy swirling across its body brought to a halt. This is it. Chu Yuan seized the moment, leaping high as the sword energy of the heavenly spear condensed into a massive blade in his hands. He swung it down at the immobilized amalgam. With a slicing sound, the blade cut clean through the amalgam's armored shell, striking the core fragment of the dark heart. The amalgam instantly lost its power, dissolving into black smoke and vanishing. Though the remaining amalgam creatures weren't completely frozen, the shockwave had robbed them of their regenerative power. Doctor Strange and America seized the opening, their magic of light and surging rainbow energy intertwining as they launched a combined assault, destroying the rest one by one. As the final aggregate dissolved, the shockwaves of the explosion gradually faded away. Chu Yuan landed within the nebula, watching the golden dust left behind by the shattered fragments. He let out a sigh of relief. Yet just as his heart settled, the urgent warning from the system forced his nerves taut once more. Alert! Kang's consciousness has not been completely destroyed. Fragments of his consciousness signal are escaping toward the dark dimension. Alert! Intense energy fluctuations detected from the dark dimension. Dormammu's dark seed is activating. This seed was secretly implanted by Dormammu in the core of a planetary body in Universe 838, Beta before the closing of the Dark Passage. Once activated, it will trigger a universe-wide dark energy eruption in 2 hours. Dark Seed. Doctor Strange of the main universe turned pale, his magical staff pointing toward a blue planet deep within the nebula. It's at the core of that planet. I can sense the seed's energy rising rapidly. Chu Yuan opened his eternal samsara eye, and sure enough, he saw at the heart of the blue planet a black seed pulsing with ominous light. Countless black threads stretched from the seed to the planet's surface, greedily drawing in its life force. Alert! Dark seed activation at 30%. If the seed absorbs the planet's energy, it will spread throughout the entire universe, turning Universe 838, Beta, into a part of the dark dimension. We have only 2 hours to destroy the dark seed. Without hesitation, Chu Yuan leapt toward the blue planet. Doctor Strange, shield the planet's surface life with your light magic. America, set up an energy barrier in orbit to stop the spread of dark energy. I'll head for the core and destroy the seed. The three split up with clear roles and raced toward the blue planet. On its surface, countless residents were fleeing into space. Black threads had already crept to the edge of the cities, and any building touched was instantly corroded to dust. Doctor Strange immediately unleashed his magic, casting a golden barrier that enveloped the cities, temporarily holding back the advancing darkness. Meanwhile, America unfurled a rainbow-hued shield in the planet's outer atmosphere, halting the spread of dark energy into space. Chu Yuan pierced through the atmosphere and sped toward the planet's core. Within, the black strands wove through the interior like veins, channeling life energy toward the heart where the dark seed awaited. By the time Chu Yuan reached the core, the dark seed had swelled to over 100 meters wide. Sinister runes flickered across its surface, and the very space around it warped under the pressure of its dense energy. Alert! Dormammu's consciousness core detected within the dark seed. You must first sever its link to the dark dimension before destroying the seed, or it will self-destruct and obliterate the planet. Chu Yuan gripped the sword of heavenly myriad spears tightly, his eternal samsara eyes locking onto the consciousness core on the surface of the seed. A green crystal, constantly absorbing energy from the dark dimension. He leapt high into the air, sending a tricolored arc of sword energy slashing toward the crystal. Yet, at the very instant his attack touched the crystal, a powerful surge of dark energy repelled him. Chu Yuan, do you really think you can destroy my seed? Dormammu's voice echoed from within the seed, his shadowy figure flickering inside the green crystal. This seed has absorbed the life force of the planet and become one with it. Destroying it means destroying the entire planet. Chu Yuan's heart trembled. He hadn't expected Dormammu to be so ruthless, using the entire planet's life as a bargaining chip. But as he looked upon the cities being corroded on the planet's surface, and into the desperate eyes of the fleeing inhabitants, his resolve only hardened. Dormammu, do you think threatening me with the fate of this planet will make me back down? I will destroy the seed and save the planet. He drew a deep breath, merging the chakra within him, gamma energy, the divine attribute of annihilation, and the power of the sword of heavenly myriad spears into a single, pure white stream of energy. This purification energy, born from the fusion of the three forces, could not only destroy dark energy, but also restore the life energy that had been corroded. 6 paths, heavenly myriad spears, ultimate purification slash. Chu Yuan roared, channeling the white energy into a slender blade of light that pierced straight into the consciousness core of the dark seed. The green crystal shattered instantly. Dormammu's shadow let out a howl of agony before dissipating completely. With the loss of its consciousness core, the dark seed rapidly lost power, the black threads on its surface gradually fading away. Chu Yuan didn't pause. He continued to pour purification energy into the seed, guiding it to heal the planet's core. As the final trace of dark energy was cleansed, the planet's heart pulsed with renewed life, and the cities on the surface began to return to their former state. Dark seed destruction detected. Universe octo triada octavita dark energy clearance. Ekatoti sekato. Main quest Stop Dormammu's dark portal plan, fully completed. Rewards. Sword of Heavenly Myriad Spears energy increased by 50%. Passive skill Dark Energy Purification unlocked. Alert. Kang's consciousness signal has reached the dark dimension. Dormammu may form a new alliance with Kang. Future universes will face even greater threats. Chu Yuan soared out from the planet's core, joining Doctor Strange and America Chavez on the planet's surface. As the cities slowly revived around them, all three faces broke into relieved smiles. Yet, Chu Yuan knew that this victory was only temporary. Kang and Dormammu's new alliance would become the greatest threat facing the multiverse. We should return to the Prime Universe, Chu Yuan said, gripping the sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear. The problem of reality collapse hasn't been resolved, and we must remain vigilant against new schemes from Kang and Dormammu. Next time, we may be facing a joint assault from the Dark Dimension and the Time Variance Authority. America nodded, raising her hands to summon a pentagram. A shimmering rainbow portal unfurled before the three of them. Just before the portal closed, Chu Yuan cast one last glance back at Universe 838 Beta. Sunlight once again bathed the planet, and its people cheered in celebration of their new beginning. Deep within the Dark Dimension, Kang's consciousness faced off against Dormammu's spectral form. Dormammu, our new alliance begins now, Kang declared, a wild edge to his voice. Chu Yuan has ruined our plans, and I will make him pay. I'll rip open-time rifts across every universe, letting the energy of the Dark Dimension devour the entire multiverse. Dormammu's shadowy form rumbled with a low, menacing laugh. Very well, Kang. I will grant you the power of the Dark Dimension, you open the time rifts. This time, Chu Yuan and all who stand against us will be utterly erased. The smoke of battle still lingered in front of Avengers Tower. Chu Yuan supported the weakened America as he examined the damage to the pentagram barrier, while the Sorcerer Supreme of the Prime Universe worked nearby, weaving spells of light to mend the cracks of reality splintering across the tower's outer walls. Suddenly, a faint ripple disturbed the air above, and a golden pillar of light descended from the sky. From within its radiance, a figure emerged, draped in emerald robes, clutching a golden scepter. His hair was immaculately styled, a sly glint in his eye tempered by an unusual steadiness. This was Loki, god of time, newly arrived from another branch of the multiverse. "It's been a long time, Chu Yuan," Loki greeted, his voice as elegantly familiar as ever. With a gentle tap of his scepter on the ground, golden runes of time rippled outward from his feet. "It seems the trouble in your Prime Universe is even worse than I imagined." Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Gazing through the eternal reincarnation eye, he saw Loki wreathed in pure time energy. At the tip of Loki's scepter glimmered the Time Stone, but unlike the one from the Prime Universe, this gem pulsed with a steadier, more refined power, clearly enhanced by the Time Variance Authority. "Loki, what are you doing here? And since when have you become a god of time?" "That's a long story," Loki replied with a soft chuckle. He flicked his scepter again, sending golden time runes swirling into the chaotic rifts overhead. "In my universe, Kang's Time Variance Authority collapsed from internal strife. I seized the remaining temporal energies and became the new master of time. I've come here for two reasons. First, to help repair your crumbling reality. Second, on behalf of the Council of the TVA, to extend you an invitation." As the runes of time merged into the chaotic currents of reality, the once twisted buildings began to rapidly return to normal. The floating lake slowly settled back onto the ground, and the overlapping images of passers-by gradually separated from one another. High-level temporal energy detected. The degree of main universe reality collapse is rapidly decreasing. Current collapse level, 10%. Energy signal of Loki, god of time, detected. Certified legal manager, recognized by the multiversal time management system. Doctor Strange of the main universe paused his spell casting, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Your time magic, it's on a whole new level compared to before. At this speed of restoration, even the Ancient One herself might not have managed it." Loki raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his voice. "Well, I'm a professional time manager now." He turned to Chu Yuan, his expression turning serious. "Chu Yuan, the Time Variance Authority Council has taken note of your actions across multiple universes. You stopped Kang's schemes, destroyed Dormammu's dark portals, and have repeatedly repaired disrupted timelines. The Council hopes you'll serve as the director of the main universe branch of the TVA, handling multiversal crisis events." Director of the main universe branch? Chu Yuan was a little surprised. What exactly does this position entail? "Simply put, you'd be the guardian of the multiverse for the main universe," Loki explained, producing a golden badge from his robes, engraved with the TVA's insignia. "You'll need to regularly patrol universes facing crises, resolve timeline disruptions, or reality collapses. As compensation, the TVA can provide you with an Infinity Stone every 10 years, for any use you see fit. And as long as you agree, our cooperation can continue indefinitely." An unlimited supply of Infinity Stones. America's eyes widened in disbelief. The TVA actually has that many stones. Loki chuckled. "There are countless parallel universes in the multiverse, and every universe has its own set of Infinity Stones. The TVA has collected stones from several universes, and after modifications, they retain their original power without causing reality to unravel. Take this time stone, for example, collected from a universe on the brink of collapse. It's now my standard equipment." As Chu Yuan gazed at the badge in Loki's hand, a surge of complex emotions rose within him. Becoming the director of the TVA meant shouldering greater responsibility, but would also grant him enough power to finally put an end to the schemes of Kang and Dormammu. More importantly, with the Infinity Stones at his disposal, he could better protect the main universe and those close to him. "I'll need some time to consider," he said quietly. "At the very least, let me finish repairing the main universe and take care of the matters at hand." Loki nodded and handed the badge to Chu Yuan. "You can hold on to the badge for now. It contains the Time Authority's communication channels. Once you've made up your mind, you can contact me anytime. Also, I'll help you completely repair the remaining reality breakdowns in the main universe. Consider it your sign-on bonus." With that, Loki raised his scepter, unleashing a surge of golden temporal energy. The last chaotic currents of reality were swiftly swept away. Alert! Reality breakdown in the main universe reduced to 0%. Reality structure fully restored. Reward: Main universe reputation raised to Guardian level. All Earth residents' favorability towards host greatly increased. As the final ripples of disorder faded, the Avengers Tower's doors slowly swung open. Tony, Steve, Natasha, the Black Widow, and the rest of the Avengers stepped outside. Tony, donned in a brand new Mark armor, immediately leveled his repulsor at Loki. Loki? What are you doing here? Up to your old tricks again. Tony, stand down. Steve stepped in front of him. He just helped us fix the reality collapse. He's with the Time Authority now. Natasha approached Chu Yuan, her eyes filled with concern. Are you alright? When we were inside the tower, we could feel the energy surges outside. We were really worried about you. Her gaze dropped to Chu Yuan's arm, where a faint scar lingered from a wound left by dark energy. A mark now healed but still visible. Chu Yuan felt a wave of warmth in his heart and shook his head. I'm fine, thanks to Loki's help. He could sense the gentle softness in Natasha's eyes, a rare contrast to her usual calm and capable demeanor. Loki watched the exchange, a knowing smile flickering in his eyes. It seems I'm not really needed here anymore. The repairs are complete, so I'll return to the Time Authority. Chu Yuan, once you've made your decision, don't forget to reach out. With those words, he transformed into a stream of golden light and vanished into the air. On the third day after the main universe's restoration, Chu Yuan's life finally returned to calm. He didn't give Loki an immediate answer, instead returning first to his animation company. Although the company had been forced to suspend operations due to the reality crisis, thanks to the staff's efforts, it was gradually recovering. In fact, the Guardian theme of the Naruto anime had resonated with audiences during the crisis, earning even more support and putting their IPO plans back on the table. That morning, Chu Yuan arrived at Avengers Tower and knocked on the door to Tony's lab. Come in, Tony called from inside, his voice tinged with the usual flurry of activity. Chu Yuan pushed open the door and saw Tony hunched over his workbench, fiddling with a pile of mechanical parts. Tony, hard at work, he called out with a smile, his eyes landing on the suit design spread across the table. A brand new Mark armor, its surface coated in a crimson vibranium finish, looking even more formidable than the previous models. Now that's a rare guest. Tony looked up, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. What brings you here all of a sudden? Come and check out my new suit. Well, I do have a favor to ask. Chu Yuan scratched his head a little sheepishly. When I was a kid, I always dreamed of having my own suit of armor. All those battles across the multiverse, I relied on Chakra and the Sword Tenseo, but when I run into tech-based enemies, it's honestly a bit of a struggle. So, I was hoping you could design a suit for me, if you have the time. Tony blinked in surprise, then broke into a laugh. That's all? You should have said so. I thought you were about to ask me for the Infinity Stones or something. He pulled a blank design sheet from a drawer and handed it to Chu Yuan. All right, tell me what you want. What kind of materials? Any specific weapons? How fast do you need it to fly? Taking the design sheet, Chu Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. For material, how about vibranium blended with celestial metal? I saw something like that back in Universe 838. It's incredibly strong defensively. As for weapons, I'd like a chakra conduction system, so I can channel my chakra through the armor, plus a few energy cannons. The flight speed doesn't have to be too fast, just a bit slower than your Mark suits. I care more about maneuverability. As Tony listened, he quickly began sketching on the design sheet. No problem. For the chakra conduction, I'll base it on your 6 paths chakra arm structure. The energy cannons will run on gamma power. Perfect match for your gamma-based abilities. Give me about a week, and I'll have a prototype ready for you to try on. Really? That's amazing. Thank you so much. Chu Yuan's face lit up with a rare, boyish grin, like a child whose dream was finally coming true. Watching him, Tony shook his head with a smile. No need to thank me. After all you've done for Earth, a suit of armor is the least I can do. By the way, Steve's throwing a yacht party this weekend on the Hudson. You and Natasha should come along. It'll be good for everyone to unwind. Chu Yuan felt a flutter in his chest, thinking back on his recent moments with Natasha. Ever since reality had been restored, they'd been having meals together, taking walks, sharing their stories. The two were growing closer by the day. Sure, I'll check with Natasha and see if she's free. The weekend arrived quickly. Dressed in casual clothes, Chu Yuan made his way to the dock by the Hudson River. Natasha was already there, waiting for him. She wore a white dress, her long hair lifted by the breeze, sunlight casting a gentle glow on her face, making her look especially soft and radiant. You're here, she called out with a bright smile, waving, her eyes shining with happiness. Yeah, I just wrapped up some things at the company, Chu Yuan replied as he walked over to her. He caught a faint scent of her perfume, which made his heart beat a little faster. You look beautiful today. A shy blush colored Natasha's cheeks as she shot him a playful look. Only today. Chu Yuan paused for a second, then caught her meaning and laughed. You're beautiful every day. Today, you're especially stunning. The two of them walked along the dock toward the yacht, where Steve, Tony, little Spider-Man Peter, Bruce Banner, and other Avengers were already waiting. As soon as Peter spotted Chu Yuan, he dashed over. "Brother Chu Yuan, you finally made it. I thought you were going to be late." He was holding a burger, a smudge of ketchup at the corner of his mouth, making him look particularly endearing. "How could I be late? This party's way too important. I wouldn't miss it for the world." Chu Yuan ruffled Peter's hair with a laugh. The yacht slowly pulled away from the dock, gliding toward the middle of the Hudson River. Tony popped open a bottle of champagne and poured everyone a glass. "To the restoration of the main universe. And to Chu Yuan for everything he's done for us these past few days. Cheers! Cheers!" Everyone raised their glasses, and the crisp clinking of glass echoed across the yacht. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle. Chu Yuan leaned against the railing, gazing at the distant Manhattan skyline. Natasha came over and handed him a glass of juice. "What are you thinking about? Still considering the time authorities offer?" Taking the juice, Chu Yuan nodded. "A little. If I accept the role, I'll have more power to stop Kong and Dormammu. But it also means I'll have to leave the main universe often. I might end up missing out on a lot." He looked at Natasha, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. "Like time with you." Natasha's heart skipped a beat. She met Chu Yuan's earnest gaze and answered softly, "I'll support whatever you decide. No matter what you choose, I'll be here waiting for you. Besides, with your abilities, even if you're away, you'll always find your way back quickly, won't you?" Warmth blossomed in Chu Yuan's chest. He reached out to take her hand. Her touch was soft and cool, yet it filled him with an indescribable sense of peace. "Yeah, I promise." In the distance, Peter and Tony were having a contest to see who could throw a hamburger farther, while Steve and Banner were deep in discussion about how to strengthen Earth's defense systems. Sunlight spilled across the yacht, casting a golden glow over everyone's faces, each one lit with easy smiles and laughter. Chu Yuan glanced at Natasha by his side, then looked out at his friends in the distance. In that moment, he understood. What he was protecting wasn't just the peace of the main universe, but also this hard-won warmth and companionship. Emotional status of the host detected as steadily rising. Emotional bond with Black Widow, Natasha upgraded to Heartbeat. Daily mission triggered. Anime company goes public. Complete this task to gain a main universe business influence bonus, which will aid in handling future tech-centric crises across the multiverse. Chu Yuan tightened his hold on Natasha's hand, his eyes full of resolve. He knew that no matter which path he chose in the future, as long as these friends were by his side, as long as Natasha was there with him, he would have the courage to face any challenge. And his story was only just beginning a new chapter. A week later, Chu Yuan's Yuan Realm Animation was officially listed on the New York Stock Exchange. On the day of the IPO, the area outside the exchange was packed with reporters and Naruto fans. On a giant screen, classic scenes from the anime played. Naruto shouting, "I will never give up," at pain brought tears to the eyes of many onlookers. Dressed in a sharp suit, Chu Yuan stood on the bell-ringing platform, surrounded by his employees and invited Avengers. Natasha, in a sleek black business outfit, stood proudly on his right. Tony, wearing sunglasses and snapping photos with his phone, muttered, "If only I'd started an anime company. I'd definitely be more popular than he is." Steve and Peter were down below, cheering alongside the fans. As the bell sounded, Yuan Realm Animation stock prices soared, quickly surpassing expectations. Daily mission, anime company goes public completed. Gain main universe business influence bonus. Future resource mobilization in the main universe will now enjoy additional advantages. Naruto anime's influence detected spreading across the multiverse. Signs of Naruto culture are emerging in several parallel universes. After the bell-ringing ceremony, Chu Yuan was interviewed by reporters. "Mr. Chu, what do you think is the reason Naruto has gained so much support from viewers during times of crisis?" one reporter asked. Looking directly into the camera, Chu Yuan replied earnestly, "I believe it's the message of protection the anime conveys. No matter how great the hardship, as long as we don't give up, as long as there's someone we want to protect, we can always find the courage to move forward. This is not only the will of fire, but also the very strength that helps each of us persevere through our own crises." After the interview, Natasha walked over to Chu Yuan and handed him a towel. "You've worked hard. Watching you on stage just now, you really looked the part." Chu Yuan took the towel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and smiled. "I owe it all to your help preparing the materials. Without you, I would have made a fool of myself today." Over the past few days, Natasha had not only helped him handle company affairs, but also organized a mountain of IPO documents, even giving him a crash course in business basics. The two of them walked out of the exchange side by side, sunlight spilling over them, casting a warm silhouette. "What do you want for dinner?" Chu Yuan asked. "I know a great Italian place. The food's excellent." "Sounds good," Natasha replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile. "But before that, do you want to stop by Tony's lab? He said your battlesuit prototype is ready for a test run." A surge of excitement welled up in Chu Yuan's chest, and he quickened his pace. "Really? Then let's go now. I can't wait to see my suit." Inside Tony's lab, a silver battle suit stood silently at the center. The overall design was inspired by Susanoo from Naruto, with red accents on the shoulders and legs, and a blue chakra conduction core at the chest, making it look both striking and powerful. "Well, isn't this way cooler than your old chakra arm?" Tony said with a grin, pressing a button on his remote. The suit's faceplate lifted automatically, revealing the cockpit within. Chu Yuan stepped up to the suit, took a deep breath, and climbed inside. The interior was spacious, with soft padding where the suit hugged his body. The dashboard displayed a range of data: chakra reserves, weapon status, flight speed, and more. "How does it feel?" Tony's voice came through the comm. "It's great. Fits like a glove," Chu Yuan replied as he tried moving his arms. The suit responded with remarkable agility, not a hint of stiffness. "Does the chakra conduction system work properly? Why don't you give it a try and see for yourself?" Focusing his mind, Chu Yuan channeled chakra from within. The core at the chest burst to life with a brilliant blue glow, and the energy cannon on his arm unfolded, gathering a vibrant beam of blue chakra. "It works," he shouted in excitement, guiding the suit toward the lab's firing range. He aimed the cannon at the target and pressed the trigger. A blue beam shot out, hitting the bullseye dead center and blasting a gaping hole through it. "Perfect!" Tony's voice rang out, full of satisfaction. "I'm calling this the Susanoo armor. We can upgrade it further to fit your needs, maybe add flight wings or underwater combat capabilities." Chu Yuan stepped out of the armor, his face brimming with excitement. "Thank you so much, Tony. This suit is even better than I imagined." Just then, the badge of the Time Authority in Chu Yuan's pocket suddenly glowed with a golden light. He pulled it out, and a message from Loki appeared on its surface. "Emergency. Timeline disturbance detected in Universe 616, Epsilon, suspected activity from remnants of Kang's forces. Immediate intervention required." Chu Yuan's expression turned serious in an instant. Natasha approached him, worry flickering in her eyes. "Is it time to go?" He nodded, gently taking her hand. "Yes, there's a crisis in another universe. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. When I return, let's finally try that Italian restaurant." "All right," Natasha nodded, her eyes filled with trust. "Stay safe. I'll be waiting for you." Turning to Tony and Steve, Chu Yuan said, "While I'm gone, I'll leave the main universe in your hands. If anything urgent comes up, contact me at once." "Don't worry, we'll keep things running smoothly here," Steve replied with a reassuring smile. "Just come back soon. Peter's still waiting to try on the armor with you." Chu Yuan nodded, then activated his Time Authority badge. A corridor of golden time energy unfurled before him. He took one last look at Natasha, then turned and stepped into the portal. As the passage snapped shut behind him, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. New main quest triggered. Track down Kang's remnants. Proceed to Universe 616, Epsilon, and prevent Kang's forces from disrupting the timeline. Reminder, there may be hidden Kong bases in this universe. Proceed with caution. The golden time portal closed with a shimmer in the midst of a barren desert. Chu Yuan barely found his footing before he was engulfed by a searing wave of heat. The sun in Universe 616, Epsilon, was even fiercer than in the main universe. The yellow sand below was scorching hot, radiating intense heat through the soles of his shoes. He opened the eyes of eternal samsara, scanning his surroundings, only to discover that the flow of time here was in utter disarray. Distant dunes seemed to slowly recede, while clouds in the sky alternately gathered and dispersed, as if caught in an endless loop. Detected timeline disorder in Universe 616, Epsilon at 80%. Time flow is fragmented. Some areas move forward, others reverse into the past. Warning, energy signature of Kang's remnants detected, but signals are scattered, suspected to be a deliberate trap. Reminder, this universe contains time illusions that may alter your memories. Stay vigilant, and keep your mind clear. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the sword of Heavenly Marsh spear and injected a trace of chakra into the Time Variance Authority badge, attempting to contact Loki for more information. But he quickly discovered that the badge's communication function was being blocked by an unknown force. It seems Kang's remnants were well prepared, he muttered under his breath, pressing forward in the direction where the energy signal was most concentrated, a stretch of abandoned technological complex. The base's metallic shell bore the familiar insignia of the Time Variance Authority, but it was now defaced with black graffiti, the design unmistakably Kang's personal emblem. As he drew near the base, Chu Yuan suddenly caught a familiar voice. It was Natasha, calling out for help. Chu Yuan, help me. They have locked me inside the base. Her cries came from the central tower, tinged with panic and trembling, so unlike Natasha's usual calm and composed manner. A surge of worry tightened Chu Yuan's chest. He was about to charge in when the system's warning about a temporal mirage flashed through his mind. Instantly, he summoned the energy of the six paths. Gamma escape, clearing his consciousness of distracting thoughts. The eternal samsara I flared to life once more. And this time, he saw the truth. Natasha's desperate plea was nothing more than an illusion, woven from intertwining strands of temporal and dark energy. The source of the mirage was a black device perched atop the tower, its surface inscribed with the very runes of Dormammu's dark dimension. Dark temporal mirage detected. This illusion is crafted by fusing Kang's temporal technology with Dormammu's dark energy, designed to lure the host into the core of the base and trigger a time bomb. Reminder, the Natasha in the illusion is modeled from the host's deep memories, indicating Kang's remnants may possess data on the host's recollections. So it's a trap after all. Chu Yuan let out a cold, knowing laugh. The sword of Heavenly Marsh Spear gathered a purifying white light, which he slashed toward the device atop the tower. With a thunderous explosion, the device was destroyed and the illusion dissolved into nothingness. But just then, the base's main gate swung open and a squad of soldiers in black armor stormed out. Their suits bore both Kang's insignia and Dormammu's runes. These were no ordinary remnants, but dark temporal soldiers, the product of Kang and Dormammu's unholy alliance. Chu Yuan, we've been waiting for you a long time. The lead soldier removed his helmet, revealing a face Chu Yuan recognized all too well. The consciousness of Kang, who had once been devoured by Dormammu in Universe 838, Beta, now reborn by merging dark energy and time technology within a soldier's body. Lord Kang anticipated your arrival and prepared a special temporal prison just for you. The soldier raised his hand and pressed a device on his wrist. Suddenly, the ground around the base split open, and golden streams of temporal energy surged up to form a colossal cage, trapping Chu Yuan inside. On the energy walls of this prison, countless time runes flickered at lightning speed. Chu Yuan could feel the chakra within his body gradually being frozen by the temporal energy, and even the light of the Heavenly Marsh Spear began to dim. This is the dual prison, rebuilt with fragments of Lord Kang's time device and Dormammu's dark energy. It can freeze time and devour energy, the consciousness entity sneered. Did you really think destroying the dark portal and the reality bomb meant victory? Lord Kang has long prepared for this. He's hidden time cores in 12 key universes across the multiverse. Once all 12 are gathered, the ultimate time weapon can be activated, resetting the timelines of the entire multiverse and making every universe Kang's domain. Chu Yuan's heart pounded. This was the first time he had learned of Kang's plan for the ultimate time weapon. 12 time cores, and the 616 Epsilon universe was clearly one of them. Where have you hidden the time core? He roared, trying to slash through the cage with the Heavenly Marsh Spear, only to find that the energy barrier absorbed and purified any energy he unleashed. The blade was repelled the instant it touched the wall. The consciousness entity didn't answer. Instead, it turned and walked toward the heart of the base. You'll find out soon enough. When Lord Kang activates the ultimate weapon, you and everyone you care about will become discarded data in the timeline, erased forever. The soldiers followed, entering the base behind it, and the massive doors slowly closed. Trapped inside the cage, Chu Yuan felt the freezing of his chakra accelerating. Suddenly, he remembered what Loki had said before. The Time Variance Authority has collected a large number of Infinity Stones. If he could get his hands on a Space Stone, he might be able to break free from the prison. But right now, his badge was being jammed. There was no way to contact Loki, let alone request a stone. Just then, a faint vibration came from Chu Yuan's pocket. It was the tiny communicator Natasha had slipped him in secret before he left the Prime Universe. Its signal frequency had been modified by Tony to penetrate most energy shields. He quickly pulled out the communicator and pressed the call button. Natasha's anxious voice came through at once. Chu Yuan, are you all right? Loki said your badge signal was jammed. We've been so worried about you. I'm fine, just trapped in Kang's temporal prison outside the base. Chu Yuan replied in a low, urgent voice. Kang's remaining forces have hidden time cores in 12 universes and plan to activate the ultimate time weapon to reset the multiversal timeline. I need a space stone to break out of this prison. Can you get Loki to send one over? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the communicator before Loki's voice came through. I've got the space stone ready, but the teleportation will take time. Kang's temporal prison will keep draining your energy. You have a hold on for 15 minutes. Also, I found out that the time core of Universe 616, Epsilon, is hidden in the base's temporal control room, but there's a time reversal field around it. Entering that will send you back 24 hours. So be careful. 24 hours ago, the base was still running final tests on the time core, and there were even more dark time soldiers patrolling. 15 minutes. I can make it. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, channeling his remaining chakra into the sword of a Mono no Mikoto. Tell Natasha that when I get back, I promise I'll take her to that Italian restaurant. Don't worry, she's right here with me. She heard everything, Loki replied, his voice tinged with a teasing note. Just don't die on us. The folks in the Prime Universe are all waiting for you. After the transmission ended, Chu Yuan stared at the glowing runes, growing ever brighter across the prison's energy walls. A steely resolve filled his heart. He knew these 15 minutes weren't just for himself. They were for his friends in the Prime Universe, for stopping Kang's ultimate plan. The white energy of the Mono no Mikoto blade intertwined with the blue gamma energy, weaving a protective barrier inside the cage, slowing the rate at which his strength was being drained. 10 minutes later, the prison's energy walls began to flicker violently. Chu Yuan sensed that time outside was growing even more chaotic. Explosions rocked the base, clear evidence that Kang's remaining forces had detected the anomaly and were trying to activate the time core ahead of schedule. Warning: time core activation at 30%. If it isn't stopped in 5 minutes, this universe's timeline will collapse completely and the core will auto-transfer to the next target universe. Loki, how much longer? Chu Yuan pressed the communicator again, urgency in his voice. 3 minutes left. The Space Stone's teleportation energy is breaking through the interference. Loki's voice replied, hold on. Just then, the base doors burst open once more. The same consciousness entity charged out, leading even more dark time soldiers, their weapons crackling with black temporal energy. Chu Yuan, looks like you got help. But it's too late. The time core is about to activate. This universe's timeline will collapse, and you and your friends will be lost in the temporal maelstrom. The soldiers raised their weapons, unleashing streams of black energy at Chu Yuan's protective shield. Under the barrage, the barrier shuddered and splintered with cracks. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan summoned the last of the sword's power, barely withstanding the onslaught. 1 more minute. Loki's voice rang in his ears. The Space Stone's portal is about to open. Seeing this, a fierce glint flashed in the entity's eyes. Suddenly, it shouted to the soldiers, initiate the time sacrifice. Use our time energy to accelerate the core activation. The soldiers surged toward the base as one. As they ran, their bodies gradually turned transparent, dissolving into streaks of black energy that streamed into the base's time core. Warning: time core activation progress rapidly increasing. Current progress, 80%. Time remaining, 30 seconds. Chu Yuan, the portal's open. Loki's voice rang out, edged with urgency. Chu Yuan looked up and saw a blue rift tear open in the sky. A gleaming blue gem shot out from the crack and landed in his hand. It was the Space Stone. Without hesitation, he channeled its power into the heavenly marsh spear. Blue spatial energy wove together with purifying white and divine golden energies, forming a tricolor wave that blasted toward the energy wall of the temporal prison. The barrier shattered instantly. Chu Yuan leaped forward and raced toward the base's time control room. By now, the time core's activation had reached 99%. Inside the base, the flow of time was in utter chaos. Walls aged and renewed in a blink, and fragments of metal floated and reassembled in midair. Bursting into the control room, Chu Yuan saw the black time core suspended in the center, its runes on the verge of flaring fully to life. He didn't hesitate. The heavenly marsh spear gathered 3 beams of energy and fired them at the core's 3 energy ports, precisely the weak points Loki had revealed to him via communicator. At once, the runes on the time core dimmed, and the activation progress crashed back to 0. Chu Yuan let out a sigh of relief and was about to secure the core, when suddenly a surge of intense darkness crashed over him from behind. It was a dark herald of Dormammu. Hidden among the dark time soldiers he'd ignored before, Dormammu's agent had waited for this moment of inattention to strike. Chu Yuan, did you think destroying the core would end it? The Dark Herald's voice was laced with a chilling amusement as black energy blasted toward Chu Yuan's back. Lord Dormammu has long made a pact with Kang's surviving forces. So long as they deliver 12 time cores, he will help them activate the ultimate weapon. And I am here to ensure this core makes it to the next universe. There was no time to dodge. Chu Yuan spun and raised the heavenly marsh spear to block. The black energy slammed into the blade, the force sending him staggering backward. Pain exploded in his chest, and he coughed up blood that splattered across the time core. The moment his blood touched it, the core erupted with a golden radiance, setting off a strange resonance with Chu Yuan's blood. Host blood detected resonating with time core. Hidden fragments of Kang's consciousness within the core have been awakened. Ha ha! Chu Yuan, at last, you've helped me activate the core consciousness shard. Kang's voice suddenly echoed from within the core, and the golden light coalesced into a spectral image, his true self. Once I gather all 12 consciousness shards, I will be reborn through the power of darkness. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply as he finally understood Kang's ultimate gambit. The time core was not just the key to launching the ultimate weapon, but also the vessel for Kang's resurrection. As for Dormammu's cooperation, it was nothing more than a ploy to use Kang's weapon to let the Dark Dimension swallow even more universes. Seizing the opportunity, the Dark Emissary snatched the time core and shot out of the base. Chu Yuan, the next time we meet will be the end for you. And for the multiverse. Chu Yuan tried to give chase, but his wounds and depleted energy left him powerless to act. He could only watch as the Dark Emissary vanished into the desert. Leaning against the wall, he stared at the space stone in his hand, his heart heavy with frustration. Not only had he failed to stop the core from being taken, but he had also awakened Kang's consciousness shard, making the threat they faced even more dire. Main quest progress. Tracking Kang's remaining forces, 30%. Successfully prevented the collapse of Universe 616, Epsilon S timeline, but the time core has been seized by Dormammu's Infiltrator. Key revelation unlocked. Kang's consciousness rebirth plan and Dormammu's dark devouring plan are in collusion. Notice, the next time core is located in Universe 999, Gamma, which serves as an outpost for Dormammu's dark dimension. Danger level, extreme. Chu Yuan pulled out his communicator and pressed the call button, his voice weary. Loki, Dormammu's agent, has taken Kang's core. What's worse, Kang's consciousness shard has been activated. He's planning a resurrection using all 12 cores. The next core is in Universe 999, Gamma, Dormammu's stronghold. There was a moment of silence before Natasha's worried voice came through. Chu Yuan, are you hurt? Maybe you should return to the main universe to recover first. We can figure out our next move after that. No, time is running out. Chu Yuan shook his head and used Chakra to temporarily suppress his injuries. Universe 999, Gamma, is extremely dangerous. I'll need backup. Have Tony send over my Susanoo armor. I'll also need a reality stone to counter Dormammu's dark energy. I'll make arrangement for the armor and the reality stone right away, came Loki's reply. Be careful. Dormammu has filled Universe 999, Gamma, with dark creatures, and Kang's remaining forces are aiding him. This mission will be even more perilous than the last. I understand. Chu Yuan ended the call and stepped outside the base, gazing out at the barren desert. The sun was setting, and golden rays spilled across the sand dunes, yet not a trace of warmth could be felt. He gripped the heavenly marsh spear and the space stone tightly, a flash of resolve in his eyes. No matter how many dangers lay ahead, he had to thwart Kang and Dormammu's plans and protect the promise of that Italian restaurant date, which had never been fulfilled. Host determination detected. The heavenly marsh spear has regained some energy. Passive skill, temporal resonance, unlocked. You can now briefly connect with the time core through your blood, gaining information about its location. Chu Yuan looked up to the sky. Once again, the golden temporal corridor opened. This time, his destination was Universe 999, Gamma, Dormammu's dark outpost, and the crucial battleground to stop Kang and Dormammu. Beneath the dark clouds of Universe 999, Gamma, a massive base constructed from temporal energy and dark metal hovered midair. This was Kang's ultimate time fortress. 11 of the 12 time cores had already been installed in the temporal furnace atop the base, with only the final core, taken by Dormammu's undercover agent, still missing. Now, controlled by a fragment of Kang's consciousness, it was speeding toward the base. Chu Yuan stood in the ruins before the base. Susanoo armor enveloped him, the silver plating glinting coldly in the darkness, while the chakra core at his chest flickered with blue flames. In his left hand, he held the heavenly marsh spear, divine slaying runes and dark purification sigils pulsing internal on the blade. His right hand clutched the space stone, blue energy swirling around his fingertips, ready at any moment to tear open the fabric of space. Behind him, Loki, Tony, and Natasha stood shoulder to shoulder. Having received Chu Yuan's call for backup, they'd come through the Time Variance Authority's portal, now serving as his final line of support. Atop Loki's scepter, the Time Stone shone with a steady, pure light. Tony's Mark armor was equipped with an anti-temporal energy module, a golden beam charging in his palm cannon. Natasha gripped a vibranium dagger, her eyes sharp and alert, fixed on the base's entrance and ready for anything. Kang's consciousness fragment has already guided the core into the base. Loki's voice was grave, his scepter pointing toward the summit. The temporal furnace is absorbing the core's energy. The activation progress for the ultimate temporal weapon has reached 60%. We have only 20 minutes. Chu Yuan gave no response. The eternal samsara was locked unwaveringly onto the energy nexus of the base, the very heart that housed fragments of Kang's consciousness, and also the ultimate weapon's fatal weakness. His face betrayed no emotion. Only the occasional flicker of golden red light in his eyes revealed the murderous intent burning within. Ever since he had uncovered Kang's final plan, he had resolved to show no mercy. This villain, who had repeatedly shattered the multiverse and claimed countless lives, had to fall utterly and completely. "Tony, blast open the base doors with anti-temporal energy," Chu Yuan commanded, his voice cold and stripped of all feeling. "Loki, use the time stone to slow the furnace's energy absorption. Natasha, clear out the dark temporal soldiers at the entrance. I'll destroy the energy nexus." "Understood." The three replied in unison, without a second's hesitation. They all knew that at this moment, what Chu Yuan needed was not questions, but absolute cooperation. Tony struck first. The repulsors in his palms unleashed golden streams of anti-temporal energy, twin beams slicing through the darkness like blades and slamming into the alloy doors of the base. With a thunderous crash, the doors buckled and split open, leaving a massive breach. From inside, the enraged roars of dark temporal soldiers echoed out. "My turn," said Loki, raising his scepter. The time stone glowed with a soft green light, casting a transparent barrier over the time furnace. Instantly, the rate at which the furnace absorbed energy slowed, its core flickering unsteadily between brilliance and dimness. Natasha darted through the gap like a hunting leopard. Her vibranium dagger flashed coldly, deftly severing the throats of two soldiers in a single, fluid motion. Every strike was swift, precise, and deadly, each one finding its mark with lethal efficiency. In no time, she had carved a clear path straight into the heart of the base. Chu Yuan followed close behind. The shoulder cannons of his Susanoo armor unleashed barges of chakra energy, blasting incoming soldiers to pieces. He wasted no time on needless skirmishes, making straight for the energy nexus along the path Natasha had cleared. Inside the base, time itself was in chaos. Moments accelerated and reversed unpredictably, while the metallic patterns on the walls aged and renewed in endless cycles. Yet Chu Yuan's steps never faltered. With the wisdom of the eternal samsara, he discerned the secret rhythms of the temporal turbulence, placing his feet only on stable points in time. When he reached the energy nexus, he saw a phantom formed from golden temporal energy suspended at its center. This was the provisional embodiment of Kang, created after merging 11 core fragments of his consciousness. In the phantom's hand gleamed a sword of time, its blade shimmering with a light cold enough to freeze all things. "Chu Yuan, you finally arrived." Kang's phantom let out a wild, triumphant laugh, his voice brimming with manic pride. 11 cores have already been activated. As soon as the last one fuses, the ultimate weapon will awaken. Then, I'll reset the entire multiversal timeline. Everything you care about, everyone you love, will be reduced to mere history in my hands. Chu Yuan wasted no words. The sword of Amano Sakahoko gathered a swirl of three-colored energies, purification, divinity, and space, then slashed straight at Kang's phantom. With a metallic clash, the sword of time collided with the Amano Sakahoko, golden and multicolored sparks scattering everywhere. The entire nexus shook violently, and countless cracks split the ground beneath their feet. "Did you really think such tricks could defeat me?" Kang's phantom sneered. Suddenly, innumerable afterimages appeared behind him, each gripping a sword of time and lunging toward Chu Yuan. This was the temporal doppelganger, ability he'd gained by merging the cores. Each double could strike with real force and slip freely through the chaotic currents of time. Chu Yuan's gaze remained icy. The Susanoo armor on his back unfurled 6 pairs of chakra wings. With a single sweep, a storm of chakra kanai laced with spatial energy rained down on the doppelgangers. The kanai passed straight through their bodies, leaving them unharmed. These afterimages could phase between past and present, making them untouchable by any physical attack. "Useless!" Kang's phantom laughed, his sword of time suddenly thrusting for Chu Yuan's chest. "Your eyes may pierce time, but you can't dodge an attack from the future." Chu Yuan's pupils contracted. His eternal samsara, instantly glimpsed half a second ahead. He saw the sword of time piercing his armor, freezing his heart. Without hesitation, he triggered the power of the space stone, blinking behind Kang's phantom in an instant. With the Amano Sakahoko, he struck for the core device at the center of the nexus. "I don't need to dodge. I only need to destroy your foundation." "No." Kang's Phantom's expression twisted in panic as he spun to parry, but he was a heartbeat too late. The tip of the Amano Sakahoko had already pierced the core device, and the three-colored energy raced along its circuits, unraveling the intricate time runes within. The Nexus's energy spiraled out of control. Kang's Phantom began to flicker, growing translucent as the 11-time cores burst from the furnace and pulsed wildly in the air. Chu Yuan, I won't let you win. Kang's Phantom roared, detonating 3 of the time cores in a flash. If I can't reset the multiverse, then I'll drag you down with me. A golden shockwave surged toward Chu Yuan, freezing time itself in its path. Instantly, Chu Yuan raised a barrier with the Space Stone and planted the Amano Sakahoko in the ground, unleashing all of its purifying energy. The 3-colored aura swelled into an immense shield, locking the shockwave out and holding the devastation at bay. Chu, we're here to help you. Tony and Loki's voices rang out from the distance. Tony's anti-time energy cannon blasted toward the remaining 8 cores, while Loki's time stone froze the shockwaves from the explosion. Natasha also charged forward, her vibranium dagger swiftly severing the energy link between the cores and the Nexus. Kang's projection vanished completely in the blast, leaving behind 8 drained time cores, which clattered to the ground. Chu Yuan caught his breath, the chakra core of his Susanoo armor flickering faintly. He had spent a tremendous amount of chakra in the battle just now, but his gaze remained steely and unyielding. There's still one last core, he said coldly, and it's in the hands of Dormammu's mole. We have to find him. At that moment, Loki's scepter suddenly glowed red, and the light of the time stone grew turbulent. This is bad. Dormammu's agent has already escaped with the final core. He's left Universe 999, Gamma, and is heading for the Prime Universe. He wants to detonate the core there, wiping out the Prime Universe with the weapon's aftermath. A flash of murderous resolve appeared in Chu Yuan's eyes as he gripped his heavenly spear sword and the Space Stone. Back to the Prime Universe. Even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth, I'll see him dead. Without hesitation, the 4 of them soared out of the base, the Time Variance Authority's portal swirling open behind them. As they stepped into the passage, Chu Yuan cast one last look at the ultimate base, now on the brink of collapse. The era of Kong was finally coming to its end, right here. High above the Atlantic Ocean of the Prime Universe, a black rift tore open in the sky. Dormammu's undercover agent shot out, clutching the last time core. His body was already ravaged by the core's temporal energies, his skin glowing with an eerie gold, his eyes vacant and hollow, driven only by the command to detonate the core. By now, Chu Yuan and his team had arrived through the time tunnel, hovering directly in front of the fissure. The moment he spotted the mole, Chu Yuan didn't hesitate for an instant. The shoulder cannons of his Susanoo armor fired chakra blasts at once, sending streams of blue energy roaring toward the agent. The mole instinctively raised the core to shield himself. Golden temporal energy collided with blue chakra, erupting in a violent explosion. The shockwave hurled the agent back, the core slipping from his grasp and floating in midair. Natasha, hold him off, Chu Yuan shouted, instantly teleporting beneath the core. The heavenly spear sword gathered purifying energy, ready to destroy the core completely. Without pause, Natasha lunged, her vibranium dagger thrusting toward the mole's throat. The agent twisted away just in time and unleashed a surge of black, shadowy energy toward her. Tony reacted instantly, firing his anti-time cannon to neutralize the darkness, while Loki used the time stone to freeze the agent in place, locking him immobile. Chu Yuan seized the opportunity, enveloping the core completely in the purifying energy of the heavenly marsh spear sword. With a sharp crack, fissures appeared on the surface of the core, and golden streams of temporal energy began to leak out. But just then, the core suddenly erupted in a blinding light. Kang's final fragment of consciousness was still hidden within, and he intended to detonate himself, sending a wave of destructive energy surging along the entire Atlantic coastline. Chu, get out of there! Loki shouted, unleashing the full force of the Time Stone's power in an attempt to freeze the core's impending self-destruction. But Chu Yuan didn't evade. Instead, he reached out and seized the core, channeling the energy of the Space Stone into it. Not to escape, but to absorb it. During the battle, he had discovered a resonance between the core's temporal energy and the eternal Samsara Eye's ability to perceive time. If he could guide the direction of the energy's eruption, he could convert the core's power into nourishment to strengthen himself. Are you insane? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief, and he tried to rush forward to stop Chu Yuan, but was halted by a single look, a gaze radiating absolute calm and unshakable confidence. In that instant, Tony understood that Chu Yuan was in complete control. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath. The golden-red brilliance of the eternal samsara eye reached its zenith, locking the explosive energy of the core firmly in his grasp. At the same time, he infused the heavenly marsh spear sword's purification energy into the core, meticulously peeling away Kang's remaining fragments of consciousness, leaving behind only pure temporal energy. A final, agonized scream echoed from the last sliver of Kang's will before it was completely obliterated within the purifying light. Without the grip of consciousness, the temporal energy became as gentle as a mountain stream, flowing obediently through Chu Yuan's palm and into his eyes. Post-absorption of the time, core's energy detected. Eternal samsara, eye ability enhanced. Current enhancement. Time perception expanded to a multiversal scale, able to see 10 seconds ahead in any combat scenario. Immune to intermediate temporal disruptions. Host has actively destroyed 12 time cores. Kang's ultimate temporal weapon project is utterly ruined. 100% of Kang's consciousness fragments eliminated. Main quest, Incon completed. Rewards, Master of Time, title unlocked. Chakra capacity increased to 500,000. Heavenly Marsh Spear Sword gains permanent temporal severance ability. In the instant the energy was fully absorbed, Chu Yuan's eyes burst with dazzling golden red light. The flow of time in his surroundings became crystal clear, and he could even see the precise path a distant seagull would take in the next 10 seconds. Gripping the Heavenly Marsh Spear Sword, he gave it a gentle swing, unleashing a blade of energy infused with time itself. The arc sliced through a distant cloud, splitting it cleanly in two. The severed portion astonishingly remained suspended in the state of the past, frozen exactly as it was before the cut. It's over. Chu Yuan's voice was still cold, but there was a hint of relief in his eyes. Kong, the villain who had troubled him across countless universes, had finally fallen for good. The timelines of the multiverse were at last restored to their rightful order. The undercover agent, frozen by the time stone, had lost all signs of life. His body dissolved into black smoke and drifted away. Tony, Loki, and Natasha walked over to Chu Yuan's side. Seeing the golden red light in his eyes, each of them broke into a smile of genuine satisfaction. Congratulations, Chu, Natasha murmured softly, her eyes gentle. You finally took care of Kong. Chu Yuan turned to Natasha. The icy look in his eyes softened a little as he nodded lightly. Yes, now it's time to keep my promise. Tony clapped him on the shoulder and grinned. I've already booked the Italian restaurant for you. But after dinner, you'll need to come back to the lab with me. I want to study this new power in your eyes. It could really help with my anti-time armor design. Loki, meanwhile, put away his scepter and raised an eyebrow. Leave the follow-up work at the Time Variance Authority to me. You two deserve a proper vacation. Just remember, if a new crisis pops up, you'll be the first to know. Chu Yuan nodded, took off the Susanoo armor, and returned to his casual attire. He walked over to Natasha, reached out, and gently took her hand, soft and familiarly cool to the touch, yet filled him with incomparable peace. Let's go. Time for Italian food. Chu Yuan's voice had grown much gentler. Afterwards, we'll travel. You always said you wanted to see the Eiffel Tower in Paris and the cherry blossoms in Tokyo. We'll go everywhere you wish. Natasha nodded with a radiant smile, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Arm in arm, the two of them soared toward the earth. Tony and Loki watched their retreating figures, exchanged a knowing smile, and then went their separate ways. Above the Atlantic, the sunlight was warm and mellow. The sea breeze played with their hair, carrying its salty, humid scent. Chu Yuan knew this was the rest he had earned, and the promise he had made to Natasha. Their sweet time together was only just beginning. Their first stop, Paris, France. As they stood beneath the Eiffel Tower at dusk, golden sunlight spilled across the iron lattice, scattering a warm glow. Tourists bustled by, speaking languages from all over the world, but no one recognized the two heroes who had once saved the planet. Chu Yuan had used a subtle chakra pulse to alter their facial features, allowing them to blend in like any ordinary couple and savor a leisurely afternoon. I never thought you'd use chakra for something like this, Natasha said with a playful smile, holding a freshly bought ice cream cone. A bit of strawberry cream lingered at the corner of her mouth. Chu Yuan reached out and gently wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth, his eyes filled with tenderness. I learned this trick back when I worked at the animation company, used it to avoid getting swarmed by fans. I never imagined that one day I'd use it just to stroll through the city with you. Turns out, it's the perfect fit. The two of them wandered along the Seine, their shadows stretching long in the setting sun. Natasha leaned against Chu Yuan's shoulder, her voice soft as she recounted stories from her younger days, chasing targets through the streets of Paris, outmaneuvering enemies aboard boats on the Seine. Back then, she never dreamed that she would one day be able to enjoy the sights of Paris in such peaceful company. In the past, Paris was just a mission location to me. Only now do I realize how truly beautiful it is, Natasha said, her tone tinged with emotion. Chu Yuan squeezed her hand and spoke sincerely. From now on, I'll take you to even more places. I want every mission location to become a memory just for the two of us. By the time they reached the top of the Eiffel Tower, night had fallen and the city's lights sparkled like a field of stars. Chu Yuan pulled a small box from his pocket and opened it, not to reveal a diamond ring, but a necklace made from chakra crystal. The crystal was shaped like a cherry blossom, and inside shimmered. Chu Yuan reached out and gently wiped away the cream from the corner of her lips, his gaze tender. I learned this trick back when I worked at the animation company. It was meant to help me avoid getting mobbed by fans. I never thought it would come in handy for strolling around town with you. It's just perfect. The two of them walked along the Seine, the setting sun stretching their shadows far behind them. Natasha leaned against Chu Yuan's shoulder, speaking softly as she recounted stories from her younger days, chasing targets through the streets of Paris, outsmarting enemies on boats drifting down the river. Back then, she had never imagined that one day she would be able to enjoy Paris' beauty in such peace. I used to think of Paris as just another mission site, Natasha said with a trace of wistfulness in her voice. It's only now that I realize how beautiful it truly is. Chu Yuan squeezed her hand, his tone earnest. From now on, I'll go with you to more places. We'll turn every mission site into our memories instead. By the time they reached the top of the Eiffel Tower, night had fallen, and the city of Paris glimmered below them like countless stars. Chu Yuan pulled a small box from his pocket and opened it. Not a diamond ring, but a necklace crafted from chakra crystal. The crystal was shaped like a cherry blossom, and inside was sealed a wisp of Chu Yuan's purifying energy, powerful enough to ward off any trace of darkness. I made this using my chakra and a cherry blossom petal, Chu Yuan said softly. Wear it, and no matter where you are, I'll always be able to sense you and protect you. Natasha took the necklace, tears of emotion glimmering in her eyes. She said nothing, but rose on tiptoe and pressed her lips gently to Chu Yuan's. Atop the Eiffel Tower, with Paris bathed in night, their kiss was gentle and resolute, a silent promise, an exchange of hearts. Over the next month, they traveled to Tokyo, strolling beneath cherry trees as pink petals drifted into their hair, to Venice, gliding through narrow canals in a gondola, listening to the boatmen sing ancient songs, to Iceland, holding each other close beneath the aurora, green ribbons of light swirling around them, and to Australia, where they watched the sunrise by the sea, golden sunlight warming their faces with its dazzling glow. Beneath the cherry blossoms in Tokyo, Natasha leaned into Chu Yuan's arms and asked quietly, Chu, will you still have to travel to other universes for missions in the future? Chu Yuan stroked her hair, replying with gentle seriousness, I will, but I'll keep the trip shorter now. I won't disappear for ages like I used to. And with my Rinnegan now strengthened, if you're ever in danger, I can be by your side in an instant. He paused, then continued. Once all the threats are dealt with, I want to hand the animation company over to my deputy. Then, let's find a quiet place to settle down. We'll savor the scenery, try new foods, and live a simple, ordinary life together. Natasha nodded with a smile, her eyes full of anticipation. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Beneath the auroras of Iceland, Chu Yuan shared with Natasha the story of his childhood on another Earth. His mischievous days at school, the joy of going to classes with his friends, the pain of losing loved ones, and the confusion and resolve he found after arriving in the Marvel Universe. Natasha listened quietly, occasionally reaching out to hold his hand, offering silent comfort. In the past, I always felt like an outsider, Chu Yuan said softly. It wasn't until I met you, and Tony, and Steve, that I finally felt like this place could be my home. This is your home, Natasha replied earnestly. We're your family now. Yet happiness is always fleeting. Just after watching the sunrise on the shores of Australia and preparing to head to their next destination, the badge from the Time Variance Authority in Chu Yuan's pocket suddenly flashed with a red alert, an emergency signal of the highest level, only triggered by a multiversal crisis. Chu Yuan's expression turned serious in an instant. He pulled out the badge and pressed the communicator. Loki's voice came through, urgent and breathless. Chu, emergency. The Zerg from Universe 2006, forced out by the loss of their living space, are invading the main universe under the command of the Zerg Queen. Right now, a Vanguard force of over 100,000 Zerg has appeared at the Australian border of the main universe. They're extremely powerful. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers have started fighting back, but casualties are heavy. All at once, Chu Yuan's eyes regained their previous icy resolve. He gripped Natasha's hand tightly and said in a low voice, I'm sorry. It looks like our trip will have to pause for now. Natasha shook her head, her gaze unwavering. It's all right. We'll go back together. Didn't you say we're family? Family faces danger together. Chu Yuan nodded, a wave of warmth rising in his heart. Activating the Time Variance Authority badge, he summoned a shimmering golden temporal portal before them. Let's go. Let's protect our home. Side by side, they stepped into the portal. As it closed behind them, a new system notification echoed in Chu Yuan's mind. New main quest triggered. Defend against the Zerg invasion. Objective 1. Stop the Vanguard Zerg forces and hold the main universe's border. Objective 2. Travel to Universe 2006 to negotiate with the Zerg Queen. If negotiations fail, destroy the Queen's central hive. Objective 3. Uncover the mastermind behind the Zerg's loss of living space and prevent a multiversal ecological collapse. Warning. The Zerg Queen possesses mind control abilities, can command an army of millions, and absorbs bioenergy to strengthen herself. Danger level S+. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the heavenly swamp spear, a flash of resolve glinting in his eyes. He knew a new crisis was upon them. A battle even more brutal than the one against Kong was about to erupt on the borders of the primary universe. But this time, he was no longer alone. Meanwhile, on the borders of Australia, countless black insectoid creatures were furiously assaulting the human defenses. Their shells were as hard as steel, and corrosive liquid spurted from their jaws. Wherever they went, buildings were reduced to rubble, soldiers fell, and the earth itself was stained black. Along the defensive line at Darwinport, red warning lights flickered through the smoke of battle. The United Nations defenses wavered like candles in a storm, threatened at every moment by the surging tide of black insects. When Chu Yuan and Natasha arrived, they were greeted by a scene straight out of hell. Shattered tank barrels jutted from scorched earth, with the severed limbs of bug-like creatures still dangling from metal. The bodies of fallen soldiers lay tangled with insect carapaces, blood soaking the ground and crusting into dark brown clots under the sunlight. And from the distant city ruins, the sporadic crack of gunfire echoed. The last stand of soldiers refusing to surrender. Mr. Chu, Agent Natasha, Major General Mark Wilson, commander of the UN forces, burst from his command vehicle. His uniform was smeared with dust and blood, his left arm wrapped in a bandage that was already stained through. You're finally here. There are too many of them. The swarm has breached our lines 3 times already. At this rate, Darwinport will fall completely within 3 hours. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eyes swept the battlefield, his pupils shrinking in alarm. The spatial fissure at the battlefield's edge was still expanding, and every second, hundreds more insects poured through. The creatures took many forms. Some, like giant cockroaches, bore shells as thick as tank armor and spewed corrosive green slime. Others, with 6 pairs of wings, darted faster than lightning, their claws easily tearing through ordinary body armor. And some, towering as small mountains, carried swarms of eggs beneath their carapaces. Wherever they lumbered, they scattered eggs that hatched into new generations of hatchlings within minutes. Detected insect species: corrosive beetle, assault wing, brood mother. Current invasion force: approximately 500,000. Numbers increasing by 200,000 per hour. Warning: insectoid secretions can corrode all metals except vibranium. Assault wing claws pierce level 3 body armor. Brood mother eggs are parasitic, capable of rapid hatching inside living hosts. Our anti-tank missiles are useless against the corrosive beetle's armor, and our anti-aircraft guns can't even begin to match the speed of the assault wing bugs. Major General Mark's voice was heavy with despair. Just now, Lieutenant Li from the 3rd Defensive Line led his entire company in a charge, hoping to blow up the broodmother with explosives. In the end, he pointed toward a distant ruin where a blood-stained military flag still jutted from the rubble. All 127 soldiers. None survived. Following his gesture, Chu Yuan looked in that direction. Through the eternal samsara eye, he caught a fleeting image. A UN soldier, a bug claw impaled through his chest, still clutching a satchel of explosives, hurling himself against the broodmother's carapace. In the end, both soldier and mother beast perished together, consumed by the green, corrosive slime. That was Lieutenant Li, his face still etched with an unwavering resolve that refused to fade. These soldiers, Natasha's voice trembled with emotion. She had witnessed countless battlefields, yet never such desperate resistance. No superpowers, no high-tech armor, only flesh and blood standing against an enemy that far surpassed human limits. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted on the left flank of the battlefield. Chu Yuan turned and saw a giant broodmother, far larger than any normal one, crawling out from the spatial rift. Its back bristled not only with eggs, but also with dozens of black tentacles, each one coiled around captive soldiers. The monstrous broodmother brought the prisoners to its mouth. A simple squeeze of its tentacles, and their screams were abruptly silenced as blood streamed down the tendrils into the beast's maw. That's the swarm's Vanguard brood mother. Major General Mark's voice quavered with fear. Its tentacles can drain bioenergy directly. The snipers we sent before, every one of them was caught by its tentacles before they could even fire a shot. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the heavenly marsh spear, a steely glint flashing in his eyes. Natasha, you and Major General Mark must hold the command center. Protect the remaining soldiers and refugees. I'll deal with that Vanguard broodmother and try to slow down the swarm's advance. I'm coming with you. Natasha immediately raised her vibranium dagger. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I can help distract the assault wing bugs. Chu Yuan shook his head. The command center needs you. These soldiers have lost too many of their comrades already. They can't afford to lose their commander's protection. Don't worry, with my Susanoo armor and the heavenly marsh spear, taking down one broodmother is no problem. Without further hesitation, he activated the Susanoo armor. In an instant, gleaming silver plates enveloped his body, the chakra core at his chest flaring with a blue radiance. Chu Yuan vaulted forward, soaring toward the Vanguard broodmother. On the way, dozens of assault-winged bugs swarmed at him, their claws glinting with lethal intent. With a deft sweep of the heavenly marsh spear, Chu Yuan unleashed a golden arc of energy, cleaving the winged beasts cleanly in two. Green blood rained through the air. Sensing the threat, the Vanguard brood mother lashed out at Chu Yuan with dozens of writhing tentacles. In a flash, Chu Yuan activated the power of his spatial gem, instantly teleporting onto the broodmother's back. The Heaven Swamp Spear sword gathered a tricolor energy, and he drove it down toward the creature's carapace. With a wet, slicing sound, the blade pierced through the hard shell, sending a deafening howl from the broodmother. In that moment, the eggs on her back burst open, unleashing a swarm of smaller insects that hurled themselves at Chu Yuan. The shoulder cannons of Chu Yuan's Susanoo armor unleashed barges of chakra energy, blasting the wave of minions to pieces. Without pausing, he continued to pour energy into the Heaven Swamp Spear sword, thrusting it toward the broodmother's core, the very heart of her power. Destroying it would cripple her, robbing her of all movement. With a frenzied roar, the broodmother thrashed desperately, trying to fling Chu Yuan off her back. But his 6 paths chakra arms gripped the carapace with iron strength, and the blade in his hand pressed ever closer to the core. Just as the tip was about to reach its mark, the broodmother, in a final act of self-destruction, swung all her tentacles on her own back, intent on dragging Chu Yuan down with her. Chu Yuan's eyes narrowed with steely determination. Summoning the power of spatial shift, he vanished from the broodmother's back and reappeared at her flank. Seizing the opportunity, he struck again with the Heaven Swamp Spear sword, this time landing a direct hit on the core. With a thunderous explosion, the core shattered, and the broodmother's massive body crashed down, flattening the ruins beneath her. Across the battlefield, the insect horde seemed shaken, their assault slowing perceptibly. Soldiers of the United Nations forces, witnessing this turn of events, erupted into a jubilant roar, their morale soaring in an instant. Major General Mark, overcome with excitement, seized Natasha's arm. We're saved. Mr. Chu has taken down the Vanguard brood mother. Yet not a flicker of triumph appeared on Chu Yuan's face. Through his eternal samsara eyes, he saw beyond the battlefield. On the other side of the spatial rift, countless more Vanguard brood mothers waited in silent formation. Farther still, a colossal silhouette, dwarfing all other insectoids, loomed in the shadows. It was the presence of the Zerg Queen herself, cold, abyssal, and terrifying. Detection: Zerg Queen's energy signature located. Source: Zerg Core Nest, Universe number 2006. Signal strength: S++. Warning: the Zerg Queen is transmitting psychic commands through the spatial rift, directing the insect horde in continuous assault on the main universe. Conventional physical attacks cannot completely halt the Zerg tide. Landing before the command center, Chu Yuan released the Susanoo armor, letting it dissipate around him. He turned to Major General Mark and the surviving soldiers, his voice grave and steady. What I just destroyed was only a single Vanguard broodmother. On the other side of that spatial rift, there are countless more broodmothers and the Zerg Queen herself. Ordinary resistance will only delay their advance for a short while. If we want to end this crisis for good, we must venture into Universe 2006, find the Zerg Queen, either negotiate with her or destroy her core nest. Major General Mark's expression grew grave in an instant. You want to travel to the Zerg's universe? That's far too dangerous. We don't have the equipment to cross universes, and even if we did, there's no guarantee we could locate the Zerg Queen's hive. I have a way. Chu Yuan replied, producing the Time Authority's insignia. The Time Authority can open a gateway to Universe 2006. But I'll need help. There's no way I can find the Hive alone in the Zerg's universe, let alone handle any surprises during the negotiation. I need to gather the Avengers to infiltrate Universe 2006 together. Natasha immediately volunteered. I'll go with you. I'm skilled at infiltration and negotiation. I can help you analyze the Zerg Queen's psychology. And count me in as well. Tony's voice came through the communicator. I've already upgraded the Mark armor with anti-Zerg mucus coating and energy shields. Plus, I've developed a Zerg locator that can track the Hive's core by detecting the Zerg's energy signals. Add me to the team. Steve's steady voice followed. I'll provide cover and make sure everyone stays safe. I'm in too. Peter chimed in, excitement in his words. My webs can restrain the Zerg, and I'm great at scouting from the shadows without being seen. Listening to the voices coming through the communicator, Chu Yuan felt a surge of warmth. He knew this mission, sneaking into the Zerg's universe, would be filled with unknown dangers, but with these companions at his side, he was confident they could face anything. All right, Chu Yuan clenched the insignia in his hand. Tony, you and Peter get to Darwin Harbor as fast as you can. Steve, head out for New York. We'll all meet near the spatial rift. Everyone has 30 minutes to prepare. In half an hour, we'll enter Universe 2006 and negotiate with the Zerg Queen. 30 minutes later, the Avengers assembled at the edge of the spatial rift. Tony's Mark armor gleamed with a silver sheen, the arc reactor on his chest glowing brighter than usual. Steve stood firm, vibranium shield in hand and resolve in his eyes. Peter wore a brand-new anti-Zerg suit, web shooters fully loaded. Natasha was armed with a sniper rifle and several vibranium knives, ready to react to any emergency at a moment's notice. Chu Yuan activated the Time Authority insignia, and a golden portal unfurled before them. On the other side was a strange universe shrouded in green mist, the air heavy with the metallic tang of the Zerg. Stay alert, everyone, Chu Yuan said as he stepped into the portal first. The environment in Universe 2006 might not be in our favor, and the Zerg Queen probably already knows we're coming. Remember, negotiation is our primary goal. If that fails, only then do we consider destroying the Hive. Everyone nodded and stepped into the passage one by one. As the entrance sealed behind them, soldiers of the United Nations forces stationed at Darwin Port's border stood at attention, saluting in the direction of the portal. They could not know whether these heroes would succeed, but they did know this was the last hope of the Prime Universe. Major General Mark clenched his fist and shouted to his troops, "Brothers, the heroes have given us a chance. We must hold this line and wait for their return. Even if we stand to the last man, not one more step will we yield to the swarm. Not one step back." The soldiers' rallying cries thundered across the sky. They seized their weapons once more and charged into the oncoming tide of Zerg. Along the blood-soaked border, the valiant resistance of ordinary soldiers pressed on. The sky of Universe 006 was a haunting, dark shade of green. Tiny green spores floated through the air, and each breath carried an indescribable, metallic sweetness. Chu Yuan and the Avengers had just emerged from the time corridor and were stunned by the sight before them. The ground was coated in a thick layer of black, sticky slime, with small insects occasionally scurrying beneath its surface. In the distance, trees stood leafless. Their branches were sheathed in black, chitinous armor, and green liquid constantly dripped from their tips. Above them, countless swift-winged bugs wheeled through the sky, as if patrolling their territory. The sky of Universe 2006 was also an ominous dark green. Fine green spores drifted on the wind, and with every inhalation came that strange, sickly sweet tang. Chu Yuan and the Avengers had barely stepped from the time portal before they were struck speechless by the scene. The ground smothered in thick, black ooze, beneath which tiny bugs crawled. The distant trees were bare and armored in black carapace, their tops weeping green fluid. In the sky above, swarms of razor-winged insects circled, on the lookout for intruders. The air here is full of Zerg spores. Tony's armor visor flickered with a diagnostic readout. They interfere with electronics, my trackers barely getting signal. Breathe too much of it, and you risk getting parasitized. Keep your helmets on. Our armor's filters can hold the spores off for now. Peter couldn't help but cough twice, his web shooter already smeared with a thin coat of black slime. This place is disgusting. What if those bugs start tunneling up from underground? No sooner had he spoken than Chu Yuan suddenly shouted, "Watch your step!" Everyone immediately jumped back. Right where Peter had just been standing, the ground suddenly split open with a sharp crack, and a burrower worm covered in dozens of writhing tentacles burst forth, its appendages reaching for Peter's ankles. With a sweep of his celestial spear sword, Chu Yuan sent a golden arc of sword energy slicing through the air, severing the worm's tentacles. Seizing the moment, Steve slammed his shield down onto the creature's head, driving it back underground. The swarm here is even more dangerous than in the Prime Universe, Chu Yuan said, his eternal samsara eyes sweeping over the area. Beneath our feet, inside these trees, even the very air, there could be insectoids lurking anywhere. Tony, can your locator find the general direction of the main hive? Tony nodded. A small screen flicked out from his suit's arm, displaying a faint red dot. The core hive is about 50 kilometers to the northeast, but there's a breeding zone in between, full of brood mothers and eggs. If we get close, we'll be swarmed by countless insectoids. Natasha raised her sniper rifle and scanned the distant trees. I just saw winged sentries posted at the tops of those trees. Their field of vision is huge. If we try to go around the breeding zone, we'll almost certainly be spotted. Chu Yuan paused to consider, then spoke. We can't bypass it. The brood mothers in the breeding zone are the swarm's supply depots. If we destroy even a few, we'll weaken their fighting force and gain leverage for negotiations. Tony, you and Peter distract the winged sentries. Steve, you provide cover and use your shield to block the broodmother's corrosive slime. Natasha, you'll snipe at the broodmother's cores. I'll clear the burrower worms on the ground and open a path for everyone. Everyone nodded and moved according to the plan. Tony and Peter shot into the air, heading for the winged sentries. Tony's repulsor cannon sent streaks of red energy arcing deliberately wide, drawing the attention of the winged insectoids, while Peter uses webs to snare several of them, luring them away from the breeding grounds. Steve raised a shield and charged straight toward the breeding zone. Swarms of brood mothers crawled over the ground, scattering eggs as they went. The moment they spotted Steve, they unleashed jets of lurid green slime. Steve blocked the torrent with his shield. Where the slime struck, it sizzled menacingly, corroding the surface, but the vibranium held firm. Natasha found high ground and steadied her sniper rifle, lining up a shot on a broodmother's core. She drew a slow breath and squeezed a trigger. A single shot, perfectly placed. The broodmother toppled with a thunderous crash, the eggs on its back going limp and lifeless at once. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan moved swiftly over the ground, celestial spear sword flashing as he slashed at every fissure, dispatching each burrower worm as it tried to emerge. The power of his eternal samsara eyes allowed him to sense the creature's positions in advance. Every strike hit its mark with flawless precision. Just as everyone was about to break out of the breeding zone, a sudden surge of powerful energy pulsed from the distance. Chu Yuan looked up and saw, at the far end of the breeding zone, a massive green barrier had appeared. Behind the barrier, countless insectoids were gathering, forming a dense black defensive line. Detected, Zerg defensive barrier, formed by the fused energies of countless energy bugs, capable of absorbing all physical and energy-based attacks. Warning, the Zerg Queen's psychic signals are intensifying. She has located us and is mobilizing her swarms to encircle us. This is bad. We've walked into a trap. Tony's voice was tight with urgency. The locator shows over 1 million Zergs advancing toward us within a 10-kilometer radius. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara is swept over the surroundings. Sure enough, he saw a tidal wave of black insectoids surging in from every direction, completely encircling them like a living sea. Behind the barrier, a command broodmother larger than the previous Vanguard broodmother stood at the center, a red crystal embedded in its back, clearly the key to controlling both the barrier and the Zerg forces. We have to destroy that red crystal, Chu Yuan shouted, summoning the tricolor energies of his heavenly swamp spear and slashing at the barrier. The energy struck, sending green ripples shimmering across the shield, but left not even a crack. The barrier had absorbed the attack completely. Useless, the command broodmother screeched, her voice ringing with mockery. Did you really think you could find Her Majesty the Queen's lair so easily? All of this was part of her plan. She intends to trap you here and use your bioenergy to hatch a new generation of elite Zerg. Natasha's face darkened with worry. What do we do now? The barrier can't be breached, the Zergs are closing in, and if this keeps up, we'll be worn down to nothing. Chu Yuan's mind raced. With the eternal samsara eye, he scanned every inch of the barrier. Then he spotted it. Though the shield's energy was formidable, near the command broodmother's red crystal, there was a minuscule gap, a weak point where the energy bug's fusion was thinnest. Tony, can you target the gap near the red crystal with your energy cannon? Chu Yuan asked. That's the weak spot. If you break through there, we can charge in and destroy the crystal. Tony nodded, rotating the cannons on his armored shoulders to align with the gap. I'll need someone to distract the command broodmother. Keep her from adjusting the barrier's energy. I'll do it. Steve raised a shield and dashed toward the barrier. Hit that weak spot while I have her attention. He charged up to the barrier, slamming his shield against it repeatedly to draw the attention of the Broodmother. Sure enough, the Broodmother took the bait, redirecting more energy towards Steve's position, which caused the energy at the breach to weaken noticeably. "Now's our chance," Tony shouted. The shoulder cannon on his suit fired a massive energy beam, striking the breach with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous crack, a huge fissure split the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan leaped forward, the sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear driving straight toward the Broodmother's crimson crystal. The Broodmother tried to dodge, but Natasha's sniper rifle found its mark, striking her leg and slowing her for a crucial instant. Chu Yuan's blade pierced the red crystal precisely, shattering it in a flash. The barrier lost power and collapsed with a tremendous crash. "No!" The Broodmother let out a scream of agony as her body toppled to the ground. Around them, the swarm fell into chaos, momentarily losing control. "Moo!" Chu Yuan shouted, leading the group as they surged toward the core hive. The disordered insectoids couldn't mount any effective resistance, and the team quickly broke through the encirclement, taking flight toward the core nest, 50 kilometers away. Behind them, the black tide of the swarm still gave chase, but their speed had dropped significantly. Chu Yuan glanced back, realizing that this had only been a minor skirmish before the negotiations. The true challenge still awaited them at the core hive. Broodmother destroyed. Zerg army temporarily in disarray. Remaining distance to core hive, 10 kilometers. Alert! A psychic interference field surrounds the core hive. Approaching may result in mental manipulation by the Zerg Queen. It is advised to prepare mental defenses in advance. Chu Yuan gripped the sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear and addressed the others. Only 10 kilometers to the core hive. Get ready. The Zerg Queen's psychic disruption could affect our minds. Tony, does your armor have any mental defense features? Tony nodded. I've already activated the anti-psionic interference module. 10 kilometers felt endless as they traveled through the green mists of the Zerg universe. Chu Yuan led the Avengers team in low flight, the chakra wings of the Susanoo armor slicing through the haze, leaving faint blue trails in their wake. Tony's suit constantly scanned the surroundings, red dots growing denser on the monitor. The Zerg density near the core hive was more than 3 times that of the breeding grounds. 2 kilometers left. Tony's voice was urgent. My tracker shows there's a psychic interference field inside the hive, 5 times stronger than before. Steve, can your serum protect you from a psychic attack? Peter, if you start feeling dizzy, let me know immediately. Peter's voice trembled a little. I'm okay, just a bit stuffy in my helmet. Chu Yuan, can that Zerg Queen really control people's minds? He rushed to the barrier, slamming his shield against it again and again, drawing the attention of the Broodmother commanding the swarm. As expected, the Broodmother took the bait, diverting more energy towards Steve's location, causing the energy at the gap in the barrier to weaken noticeably. Now's our chance, Tony shouted, his shoulder-mounted cannon unleashing a massive energy beam that struck the opening dead-on. With a deafening crash, a huge fissure split open in the barrier. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan leaped forward, thrusting the Heavenly Marsh Spear straight at the Broodmother's crimson crystal. The Broodmother tried to dodge, but Natasha's sniper bullet found its mark, striking its leg and slowing it for a split second. Chu Yuan's blade pierced the red crystal with unerring precision. In an instant, the crystal shattered, the barrier lost its power, and collapsed in a thunderous roar. No! The Broodmother screamed in agony, its body crashing heavily to the ground. All around, the swarm fell into chaos, bereft of her control. Moo! Chu Yuan shouted, leading the others as they charged toward the core nest. Disorganized and confused, the Zerg couldn't mount an effective resistance. The team broke through the encirclement and sped away, heading for the core nest, 50 kilometers in the distance. Behind them, the black tide of Zerg still pursued, but their speed had dropped considerably. Chu Yuan glanced back, knowing full well that this skirmish was only a prelude to the real negotiation. The true challenge awaited them in the core nest. Alert! Broodmother destroyed. Zerg forces temporarily in disarray. Distance to core nest, 10 kilometers. Notice, a psychic interference field surrounds the core nest. Approaching may result in mental control by the Zerg Queen. It is recommended to prepare mental defenses in advance. Gripping the Heavenly Marsh Spear, Chu Yuan addressed the others. Only 10 kilometers left to the core nest. Everyone get ready. The Zerg Queen's psychic interference could affect our minds. Tony, does your suit have any mental shielding? Tony nodded. I've already activated the anti-psychic interference module. The 10-kilometer stretch seemed endless in the green mists of the Zerg universe. Chu Yuan led the Avengers in low flight, the chakra wings of the Susanoo armor slicing through the fog and leaving faint blue trails behind. Tony's suit constantly scanned the surroundings, and the red dots on his display grew more and more dense. The Zerg presence near the core nest was more than 3 times that of the breeding grounds. 2 kilometers left. Tony's voice was tense. My locator shows there's a psychic interference field inside the nest, 5 times stronger than before. Steve, can your serum resist psychic attacks? Peter, if you start feeling disoriented, let me know immediately. Peter's voice trembled slightly. I'm okay, just a little stifled inside the helmet. Shu Yuan, can the Zerg Queen really take control of someone's mind? He rushed to the barrier, slamming his shield against it again and again, drawing the attention of the Brood Mother. The Brood Mother took the bait, diverting more energy towards Steve's direction, and the energy at the breach in the barrier visibly weakened. Now, Tony shouted, his shoulder-mounted cannon firing a massive beam of energy that struck the gap with pinpoint accuracy. With a thunderous crack, a huge fissure split the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan leapt up, the Heavenly Marsh spear sword thrusting straight toward the Brood Mother's red crystal. The Brood Mother tried to dodge, but Natasha's sniper shot struck her in the leg, slowing her for a critical moment. Chu Yuan's sword found its mark, piercing the red crystal. It shattered instantly, and the barrier, drained of energy, collapsed with a tremendous crash. No! The Brood Mother shrieked in agony as her body crashed to the ground. The surrounding swarm, suddenly leaderless, fell into temporary chaos. Move! Chu Yuan shouted, leading the group toward the core nest. Disorganized, the swarm couldn't mount an effective resistance, and the team quickly broke through the encirclement, speeding off toward the core nest 50 kilometers away. Behind them, the black tide of the swarm still gave chase, but their pace had slowed considerably. Chu Yuan glanced back, knowing in his heart that this was merely a skirmish before the real negotiations. The true challenge awaited them at the core nest. Brood Mother destroyed. Swarm forces are temporarily in disarray. Distance to core nest remaining 10 kilometers. Warning, psychic disruption field detected around the core nest. Approaching may subject you to the Swarm Queen's mental control. It is recommended to prepare mental defenses in advance. Clutching the Heavenly Marsh spear sword, Chu Yuan spoke to the others. We're only 10 kilometers from the core nest. Get ready. The Swarm Queen's psychic interference could affect our minds. Tony, does your suit have any mental protection features? Tony nodded. I've already activated the anti-psychic interference module. 10 kilometers felt endlessly long as they traveled through the green mists of the Swarm's universe. Chu Yuan led the Avengers team in low flight, the chakra wings of the Susanoo armor slicing through the fog and leaving faint blue trails in their wake. Tony's suit continuously scanned the environment, the red dots on his screen growing increasingly dense. The swarm concentration near the core nest was more than triple that of the breeding areas. 2 kilometers left. Tony's voice was tense. My tracker shows a psychic disruption field inside the nest, 5 times stronger than before. Steve, can your serum shield you from psychic shocks? Peter, if you feel your mind getting cloudy, let me know immediately. Peter's voice trembled slightly. I'm okay, just a little stuffy in my helmet. Chu Yuan, can that Swarm Queen really control people's minds? Chu Yuan hadn't even had time to answer when Natasha suddenly shouted, "Watch out ahead!" Everyone looked up to see the mist parting abruptly. Before their eyes loomed a colossal nest, constructed from black chitin and oozing with green slime. The nest soared nearly 100 meters into the air, its surface riddled with honeycomb-like openings. Within each, red eyes flickered menacingly. At its summit, a massive energy conduit shot a pillar of green light skyward, connecting directly to a spatial rift that linked back to the primary universe. Alert! Zerg core nest detected. The nest summit contains a spatial connection conduit, responsible for stabilizing the rift with the main universe. Warning! Zerg Queen's energy signature detected. Located in the core chamber at the very bottom of the nest. Current psychic interference field, Class S. Take out that conduit first. We need to cut off their supply line. Chu Yuan took the lead, unleashing an attack. The sword of the celestial spear gathered tricolor energy, slashing toward the conduit. A beam of golden sword energy pierced through the mist, but was halted the instant it touched the pillar of light. An invisible barrier, brimming with crimson runes, materialized to block it. It was the psychic energy of the Zerg Queen, crystallized into a shield. Outsiders, you finally arrived. A cold female voice echoed inside their minds, bypassing their ears and striking directly at their consciousness. Did you really think destroying a few brood mothers or breaking through a single barrier would stop the invasion? How naive. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eyes narrowed abruptly, and the scene before him twisted in an instant. The green mist transformed into the streets of New York in the main universe. Natasha lay motionless in a pool of blood, a Zerg tendril impaled through her chest. Tony's armor was shattered, Peter's webshooter lay discarded on the ground, and Steve's shield was split in two. No! Chu Yuan roared, straining to rush forward, only to find himself completely immobilized. Warning! Host has fallen into a psychic illusion. The Zerg Queen is using her interference field to create a nightmare vision, attempting to break the host's will. Tip: channel the purifying energy of the celestial spear to sever the psychic link. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in the illusion forever. The system's prompt snapped Chu Yuan back to clarity. Gritting his teeth against the pain of the illusion, he poured purifying energy into the sword of the celestial spear. The golden runes along its blade flared to life, and a wave of cleansing light burst outward from him. The nightmare shattered like glass, and the Avengers each broke free from their own visions, faces pale and shaken. Damn it, that Queen's psychic power is off the charts. Tony's armor pulsed with red warning lights. My anti-psychic module was almost breached. At that very moment, countless black tentacles burst forth from the holes on the surface of the nest, whipping toward the group in a wild tangle. Viscous green slime coated the tentacles, and wherever it dripped onto the ground, it sizzled and ate away at the earth, leaving behind a trail of small, smoking pits. Assault flyers, burrowers, and the mindworms, Steve shouted, raising his shield to block one of the slithering limbs. They're trying to drag us into the nest. Chu Yuan sprang into the air, 6 chakra arms unfurling at his sides. With lightning speed, he seized 6 tentacles at once, infusing them with purifying energy. Instantly, the tentacles lost all vitality, crumbling away into black powder. Tony, Peter, go destroy the energy conduits. Chu Yuan, Goman, Steve, Natasha, cover me. I'm heading for the core chamber to find the Queen. Tony nodded, unleashing a barrage from his repulsor and shoulder-mounted cannon, scarlet beams of energy tearing into the swarming creatures around the conduits. Peter spun webs, ensnaring a darting flyer and flinging it into another, clearing a temporary path. Steve and Natasha stood back to back, holding their ground as the insect horde surged from both earth and sky. Vibranium shield and dagger moved in perfect harmony, each strike landing true, taking down the bugs with surgical precision. Seizing the opening, Chu Yuan rushed toward the nest's entrance, his heavenly swamp spear slicing through the oncoming tentacles and insect warriors. With his eternal samsara eye, he pierced the nest's tangled interior. He could see the core chamber lay deep at the very bottom, beyond 3 layers of insect tunnels, each guarded by its own breed of defenders. The first layer was infested with burrowers, erupting from cracks in the floor and walls, trying to drag Chu Yuan down into the depths. He triggered the 6 paths. Gamma escape. Blue energy flared beneath his feet, forcing the burrowers back into the fissures. Then, wielding the heavenly swamp spear's power to slice through time itself, he carved an opening straight through the wall, bypassing the burrowers' ambush and reaching the second tunnel layer. Here, mindworms awaited, tiny, insidious creatures capable of unleashing faint psychic waves to cloud Chu Yuan's thoughts. But his eternal samsara eye activated an automatic mental shield, while the spear's purifying energy formed a barrier, shutting out the psychic assault. Moving swiftly, he traversed the tunnel and emerged at the 3rd layer. This passage held no insects, only a barrier woven of condensed psychic energy. Beyond it lay the core chamber. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, channeling all his strength into the heavenly swamp spear. Golden sword light flared, imbued with the power to cleave time and purify. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered. The core chamber unfolded before his eyes. At its center floated an enormous insectoid queen, her body armored in black chitin and glowing with green energy. A pair of massive crimson eyes glared from her head, and dozens of psychic tentacles writhed around her, each one anchored to the psychic core pulsing above the chamber. You finally arrived, Chu Yuan. The Empress's voice echoed once more, her psychic tendrils lashing out toward him. I know you want to negotiate, but you humans simply don't understand. The Zerg are only trying to survive. The resources of Universe 2006 have already been drained dry by your interdimensional mining teams. We have no choice but to invade the main universe. Otherwise, our entire species will perish. Chu Yuan paused mid-action. Interdimensional mining teams? You mean humans destroyed your habitat? That's right. The Empress's voice trembled with fury. They mined vibranium and cosmic cube fragments in Universe 2006, destroyed our nests, and killed our young. How dare you accuse us of invasion? A shock ran through Chu Yuan. He hadn't expected such a story behind the Zerg's invasion, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if it's humanity's fault, you can't harm innocent people. Ordinary people in the main universe had no part in the mining. They shouldn't have to suffer this war. We can negotiate. Let the Time Administration intervene, help you find new territory, and stop the mining operations. Negotiate. The Empress let out a cold, scornful laugh. Her psychic tendrils darted toward him with renewed speed. I already gave humanity a chance. The miners kill my children. Now, your kind must pay the price. Dozens of psychic tendrils coiled around Chu Yuan at once, and a surge of green energy coursed through them, trying to overwhelm his consciousness. But the eternal samsara eye in Chu Yuan's brow blazed gold and crimson, and with a flash, the heavenly swamp spear in his hand slashed toward the Empress's psychic core. She hadn't expected him to break free and could only hastily block with her tendrils. With a sharp crack, the blade's energy severed several tendrils, but was stopped by the Empress's psychic core. Her red eyes glinted with ruthless determination. Suddenly, she poured all her mental power into Chu Yuan, intent on mutual destruction, triggering an explosion of energy inside him to annihilate the nest and widen the rift in space, letting a flood of Zerg into the main universe. Chu Yuan felt the energies inside him spiral into chaos. Chakra, purified energy, and the power of the space gem clashing violently, on the verge of detonating. His mind wavered, consciousness fading, and vision swam before his eyes. This time, the main universe lay in ruins. Natasha, Tony, and Steve all fell before the Zerg onslaught. No, I can't lose. Chu Yuan roared, mustering the last of his will. He plunged the heavenly swamp spear into his own chest, channeling the chaotic energies into the blade, then unleashing them through it in a final strike at the Empress's psychic core. Three-colored energy burst forth from Chu Yuan's chest, channeling through the sword of the celestial swamp and striking the Empress's mental core. The Empress let out a piercing, anguished scream as her core shattered in an instant, her body dissolving into a cloud of green powder. Drained by the expenditure of energy, Chu Yuan collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. Alert! Zerg Empress destroyed. The core nest is collapsing. The main universe spatial rift is closing. Alert! Host's energy disturbance has triggered the awakening of the energy decomposition talent. You may now decompose and absorb any energy entity you touch. Notice, the spatial gem in the host's hand is being decomposed and absorbed. The eternal samsara, I will evolve with spatial abilities. A faint glow shimmered around Chu Yuan's body as the spatial gem in his hand began to break down, transforming into streams of blue energy that surged into his eyes. Amidst the golden-red radiance of the eternal samsara eye, a streak of blue appeared, and his chakra started to merge with spatial energy. Ju! Natasha burst into the core chamber. Spotting Chu Yuan lying motionless on the ground, she rushed to his side. Are you all right? Don't scare me like that. Slowly, Chu Yuan opened his eyes, blue streaks flickering within them. He stood up, feeling a surge of newfound power inside him. He could now sense the structure of space all around, and could even see the fabric of space and its fractures in his mind. I'm fine, he said softly. The Empress is dead. The spatial rift is closing. The main universe is safe now. Tony, Steve, and Peter came running into the chamber, and on seeing Chu Yuan safe, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. The nest is coming down. We need to get out of here, Tony shouted, leading everyone toward the time corridor. As they dashed out of the collapsing nest, the green mist was already starting to dissipate. The time corridor unfurled before them. Chu Yuan took one last look at Universe 2006. Here, with the Empress gone, the Zerg would soon face extinction. Yet he knew the root of this war lay in humanity's own greed. On the outskirts of Darwinport in the main universe, UN soldiers were clearing the battlefield. As Chu Yuan and the Avengers stepped out of the time corridor, Major General Mark and the surviving troops surrounded them, eyes brimming with gratitude. Heroes, you did it. The spatial rift has closed. The Zerg haven't returned. Chu Yuan nodded, saying little. He could still feel the spatial energy within him merging with the eternal samsara eye, the blue patterns in his right eye growing ever clearer. Focusing his mind, he suddenly saw a fine crack appear in the air before him. A wormhole. Though only the size of a palm, he could clearly see what lay beyond. Avengers Tower in New York, inside Tony's lab, where Peter was tinkering with a new web shooter. Eternal Rinnegan evolution complete. New ability unlocked. Spatial manipulation. You can now create small wormholes, alter local spatial structures, and teleport short distances instantly. no cooldown. Energy disintegration, talent stabilized. Actively disintegrate any energy entity you come into contact with, including infinity stones, absorbing their power to strengthen yourself. A surge of delight rose in Chu Yuan's heart. He had finally gained the power to control space. This meant that in future battles, he would have far more tactical options at his disposal. He glanced at the remnants of the space stone in his hand. The gem itself had already been broken down into minute particles of energy, which had merged into his body, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Chu, what exactly happened back in the nest just now? Tony asked with great curiosity. We saw you collapse on the ground and thought you were. I awakened a new ability, Chu Yuan replied, choosing not to keep it secret. He extended his hand, and right before everyone's eyes, a small wormhole appeared, its other end opening up to the shores of Darwin Harbor. Now I can break down and absorb energy, and manipulate space as well. Just now, I disintegrated the space stone and absorbed its energy, allowing my Rinnegan to evolve. Everyone stood stunned, and Peter in particular crowded up to the wormhole, peering at it with wide-eyed fascination. Wow, Chu Yuan, you're incredible. Can you teleport me to New York? I want to go home and eat Aunt May's apple pie. Chu Yuan chuckled as he closed the wormhole. Not yet. I still need practice to control the distance and size of the portals. Besides, there are more important things I must attend to first. He took out the Time Variance Authority badge and pressed the communicator. Loki's voice quickly came through. Chu, did you succeed? I've already received word that the main universe's spatial rift has been closed. Loki, I need to see you, Chu Yuan said urgently. I want to know, is there any way to get more Infinity Stones? Any of them will do. There was a moment of silence on the other end, and when Loki spoke again, his tone was tinged with something odd. Stones, huh? You really do have a knack for landing me in trouble. As it happens, the TVA recently received a mission. If you complete it, you'll get 5 Infinity Stones as a reward, and the TVA won't interfere. You'll have complete freedom to use them, or even exchange them with me for other types. A spark of hope kindled in Chu Yuan's heart. What's the mission? Universe number 241, Loki replied, his voice turning grave. The situation there is very unusual. Thanos never managed to gather all the stones, because, during Tony Stark's childhood, Thanos used the Time Stone to alter his memories and turn him to his side. In the final battle of New York, Tony betrayed the Avengers and launched a surprise attack, allowing Thanos to wipe out half the universe's population with ease. Chu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Iron Man betrayed them? Thanos used the Time Stone to turn him against the Avengers. That's right. Loki continued. Right now, the timeline of Universe 241 is in chaos. Thanos is preparing to destroy the remaining half of the universe. The Time Variance Authority needs you to travel to the period just before the Battle of New York. Use the Time Stone's power to traverse time, expose the true identity of Tony from Universe 241, stop his ambush, and thwart Thanos' plan at the same time. If you succeed, all 5 Infinity Stones of that universe, reality, mind, power, soul, and time, will be yours. You can even exchange any of them with the Authority for fragments from other universes, further strengthening your abilities. Clenching his fist, a look of determination flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes. I accept the mission. When do I leave? You may depart at any time, but some preparation is necessary, Loki's voice replied. In Universe 241, Thanos hasn't gathered all the stones, but he's even stronger than the Thanos of the main universe. Tony possesses highly advanced technology and, on top of that, has been granted partial abilities from the Mind Stone by Thanos. You must be cautious. It would be wise to bring your fellow Avengers. Chu Yuan looked over to Tony, Steve, Natasha, and Peter, who all nodded their willingness to join him. We'll need a day to get ready, Chu Yuan said to Loki. I'll meet you at the TVA headquarters at this time tomorrow. Standing before the golden portal of the Time Variance Authority, Chu Yuan declined the Avengers' offer to accompany him. The core dilemma in Universe 241 was Iron Man's betrayal. Too many people intervening would only raise suspicion, and Thanos had an acute sense for outsiders. Going alone would make it easier to conceal his identity. I'll stay in contact with you through the badge at all times, Chu Yuan said, gripping the TVA insignia tightly. Loki had attached a fragment of the Time Stone to it, just enough to get him back to 48 hours before the Battle of New York. If I sense any danger, I'll withdraw immediately. Don't worry about me. Tony wanted to argue further, but Chu Yuan silenced him with a look. Trust me, with my current mastery of spatial manipulation and my energy decomposition talent, I'm more than prepared for the unexpected. You all need to remain here in the main universe, ready to provide backup at any moment. That way, we avoid a crisis on 2 fronts. Natasha stepped forward and embraced Chu Yuan gently, slipping a tiny communicator into his hand. Tony modified this. It's a cross-universe communicator. Even if the time stone blocks all signals, it'll still get your message through. Remember, no matter what, we're always here to support you. Shu Yuan nodded, then turned and stepped into the golden passageway. The instant the portal sealed behind him, he felt the pull of temporal energy, different from his previous journeys between universes. The timeline of Universe 241, warped by Thanos' interference, was dangerously unstable. Fragmented images flickered through the tunnel. A young Tony surrounded by a looming purple figure. Thanos. During the Battle of New York, Iron Man's repulsor aimed at Captain America's back, half the living beings in the universe dissolving into drifting ash. Warning: timeline disruption detected in Universe 241. Current coordinates: Midtown Manhattan, 48 hours before the Battle of New York. Alert: Thanos' temporal disturbance field now blankets the entire planet. The energy of your time stone fragment will only last 72 hours. If you exceed this limit, the timeline will reject you. Tip: it is recommended the host disguise themselves as an ordinary citizen to avoid detection by Thanos' agents, including the now traitorous Tony. The portal closed within an abandoned warehouse. Stepping outside, Chu Yuan found that this New York City was nothing like the one he knew from the primary universe. The sky pressed down with a heavy, ashen gray. People hurried through the streets, faces tense and wary. Occasionally, squads of soldiers patrolled in Stark Industries' security uniforms. Each bore a purple emblem on their arm, and emblazoned on it was Thanos' unmistakable sigil. Stark Industries has already been infiltrated by Thanos, Chu Yuan muttered, lowering the brim of his hat. He suppressed the energy of the Heavenly Marsh Spear and activated the spatial perception mode of his eternal Samsara Eye. Instantly, he could sense a surge of powerful psychic energy radiating from the top floor of Stark Tower. None other than Tony Stark himself, now augmented by the Mind Stone. Chu Yuan didn't risk approaching directly. Instead, he first found a hidden apartment, temporarily borrowing a vacant room using his spatial manipulation abilities. He took out the Time Stone fragment that Loki had given him. The shard pulsed with a faint green glow in his palm. Loki had claimed this fragment could reveal tampered memories. As long as he got close to Tony, he could expose evidence of Thanos' corruption. But how can I get close to Tony? Chu Yuan Muset. Stark Tower's security was impenetrable, and Tony was constantly surrounded by telepaths, Thanos' loyal operatives. A direct infiltration would be nothing short of walking into a trap. Just then, a commotion broke out in the street below. Chu Yuan glanced out the window and saw a squad of Stark Industries security soldiers encircling a figure clad in a battered red suit, Spider-Man. But this Spider-Man's suit was tattered and scorched. His mask was ripped, exposing Peter's pale, desperate face. His wrists were shackled with glowing energy cuffs as the soldiers dragged him toward Stark Tower. Detected. Universe 241 Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Status: captured. Reason: discovered secret communications between Iron Man and Thanos. Attempted to alert the Avengers. Tip: Spider-Man is currently the only living witness who can prove Tony's betrayal. If you can rescue him, you may obtain crucial information. A spark flickered in Chu Yuan's mind. This was the best chance to get close to Tony. He swiftly changed outfits, disguising himself as a Stark Industries security guard, using his spatial manipulation abilities to perfectly replicate every detail of a patrolman's uniform, and slipped into the rear of the escort squad. As the team made its way to the underground parking garage of Stark Tower, Chu Yuan seized his moment. He triggered a short-range spatial blink, appearing instantly behind the two guards escorting Spider-Man. 6 Chakra arms shot out, swiftly clamping over the soldiers' mouths and dragging them into the shadows of the garage. Don't make a sound. Chu Yuan removed a guard's helmet and spoke to the stunned Peter. I'm an ally from another universe, here specifically to stop Tony's betrayal and Thanos' scheme. Peter's eyes widened in disbelief. Instantly, Chu Yuan produced the cross-universe communicator and played a recording of Peter from the Prime Universe. Hey, other me, if you're hearing this, it means Brother Chu Yuan found you. Trust him, he's our friend. He can help us save this universe. This recording was specially prepared by Prime Universe Peter before Chu Yuan's departure. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Peter from Universe 241 finally let down his guard. You really can help us? Tony, is he truly under Thanos' control? I saw him talking to some giant purple guy, Thanos, and I overheard them say they'd take care of the Avengers during the Battle of New York. It's more than just control, Chu Yuan replied, breaking Peter's handcuffs with an energy disintegration technique. Thanos used the Time Stone to alter Tony's childhood memories, making him believe the Avengers will betray him. Then he reinforced Tony's loyalty with the Mind Stone, turning him into Thanos' pawn. We have to find evidence of these altered memories and expose Tony before the Battle of New York, to stop his betrayal. Peter nodded and pulled a tiny hard drive from pocket in his suit. I secretly copied security data from Stark Tower. It's got the access codes to Tony's private lab. He stores all his communications with Thanos in the highest-level database there. Chu Yuan's heart leapt. This was exactly the evidence he needed, but he quickly calmed himself. There are probably telepaths guarding the lab. We can't just break in by force. And Tony's tech here is even more advanced than in the Prime Universe. His new armor, the Godslayer Mark 85, can absorb and reflect energy attacks, and even withstand the power of an Infinity Stone, at least for a short time. Peter added, I also know that every night at 10 o'clock, Tony goes to the lab to calibrate the equipment. That's when the telepath leaves briefly to report in. It's our only chance. Chu Yuan glanced at his watch. It was 8 p.m. They still had 2 hours. He told Peter, hide in the abandoned warehouse nearby for now. I'll go to the lab to get the evidence. Once I have it, I'll contact you via communicator. We'll meet at the warehouse, then go find the other Avengers together. The Captain America and Black Widow of Universe 241 still have no idea about Tony's betrayal. Peter nodded, taking the Chakra dagger Chu Yuan handed him, a temporary weapon formed from condensed chakra. Be careful. Tony's suit has anti-stealth capabilities. Even if you use your spatial powers to hide, he might still spot you. Chu Yuan nodded in return, then disguised himself once more as a security guard and headed for the elevator in Stark Tower. As the elevator ascended, his eternal samsara, I scanned the surroundings without pause. Each floor of the building was lined with energy detectors, and the psychic energy on the top floor was growing ever more intense. Tony seemed to have sensed something was off and was setting up even more defenses around the lab. A soft chime signaled the elevator's arrival at the top floor. Chu Yuan stepped out to find the laboratory doors tightly sealed, flanked by 2 psychic sentinels in black combat suits. Their eyes glowed with an eerie violet light as they used telepathy to scan everyone who passed. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, merging his chakra with spatial energy to temporarily mask his outsider's aura. A new technique he'd learned fighting the Zerg in another universe, allowing his energy signature to blend seamlessly with the environment. Identification. One of the psychic sentinels demanded, the violet glow sweeping over Chu Yuan's body. Chu Yuan forced himself to stay calm and recited the security code he'd copied earlier. Security number 739, ordered to patrol the perimeter of the lab. The sentinel's violet gaze paused, as if verifying the information. Sweat beaded in Chu Yuan's palm. He could feel the telepath probing his memories. If they discovered he lacked the memories of Universe 241, his cover would be instantly blown. Just then, the lab door swung open. Tony Stark emerged, clad in a suit of silvery purple armor. The arc reactor on his chest glowed violet, unlike the blue of the main universe, and the purple insignia on his arm blazed sharply. Let him in, Tony said, his voice filtered through the suit's cold, mechanical timbre. He had clearly confirmed the existence of number 739 through the security system, but hadn't realized Chu Yuan's true identity. Chu Yuan's heart tightened, but he could only brace himself and step into the laboratory. Inside, the room was crisscrossed with glowing purple energy conduits. At the center console, the screen displayed a Battle of New York Avengers deployment map. Next to every Avenger's portrait glowed a red elimination mark, and Iron Man's face was tagged as Key Executor. Head to the west side of the lab and check the stability of the energy conduits, Tony said without turning, his gaze fixed on the console. Lord Thanos demands the Godslayer armor must be fully powered before tomorrow. We can't afford a single mistake. Chu Yuan nodded and used the opportunity to move toward the lab's west side, the very spot where the database's hidden entrance was located, according to Peter's hard drive data. With a swift scan from his eternal samsara eye, he discovered the entrance shrouded by a psychic energy barrier, requiring Tony's Iris plus psychic energy dual authentication to open. I have to distract Tony, Chu Yuan calculated silently. At the same time, he used his spatial manipulation ability to create a minute spatial fissure in the conduit. The gap wouldn't cause an explosion, but it would trigger an abnormal energy reading. As expected, the console's alarm blared. Warning, abnormal energy fluctuations detected in west conduit. Possible leak. Tony frowned and turned to head west. What's going on? I just checked this morning. How did this fluctuation happen? Chu Yuan pretended to panic as he inspected the conduit. Sir, I think the junction's come loose. There's a slow energy leak. Tony came closer, bending down to examine the conduit's connection. Chu Yuan seized the moment. His eternal samsara, I suddenly unleashed a spatial interference, temporarily blocking Tony's psychic sense. In a flash, all 6 of Chu Yuan's chakra arms latched onto Tony's wrist, pressing the time stone shard against his arm. Who are you? Tony reacted instantly. Palm repulsor aimed at Chu Yuan, but the spatial interference rendered it powerless for now. The moment the Time Stone shard touched Tony's skin, a torrent of emerald light erupted. Countless altered memories flickered in the air. Young Tony, after his parent car crash, a memory twisted by Thanos. Being told by Thanos, the Avengers plotted the accident. Scenes of Tony developing his armor as Thanos, with a Mind Stone, relentlessly planted the idea that the Avengers will betray you. And just before the Battle of New York, Thanos' false promise. Defeat the Avengers, and I'll help you bring your parents back. No, this isn't real. Tony roared, straining to break free from Chu Yuan's grip. His armor's arc reactor blazed with fierce purple light, blasting away Chu Yuan's chakra arms. Chu Yuan did not back down. In an instant, the heavenly marsh spear transformed into a sword, golden energy arcing straight toward Tony's chest. This is the truth. Thanos has tampered with your memories, twisted your hatred, and made you a pawn in his plan to destroy the universe. Check the laboratory database. It holds all your communications with Thanos, and proof that he intended to destroy Earth after dealing with the Avengers. Tony's gaze wavered. The shock of those memory fragments cracked the defenses of his mind. Almost involuntarily, he glanced toward the entrance to the database on the control panel. At that moment, the lab doors burst open. Two Mind Guardians rushed in, waves of violet psychic energy surging toward Chu Yuan. Assassin! How dare you attack Lord Stark, they shouted. Forced to turn, Chu Yuan raised his heavenly marsh spear to block the psychic blasts. Tony seized the moment to retreat, purple plasma gathering again in his palm repulsors, though he didn't fire right away. His eyes shone with inner turmoil, torn between false memories and the truth. Tony, snap out of it! Chu Yuan shouted, parrying the Mind Guardian's relentless assault. The Avengers didn't kill your parents. Thanos is just using you. Once the battle for New York begins, you'll end up killing your friend yourself, letting Thanos destroy half the universe without lifting a finger. Tony's body trembled, and the glow from his palm cannon began to fade. But the Mind Guardians pressed their attack, and a surge of violet energy struck Chu Yuan's back. Blood spattered from his lips. The light in his heavenly marsh spear dimmed, flickering dangerously. My lord, don't let him deceive you, one of the Mind Guardians called out. Lord Thanos warned you. Outsiders will try to trick you with false memories. Kill him, and you'll fulfill Lord Thanos' mission. Tony's eyes turned cold once more. He leveled his palm cannon at Chu Yuan. Despair gripped Chu Yuan's heart. He knew Tony's mind had not fully broken free, and that his own energy was nearly depleted. If this continued, he'd not only fail to access the database, but would soon be surrounded by Thanos' reinforcements. It seems I have no choice but to retreat for now. Chu Yuan clenched his jaw, activating his spatial manipulation powers. A wormhole shimmered open before him. Tony, I'll be back. I'll make sure you see the truth with your own eyes. With a leap, Chu Yuan vanished into the wormhole, which snapped shut behind him. Tony stared at the now empty lab. The energy in his palm cannon slowly dissipated, and the struggle in his eyes grew more intense. He walked to the control panel, fingers hovering over the open database button, hesitating, unable to press it. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan tumbled through the wormhole, battered by the chaotic currents of space. He finally landed in the abandoned warehouse where they'd agreed to meet. As he caught his breath, Peter came rushing over, his face full of concern. Chu Yuan, are you all right? I just sensed a huge surge of energy. I thought you. Chu Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head. We didn't get the evidence, but Tony's mental defenses are starting to crack. We still have time. Before the Battle of New York, we must find the other Avengers and expose Thanos' plot together. Notice, host has made first contact with the target, Tony Stark. Acquired altered memory fragment. Warning, Thanos spies have detected outsider intrusion. Security at Stark Tower will be raised to maximum within 12 hours, and the Avengers' residences will be under surveillance. Tip: in Universe 241, Captain America, Steve Rogers, is hiding in an abandoned church in Brooklyn. He should be contacted as a priority. Chu Yuan took out Peter's miniature hard drive. The map of Star Tower was still blinking on its surface. He drew a deep breath, a look of resolve passing through his eyes. Although the first operation hadn't succeeded, he had at least planted seeds of doubt in Tony's mind. In the next 24 hours, he would have to race against time to find Captain America and unite the Avengers. Only then could he prevent the tragedy brought on by altered memories before the Battle of New York began. In a shadowy corner of the abandoned warehouse, Chu Yuan was using Peter's miniature hard drive to analyze the security data of Stark Tower. On the screen, a map of Brooklyn gradually became clearer, with the location of the abandoned church marked as a high-probability safe zone. According to the data, several anti-Stark Industries signals have been detected from near the church over the past week. Most likely Captain America secretly reaching out to other Avengers. We need to reach the church before dawn, Chu Yuan said as he shut down the hard drive, adjusting the energy of the heavenly spear sword to defense mode. The recent battle had left his chakra not fully recovered, and now Thanos spies were actively hunting them. Once the sun comes up, Stark Industries will expand its patrols, and it'll be much harder for us to move. Peter nodded, quickly patching up his damaged suit with a makeshift defensive layer. I've been in touch with Steve before. He said there's a psychic shield in the church, left by S.H.I.E.L.D. back in the day. Thanos' mind guardians can't penetrate it. As long as we make it to the church, we'll be safe for a while. Taking advantage of the night, the two slipped through Brooklyn's narrow alleys. Chu Yuan kept his eternal samsara eye open, constantly scanning the space to avoid patrol routes. He soon realized that Thanos' forces were far stronger than expected. Stark Industries' soldiers were not the only ones searching. There were also some augmented creatures patrolling the rooftops, much like the Chitauri warriors from the main universe. Their eyes emitted wide beams of violet scanning light, sweeping across vast areas. Careful! Chu Yuan suddenly pulled Peter aside, ducking behind a garbage bin. An augmented creature swooped overhead, its violet scans sweeping right over where they'd just been standing, narrowly missing them. These creatures were brought here by Thanos from the dark dimension, Peter whispered, lowering his voice. Their scanning beams can detect energy fluctuations from outside this universe. Your spatial energy just now almost gave us away. A chill ran through Chu Yuan's heart. He immediately suppressed all spatial energy, leaving only the most basic perception granted by the eternal samsara eye. Clearly, Thanos had long since prepared for interlopers, and might even have anticipated his arrival. The two pressed on, finally reaching the abandoned church at 4 a.m. The church doors were tightly shut, bearing a faded shield insignia carved into the wood. Following Peter's instructions, Chu Yuan knocked 3 times on the door, 2 long, 1 short, the secret signal of the Avengers from Universe 241. After a moment, the side door creaked open, and a figure in a black trench coat and a baseball cap peeked out. It was Steve Rogers, Captain America himself. His shield was hidden beneath his coat, and his eyes were sharp and wary as he sized Chu Yuan up. Who are you? And why are you with Peter? Steve, this is Chu Yuan. He's an ally from another universe, Peter quickly explained. He can help us expose Tony's betrayal and stop Thanos' plan. Steve didn't lower his guard. Instead, his hand moved to the pistol at his waist. Another universe? What proof do you have that you're not bait sent by Thanos? Lately, Thanos' people have been disguising themselves as rebels to lure our companions into traps. Chu Yuan understood Steve's vigilance. After all, the Avengers of Universe 241 had already been deeply infiltrated by Thanos, losing too many comrades along the way. Trusting strangers was a luxury they could no longer afford. He produced a fragment of the Time Stone, which glimmered green in his palm. This is a piece of the Time Stone. It can reveal memories that have been tampered with. I just snuck into Stark Tower and used it to show Tony part of the truth. His childhood memories were fabricated by Thanos. The car accident that killed his parents had nothing to do with the Avengers. Thanos was simply manipulating his hatred. To prove his sincerity, Chu Yuan pressed the shard to Steve's forehead. A surge of green light poured in, and vivid images flashed before Steve's eyes. Young Tony clutching a photo of his parents, weeping. Thanos' hulking purple form looming behind him, whispering. It was Captain America and the Avengers who orchestrated the crash to seize Stark Industries. A simulated scene from the Battle of New York, where Tony's repulsor blast shattered Steve's shield, the Avengers fell amidst explosions. And Thanos stood atop the ruins, laughing maniacally. Is this real? Steve's whole body trembled violently. He could scarcely believe that Tony, his brother-in-arms, had been manipulated by Thanos to such a degree. Yet, the sound of Thanos' voice, the torment in Tony's eyes, these details were too vivid, too raw. Only someone who'd truly experienced memory tampering could reveal such things. Steve, we don't have time to hesitate, Chu Yuan said urgently, retrieving the fragment. Thanos' spies have already realized I've infiltrated. In less than half a day, they'll search this place. We need to contact the other Avengers immediately and find Tony before the Battle of New York, so we can fully awaken his memory. Steve took a deep breath, finally letting down his guard. He pushed open the side door of the church. There are 2 more companions inside, our last remaining Avengers. The interior of the church was dim and heavy with tension. Sitting on a pew before the altar were 2 familiar figures, Natasha, the Black Widow, and Clint, Hawkeye. Natasha's arm was wrapped in a blood-stained bandage, and Clint's quiver was down to half its usual arrows. It was clear they'd just survived a fierce battle. Steve, who is he? Natasha asked warily, her hand gripping the pistol at her waist. Her gaze was sharp as a blade. Having endured too many betrayals, she was more cautious than anyone. He's Chu Yuan, from another universe. He can help us uncover the truth about Tony, Steve explained, relaying what he had just witnessed. Thanos has tampered with Tony's memories. We can't let him go down the wrong path any longer. Clint lowered his bow, his eyes clouded with emotion. Tony, he's really being controlled? Just last week we were on a mission together. The way he looked at me, it felt just like before. That's the Mind Stone's doing, Chuyuan added. Thanos implanted a shard of the Mind Stone inside Tony. It strengthens his loyalty and conceals the cracks in his memory. Only the Time Stone can fully break the mind's hold and restore his reason. Just then, the church window shattered with a crash. A surge of purple psychic energy slithered in like a nest of vipers. In the next instant, dozens of Mind Guardians in black armor burst through the doors. At their head was a figure in a silver mask, his voice cold and mechanical. So, the rats who've been hiding for so long finally show themselves. Alert! Thanos' mind-hunting squad detected. The leader is Thanos' chief lieutenant, Cohen. He has a core fragment of the Mind Stone implanted and can synchronize attacks from 100 Guardians. Warning! The church's anti-psychic barrier has been breached. Host's spatial energy will be suppressed by the Mind Stone's power. Teleportation is temporarily disabled. Cohen! Steve roared, raising his shield and stepping in front of the others. Thanos sent you to wipe us out for good? Cohen let out a chilling laugh and swept his arm forward. Dozens of violet energy beams blasted toward them. Lord Thanos has decreed. Anyone who stands in his way will be reduced to ashes. Especially you, Captain America. When Tony kills you with his own hands, all thoughts of betrayal will be snuffed out for good. Chuyuan immediately summoned the sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear, its golden blade slicing through the energy beam. A deafening roar erupted as the sword energy collided with the blast, and in an instant, the church's dome collapsed, sending chunks of stone raining down like a storm. Steve, take Natasha and Clint and break out through the back. I'll hold them off. No, your spatial powers aren't working. Facing them alone is too dangerous. Steve refused, raising his shield to block another wave of energy. We go together. I'll cover our escape. Natasha and Clint sprang into action. Natasha fired her pistol, vibranium round striking the chest plates of two of the Sentinels. Clint loosed an arrow tipped with an explosive head that detonated amidst their attackers, buying a brief moment's reprieve. But Cohen's power was far beyond anything they had expected. He raised a hand, conjuring a massive orb of psychic energy, and hurled it toward the center of the church. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The energy sphere shot forward, blazing fast. Chuyuan moved to block it with his sword of the Heavenly Marsh, but Clint suddenly dashed in front of him, yanking the fuse on an explosive arrow. Ju, get them out. Find Tony, stop Thanos. This is our last chance. Clint, no. Natasha screamed, her voice raw with anguish, but she was too late to stop him. The explosion was thunderous as the arrow and the energy orb collided, sending a shockwave that flung everyone back. The sphere swallowed Clint's body whole, bathed in violet light. He looked back at Natasha one last time, a trace of peace on his lips. He knew only his sacrifice could buy them the time they needed to break free. Clint, Steve's eyes were wild with grief, but he forced himself to push through the pain, grabbing Chuyuan and Natasha and pulling them toward the back door. We can't let his death be in vain. Bloodshot and furious, Chuyuan felt Clint's sacrifice stab into his heart like a knife. Clutching the sword of the Heavenly Marsh so tightly his knuckles whitened, he drew upon every last ounce of chakra, the golden blade flaring into a barrier that shielded them from the pursuing Sentinels. Steve, do you know where Tony will be before the battle in New York tomorrow? We have to find him before he leaves. He'll be at the Stark Industries underground warehouse. There's where the last Godslayer armor parts are stored, Steve answered as they ran. It's the only time he'll be alone, and it's our only chance. The three of them burst out of the church, the sound of explosions fading behind them. Chuyuan glanced back. Already, the church was engulfed in a haze of violet psychic energy, and Cohen's laughter echoed through the air. Chuyuan, I'll find you. There's no escaping me. Detection. Clint Barton has fallen. Avengers team morale is affected. Note, Stark Industries' underground warehouse is equipped with an energy suppression field, which will weaken both mental and spatial energies. It is advised to prepare a contingency plan in advance. Warning, Thanos' main forces are converging on the underground warehouse, estimated to complete encirclement in 6 hours. Natasha wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, her gaze growing steely with resolve. Clint did not die in vain. We have to succeed. If we fail, half the living beings in the universe will end up like him, perishing in Thanos' conspiracy. Chuyuan nodded, pulling a cross-universe communicator from his pocket and pressing the call button. Natasha's voice from the Prime Universe came through, tinged with worry. Chu, how's your situation over there? We just detected a massive energy explosion. Clint is gone, Chu Yuan replied, his voice hoarse. We're heading to the Stark Industries underground warehouse now, looking for Tony for last chance. If I don't make it back, tell everyone in the Prime Universe not to grieve for me. There was a brief silence on the other end before Natasha spoke softly. You will come back. We're all waiting for you to bring the stones home, waiting to share that Italian dinner together. Chu Yuan ended the call and tucked the communicator away. The three of them ran toward Stark Industries. The dawn sky was already tinged red, and the countdown to the Battle of New York had less than 12 hours remaining. The Stark Industries underground warehouse lay 3 stories beneath Midtown Manhattan. Once a secret shield arsenal, Tony had since transformed it into the final testing base for the Godslayer armor. When Chu Yuan, Steve, and Natasha arrived, the entrance was deserted, save for purple energy indicators pulsing on the walls, beckoning them in, as if luring them into a trap. It's far too quiet. Something's wrong, Natasha murmured, gripping her pistol and moving along the wall. Thanos knows we'd come. He set an ambush for sure. Chu Yuan cast his eternal samsara eye over the warehouse interior. The third underground level was immense. On the central platform rested a suit of silver and purple armor, the Godslayer Mark 85. The arc reactor in its chest pulsed with a dangerous purple glow. All around the warehouse, dozens of psychic energy signatures were concealed, unmistakably the mind guardians of Cohen. Tony's by the armor, Chu Yuan whispered. He's sitting on the platform. Looks like he's struggling. The fragments of the time stone are still messing with his memory. He's fighting off mind control. Steve drew a deep breath and raised a shield. I'll draw the Guardian's attention. You two get to Tony. Use the time stone to fully wake him up. No matter what happens, don't give up on him. He's our brother. Natasha nodded and pulled a smoke grenade from her pocket. I'll cover you with this. Chu, get ready. Once the smoke spreads, charge in at once. Clutching the fragment of the time stone, Chu Yuan adjusted the power of the heavenly spear sword to purification mode. He knew this was the last chance to awaken Tony, and the only hope of stopping the Battle of New York. Now, Steve shouted, raising his shield and charging toward the center of the warehouse. Instantly, beams of purple psychic energy shot from all directions. Steve blocked them with his shield, but the force of the blast kept forcing him backward. Seizing the moment, Natasha hurled the smoke grenade. In an instant, a thick white cloud filled the warehouse. Chu Yuan mustered the last of his chakra and sprinted toward Tony on the platform. Through the haze, he could see Tony's body trembling violently, his hands clutching his head, muttering, "No, Thanos is lying to me. My parents' accident. It wasn't the Avengers. Tony, wake up." Chu Yuan rushed to Tony's side and pressed the time stone fragment to his forehead. This is the real truth. Thanos used the Mind Stone to control you and twisted your memories. If the Battle of New York starts, you'll kill Steve, Natasha, everyone you care about, with your own hands. A green light burst from the fragment, flooding into Tony's mind. More memories, altered and hidden, surged forth. Thanos forging footage with the Time Stone, making it look like the Avengers stole Stark Industries tech, implanting the belief with the Mind Stone that only by helping Thanos could Tony protect Earth. Even secretly rewriting his suit's code so that in the Battle of New York it would automatically target the Avengers. Tony let out a raw, agonized scream as purple psychic energy exploded from within him, clashing violently with the green radiance of the Time Stone. His eyes flickered, one moment purple with mind control, the next returning to normal, locked in a fierce internal struggle. "Tony, fight him!" Steve's voice rang out from the smoke. His shield was cracked, his arm bloodied from the energy blasts, staining his uniform crimson. "You're not Thanos' puppet. You're Iron Man, our brother." At that moment, a surge of purple energy swept away the smoke. Cohen and dozens of Guardians surrounded the platform, a massive orb of psychic energy forming in his hands. "Chu Yuan, did you really think you could wake him like this? You're too late. Lord Thanos has given the order. If Tony shows any sign of betrayal, he's to be killed on the spot." The energy sphere hurtled toward Tony and Chu Yuan. In an instant, Chu Yuan stepped in front of Tony, summoning the golden, purifying shield of the heavenly Marsh Spear. There was a thunderous crash as the energy sphere struck the barrier. Golden light flickered violently, and Chu Yuan was shaken so hard that he coughed up blood. A crack splintered across the shield. "Chu!" Natasha rushed forward, firing her pistol and hitting Cohen in the shoulder. But before she could press the attack, Cohen unleashed a blast of psychic energy, flinging her across the room. She slammed into the wall and fell unconscious. "Natasha!" Steve roared, charging at Cohen, only to be intercepted by 2 Guardians, who tangled him up and kept him from breaking free. Tony watched in shock as chaos unfolded before him. Chu Yuan and Steve wounded while trying to shield him, Natasha, and knocked out cold. The last barrier in his heart finally shattered. The purple psychic energy faded from his body. His eyes cleared. He had broken free from Thanos' control. "Cohen, you bastard!" Tony shouted, leaping into the Godslayer armor. In a flash, the silver and purple suit enveloped him, and the energy core on his chest shifted from purple back to its familiar blue. He had regained command of his armor. "What?" Cohen stared at Tony in disbelief. "You broke free from mind control? You traitor! Lord Thanos will never forgive you." Tony wasted no words. Blue energy built in his palm cannons, and he unleashed a blast straight at Cohen. Caught off guard, Cohen tried to shield himself with psychic energy, but the beam struck him squarely, sending him crashing into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of purple blood. "Chu, are you all right?" Tony flew to Chu Yuan's side, channeling the armor's healing energy to mend his wounds. "I'm sorry. I almost let Thanos fool me, almost killed you all. This isn't the time for apologies." Chu Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth and pointed toward the warehouse entrance. "Thanos' main force will be here any minute. We need to get out now and stop the deployment for the Battle of New York." Tony nodded and spun around, firing energy blasts at the Guardians, restraining Steve, driving them back. Steve lifted the unconscious Natasha, and the four of them raced for the warehouse's emergency exit. But Cohen wasn't done yet. He staggered to his feet, a vicious glint in his eyes, and slammed his hand down on the self-destruct button on his wrist. Suddenly, red warning lights blazed throughout the warehouse, and the purple energy conduits began to pulse wildly. "Oh no, he's going to blow up the warehouse!" Tony shouted. "There are antimatter bombs stored in here. If they go off, all of Manhattan will be reduced to rubble." The four of them broke into a desperate sprint for the emergency exit. Behind them, Cohen's laughter echoed through the chaos. "You won't escape. Lord Thanos' plan cannot be stopped. The Battle of New York will begin on schedule, and half the life in this universe will perish with me." "Chu, use your spatial ability," Tony shouted. "I'll use my suit's energy to help you stabilize the space. Create a wormhole, and we'll teleport out of here directly." Chu Yuan nodded and immediately gathered the last of his chakra, fusing it with the energy from Tony's suit. Blue spatial energy swirled before them, gradually forming a wormhole. Just as the four of them were about to step through, Cohen lunged at them, his purple psychic energy wrapping around Tony's ankle. "Tony!" Chu Yuan reached out to pull him back, but Cohen's energy sent him flying. Watching the countdown to the impending explosion draw closer, Tony's eyes flashed with determination. He slammed his hand down on the suit's separation button, and the upper half of the armor, carrying his body, blasted into the wormhole. The lower half remained behind, and together with Cohen, was swallowed by the surge of purple energy from the explosion. A tremendous boom shook the warehouse as the antimatter bomb detonated, a violet shockwave sweeping through the entire building. In the final instant before the wormhole snapped shut, Chu Yuan, Steve, Natasha, and Tony, encased only in the upper half of his suit, escaped. When they landed in an abandoned alleyway in Brooklyn, Tony's upper armor had already lost all power. He slumped weakly against the wall, staring at the empty space where his lower suit should have been. Yet his eyes showed no despair, only unwavering resolve. "We made it out. The Battle of New York. We still have a chance to stop it." Host has successfully awakened Tony Stark. The betrayal crisis of the Battle of New York has been resolved by 50%. Warning: Thanos' main force has discovered the host location. Estimated arrival in 10 minutes. Reminder: Tony's suit requires 3 hours for repairs. Current team combat strength is insufficient. It is recommended to evacuate to a safe zone immediately. Chu Yuan looked at the weakened Tony, the wounded Steve, and the unconscious Natasha, his heart heavy with grief. They had managed to wake Tony, but at a terrible cost. Clint had sacrificed himself, Tony had lost the lower half of his suit, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Thanos' relentless pursuit was far from over. "We need to go." Chu Yuan helped Tony to his feet, while Steve carried Natasha. "I know a safe place. A backup warehouse Peter once used as a hideout. It's equipped with anti-surveillance tech. Thanos' men won't find us right away." The four of them hurried toward the backup warehouse. At the end of the alley, a violet glow was already pulsing. Thanos' main force was closing in fast. Chu Yuan knew this was only the first step in preventing the Battle of New York. The real fight was still ahead. In his hand, the fragment of the Time Stone shimmered faintly, as if to foretell that this war against Thanos would be marked by tragedy and sacrifice. The backup warehouse was located in an industrial district of Brooklyn. It used to be an abandoned Stark Industries factory, but Peter had converted it into a temporary safe house. When Chu Yuan and the others arrived, Peter was anxiously waiting at the entrance. The moment he saw them covered in wounds, he rushed over at once. Brother Chu Yuan. Steve, are you alright? What happened to Natasha? And Tony, what's wrong with his suit? Natasha just passed out. Her life isn't in danger, Steve answered, his voice hoarse as he laid Natasha down on the warehouse bench. Clint, he sacrificed himself to cover our retreat. Peter froze, disbelief clouding his eyes. Clint had been his mentor, the one who'd taught him how to survive on the battlefield, how to hold out when all seemed lost. He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. Thanos, I swear I'll avenge Clint. This isn't the time for vengeance, Chu Yuan said, pressing a hand to Peter's shoulder. Tony's suit needs repairs, Natasha needs medical attention, and Thanos' main forces will find us soon. We need to prepare our defenses right away and hold them off until Tony's suit is back online. Tony sat on the floor, using the last of his armor's power to link up with the warehouse's computer and start downloading the repair protocols. There are spare parts for my suit listed in my database. They're stored on the second basement level. I hid them there earlier. Peter, I need you to fetch them for me. Peter nodded and immediately dashed toward the lower level. Meanwhile, Chu Yuan began setting up defenses. Using his spatial manipulation abilities, he created spatial barriers over the doors and windows. While they couldn't fully withstand an assault, they would at least slow the invaders down. Steve checked over the remaining weapons in the warehouse. Aside from Natasha's pistol and a half-empty quiver of explosive arrows left by Clint, all that was left were Chu Yuan's spear sword, the Tianjiao blade, and his own vibranium shield. Dividing the explosive arrows between them, he said grimly, "The warehouse walls are just ordinary steel. They won't hold against a psychic energy cannon. We have to set up a temporary line of defense before the enemy breaks through." Chu Yuan nodded and planted the Tianjiao blade in the center of the warehouse. Golden purifying energy flowed from the blade and spread across the floor, forming a faint gold barrier, a dual defensive array he had forged by combining divine execution and dark purification. It could both repel psychic energy and weaken the force of enemy attacks. Just then, the warehouse's security monitor suddenly flickered to life. On the screen appeared the figure of Thanos, seated on the command throne of a massive cosmic warship. The purple of his skin looked even more menacing under the harsh lights, and he toyed with a fragment of gemstone in his hand, its violet core pulsing ominously, the core of the Mind Stone. Chu Yuan, and my dear Tony. Thanos' voice echoed throughout the warehouse, laced with mockery. I know you're hiding in there. I also know you're trying to repair your armor and stop the Battle of New York. But you're far too naive. Right now, my Chitauri Legion has already surrounded Manhattan. The Battle of New York will commence 1 hour ahead of schedule. Tony's body jolted with shock. The repair program for his suit stalled at 40%. Gritting his teeth, he said, Thanos is forcing our hand. There's no way I can fully repair my suit in just 1 hour. Without its protection, breaking through the Chitauri Legion's encirclement is impossible. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eyes suddenly detected something unusual outside the warehouse. Dozens of faint psychic energy waves were approaching. These signatures were different from the previous Mind Guardians. They bore the mark of memory alteration. Alert! Thanos' memory hunters detected. They can read their target's memories and fabricate false scenarios, breaking down a defender's will. Warning! Memory hunters have infiltrated the warehouse perimeter. Estimated attack in 5 minutes. They're here, Chu Yuan shouted, surging the energy of the Amatsu spear to its peak. Steve, hold the front entrance. I'll take the side door. Tony, keep working on your suit. Don't let anything distract you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the side door of the warehouse exploded in a flash of purple energy. 3 memory hunters, clad in silver armor, burst inside. Each helmet was marked by a red slit, from which a beam of crimson light shot toward Chu Yuan. This was the memory reading ray. If struck, one's memories would be forcibly extracted and even altered. Chu Yuan dodged to the side, swinging the Amatsu spear at the memory hunter's armor. There was a sharp clang as the blade struck, leaving only a shallow mark. The armor was forged from a blend of vibranium and cosmic metals, rendering ordinary attacks nearly useless. Zhu Zhuang, watch out for their beams. Steve's voice rang out from the front entrance. He blocked the attacks of 2 memory hunters with his shield. Though the vibranium could deflect the rays, it couldn't fully shield his mind from their invasive waves. Sweat beaded on his brow as he fought against the mental intrusion. At that moment, Peter's voice echoed up from the second basement level. Tony, got the spare parts. But there are memory hunters down here too. They're after me. Chu Yuan's heart tightened. With a sweep of his eternal samsara eyes, he saw 2 memory hunters closing in on Peter, their rays locked onto his back. Peter was clutching the vital core component for the armor, leaving him no way to dodge. Peter, get down, Chu Yuan shouted, summoning the last of his spatial energy to create a barrier in front of Peter. With a deafening crash, the rays struck the shield, distorting space with violent intensity. Seizing the moment, Peter tossed the component to Tony and spun around, charging at the memory hunter. His chakra dagger aimed straight for the gap in the hunter's helmet. "Peter, come back." Chu Yuan tried to assist, but another memory hunter blocked his path, keeping him pinned in place. Peter's dagger struck true, slipping into the seam of the helmet. Instantly, the memory hunter's armor lost power and the figure collapsed to the ground. Yet before Peter could react, a second hunter's ray struck his shoulder. Red light flooded into Peter's mind. His gaze turned vacant, the mark of altered memories. "Peter!" Tony roared in fury, the newly assembled armored gauntlet snapping up to target the memory hunter. A burst of blue energy lanced out, hitting the hunter's core and sending it crashing down. But Peter was already sprinting out of the warehouse, muttering under his breath. Clint was killed by Steve. I must avenge Clint. Chu Yuan's heart sank. Memory Hunter hadn't just tampered with Peter's memories. It had sown the seed of hatred, making him blame Clint's death on Steve. If they couldn't awaken Peter soon, he might fall into Thanos' hands, or worse, turn against Steve. "I'll go after Peter," Chu Yuan called to Steve. "You and Tony hold the line here. Hang on until I return." Steve nodded, gripping his shield tightly. "Be careful. The memory alteration is persistent. You'll need the time stone fragment to bring Peter back." Chu Yuan vaulted out of the warehouse, giving chase. The memory hunter's influence was only growing. Peter was running faster now, heading straight toward the Chitauri army. Chu Yuan triggered a spatial blink and finally caught up to Peter in a narrow alleyway, pulling the time stone fragment from his pocket. A green glow shot toward Peter's forehead. "Don't touch me," Peter snarled, webbing Chu Yuan's arm and thrusting the chakra dagger toward Chu Yuan's chest, his eyes ablaze with hatred, seeing even Chu Yuan as an enemy now. Chu Yuan didn't dodge. The dagger pierced his shoulder, and blood soaked his suit in an instant. "Peter, look at me," he gritted out through the pain, pressing the time stone fragment to Peter's forehead. "This is Clint's true final memory. It wasn't Steve who killed him, it was Thanos' men. Wake up." A surge of green light flooded into Peter's mind, and the moment of Clint's sacrifice replayed before his eyes. Clint, covering everyone's retreat, pulled the trigger on his explosive arrow and detonated it together with an energy sphere, perishing in the blast. In his final moments, he looked at Natasha with a gaze filled with acceptance and peace. Peter's body trembled violently. The hatred in his eyes began to fade, replaced by a deep sorrow and guilt. "Brother Chu Yuan, I'm sorry. It's all right now." Chu Yuan gently wiped the tears from Peter's face. "We have more important things to do. Clint's death must be avenged, and we'll do it together." The two of them ran toward the warehouse, only to find that a layer of violet energy had already enveloped the sky above it. Thanos' Chitauri army had arrived ahead of time, launching a full-scale assault on the warehouse. Chitauri army detected. Approximately 100,000 troops. Thanos' flagship, the Dark Star, has arrived over Manhattan. Warning: Tony's suit is only 60% repaired, insufficient to withstand the main Chitauri force. When Chu Yuan and Peter made it back to the warehouse, the walls had already been blasted open with several gaping cracks. Steve's shield was covered in fractures, and though Tony's upper armor had been hastily repaired, it could barely hold off the onslaught. Natasha had just regained consciousness and was firing her pistol at the approaching Chitauri soldiers. "Ju, you're back." Tony's voice was weary. "Thanos' flagship is priming a planetary energy cannon, targeting all of Manhattan. If we can't destroy the flagship's energy core in the next 10 minutes, Manhattan will be wiped off the map." Chu Yuan gripped the Heavenly Marsh spear sword tightly, a flash of resolve passing through his eyes. He knew there was only one way to stop Thanos now. He had to use the power of the Time Stone fragment to temporarily reverse time, fully restore Tony's suit, and buy everyone the crucial window to break through the Chitauri army. "Tony, can you pinpoint the location of the flagship's energy core?" Chu Yuan asked. Tony nodded, and the helmet of his suit projected a holographic map. A glowing red dot marked the core's location. "The energy core is at the very top of the flagship, but it's surrounded by an anti-space barrier. Your spatial abilities can't get you close." "I don't need to get close," Chu Yuan said, raising the Time Stone fragment above his head. Green energy began to swirl around the shard. "I'm going to use the Time Stone's power to repair your suit completely in 1 minute, and freeze the Chitauri army in time for 10 minutes. But doing this will drain all of my energy, so I'll need you all to protect me afterwards." "No, Chu, you can't," Natasha shouted. "If you use up all your energy, you'll be defenseless. The Chitauri will kill you. This is the only way." Chu Yuan's eyes were resolute. "Clint has already given his life for this. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain. Tony, remember, the energy core's weak point is in the red conduit on the left. Destroy that conduit and the flagship will lose all power. Emerald green, time, energy, surged out from the fragment, flowing like a shimmering ribbon of jade. In an instant, it coiled itself around Tony's armor. Everyone watched as the cracks across the armor's surface healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The missing lower half of the suit began to reform swiftly, alloy components peeling, shaping, and fusing together from the warehouse's metal scraps. Time seemed to stretch endlessly within that single minute. When the energy finally faded, the fully restored silver-blue Godslayer Mark 85 armor hovered in midair, the reactor in its chest pulsing with a steady blue light. At the same moment, a chorus of halting noises echoed from outside the warehouse. The Chitauri soldiers' weapons, their blazing energy beams, even the aircraft circling in the sky, all froze in place, as though someone had pressed the pause button on reality. Time had stopped. The spell was working. Chu Yuan staggered back 2 steps, bracing himself against the ground with the heavenly marsh spear to steady his trembling form. His face was pale as paper, his chakra nearly depleted. The golden-red glow in his eternal samsara eyes had dimmed to a faint shimmer, and even maintaining spatial awareness had become struggle. 10 minutes. Destroy the flagship core as fast as you can. Don't waste a second. Just as Tony was about to ignite his suit's thrusters, every monitor in the warehouse flickered to life, revealing Thanos' image once more. This time, there was no mocking in his expression. Instead, he raised a metallic device studded with a crimson crystal. Energy pulsed within it, perfectly matching the oscillations of Universe 241 star. Chu Yuan, did you really think freezing time would win you this fight? When I arrived on Earth, I embedded a detonation device into the very heart of this star. Now the countdown begins. A glaring red timer appeared in the corner of the screen. 49 minutes and 59 seconds. Alert! Energy anomaly detected in Universe 241 star Prometheus. Detonation device is bonded to the star's core. In 49 minutes, it will trigger a supernova explosion. The blast radius will envelop the entire solar system, including Earth. Warning! The device is encrypted with a memory lock. To disable it, both Thanos' psychic imprint and the Time Stone's energy must be broken. Conventional attacks will not destroy it. Thanos, are you insane? Steve roared, slamming his shield into the ground with a resounding crash. You destroy your own army along with us? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Thanos' mouth. The Chitauri can be replenished. Taking all you rebels down with me is a price I'll gladly pay. Oh, and there's one more gift I'd like to leave you. No sooner had the words left his lips than the frozen Chitauri soldiers suddenly sprang to life. Not all of them, but the 10 nearest the warehouse entrance. Their eyes glowed with an eerie violet light, and instead of firing energy blasts, their weapons unleashed crimson memory rays. Alert! Memory puppets detected. Thanos has implanted anti-time chips in some soldiers, rendering them immune to the effects of time freeze. These are designed specifically to break the defender's will. The ray shot straight toward Peter. He tried to dodge, but found himself pinned by an invisible force, the psychic shackles attached to the memory rays. With lightning reflexes, Chu Yuan hurled a Chakra kunai, slicing through the ray. But drained of strength, the kunai dissipated in midair. Peter, get behind me! Natasha dove forward, shielding Peter with her own body. She fired her pistol in rapid succession, but the memory puppet's energy shields absorbed every shot. Seeing this, Tony's suit-mounted shoulder cannon launched a blue energy blast, shattering 2 puppets. Yet the remaining 8 suddenly unleashed a wave of memory energy, warping the very air inside the warehouse. Suddenly, a vision appeared before Chu Yuan's eyes. Clint stood before him, covered in blood, a shard of the Tenuma spear protruding from his chest, his voice thick with despair. Chu Yuan, why didn't you save me? You could have stopped all of this. This isn't real. Chu Yuan bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain snapping him back to his senses. But beside him, Peter was lost in the illusion, crouched on the ground, clutching his head, tears streaming down his cheeks. Aunt May, I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Tony's suit suddenly went haywire. His repulsor aimed straight at Steve. It was you. You stole my armor blueprints and sold them to Hydra. Clearly, he too had fallen under the sway of Thanos' fabricated betrayal memories. Tony, snap out of it. Steve raised his shield to block, but dared not fight back. Afraid of hurting Tony while he was under control, and even more afraid of shattering the fragile trust they'd rebuilt. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yuan poured the last of his chakra into the time stone fragment. A soft green energy radiated out, forming a protective barrier that temporarily blocked the memory waves. Tony, activate your suit's mind-cleansing protocol. Peter, focus on my voice. Take deep breaths. Don't let the illusion control you. Tony jerked his head, triggering the suit's AI to initiate the purification program. Blue energy swept across his body, gradually dispelling the violet glow from his eyes. Damn it, Thanos' memory manipulation is even stronger than I thought. With Chu Yuan's guidance, Peter, too, began to calm down. But at that very moment, the memory puppets lunged toward the time stone fragment in the center of the warehouse. Their real target was to destroy the fragment and break the time freeze. Don't even think about it. Chu Yuan, dragging his exhausted body, stood protectively in front of the fragments, barely able to raise the heavenly marsh spear as a sword. One of the puppets lunged, its weapon aiming for his chest, but Peter suddenly leapt forward, using his own body as a shield. The weapon pierced his suit, and in an instant, blood soaked the back of his shirt. Peter! Chu Yuan roared, his sword energy gathering into a faint blade of golden light that sliced the puppet apart. Tony and Steve struck at the same time, and within 3 minutes, the remaining puppets were wiped out. Peter slumped against the wall, his face pale, yet he managed to smile. I'm okay, Brother Chu Yuan. At least, I wasn't fooled by another illusion this time. Natasha knelt down to bandage Peter's wound, her voice trembling with emotion. You foolish kid. Why do you always have to play the hero? Tony glanced at the steadily decreasing countdown on the screen, 45 minutes and 32 seconds, and drew in a deep breath. I'll go destroy the stellar detonation device now. Steve, you and Natasha protect Chu Yuan and Peter. Once I'm back, we'll face the flagship together. No. Chu Yuan grabbed Tony's armored arm, his grip firm. The star is deep in space. A round trip will take at least 30 minutes, and the 15 minutes left won't be enough to destroy the flagship's core. Besides, Thanos is bound to have laid traps near the star. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Then what do you suggest? Tony's voice was edged with urgency. Are we just supposed to stand here and watch Earth get blown to pieces? Chu Yuan glanced at the fragment of the time stone, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. I'll go with you. The fragment can temporarily shield us from memory fluctuations and help you locate the detonation device. Steve, I'm leaving this place in your hands. You must hold the warehouse for the next 15 minutes until we return. Steve nodded, tightening his grip on his shield. Don't worry. As long as I'm still breathing, no one is getting through. Tony fired up his suit's thrusters, carrying Chu Yuan out of the warehouse. Time remained frozen in the sky above. They dodged the suspended Chitauri flyers and shot toward the depths of space. Chu Yuan leaned against Tony's armor, pressing the time stone fragment against its surface. A trail of green energy appeared, forming a guiding beam that pointed straight toward the star. Chu, you're almost out of strength, Tony said, eyeing Chu Yuan's pale face. Maybe you should head back to the warehouse. I can handle this alone. Enough talk. Chu Yuan managed a weak smile. I can't back down before I see you destroy Thanos' scheme with my own eyes. Besides, I have a score to settle for Clint myself. Just then, the suit's radar picked up a surge of energy signals ahead. The Dark Star, Thanos' flagship, was blocking the way to the star, its cannons on both sides already locked onto them. Thanos' voice crackled through the armor's communicator. Chu Yuan, Tony, I knew you'd come. This star will be your grave. Dozens of violet energy beams shot out from the warship's hull. Tony instantly activated his suit's defensive shields, but the force of the blast sent him staggering backward. Chu Yuan channeled the energy of the time stone fragment into the barrier. Threads of green time energy intertwined with the blue glow of the armor, barely holding the attack at bay. Tony, swing around to the flagship's left side. There are fewer turrets there. We break through from that direction. Chu Yuan shouted, his fading consciousness searching desperately for a weak spot in the flagship's defenses. Following Chu Yuan's instructions, Tony nimbly maneuvered the suit, darting toward the left flank of the flagship. But just as they were about to slip past, a crimson beam suddenly shot from the flagship's underside, striking the time stone fragment in Chu Yuan's hand. It was Thanos' memory disruptor cannon. Once again, hallucinations seized Chu Yuan's mind. This time, he saw Natasha from the main universe falling under a swarm of Zerg. Tony's suit shattered beyond repair, Steve's shield split in two. His vision blurred, and the fragment nearly slipped from his grasp. Chu, don't let the illusions fool you, Tony yelled, unleashing the full power of his armor. The energy surge blasted through the flagship's defenses, propelling them toward the star. The star, Prometheus, loomed before them, its surface crisscrossed with jagged black fissures, the core's detonation device pulsing with a menacing red light. Tony tried to get closer, but the device abruptly unleashed a violet energy shield, flinging them back. It was the memory-locked defense barrier. We need the time stone fragment to break through. Chu Yuan forced himself to stay conscious, pressing the fragment against the energy field. Green light clashed violently with the red shield, and tiny cracks began to spread across the fragment surface. The countdown on the screen ticked down, 30 minutes and 15 seconds. "Hurry, give it everything you've got," Tony shouted, pouring all the suit's energy into the fragment. At last, the green energy pierced the barrier, and the detonation device's casing started to crumble away. At that moment, Thanos' voice rang out once more, "Game over." The flagship suddenly accelerated, barreling toward the star. Turrets along both flanks fired simultaneously, but their target was not Tony or Chu Yuan. They aimed straight for the star's core. Thanos intended to trigger the explosion early, leaving them no chance to escape. "Tony, destroy the device now. I'll hold off the flagship." Chu Yuan shoved the fragment into Tony's hand, mustering the last of his chakra. With a final burst, the heavenly swamp spear forged a brilliant golden arc of sword energy, which he hurled at the flagship. "Chu, don't!" Tony tried to stop him, but could only watch as Chu Yuan's figure charged the warship. The golden sword energy struck the flagship, carving a deep, gaping scar into its hull, but it wasn't enough to halt its relentless advance. The shockwave from the collision hurled Chu Yuan back, slamming him hard against the star's energy shield. Blood spattered across the fragment in his grasp. Tony seized the opportunity and inserted the fragment into the core of the detonation device. In an instant, blue armor energy and green time energy erupted together. With a thunderous explosion, the device was utterly destroyed, and the black cracks on the star's surface began to heal. Without hesitation, Tony rushed to Chu Yuan, scooping him into the micro-protection pod created by his suit. "Chu, hold on. We're heading back to Earth right now." Leaning against Tony, Chu Yuan's mind gradually cleared. Gazing at the star slowly returning to its natural state, he managed to smile. "At least, we didn't let Thanos get his way." But just then, the suit's radar caught a golden energy signal darting quickly through the wreckage of the flagship. It was Thanos. He had escaped in a pod and was now hurtling toward Earth. "Alert! Thanos is en route to Earth 241. His target is Peter and Steve in the warehouse. Warning: Thanos possesses the Infinity Gauntlet and can command all remaining Chitauri soldiers." Tony's expression turned grim in an instant. "Chu, we have to move faster. Steve and the others are in danger." The armor's thrusters roared at full power as they raced toward Earth. Chu Yuan watched as the stars streaked past the window, a growing sense of dread twisting in his chest. If Thanos was heading for the warehouse at this moment, he surely had more in mind than just confronting Steve. He must have another card up his sleeve. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Steve and Natasha stood tense and alert, eyes fixed on the door. There were 5 minutes left before the time freeze would end, and the Chitauri soldiers would soon regain their mobility. Peter leaned against the wall, his wounds still bleeding, but his grip on the chakra dagger never loosened. "Steve, do you think Chu Yuan and Tony will make it?" Natasha asked in a hushed voice. Steve glanced at the screen, where the star's signal was steadily returning to normal, and gave a reassuring smile. "They will. They've never let us down before." What he didn't know was that Thanos' escape pod had already pierced Earth's atmosphere. A deadly assault on the warehouse was about to begin. Chu Yuan and Tony were still racing back. Time was running dangerously short. Thanos' pod crashed onto the open ground outside the warehouse like a black meteorite. The hatch swung open, and he emerged gripping the Infinity Gauntlet. Yellow psychic energy surged outward from him, thawing the previously frozen Chitauri soldiers in an instant. Their eyes now gleamed with the same chilling purple light. Under the Mind Stone's sway, the battered army had become nothing but mindless puppets of destruction. "Steve Rogers, your resistance is pointless." Thanos advanced toward the warehouse, each step sending tremors through the ground. "So what if the star didn't explode? As long as I control you, Chu Yuan and Tony will walk right into my trap." Inside the warehouse, Steve shielded Natasha, and Peter behind him, his vibranium shield raised in front. The surface was already etched with cracks from earlier battles. "Thanos, do you really think you can win by controlling a few puppets? We've never bowed to evil." Natasha gripped her handgun, the sound of a bullet sliding into the chamber echoing sharply in the silent warehouse. "Peter, I'll fire to distract Thanos. When I do, use your webs to bind his arm. Steve, that's your chance to go for the Infinity Gauntlet. That's his weakness." Peter nodded, aiming his web shooters at Thanos. The pain in his wounded back flared, but his resolve remained unshaken. "Fools," Thanos sneered, his voice cold. With a sweep of his hand, dozens of Chitauri soldiers charged into the warehouse, their energy weapons unleashing streaks of violet light. Steve blocked the blast with his shield, but the force drove him backward, his arm going numb from the impact. "Natasha now." Natasha squeezed the trigger, sending bullets flying toward Thanos' arm. He twisted aside to dodge, never noticing that Peter's webs had already snared his wrist. Seizing the moment, Steve leapt forward, bringing his shield down hard on the core of the Infinity Gauntlet. A resounding clang filled the air as the shield struck the gemstone core. Instantly, purple energy surged out of control, and Thanos grunted in pain. For a brief moment, the mind control hold on his soldiers faltered. This is it. Natasha sprang forward, her handgun firing in rapid succession. Bullets struck Thanos' leg. Though they couldn't pierce his tough skin, they slowed him for a heartbeat. But Thanos was a battle-hardened warrior. He quickly regained focus, the Power Stone's energy surging as he snapped the webs. He grabbed Steve's shield and hurled him against the warehouse wall. Steve crashed hard, blood spurting from his mouth as the shield clattered to the ground. "Steve!" Natasha shouted, lunging at Thanos, but he snared her in place with a wave of psychic force. She was frozen, unable to move. Thanos strode toward the fallen Peter, a glint of cruelty in his eyes. "Young lives are always so reckless. A pity you chose the wrong side." He raised the Infinity Gauntlet, yellow energy gathering at his palm and shooting toward Peter's forehead, intent on turning Peter into another puppet to threaten Chew-Yuan. At that critical moment, the warehouse roof exploded open, and a blue figure streaked down from above, trailing golden arcs of sword energy. It was Tony and Chew-Yuan. "Thanos, your fight is with me." Tony's suit thrusters roared, his repulsor shining with gathered power as a blazing blue beam blasted toward Thanos' back. Thanos spun around in haste, channeling the power of the Power Stone to defend himself, but the force of the blast drove him back 3 steps. Seizing the opportunity, Chew-Yuan landed beside Peter, planting the sword of Heavenly Marsh spear into the ground. Though his chakra was still depleted, he mustered the last of his strength to cast a golden purification barrier, shielding Peter behind him. "Chew-Yuan, you're finally here." A cold, mocking smile curled on Thanos' lips. "But unfortunately, your friends are already my captives. If you hand over the Time Stone willingly, perhaps I'll spare their lives." "Do you really think I believe a word you say?" Chew-Yuan stood up slowly, a glimmer of gold and crimson flashing in his eternal samsara eyes. On his way back to Earth, he'd already recovered some chakra, enough to sustain a fight. "Tony, now's our chance. Let's destroy the Infinity Gauntlet on his hand first." Tony nodded, his armor unfurling 6 pairs of energy wings. From their tips, beams of energy rained down upon Thanos like a storm. At the same time, Chew-Yuan activated spatial teleportation, appearing behind Thanos. The sword of Heavenly Marsh spear gathered a golden sword aura, slashing toward Thanos' wrist, aiming directly for the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos hadn't expected Chew-Yuan to recover so quickly, and in his panic, he had to abandon control over Natasha, channeling psychic energy to block the sword aura. With a thunderous clash, golden energy erupted in all directions, and new cracks snaked across the warehouse walls. Seizing the chaos, Natasha broke free from her restraints and helped Steve to his feet. Together, they grabbed their weapons and rejoined the fray. Despite his injuries, Peter gritted his teeth, shooting webs to entangle Thanos' ankles and hinder his movement. With 5 of them working together, they formed an encirclement around Thanos. Though he remained fearsome, under the combined assault, the purifying energy from Chew-Yuan, Tony's armored blasts, Steve's shield strikes, Natasha's pinpoint marksmanship, and Peter's web restraints, Thanos began to falter. The core gems on his gauntlet grew dimmer, their power waning with every passing moment. "No, I will not lose," Thanos bellowed, pouring all his energy into the gauntlet in a desperate bid for one final attack. Chew-Yuan seized the opening, leaping high as the golden sword aura of the Heavenly Marsh spear merged with the green energy of the Time Stone fragments. Together, they formed a radiant slash of intertwining gold and green. 6 paths, Heavenly Marsh spear, temporal purification slash. The strike landed squarely on the Infinity Gauntlet. In an instant, the gauntlet shattered, its power spiraling out of control and surging in all directions. Thanos was caught in the backlash. His body began to fade, becoming transparent. "This cannot be." His voice was swallowed by the surging energy until he vanished completely. With Thanos' demise, the remaining Chitauri soldiers lost all direction, collapsing to the ground like marionettes whose strings had been cut. Inside the warehouse, the 5 heroes let out a collective sigh of relief, slumping wearily against the walls. With Thanos' death, the remaining Chitauri soldiers lost all control, collapsing to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Inside the warehouse, the 5 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, slumping in exhaustion against the wall. On the floor, fragments of the Mind Stone and the other 4 gems continued to emit a faint glow, but the Mind Stone itself had lost all its power. The violent backlash from earlier had not only shattered Thanos' body, but also completely destroyed the stone, leaving not a trace of energy to be drawn from it. Steve rubbed his bruised shoulder, gazing at the broken fragments on the ground. He sighed softly. I never imagined a single stone could contain such tremendous power. Chu Yuan was just about to respond when a familiar chime from the system suddenly echoed in his mind, breaking his train of thought. Main mission of Universe 241 detected as complete. Successfully thwarted Thanos' plan to detonate the star, destroyed the core of the Mind Stone, now utterly shattered, no extractable energy, and eliminated the threat of the Chitauri army. Mission rewards issued. Authorization to extract energy from the 4 Infinity Stones of Universe 241, Reality, Power, Soul Time. Special reward unlocked. Gem energy can now be exchanged for Tailed Beast Chakra from the Naruto world. Each gem's energy corresponds to one Tailed Beast Chakra, with the following exchange list. Reality Stone Matatabi, 2 tails. Power Stone Son Goku, 4 tails. Soul Stone Kokuo, 5 tails. Time Stone Saiken, 6 tails. Reminder: the host already possesses Kurama's 9 tails chakra. Current Tailed Beast Chakra count: 5 of 9. Additional Tailed Beast Chakra can be obtained by collecting energy from other universe gems. Once all 9 are gathered, they can be fused to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. Before Chu Yuan could react, 4 distinctly different beams of energy slowly materialized from the void, hovering before his eyes. Yellow reality energy flowed like warm sunlight, gentle yet brimming with the power to reshape matter. Red power energy roiled like molten lava, exuding a wild, world-shattering threat. Green soul energy flickered like delicate fireflies, pulsating with the essence of life. Golden time energy glimmered like a river of stars, its slow flow infused with the weight of mastering time itself. Each beam radiated a resonance perfectly attuned to the Tailed Beast Chakra from the Naruto world, to the point that even the 9 Tails Chakra within Chu Yuan couldn't help but respond in a subtle, sympathetic tremor. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chu Yuan's eyes as he reached out to touch the yellow energy of reality first. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through his fingertips and into his body. Unlike the ferocity of the 9 tails, this power excelled at shaping. He could clearly sense that with just a thought, he could use this energy to alter the form of matter around him. It was precisely the chakra trait of Matatabi, the 2 tails. Next, he drew the red energy of power into himself. Immediately, a searing, molten sensation flooded his every limb and bone. The chakra of Son Goku, the 4 tails, made his fists tremble involuntarily. The Power Stone traded for the 4 tails, explosive strength, perfect for breaking through head-on. The 5 tails Kokuo, Chu Yuan said with a smile as he guided the energy into his body. A wave of life-filled power instantly mended the hidden wounds left by his earlier battles. Its chakra specializes in healing and manipulating the forces of nature. If anyone in our team gets hurt, I'll be able to help them recover much faster. Finally, he grasped the golden energy of time. The chakra of Saiken, the 6 tails, carried a unique ability to distort perception, allowing him to create the illusion of shifting time during battles, an ability that perfectly complemented his mastery over space. As the 4 new tailed beast chakras merged with the 9 tails chakra inside him, a ring of golden chakra flared outward from Chu Yuan, sweeping the dust from every corner of the warehouse. Even the air itself seemed to grow heavier under the weight of this power. Detected. Host has successfully exchanged for the chakra of 4 tailed beasts. Current tailed beast chakra collection: Matatabi the 2 tails, Son Goku the 4 tails, Kokuo the 5 tails, Saiken the 6 tails, Kurama the 9 tails. Tailed beast chakra fusion complete. Host chakra capacity increased by 50%. Exclusive tailed beast ninjutsu unlocked. 2 tails, majestic fire annihilation. 4 tails, lava release. Volcanic eruption. 5 tails, boil release. Steaming danger tyranny. 6 tails, storm release. Thunderfang. The system's notification jolted Chu Yuan's memory. When Loki had invited him to join the Time Variance Authority, he mentioned they had many Infinity Stones to offer as payment. I need to head back to the main universe and ask Loki for the details. With that, Chu Yuan spun around abruptly. Something urgent just came up. I'll have to leave for now. Steve paused in surprise, then nodded in understanding. Duty calls. We'll stay here and handle the aftermath, and take Clint's body back with us. Tony gave his shoulder a friendly pat, grinning. When you get back, let me take a look at that tailed beast chakra. Who knows? Maybe I can add a tailed beast energy amplification module to your armor. Chu Yuan nodded firmly, then took out his Time Variance Authority badge. In an instant, a golden time portal unfurled before him. He cast one last look at his friends, then glanced at the shroud covering Clint's temporary resting place on the floor. Silently, he promised, "Until we meet again." With that, he leapt boldly into the portal. The moment the portal closed, the headquarters of the main Universe Time Authority appeared before him. Chu Yuan barely had time to steady his breath before striding toward Loki's office. He could clearly sense the five-tailed beast chakras within him, still merging. If he could exchange the remaining gems soon, his strength would reach another level. "Loki, are you there?" Chu Yuan pushed open the office door to find Loki sitting on the sofa. Loki looked up at him, raising an eyebrow and setting aside the shard in his hand. "You're in such a hurry to find me. What's the matter?" The urgency on Chu Yuan's face froze for a moment. Without missing a beat, he pressed on, "You mentioned before that I could exchange for gems from other universes by completing missions. The task in Universe 241 is done. Are there any new missions?" "New missions?" Loki turned around, the hem of his emerald robe trailing in an elegant arc as he did so. He gestured at the map, where most universe markers glowed with a stable green light. "See for yourself. After you eliminated Kang's remaining forces, stopped the Zerg invasion, and resolved the crisis in Universe 241, the main timelines across the multiverse are stable. No crisis means no need for missions. Without missions, what reason does the Time Authority have to give you extra gems as a reward?" Chu Yuan's gaze swept over the map. As expected, most markers shone a steady green, signaling stability. Only a handful glimmered with a faint yellow observation status, nowhere near the threshold to trigger a mission. He clenched the gem fragments in his hand, his urgency slowly settling into disappointment. "So, there's really no other way? The energy of those 4 gems you hold is already your reward for the Universe 241 mission." Loki leaned back on the sofa, picking up the space gem fragment again and turning it between his fingers. "The Authority's exchange rules are mission rewards first. Unless an urgent task requires your involvement, not even you can get new gems. That's the law set by the Council. There's no exception, not even for me." Chu Yuan fell silent. He knew Loki's temperament. Mischievous, yes, but never a liar when it came to principles. The stability of the multiverse's timelines was a good thing, but also meant his plan to gather all the tailed beast chakra would have to be put on hold for now. "Enough of that look." Loki, noting his dejection, for once traded teasing for a rare note of sincerity. "Stability in the timelines won't last forever. Kang's remnants haven't been wiped out, and Dormammu isn't likely to give up so easily. Sooner or later, new crises will arise, bringing more missions and more gems for you to earn. If you're too fixated on getting stronger right now, you might end up missing what's right in front of you." Chu Yuan paused for a moment, glancing down at the miniature communicator Natasha had slipped into his hand. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't yet checked in with her. The sense of emptiness in his heart gradually faded. Indeed, over the past days he'd been so caught up in fighting crisis after crisis, he'd neglected those closest to him. "I understand," Chu Yuan replied, putting away the gemstone fragment. His voice was calm once more. "I'll head back now. If there's a new mission, make sure to let me know as soon as possible." Loki waved him off, eyes already drifting back to the map. "Don't worry, you won't be left out. Oh, by the way, Tony asked me to let you know whenever you have time, drop by his lab. He's added a new tailed beast energy adaptation module to your Susanoo armor and wants you to give it a try." Chu Yuan nodded his agreement and turned to leave Loki's office. As soon as he left the Time Variance Authority headquarters, he called Natasha. "I'm back in the main universe. Everything's fine." On the other end, Natasha's voice came through, clearly relieved. "I'm glad you're safe. How about dinner together tonight? That Italian place you mentioned before. Sound great. I'll be there on time." Chu Yuan ended the call, unable to hide the smile tugging at his lips. In the days that followed, Chu Yuan set aside his quest to gather all the tailed beast chakra and allowed himself to truly enjoy a long-overdue sense of peace. Each morning, he would first head to Abyss Anime, his company, to handle business affairs. After weathering the recent crisis, the company's plans to go public were progressing steadily, and the Naruto anime continued to soar in popularity. Marvel Universe Film Studios had even reached out, hoping to collaborate on a Naruto x Avengers crossover animation. "Mr. Chu, here's the collaboration proposal for the crossover animation." His assistant placed a document before him. They hope to feature Naruto, Sasuke, Iron Man, and Captain America together in the story, with a theme of guardians across worlds. Chu Yuan thumbed through the proposal, nodding with a smile. "That's a solid concept. It carries on Naruto's core theme of protection and blends it with the heroic image of the Avengers. Let them know we're on board. I'll personally work with Tony on the details of the storyline." After wrapping up business at the company, Chu Yuan would head over to Avengers Tower to fine-tune the armor with Tony. As promised, Tony had installed the tailed Beast Energy Adaptation module into the Susanoo armor. Now, whenever Chu Yuan channeled tailed Beast Chakra, the suit could unleash corresponding ninja techniques in sync. Try using the Four Tails Lava Release, Tony called from the control console, adjusting the armor settings. This module can convert chakra into armor energy. You should see at least a 30% boost in power. Following Tony's instructions, Chu Yuan summoned the chakra of the Four Tails. Instantly, the shoulder cannons on his battle armor erupted, spewing molten magma. The lava struck the surface of the training ground, melting through the thick metal plates in a heartbeat. Not bad at all, Chu Yuan said with satisfaction. On weekends, Chu Yuan would gather with the Avengers. Sometimes they barbecued at Steve's farm. Peter and Bucky tussled over who got to grill the sausages, while Steve, resigned, cleaned up the chaos beside them. Other times, they'd sail out on Tony's yacht, where Natasha taught Chu Yuan to fish. The two of them would sit on the deck, watching the sun dip below the horizon, sharing stories from their pasts. Occasionally, they visited Clint's home, chatting with his family and helping look after his kids, a tribute that honored Clint's memory in the best way. Amid these everyday moments, Chu Yuan and Natasha's relationship gradually deepened. Like any ordinary couple, they strolled the streets of New York together, caught the latest movies at the cinema, and even traveled to Tokyo to see the cherry blossoms, a promise Chu Yuan had made her long ago. As the petals drifted down around them, Natasha gently traced her necklace, her eyes full of tenderness. "With you here, I'm never afraid," she whispered. Rising on tiptoe, she pressed a soft kiss to Chu Yuan's cheek. A cherry blossom petal settled on their shoulders, the scene as gentle and picturesque as a painting. That evening, Chu Yuan and Natasha dined at an Italian restaurant. The city glimmered outside the window, and the lights inside were warm and inviting. Natasha looked at Chu Yuan and suddenly asked, "Are you still thinking about the stones?" Chu Yuan set down his knife and fork, taking her hand in his. "I used to be anxious about it all the time, but now, I think it's good to slow down once in a while. Having you and everyone else by my side matters more than just getting stronger." Natasha's smile shone with a bright, steady light. "I knew you'd come around, but if a new mission comes up, I'll support you. Whatever you decide to do, I'll be with you." A gentle warmth filled Chu Yuan's heart as he squeezed her hand. He knew peaceful days like this might not last. Sooner or later, a new crisis would come. But for now, he just wanted to cherish these moments and protect the people he loved. On the weekend, the sun was especially bright, bathing Steve's farm in golden light. The air was thick with the delicious aroma of barbecue. By the time Chu Yuan and Natasha arrived, the lawn was already buzzing with life. Tony crouched in front of the grill, sporting an outlandish pair of sunglasses and flipping sausages with his latest invention, a smart barbecue spatula. The spatula screen displayed, temperature, 85%. Recommended, grill for 30 more seconds. Peter sat cross-legged on the grass nearby, holding an uncooked sausage, but his eyes were glued to the sizzling steaks on the grill. Bucky leaned against a tree, a bottle of soda in hand, occasionally passing seasoning to Steve, his lips marked with a dab of ketchup. "Chu, Natasha, you finally made it." Tony waved energetically with his high-tech barbecue spatula as soon as he spotted them. "Come over and try my technology-enhanced barbecue. It's 10 times better than Steve's." Steve emerged from the house, carrying a platter of vegetables, shaking his head with a helpless smile. "Tony, that's not what you said last year when you blew up the grill." Everyone burst into laughter. Chu Yuan walked over to the grill and eyed Tony's spatula. "Can that thing really control the temperature precisely? Last time you used a smart frying pan, you turned eggs into charcoal." "That was just an accident." Tony shot back immediately, but his eyes darted away with a twinge of guilt. "This time's different. I upgraded the sensors. It's foolproof now." Asked Peter. He already had a sausage. Peter, his mouth stuffed full of sausage, mumbled, "Delicious. 100 times better than the cafeteria food. Chu Yuan, you have to try it." Natasha strolled over to Steve, taking the plate from his hands with a smile. "Need any help setting the table? I brought my homemade fruit salad. It's still in the car." "No need. Bucky already went to get it," Steve said, nodding toward the garage. "You don't visit often, so just relax today. Chu, do you want to try grilling some steak? Peter's been begging for yours. Says it has that real campfire flavor you can't get from Tony's Gadgets." Chu Yuan nodded and took the plain barbecue spatula Steve handed him. No fancy screens or sensors, just a simple piece of metal that felt perfectly balanced in his grip. He picked up a marinated steak and laid it on the grill. The fat sizzled and crackled instantly, sending up a mouth-watering aroma. Peter immediately bounced over, eyes wide with anticipation. "Chu Yuan, can I have mine medium rare? Not too well done, please." "Got it, kiddo." Chu Yuan ruffled Peter's hair with a grin, his hands never pausing. Before his journey to this world, He'd spent plenty of time camping and perfecting his grilling skills. Before long, the steak was ready. Chu Yuan sliced it into bite-sized pieces and handed them to Peter. Careful, it's hot. Peter took a bite without waiting, and his eyes lit up. That's the flavor. Way better than Tony's. Tony put his hands on his hips, pretending to be offended. Hey, kid, did you forget who gave you the sausage just now? But Chu Yuan steak really is better. Peter shot back without hesitation, making everyone laugh all over again. Bucky brought over Natasha's fruit salad and set it on the table. All right, enough arguing. If you keep bickering, Chu will finish all the steak by himself. By the way, Chu, could you show us the tailed beast ninjutsu you mentioned last time? Peter's been pestering me about it, and I'm really curious too. Peter chimed in immediately. Yeah. Brother Chu, could we please see it? It doesn't have to be big, just a little demonstration. Seeing the eager looks from everyone, Chu Yuan smiled and nodded. Sure, but you should all stand back a bit. I wouldn't want you to get burned. He stepped onto an open patch of lawn, summoned the chakra of the four tails, and instantly conjured a small sphere of molten lava in his right palm. The lava hovered above his hand, perfectly controlled, with not a single drop spilling out. Everyone crowded around in amazement. Tony's armor automatically brought up an analysis screen, displaying lava temperature, 1,200 degrees Celsius, control volume, 0.5 cubic meters. Steve's eyes were full of admiration. This was the first time he'd ever seen someone conjure lava out of thin air. Natasha, smiling, pulled out her phone and snapped a photo of the extraordinary scene. That's incredible. Peter jumped up with excitement. Brother Chu, could you use the tailed beast fire style to give the barbecue a little boost? Tony's smart spatula seems to be acting up again. Everyone followed Peter's gaze to see Tony's smart barbecue spatula stuck on the grill, its screen flashing. Error code 404. Sausage not found. The group burst into laughter. Embarrassed, Tony scratched his head and tossed aside the smart spatula, grabbing a regular one instead. Forget it. Sometimes the classics just work better. The afternoon slipped away in laughter and cheerful conversation. Everyone sat together on the grass, enjoying barbecue and fruit salad, chatting about recent happenings. Tony talked about his newly developed anti-dark energy armor. Steve shared stories about teaching kids baseball in the community. Bucky described a retro record shop he'd discovered, and Peter excitedly recounted winning a science experiment competition at school. Chu Yuan and Natasha sat in a quiet corner of the lawn, sunlight filtering through the leaves and dappling over them. Natasha leaned against Chu Yuan's shoulder, holding a strawberry. Look at them. Don't they seem like a family? Chu Yuan nodded, warmth filling his heart. Yeah, they're our family. He picked up a grape and held it to Natasha's lips. I've been so focused on getting stronger that I almost forgot. These times are the most precious. Natasha took a bite of the grape, her eyes soft and full of affection. We can come here often, you know. Barbecue, chat, just be together with everyone. And when you've gathered all the tailed beast chakra, maybe we can bring everyone to your world someday. Let them see your hometown with their own eyes. All right. Chu Yuan tightened his grip on Natasha's hand, his heart brimming with anticipation. As evening fell, the setting sun painted the sky in a warm, amber hue. Everyone packed away the utensils, preparing to leave the farm. Tony clapped Chu Yuan on the shoulder. Don't forget to come by the lab tomorrow. I've added a new tailed beast energy storage module to your Susanoo armor. It'll let you use your ninjutsu for even longer. Steve walked over as well, handing Chu Yuan a neatly wrapped box. This is my mother's old cookie recipe. You and Natasha should try making them together when you have time. Peter clung to Chu Yuan's arm, reluctant to let go. Brother Chu Yuan, you have to come grill the steaks again at our next barbecue. Chu Yuan agreed to each request, his heart full of emotion. He knew that these simple gestures, this warmth and companionship, were the true meaning behind his mission to protect the multiverse. When they returned home, Chu Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Loki. The dark energy anomaly in Universe 1126 has intensified. Come to the Time Authority tomorrow. We need to discuss a new mission. Chu Yuan stared at the message, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He knew that these peaceful days would soon come to an end, and a new challenge was on the horizon. But this time, his motivation wasn't just the pursuit of strength. It was the desire to protect the precious family around him, to safeguard these bonds of warmth. He turned and looked at Natasha, who was in the kitchen preparing fruit. Smiling, he walked over to her. I'll need to visit the Time Authority tomorrow. There might be a new mission. But don't worry, I'll be back soon. Natasha looked back with a gentle nod and a smile. I'll be waiting. Take care of yourself. I'm still looking forward to baking those cookies with you. In the conference room at Time Authority headquarters, Loki projected a holographic map into the center of the room. On the map, the East Asian region of Universe 1126 pulsed with a glaring red light, black energy veins swirling around it. The dark energy anomaly in Universe 1126 originates right here. The entrance to the Great Luo secret realm within China, Loki said gravely, pointing at the red marker. Our surveillance indicates the mastermind behind this dark energy hasn't shown himself yet, but he's already corrupted a human named Wenwu, using dark magic to amplify his malice and greed. Chu Yuan's gaze shifted to the dossier beside the map. Wenwu, leader of the Ten Rings, a warlord who once merely ruled over his territory, empowered by the formidable Ten Rings. But in the past month, he had become increasingly bloodthirsty and ruthless, and the Ten Rings had begun indiscriminately hunting down a pair of siblings named Shang-Chi and Shang. Why is he after these siblings? Chu Yuan picked up the file and noticed a note. Key to the Great Luo secret realm. Ying Li's heirloom necklace. Because the keys are in their hands. Loki pulled up a surveillance feed. On the screen, a man clad in black armor, surrounded by the Ten Rings, was crushing a rebel's skull barehanded. Under the golden glow of the rings, blood splattered everywhere. Shang-Chi and Xialing are Wenwu's children. Their mother, Ying Li, was the guardian of the Great Luo sanctuary. Before she died, she entrusted the keys to the sanctuary, 2 necklaces, to her son and daughter. Bewitched by dark magic, Wenwu believes that by seizing the keys and unlocking the sanctuary, he can control the ancient divine beasts within and use their power to unify the world. To achieve this, he's even willing to kill his own children. A cold fury flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. The thing he despised most was those who would harm their own family for selfish gain. I'm heading to Universe 1126 right now. Rising to his feet, he picked up the sword of Tian Zhao's spear. Tell me what needs to be done. Should I stop Wenwu from opening the sanctuary? Or should I find a mastermind behind all this? Stopping Wenwu takes priority. Loki handed Chu Yuan a tracker. Shang-Chi and his sister are hiding in an antique shop in Hong Kong. The Ten Ring Syndicate is closing in fast. The mastermind's presence is deeply hidden. Once Wenwu is dealt with, we can hunt for him at our own pace. Remember, the divine beasts inside the Great Luo sanctuary, Tao Tai, Daijang, the nine-tailed fox. If corrupted by dark energy, they'll become unimaginably destructive. You must find a way to protect them. Chu Yuan nodded, gripping the tracker tightly, and turned to step into the time corridor. The tunnel closed behind him just as he emerged on the bustling streets of Hong Kong. The humid air carried the briny tang of seafood. The red dot on the tracker pointed straight ahead to the Fook Key Antique Shop. Before he even reached the shop, a fierce commotion broke out nearby. Chu Yuan rushed forward to find members of the Ten Rings gang wielding machetes as they besieged the shop's entrance, the door already splintered and battered. Inside, a young man in a black jacket, Shang-Chi, was fending them off with swift-wing Chun techniques. Though his movements were sharp and precise, he was outnumbered. Beside him, a girl in a red dress, Xialing, clutched a wooden box, her eyes wide with fear. Hand over the necklaces, and we might let you live, the gang leader snarled, slashing his blade toward Shang-Chi's shoulder. Shang-Chi twisted aside, but another thug kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him stumbling backward. At that moment, a streak of golden, sword energy shot from the mouth of the alley, striking the attacker and slamming him against the wall, where he slumped unconscious. Who's there? The gang leader spun around, wary. He saw Chu Yuan approaching, the sword of Tian Zhao's spear in his hand, a faint aura of chakra shimmering around him. Chu Yuan wasted no words. His 6 paths chakra arms unfurled in an instant, seizing 3 members of the Ten Rings gang and hurling them out of the alley. You 2 go first. Leave the rest to me, he said to Shang-Chi and his sister, the tip of the Amino Habakiri sword pointing at the remaining gang members. If you don't leave now, you won't get another chance. Shang-Chi hesitated for a brief moment, but quickly snapped back to his senses. He grabbed Sean's hand and dashed toward the far end of the alley. Thank you. We'll wait for you at the old warehouse by the docks. Seeing this, the leader of the Ten Rings erupted in fury, brandishing his blade as he charged forward. How dare you meddle in the affairs of the Ten Rings? You're courting death. Chu Yuan sidestepped the incoming strike with ease. With a gentle flick of Amino Habakiri, a golden arc of sword energy sliced the enemy's blade clean in half and struck him squarely in the chest. The leader screamed as he crashed to the ground. The rest of the gang, terrified by what they'd witnessed, turned and fled in panic. Chu Yuan didn't bother to pursue them. He knew these henchmen weren't the real threat. The true danger was Wenwu. Following the address Shang-Chi had given him, he made his way toward the old warehouse by the docks. Inside the warehouse, Shang-Chi opened a wooden box to reveal 2 silver necklaces. Each pendant bore a complex rune. These are the keys my mother left behind, Shang-Chi said, his voice heavy with emotion. My father, he wasn't always like this. About a month ago, something changed in him. He suddenly insisted on opening the Deluo secret realm, and said the only way to get the complete key was to kill us. Sean wiped her tears and added, "He's killed so many people who tried to oppose him. The Ten Rings are like a pack of madmen now, snatching people off the streets to interrogate them about our whereabouts. We've already moved 3 times. Chu Yuan gazed at the necklaces. Suddenly, his eternal samsara eyes flickered with a hint of blue light. He could sense a faint protective energy lingering on the necklaces, unmistakably the aura of the Deluo secret realm. "Where's Wenwu now?" he asked. "He's probably near the entrance to the Deluo secret realm," Shang-Chi replied. "It's hidden deep in the mountains of Yunnan. My mother took me there once. He's definitely waiting for us to walk right into his trap." Just then, the warehouse doors exploded open. Golden rings shot in like meteors, smashing into the wooden box beside Shang-Chi and shattering it to pieces. Wenwu strode in, clad in black battle armor. His eyes were lifeless, burning with a bloodthirsty madness. The 10 rings orbited him, radiating a suffocating aura of menace. "My good son, my good daughter, at last I've found you." Wenwu's voice was icy, stripped of all fatherly warmth. "Hand over the necklaces, and I'll let you die quickly." "Dad, wake up. You've been deceived," Sean cried out through her tears. "Opening the secret realm will only unleash darkness and harm the divine beasts. It's not about uniting the world." "Shut up," Wenwu roared, hurling a 10 rings blast straight at Sean. Chu Yuan, quick as lightning, activated his spatial teleportation, pulling Sean behind him while raising the sword of the heavenly marsh spear to parry the attack. With a metallic clang, the 10 rings struck the blade, golden energy bursting forth in dazzling sparks. Chu Yuan's arm tingled with numbness. The force behind the 10 rings was even greater than he had imagined. An outsider? Wenwu's gaze shifted to Chu Yuan, a flash of confusion in his eyes. But the uncertainty quickly twisted into a cruel smile. "All the better. One more corpse will make things livelier." With a wave of his hand, dozens of elite 10 rings members charged into the warehouse, their weapons glowing faintly with a dark energy. "Go now. Head for the entrance to the Deluo secret realm, and hold your ground there." Chu Yuan called out to Sean and Xian, golden sword energy crackling around the heavenly marsh spear. "I'll hold them off." Sean nodded, grabbing Xian by the hand and dashing toward the warehouse's rear exit. "We'll wait for you at the entrance. You must come." Seeing this, Wenwu bellowed in rage, unleashing the 10 rings in a torrent, like a storm of golden chains hurtling after the siblings. Chu Yuan immediately activated the lava release of the 4 tails, molten magma welling up in his palm, which he hurled at Wenwu. The magma formed a barrier, stopping the 10 rings in their tracks and forcing Wenwu to halt. He turned, eyes burning with murderous intent. "You're seeking death." Suddenly, the 10 rings accelerated, streaking toward Chu Yuan's chest. But Chu Yuan manipulated space itself, conjuring a wormhole before him and swallowing the rings. At the same time, he swept the sword of the heavenly marsh spear at Wenwu. Wenwu twisted aside, narrowly dodging the strike. The 10 rings shot back out of the wormhole to his side, swirling around him and forming a radiant golden shield. "Not bad," Wenwu sneered. In a heartbeat, the 10 rings split into dozens of razor-thin golden bands that sped toward Chu Yuan. Each band carried a slicing force, moving with blinding speed. Chu Yuan immediately tapped into the fire release of the 2 tails, unleashing a wall of roaring flame to block the golden bands. Simultaneously, he activated his Eternal Rinnegan, reading Wenwu's movements in an instant and teleporting behind him, thrusting the heavenly marsh spear toward Wenwu's back. Wenwu reacted with astonishing speed, the 10 rings swirling into a golden shield just in time to block the strike. He spun, driving a fist, charged with the power of the rings, straight at Chu Yuan's chest. Chu Yuan blocked with the 6 paths chakra arms, but the force of Wenwu's punch sent him staggering backward, nearly coughing up blood. "Is that all you've got? And you think you can stop me?" Wenwu's laughter was cold and cruel. Once more, the 10 rings accelerated, shooting toward Chu Yuan's arms and legs, aiming to pin him down. Knowing brute force was futile, Chu Yuan switched tactics. He summoned the storm release, firing a bolt of blue lightning, Thunder Fong, straight at Wenwu. The lightning struck, slowing Wenwu for the briefest moment. Seizing the chance, Chu Yuan teleported outside the warehouse, sprinting toward the docks. He had to draw Wenwu away, buying precious time for Sean and Xian. Wenwu roared in fury as he gave chase, the 10 rings whirling around him at lightning speed. As Chu Yuan ran, he left trails of flame behind him using Chakra, setting fiery traps to momentarily slow Wenwu's pursuit. He knew that to truly stop Wenwu, he had to defeat him before he reached the entrance to the Deluo secret realm. If the divine beast were to be tainted by dark energy, the consequences would be unimaginable. The sea breeze at the dock ruffled Chu Yuan's hair, and he could see ships sailing in the distance. Wenwu's footsteps grew ever closer, the golden light of the 10 rings flickering behind him. Chu Yuan took a deep breath, came to a halt, and turned around, gathering all his chakra into the sword of Heavenly Marsh Spear. A fierce battle was about to begin. Chu Yuan and Wenwu faced off on the dock, the wind whipping their clothes. The golden glow of the 10 rings intermingled with the radiant energy of the Heavenly Marsh Spear, filling the air with a tense, electric atmosphere. "You can't escape," Wenwu sneered, the 10 rings spinning faster and faster around him. "Today you and those 2 bastards, none of you will live. You've been bewitched by dark magic. Snap out of it." Chu Yuan tried to break through to Wenwu, letting the Heavenly Marsh Spear's gentle, purifying energy shimmer into the air. "Your wife, Jiang Li, guarded the secret realm to protect the divine beast, not so you could satisfy your own greed. Enough talk." Wenwu would have none of it. The 10 rings suddenly stretched out, transforming into a golden whip that lashed toward Chu Yuan's throat. Chu Yuan twisted aside, slashing through the whip with the Heavenly Marsh Spear. Golden fragments scattered to the ground, but quickly reformed into the 10 rings, returning to Wenwu's side. "It's useless. The 10 rings cannot die." Wenwu laughed maniacally as the rings split apart, forming dozens of golden blades that shot toward Chu Yuan. Summoning the chakra of the 9 tails, Chu Yuan conjured a crimson barrier around himself, blocking the barrage. In the same instant, he used a space-shifting technique to reappear behind Wenwu, thrusting the Heavenly Marsh Spear at the gap in Wenwu's armor. Wenwu reacted instantly. The 10 rings fused into a shield, catching the spear's energy. He spun around and kicked Chu Yuan hard in the stomach, sending him crashing into a shipping container. The metal caved in with a thunderous impact. Chu Yuan coughed up blood, his mind racing. The power of the 10 rings is even greater than I imagined. If this keeps up, I'll be worn down sooner or later. He glanced into the distance. Shang-Chi and his sister should be nearing the entrance to the Deluo secret realm by now. He had to finish this quickly, gripping the Heavenly Marsh Spear tightly. Chu Yuan summoned the chakra of the 5-tailed beast within him. Golden chakra fused with the red 9-tails chakra, blue chakra, yellow fire-style chakra, and red lava-style chakra, forming a dazzling, multicolored surge of sword energy. 6 paths, tailed beast fusion slash. The moment Chu Yuan leapt into the air, the chakra of 5-tailed beasts coalesced around him, manifesting as tangible, swirling energy forms. A blazing fox silhouette of Matatabi the 2 tails, the molten ape shadow of Son Goku the 4 tails, the boiling bull form of Kokuo the 5 tails, the misty hound of Saiken the 6 tails, and the looming 9-tailed fox outline of Kurama. These 5 spectral beasts circled his golden sword aura, as if ancient divine creatures had descended upon the world. Even the sea winds at the docks were thrown into chaos by this overwhelming force. Wenwu's pupils contracted sharply. The 10 rings spun madly before him, their golden energies weaving together into a barrier 3 times thicker than before. He could feel that the power in Chu Yuan's sword aura was more than just chakra. It bore a razor edge capable of rending space itself. This was Chu Yuan's trump card, infused with the energy of Space Gem. The instant the rainbow-colored sword aura struck the golden barrier, the dock's ground shattered as though struck by a meteor. Deep cracks radiated from the impact point like a spider's web. Shipping containers hurled into the sea by the shockwave, sending plumes of water soaring dozens of meters high. The glowing patterns on the golden shield began to fracture, piece by piece. Wenwu's arms bulged with strain, the 10 rings flickering violently. He was clearly at his limit. "Impossible. You're just an outsider. How can you wield such power?" Wenwu roared, the madness in his eyes growing even darker. Then, in a wild gambit, he poured a third of the ring's energy straight into his own heart. His body swelled, his skin turning a sinister shade of dark gold. "I am a master of the 10 rings. I cannot lose." A surge of dark golden energy erupted from Wenwu, forcefully stabilizing the crumbling barrier. With a sudden motion, he hurled the remainder of the ring's power into a golden spear, which shot toward Chu Yuan in midair. The spear was blindingly fast, leaving golden afterimages trailing in its wake. A flash of gold and crimson flickered in Chu Yuan's eyes. His eternal Rinnegan tracked the spear's path precisely as he triggered spatial teleportation, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, he drew on the fusion of tailed beast power, pushing his attack's might up by another 30%. "You're not the master of the 10 rings. You're just a puppet of dark sorcery." At last, the rainbow-hued sword aura smashed through the golden barrier and crashed against Wenwu's armor. There was a sharp, splintering crack. The armor shattered in an instant. Wonwoo screamed a raw, piercing sound as the sword aura carved a deep wound into him, down to the bone. Yet he did not fall. Instead, he seized the moment after Chu Yuan's teleport, thrusting his dark gold hand toward Chu Yuan's chest, intent on dragging him into mutual destruction, detonating the chakra within him with the last of his dark energy. From afar, Shang-Chi's shout suddenly rang out. Chu Yuan's Taifen, Instanti Alert. 6 chakra arms shot out, seizing Wonwoo's wrist and shoving him aside. But at that very moment, the blood from Wonwoo's wound abruptly morphed into inky black mist, winding its way along Chu Yuan's outstretched arm. This was the seed of dark energy planted by the shadowy mastermind within Wonwoo, designed to devour the power of the strongest. Warning: unknown dark energy intrusion detected. This energy is devouring in nature, capable of absorbing chakra and spatial energy. Notice, the dark energy contains fragments of consciousness, likely tracking marks left by the mastermind. Black mist crept along Chu Yuan's arm, and wherever it passed, his chakra became wildly unstable. Instantly, Chu Yuan summoned purifying energy, trying to drive out the heat, but the mist clung to him like an unshakable parasite, impossible to fully dispel. Wonwoo, seeing this, lunged with a vicious grin. You can't escape. My master will absorb your energy and become the new vessel. Your master? Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. His eternal samsara eye locked onto the black mist, and suddenly he caught a glimpse of a vague, ghostly silhouette within. The figure wore a billowing black robe, wreathed in dark violet energy. The face was hidden in shadow, but a crushing aura of terror radiated from its presence. At this critical moment, the sword of Amino Sakahoko on Chu Yuan's arm erupted with a brilliant golden light. The sword's purifying and divine runes blazed to life, searing the black mist, which sizzled with a sharp, burning sound. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan poured all his tailed beast chakra into the blade and thrust it toward Wonwoo's heart. I don't care who your master is, today you die. The sword of Amino Sakahoko pierced straight through Wonwoo's heart. Instantly, the black mist lost its host, transforming into a shadow that darted away into the distance. Chu Yuan made to give chase, but Wonwoo's body began to swell uncontrollably. The 10 rings broke free from him, hovering midair. Host has slain Wonwoo. The 10 rings have broken free and entered recognition mode. Warning: the escaping dark energy fragment is moving toward the Luo secret realm. It appears to be targeting an ancient divine beast. A chill swept through Chu Yuan's heart. He had no time to worry about the 10 rings. He spun around and raced toward the entrance of the Luo secret realm. He could sense that the shard of dark energy was moving at terrifying speed. If it managed to infect the divine beast, the consequences would be unimaginable. When Chu Yuan arrived at the entrance to the Luo secret realm, he was met with a shocking sight. The black mist had already slipped through the transparent barrier and was wrapping itself around Tao Tai. The once gentle Tao Ye's gaze was now wild and crazed, its body swelling, skin turning jet black, and its mouth spewing a corrosive black liquid as it lunged at the nearby Qilin. This is bad. Shang-Chi and his sister were desperately channeling energy from their necklaces to reinforce the barrier, but it did nothing to halt the spread of the dark energy. Chu Yuan immediately drew the sword of Amino Sakahoko, releasing purifying energy and channeling it into the barrier. Golden waves of cleansing light clashed with the black darkness, sending ripples shimmering across the surface of the barrier. Chu, do something quick. The other divine beasts are about to be infected too. Shang Yin cried, tears streaming down her face, as she watched one of the Dijiang's wings darken and its body slam wildly against the barrier. Chu Yuan took a deep breath and made a bold decision. He would enter the Luo secret realm himself to purify the infected divine beasts. He turned to Shang-Chi and his sister and said, "Once I'm inside, use the energy of the necklace to maintain the barrier. Don't let any dark energy escape. But it's too dangerous in there." Shang-Chi tried to stop him, but was silenced by the unwavering resolve in Chu Yuan's eyes. Without another word, Chu Yuan activated his spatial manipulation ability and opened a narrow gap in the barrier, slipping inside. The moment he entered the secret realm, a surge of potent natural energy washed over him, but it was tainted by a sharp, acrid scent of dark energy. The infected Tao Tai caught sight of Chu Yuan and immediately lunged at him with a furious roar, spewing black liquid in his direction. Chu Yuan teleported behind the Tao Tai and plunged the purifying energy of the heavenly marsh spear into its back. Golden light surged into the beast, and it let out a howl of agony, its body convulsing as the dark energy was forced out from within. However, the expelled darkness didn't dissipate. Instead, it shot toward a nearby nine-tailed fox. This fox was unlike Ju Lama, the nine-tailed fox Chu Yuan was familiar with. Its fur was pure white, and its eyes gleamed with wary caution. "Don't touch it," Chu Yuan shouted, instantly appearing in front of the nine-tailed fox to shield it with purifying energy. The white nine-tailed fox seemed to sense Chu Yuan's goodwill. Its wariness faded. It joined him, releasing waves of white natural energy to help drive back the dark power. Assailed by the combined force of natural and purifying energies, the black darkness thinned and eventually morphed into a shadow, fleeing deeper into the secret realm. Chu Yuan made to pursue it, but the white nine-tailed fox blocked his way. The fox nudged his arm with its head, eyes brimming with urgency, as if guiding him toward a specific destination. "Do you want to lead me deeper into the secret realm?" Chu Yuan asked. The nine-tailed fox nodded. Though puzzled, Chu Yuan chose to follow the fox into the depths. From outside the barrier, Shang-Chi and his sister watched anxiously, but could only focus on maintaining the energy shield. At the heart of the secret realm lay an immense lake. In the center stood a small island, upon which rose a massive stone stele carved with ancient runes. The black shadow was streaking toward the stele, seemingly trying to awaken some force sealed within it. Chu Yuan acted at once, sending a surge of purifying energy hurtling toward the darkness. Bang! The dark energy was struck, transforming into a shadow that slammed into the stele. Suddenly, the carved runes flared with a deep, purple light. Chu Yuan's eternal samsara eye locked onto the symbols, and in a flash, their meaning became clear. Vessel of darkness, lord of beasts, upon the day of unsealing, the world returns to oblivion. This is an unsealing ritual? Chu Yuan's heart skipped a beat as realization dawned. The mastermind's goal wasn't merely to infect the divine beasts, but to use the dark energy to activate the stele and unleash some sealed presence hidden within the secret realm. At that moment, a dark purple beam suddenly shot out from the stone tablet, striking toward Chu Yuan. He tried to dodge, only to find his body bound by an invisible force. Ancient seal, energy detected. The energy contains a spatial lock effect, teleportation unavailable. Warning, the seal in the stele contains residual consciousness, originating from the same source as the escaping dark energy fragment. Next to the stone tablet, the black dark energy gathered and formed a shadowy figure. It was the black-robed man Chu Yuan had seen inside Wenwu's body before. "I didn't expect anyone to disrupt my plans," the black-robed man rasped, his voice cold and laced with a chilling smile. "But it doesn't matter. Your body is a perfect vessel. Once I absorb your immense power and mastery over space, I'll be able to unseal the Lord of Darkness and rule over every universe." Chu Yuan tightened his grip on the heavenly marsh spear, summoning the last trace of chakra within him, readying himself to attack. He knew this was no time for retreat. If the black-robed man succeeded, not only would Universe 1126 be destroyed, but the entire multiverse would be plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, Shang-Chi and his sister suddenly noticed the traces of dark energy on the barrier multiplying. The distant sky was turning black, as if an even greater catastrophe was descending. Shang-Chi stared anxiously at Chu Yuan inside the barrier, worry written all over his face. "Chu, you have to make it through this." Before the stone tablet, the black-robed man's shadow gradually became more solid, dark purple energy radiating from his form. The ambient energy of the secret realm grew, increasingly turbulent. Bound by the spatial lock, Chu Yuan could only watch helplessly as the black-robed man channeled dark energy into the tablet. The runes on the stone began to glow ever more intensely, and the water of the lake started to boil, bubbling with black vapor. "Who are you? Why do you want to unseal the Lord of Darkness?" Chu Yuan tried to buy time, gathering purifying energy within him, attempting to break free from the spatial lock. He could sense the chakra of the tailed beast inside him resonating with the heavenly marsh spear, the runes on its blade shining with growing brilliance. The black-robed man turned his head. Though his face was hidden, Chu Yuan could feel his gaze fixed on him. "Who I am doesn't matter," the man replied, his tone icy. "What matters is that you'll be the first offering to awaken the Lord of Darkness. Your energy and the divine power within that sword make for the perfect sacrifice." With a wave of his hand, the dark purple energy coalesced into a chain, whipping toward Chu Yuan's neck. Chu Yuan instantly raised his six-path chakra arms to block it, but as the chain wrapped around, he realized that dark energy was eating away at his chakra. Alert! Dark energy level rising. Current level, S+. It can devour all types of energy, including purification energy. Notice, the 10 rings are approaching the host. The 10 rings contain immortal energy, which can counteract the dark energy. A surge of joy welled up in Chu Yuan's heart, just as he sensed the 10 rings were speeding toward him. He could see them now, streaking from the direction of the secret realm's entrance, golden light piercing the barrier as they raced straight for him. The black-robed figure's expression changed. Though his face was hidden, the panic in his movements was unmistakable. He poured dark energy even faster into the stone tablet. Do you really think the 10 rings will save you? The 10 rings are a token left behind by the Lord of Darkness himself. Today, they'll serve as the key to his unsealing. Rubbish! Chu Yuan snapped, summoning every ounce of spatial energy within him in a desperate bid to break free from the spatial lock. At that moment, the 10 rings finally reached him, slipping onto his arm of their own accord. Immortal golden energy burst forth from the rings, coursing down Chu Yuan's arm and incinerating every trace of black dark energy in its path. 10 rings recognition complete. Immortal energy activated. All dark energy and black magic suppressed. Hidden ability unlocked. Immortal barrier. Blocks dark energy attacks below S+ level and purifies dark energy contamination. Power surged through Chu Yuan, filling him with newfound strength. The spatial lock that had bound him vanished. Gripping the heavenly marsh spear sword tightly, he channeled the immortal energy of the 10 rings and the tail beast Chakra together, forging a sword aura woven from gold and crimson. I don't care who you are, today you die here. Foolish, the black-robed man roared, channeling all his dark energy into the stone tablet. The runes etched on the stone exploded with force, and a massive black rift tore open at the center of the lake. From within the abyss came chilling roars, as if some ancient terror was about to be unleashed. Chu Yuan could sense that the dark energy swirling inside the rift was dozens of times more powerful than anything the black-robed man had wielded. The Lord of Darkness is about to awaken. You're already too late. The black-robed man howled with manic glee, unleashing a surge of deep violet energy toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan activated the immortal barrier of the 10 rings, blocking the oncoming darkness. He leapt high, golden crimson, sword aura blazing, and slashed at the black rift. The sword aura struck the rift, where immortal gold clashed violently with seething darkness. The expansion of the rift slowed perceptibly. Yet Chu Yuan knew this was only a temporary reprieve. As long as the black-robed man continued to pour dark energy into the tablet, the rift would inevitably burst open. At that moment, all the ancient divine beasts of the secret realm suddenly charged toward the lake. The white nine-tailed fox, the Qilin, the phoenix, the Daijang, the Swanee, and even the Tao Tai, freshly purified. Forming a protective circle, they unleashed their natural energies, pouring them into Chu Yuan's sword aura. In an instant, the golden sword aura swelled, outshining even the black radiance of the rift. The divine beasts are helping you. Shanxi and his sister shouted in excitement from outside the barrier, their voices ringing with hope. A warm current surged through Chu Yuan's heart. He could feel the natural energy of the divine beasts merging seamlessly with his own chakra and the immortal energy of the 10 rings, forming an unprecedented sword aura of protection. He swung his blade toward the figure in black robes and declared, "Your schemes end here." No. The black-robed man tried to defend himself, but the sword aura of protection struck him in an instant. His body shattered into countless fragments of darkness, which faded away into the air. Yet, before he vanished completely, his voice rang out cold and sinister. You cannot win. The Lord of Darkness will awaken. All universes will become its domain. With the black-robed figure destroyed, the dark energy within the black rift lost all control and began to spiral chaotically. Chu Yuan immediately summoned every ounce of his power, channeling the sword aura of protection into the rift. Golden energy poured in, gradually sealing the fissure. The waters of the lake calmed once more, and the runes carved upon the stone steel dimmed to their former state. Detection. The black-robed man has been eliminated. The Lord of Darkness unsealing ritual has failed. Notice, all remnants of dark energy left by the black-robed man have been completely purified, but the consciousness of the Lord of Darkness within the steel is not yet fully sealed. Regular infusions of purifying energy are required. Task progress, 90%. Remaining objectives. Completely seal the Lord of Darkness consciousness in the steel and restore the natural energy of the Deluo secret realm. Chu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but his strength was nearly spent, and he almost collapsed from exhaustion. The white nine-tailed fox darted to his side, supporting him with its body, gratitude shining in its eyes. The other divine beasts also gathered round, nuzzling his arm as if to express their thanks. "Thank you, all of you," Chu Yuan said softly. He knew in his heart that without the help of these divine beasts, he could never have thwarted the Black-Robed Man's schemes. Just then, a familiar chime echoed in Chu Yuan's mind, signaling a message from the system. Detection. The host has successfully prevented the Lord of Darkness from being unsealed and has protected the ancient divine beasts. Reward. 10 rings immortal energy increased by 50%, tailed beast chakra capacity increased by 20%, and the title Divine Beast Companion unlocked allows the summoning of ancient divine beasts in battle. Each summoning consumes a small amount of chakra. Notice, to fully seal the Lord of Darkness consciousness within the steel, you will need both Space Gem energy and Purifying energy. A thought struck Chu Yuan. He remembered he still had fragments of Space Gem energy from Universe 241. He approached the stone steel and channeled both the Space Gem fragments and Purifying energy into it. The runes on the steel flashed with golden light, and the dark purple traces of energy gradually faded away. Detection. The steel seal has been reinforced. The Lord of Darkness consciousness is now temporarily suppressed. Notice, the Lord of Darkness consciousness will attempt to awaken once every century. Regular reinforcement of the seal is required. At last, Chu Yuan could truly breathe easy. He turned and made his way toward the entrance of the secret realm. The divine beast followed close behind, as if to see him off. At the entrance, Shang-Chi and his sister lifted the barrier, and Chu Yuan stepped out. That's wonderful. You did it. Shang-Chi threw his arms around Chu Yuan in excitement, and Sean wiped away his tears, a smile breaking across his face. Chu Yuan nodded with a smile, then looked at the divine beasts within the secret realm. From now on, I'll leave this place in your care. If danger arises, remember to contact me with the communicator. The white nine-tailed fox nodded at Chu Yuan and led the other divine beasts back into the depths of the secret realm. Watching their retreating figures, Chu Yuan was filled with emotion. This was only the beginning. The Lord of Darkness, mentioned by the man in black robes, the true mastermind behind the scenes, the connection between the 10 rings and the Lord of Darkness. There were still so many mysteries left unsolved. And beyond that, he still needed to gather the fragments of the Space Stone, completely seal away the Lord of Darkness's consciousness, and collect the chakra of the tailed beasts to become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. We should return to the main universe, Chu Yuan said to Shang-Chi and Sean. But remember, the so-called Lord of Darkness may be far more complex than we imagine. You two need to be extra careful. The siblings nodded, fully aware that although the immediate crisis was over, even greater threats might still be lurking ahead. Chu Yuan activated his Time Bureau badge, and a golden time portal unfurled before them. Just before stepping through, he cast one last glance back towards the secret realm of Deluo. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Time Management Bureau in the main universe, Chu Yuan immediately sought out Loki. He had to find out if the Bureau had any records about the Lord of Darkness and the 10 Rings. In Loki's office, a holographic projection displayed data from Universe 1126. Seeing Chu Yuan return, Loki switched off the projection and handed him a cup of tea. It seems you ran into no small amount of trouble in Universe 1126. I detected intense dark energy fluctuations there, as well as energy signatures reminiscent of ancient seals. Chu Yuan took the cup, his fingertips brushing the warm porcelain, but he wasn't in the mood to savor it. He raised his arm, revealing the 10 rings, their golden glow especially striking beneath the office lights. Loki, do you know the origin of these rings? The man in black said they are tokens left behind by the Lord of Darkness, and that his consciousness is still sealed within the secret realm of Deluo in Universe 1126, awakening once every 100 years. Loki's gaze fell upon the 10 rings, and the light-hearted expression on his face instantly turned grave. He rose, walked over to the bookshelf, and pulled out a black-bound volume inscribed with ancient runes. As he opened its pages, a faint trace of dust lingered in the air. This is the Time Bureau's archived Forbidden Universe files. It contains scattered information about the Lord of Darkness. It's not a native being of any particular universe, but a dark entity born in the cracks between the multiverses, surviving by devouring the energies of universes. Chu Yuan leaned in and saw a blurred illustration on the page, a colossal figure shrouded in dark purple energy, standing atop a shattered planet, surrounded by 10 golden rings, the very same 10 rings he now held in his hands. So you're saying the 10 rings were originally the weapon of the Lord of Darkness? Not just a weapon, but also a seal key, Loki explained, pointing to the text beside the illustration. Legend has it that millions of years ago, a group of guardians of the multiverse joined forces to seal the Lord of Darkness's true form within the interstice realm, using the 10 rings. However, fragments of the Lord's consciousness escaped into various universes. The monument in the Deluo secret realm of Universe 1126 is one such vessel of consciousness. As for the Ten Rings, no one knows exactly how they ended up on Earth, eventually coming into possession of Wenwu's ancestors, passed down from generation to generation. A shock ran through Chu Yuan's heart. He finally understood. The Black Robe Man's goal was not merely to unseal the consciousness fragment in Universe 1126, but to use the Ten Rings to open the Interstice realm and release the Lord of Darkness's true form. So what do we do now? He asked anxiously. The Ten Rings have already chosen me as their master. Will that put the main universe in danger? For now, no, Loki replied, closing the book as his tone softened. Once the Ten Rings acknowledge a master, they become bound to the host's energy. As long as you don't actively use them to interact with fragments of the Lord of Darkness's consciousness, you won't trigger the unsealing mechanism. Besides, the immortal energy within the Ten Rings is actually a power left by the ancient guardians to counter the Lord of Darkness. Over the ages, this energy has gradually weakened, which led the black-robed man to mistakenly believe it was proof of allegiance to the Lord. Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, but then recalled the system's warning. But the fragment inside the monument awakens every 100 years. I can't possibly go to Universe 1126 every century to reinforce the seal, can I? Is there a way to destroy the Lord of Darkness's consciousness once and for all? Loki walked over to the holographic projector and brought up a map of the multiverse, where 3 red points pulsed with light. According to the records, the Lord of Darkness has 3 primary vessels of consciousness, located in Universe 1126, the Deluo secret realm, Universe 349, the Arctic ice field, and Universe 782, the sunken ruins. Only by gathering all 3 vessels and using the combined energies of the Space Stone, Time Stone, and Soul Stone to purify them simultaneously can we utterly erase the Lord's consciousness. Right now, you only possess a fragment of the Space Stone. You still need to find the other 2 stones. Universe 349 and Universe 782. Chu Yuan committed the numbers to memory. What's the situation in those universes now? Are there any missions I can trigger? Loki shook his head, and the light on the projection shifted to yellow. At the moment, the timelines of these 2 universes are stable. No crisis-triggered missions for now. However, I've detected an energy fluctuation in the Arctic ice fields of Universe 349. It seems that a fragment of the Lord of Darkness's consciousness is awakening ahead of schedule, possibly because the unsealing ceremony in Universe 1126 failed, which set off a resonance in the other fragments. Chu Yuan's gaze turned instantly grave. What happens if the consciousness fragment wakes up too soon? It will infect the surrounding life forms, turning them into dark energy puppets, just like Wenwu. Loki's tone was heavy. The Arctic ice fields in Universe 349 are a desolate, uninhabited region, but if those puppets spread to human cities, the consequences would be disastrous. There isn't an official mission yet, but you can go as a Time Bureau observer to Universe 349 and investigate the situation. Should things turn critical, the Council will retroactively approve the mission and grant you a gemstone reward. I'm on it. Chu Yuan agreed without hesitation. He knew better than to wait until disaster struck before taking action. When do I leave? Tomorrow morning. Loki handed Chu Yuan a locator device. These are the coordinates for the Arctic ice fields in Universe 349, along with a set of thermal battle armor. Temperatures there drop to -80 degrees. Regular armor won't stand a chance. Chu Yuan took the locator, feeling the lingering warmth of Time Bureau headquarters on its metal casing. He gripped the device tightly, a surge of warmth rising within him. Loki might appear irreverent, but he always made sure every detail was covered at crucial moments. It was this attention to detail that reminded Chu Yuan he was not alone in facing the crises of the multiverse. Oh, right, about the energy parameters for the 10 rings. I haven't had time to organize the data yet. Chu Yuan suddenly remembered, raising his arm to show the golden rings encircling his wrist. If we want to study how to counteract them, we'll need specific data. But for now, the urgent matter is Universe 349. I'll record everything in detail once I'm back. Loki raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on the 10 rings, a knowing smile tugging at his lips. No need to wait until you return. I suspect your Avenger friends are even more eager to study those rings than you are. You just come back from Universe 1126. At the very least, you ought to let them know you're safe and fill them in on the mission details. If Tony finds out you've got such a treasure, he might whip up compatible gear for you overnight. Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback before realizing that he had indeed overlooked something important. After returning from Universe 1126 to the main universe, he had gone straight to the Time Variance Authority to find Loki, eager to uncover the connection between the Lord of Darkness and the 10 Rings, and had completely forgotten to check in with the Avengers. Natasha had even messaged him to ask if he was safe. Now that he thought about it, he really should stop by Avengers Tower first. You're right, Chu Yuan nodded, putting away the locator. I'll go update them on the situation and record the energy data from the 10 rings while I'm at it. I'll pick up the insulated battle armor from you tomorrow before we leave. Leaving the headquarters of the Time Variance Authority, Chu Yuan drove straight to Avengers Tower. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, he spotted Peter sitting on the couch, fiddling with a web shooter. The moment Peter saw him, he leapt to his feet. Brother Chu Yuan, you're finally back. Last night, Natasha was still worried about you. She said if you didn't check in soon, she'd go to the Time Variance Authority herself and demand Loki bring you back. Chu Yuan chuckled, ruffling Peter's hair, about to reply when he saw Natasha striding down the corridor toward them. She quickly approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Only after making sure he was unharmed did she finally relax, reaching out to gently tap the 10 rings on his arm. So these are the 10 rings you found in Universe 1126? You only mentioned them briefly in your last message. I didn't expect them to be this unique. I got back in a hurry and didn't have time to fill you in on the details, Chu Yuan said, leading Natasha over to the couch. Peter eagerly followed, and Steve emerged from the training room, towel in hand, still wiping away sweat after his workout. This mission brought us face to face with a dark entity known as the Lord of Darkness. The 10 rings are the key to suppressing it. What's more, it has fragments of consciousness hidden in other universes. Next, we might have to head to Universe 349 to deal with the threat. As he spoke, Chu Yuan recounted the details of the battle in Universe 1126, how Wenwu had been manipulated, the divine beast guarding the Grand Tao secret realm, and the looming threat of the Lord of Darkness's fragmented consciousness, making sure the three of them were up to speed. When he got to the part where the 10 rings recognized their master and could grant immortal energy and physical enhancements, Tony's voice suddenly echoed from the ceiling. It was a holographic projection from the lab. Hold on. Did you say these 10 rings can enhance the body and suppress dark energy? Tony's projection appeared in the center of the living room, his face radiating excitement. Send me their energy wave data right away. I can add an adapter module to your Susanoo armor on the spot, letting it integrate the 10 rings power. That way, when you head to Universe 349, you'll have an extra layer of protection. Chu Yuan gave a helpless smile and, following Tony's instructions, walked to the skyscraper's energy diagnostics room. Tony remotely operated the equipment, and a blue scanning beam enveloped the 10 rings. Soon, a string of data flashed across the screen. 10 rings immortal energy frequency, 2.7 Hz, energy density, 1.8 times 10J/M superscript 3, chakra compatibility threshold, 85%, dark energy purification efficiency, 62%. Perfect. These parameters are a flawless match for the Susanoo armor's energy interface. I'll have the module ready tonight. Tony's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. You come by for testing before you leave tomorrow. This will let the 10 rings energy merge seamlessly with your chakra and the armor's power. It might even enhance your tailed beast ninjutsu. Chu Yuan nodded in agreement, a sense of anticipation welling up inside him. Tony's technology had always been reliable. With the adapter module, he'd have much better odds against the dark energy puppets of Universe 349. Steve, listening nearby, couldn't help but add a word of caution. The polar ice fields of Universe 349 are brutal. Keep warm, and if you get in trouble, don't try to tough it out. We can back you up at any time. Don't worry. Loki promised to get me a cold-resistant suit tomorrow. Chu Yuan replied with a grin. When I'm back from Universe 349, let's all hit the farm for a barbecue. I'll show off what the 10 rings can really do. After syncing up with the Avengers and recording the 10 rings energy data, Chu Yuan finally headed home with Natasha. On the drive, Natasha leaned against the passenger seat, gazing at the city lights flickering past the window. In a gentle voice, she said, "Before you leave tomorrow, let's stop by to see Clint, all right? Little Riley asked about you yesterday. She wants you to teach her how to fold 1,000 paper cranes with Chakra." Of course. I'll also update them on what's happening in Universe 1126, so they won't worry, Chu Yuan replied, warmth filling his heart. With these companions by his side, he felt ready to face any foe, no matter how formidable. The next morning, Chu Yuan went straight to Avengers Tower to test the adapter module Tony had stayed up all night to finish. In the lab, the Susanoo armor hovered in midair, new golden patterns etched along its shoulders and arms, the specially designed energy interfaces for the 10 rings. Try channeling the 10 rings energy into the armor, Tony said, handing him an energy monitor. I've fine-tuned the interface frequency. It should be a perfect match for the ring's immortal energy, with no risk of rejection. Following Tony's instructions, Chu Yuan carefully infused the armor with the 10 rings energy. Instantly, the golden patterns flared to life, and the armor's color shifted from silver to a gleaming mix of gold and crimson. A gentle, radiant aura enveloped it. Unlike the pure Chakra armor from before, this time a new layer appeared on the surface, a kind of energy mail that felt both tough and resilient to the touch. "Try channeling the tailed beast Chakra again," Tony said, eyes glued to the monitoring screen. "I've added an energy buffer module this time, so the 10 rings power and the tailed beast Chakra shouldn't clash." Chu Yuan summoned the lava Chakra of the Four Tails, forming a mass of molten rock in his palm. To his surprise, golden immortal energy naturally merged into the magma. The temperature soared far higher than before, yet it didn't scorch his skin, nor did it overheat the surrounding air. On the monitor, the display flashed. Energy fusion, 92%. Ninjutsu power up, 53%. The results far exceeded their expectations. "Perfect," Tony clapped his hands in delight. "I've also added a dark energy alert function. If you encounter any dark energy, the armor will automatically activate a barrier powered by immortal force. Go to Universe 349 without worries. If you need backup, just use the armor's cross-universe communicator to reach me anytime." After bidding Tony farewell, Chu Yuan headed to the Time Authority to pick up his insulated combat armor. Loki had already prepared it. A sleek black suit coated with a layer of silvery thermal shielding. Lightweight, yet capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -80 degrees. "All set." Loki handed over the armor, his tone tinged with a warning. "Remember, the 10 rings can counteract dark energy, but don't use them to touch the shards of consciousness directly. The Lord of Darkness is cunning. It could invade your mind through energy resonance. Universe 349 is an unknown. Be careful in everything." Chu Yuan nodded and donned the insulated armor. The golden glow of the 10 rings stood out in stark contrast against the suit's black sheen. He walked up to the time portal, pausing for a final look into the distance. Natasha had come in person to see him off. Separated by glass, she waved, her eyes full of worry and support. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yuan stepped into the time tunnel. The moment the passage sealed behind him, a biting wind slammed into his face. White snowflakes whirled wildly in the air. On the distant ice plain, a gash of black split the landscape, a striking wound. That was where the shard of the Lord of Darkness's consciousness had awakened. Host detected entering Universe 349. Current mission: investigate the dark energy surges under the Arctic ice and prevent the consciousness shard from awakening. Alert: a dark energy nest has been detected beneath the ice. Numerous infected polar creatures, bears, seals, and more, have been transformed into dark energy puppets. Warning: resonance between the 10 rings and dark energy has reached 15%. Maintain energy stability and avoid further resonance escalation. Chu Yuan slowed his steps, activating the eternal samsara eye to scan his surroundings. Beneath the snow-blanketed ice, dozens of dark energy signatures lay concealed, moving in patterns that formed a tightening encirclement. Clearly, the dark puppets were lying in ambush. Gripping his 10 rings forged spear, Chu Yuan carefully blended the immortal energy of the rings with the tailed beast Chakra. Golden and crimson light intertwined along the blade as he advanced toward the black fissure. Deep within the dark energy nest of the ice field, a shadowy violet consciousness hovered in midair. Black mist swirled around it, and within that haze, countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered faintly. These belonged to the infected creatures of the polar wilds, their throats rumbling with low, menacing growls as they waited for prey to stumble into their trap. Chu Yuan, the new master of the 10 rings, the consciousness spoke in a voice that was hoarse and cold, like shards of ice scraping together. "A million years. At last, someone has broken the seal of the 10 rings. Perfect. I shall use your body as the vessel for my awakening." Suddenly, the black mist surged outward, spreading rapidly in Chu Yuan's direction. The snow atop the ice field began to melt, revealing the black permafrost beneath. A deadly hunt targeting the new master of the 10 rings had officially begun. The black mist poured toward Chu Yuan like a flood. Wherever it passed, the snow instantly dissolved into pools of inky water, and from the thawed ground, dark energy puppets clawed their way to the surface. The infected polar bears had grown to twice their size, shadowy energy seeping from beneath their fur, while corrosive mist clung to their claws. The seals, slick with dark energy, glided swiftly across the ice, launching volleys of black energy from their jaws. Perfect timing. Chu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The golden-red brilliance of his heavenly swamp spear sword flared, as he summoned the molten energy of the four-tailed beast, blending it with the immortal power of the 10 rings. He slashed toward the onrushing polar bear. With a thunderous crash, the golden sword aura burning with the heat of magma, cleaved the polar bear clean in two. As immortal energy collided with dark energy, it sizzled and crackled, quickly dissipating into the air. But the puppets kept coming. 3 seals launched energy blasts at once. Chu Yuan summoned a barrier of purifying chakra with his 6 paths arms, blocking the assault. In the same instant, he teleported behind one of the seals and drove his blade through its skull. Yet, before he could recover, heavy footsteps thundered behind him. A massive polar bear, seemingly the puppet leader, was closing in, its claws swinging for his back. Chu Yuan twisted around just in time, raising his heavenly swamp spear sword to block the blow. The clash rang out sharply as claw met steel. The force hurled him backward, his knees slamming into the ice, fracturing the surface with deep cracks. Seizing the moment, the polar bear chief opened wide its maw, spewing a blast of dark energy at his face. This was no ordinary attack. Embedded in the dark energy were fragments of the Lord of Darkness's consciousness, tiny black worms, wriggling toward his mind. Warning: Lord of Darkness consciousness fragments detected invading. Current invasion progress, 10%. Notice: the 10 rings are automatically releasing immortal energy to resist. However, the fragment's strength exceeds expectations. Host must actively channel Tailed Beast Chakra for support. Chu Yuan immediately mobilized the chakra of the 9 tails, conjuring a crimson barrier around himself that held back the invading dark energy for the moment. He leapt into the air, channeling the storm-released chakra of the 6 tails into the heavenly swamp spear. Blue lightning crackled along the blade as he swung it down toward the head of the polar bear chieftain. With a sickening slash, the blade's energy tore through the chieftain's skull, sending a fountain of black energy gushing from the wound. The chieftain crashed to the ground, its body dissolving into wisps of black mist. But at that very instant, a violent surge of dark energy erupted from a black fissure deep within the ice field. The consciousness of the Lord of Darkness transformed into a streak of deep violet light, shooting toward Chu Yuan at a speed almost impossible to perceive. "It's useless. Your resistance will only make it easier for me to seize your body," the voice echoed. The streak of light plunged into Chu Yuan's forehead. His body jerked stiffly, and the heavenly swamp spear slipped from his hand, clattering onto the ice. Consciousness invasion progress, 50%. Host is losing control of their body. 10-ring immortal energy depleted, unable to resist further. Chu Yuan's awareness was yanked into a vast, shadowy void, his own spiritual realm. At its center stood the Lord of Darkness's spectral form, surrounded by swirling black mist, within which the faint silhouettes of countless devoured souls flickered. "Welcome to your spiritual world, Chu Yuan." The Lord of Darkness's voice resonated through the space. "Very soon, this will be my new dominion." Never. Chu Yuan summoned every ounce of Tailed Beast Chakra, manifesting 5 phantom beasts in his spiritual world. The blazing fox of the 2 tails, the lava ape of the 4 tails, the boiling ox of the 5 tails, the storm slug of the 6 tails, and the demon fox of the 9 tails. The 5 phantoms lunged together at the Lord of Darkness. Foolish defiance. The Lord of Darkness sneered, and the black mist twisted into a colossal hand, seizing all 5-tailed beast phantoms in its grip. With a cruel squeeze, the phantoms howled in agony and faded away. "Your tailed beast chakra is nothing but nourishment for me." The progress of the consciousness invasion surged onward. 60%, 70%, 80%. Chu Yuan could feel his body falling under the Lord of Darkness's control. In the real world, his arm rose slowly, the golden glow of the 10 rings vanishing, replaced by the blackness of dark energy. His eyes turned a deep, sinister purple. A cruel smile curled on his lips as he stooped to pick up the heavenly swamp spear, then walked toward the black fissure. The Lord of Darkness was compelling him to open it and release even more fragments of its consciousness. Consciousness invasion progress, 90%. Host is on the verge of losing consciousness completely. Alert. Detected Guardian Resolve activating in Host's spiritual world. Memories of Natasha, the Avengers, and Loki are reinforcing the Host's will. In the spiritual realm, Chu Yuan's body began to turn transparent, his consciousness growing fainter by the second. At that very moment, memories of Natasha's smile flashed through his mind. Her waving outside the Time Authority, her cooking in the kitchen, her placing a necklace beneath the cherry blossoms. Then Tony's intense focus while developing the suit, Steve's unwavering dedication during training, and Peter's hopeful gaze as he awaited the grilled steak. "I can't lose." Suddenly, Chu Yuan's consciousness surged forth, unleashing a brilliant golden light in the spiritual world. His deeply held conviction to protect, a force stronger than any energy. Within that golden radiance, a new phantom materialized, his own apparition, wielding the heavenly spear, flanked by the spectral images of 5-tailed beasts, all charging at the Lord of Darkness. No, this can't be. The Lord of Darkness's consciousness let out a piercing, anguished scream as the black mist was seared by the golden glow, gradually dissipating. Consciousness invasion progress, 0%. Host has successfully regained control of the body. The Lord of Darkness's consciousness has suffered a devastating blow, is fleeing the host's spiritual world. Back in the real world, Chu Yuan's body jolted violently. His dark purple eyes reverted to a radiant gold and red, and the black dark energy was expelled from his body, transforming into a streak of light that shot toward the black rift. He gasped for air, utterly drained, as the 10 golden rings reignited, slowly mending his damaged spirit. Detection. The Lord of Darkness's consciousness is escaping. Host is advised to evacuate Universe 349 immediately. The dark energy nest is about to explode. Chu Yuan looked up at the black rift, which was rapidly expanding while the surrounding ice plain began to crumble. Without hesitation, he grabbed the heavenly spear, activated the Time Authority badge, and a golden time portal unfolded before him. Just as he stepped into the portal, a thunderous explosion roared behind him. The dark energy nest had detonated, sending a wave of black force hurtling his way. As the portal sealed shut, he caught a final glimpse of the ice plain, now completely engulfed in black mist. On the other side, he emerged in the grand hall of the Time Authority headquarters. Stumbling out of the portal, Chu Yuan collapsed to the ground, his consciousness slipping once again into darkness. When he awoke, Chu Yuan found himself lying in the Time Authority's infirmary. Loki sat at his bedside, holding a purple gem, the Power Stone. "You're finally awake," Loki said with a sigh of relief as Chu Yuan opened his eyes. "You were unconscious in Universe 349 for a whole day. If it weren't for the 10 rings of mortal energy sustaining your body, you might never have come back." Chu Yuan sat up, still feeling weak, yet with a newfound clarity. His spiritual strength was even greater than before. The recent mental struggle had forged his will stronger than ever. The Lord of Darkness escaped? Its consciousness has been severely damaged. It won't reappear for a while. Loki handed the Power Stone to Chu Yuan. "This is a decision from the Time Variance Authority Council. You successfully stopped the Dark Lord's consciousness fragment from spreading and protected Universe 349. The Council has decided to award you this Power Stone as a reward." Chu Yuan accepted the Power Stone, feeling its purple energy pulse in his palm, resonating in a mysterious harmony with the tailed beast chakra inside him. Power Stone detected. Tailed beast chakra from the Naruto world can be exchanged. Current option available. Chomei, the 7 tails, an insect-type tailed beast, adept at flight and insect-based ninjutsu. Notice, current number of tailed beast chakras, 5 out of 9. After exchanging for the 7 tails, the number will increase to 6 out of 9. The 7 tails, Chomei. A flicker of anticipation appeared in Chu Yuan's eyes. He gathered his chakra, blending it with the energy of the Power Stone. The purple gemstone energy gradually transformed into a green chakra, carrying a faint, subtle hum. This was the chakra of Chomei, the 7 tails, known for its phosphorescent powder and flight abilities, perfectly compensating for his previous limitations in aerial combat. The green chakra slowly merged into Chu Yuan's body, perfectly intertwining with the 5 other tailed beast chakras already within him. He could feel a significant surge in his total chakra reserves, and new jutsu were unlocked. Insect Sphere, Tailed Beast Bomb, a technique combining insects with the devastating Tailed Beast Bomb for even greater impact. 7 tails, Chomei chakra successfully exchanged. Current Tailed Beast Chakra Collection: Matatabi the 2 tails, Son Goku the 4 tails, Kokuo the 5 tails, Saiken the 6 tails, Chomei the 7 tails, Kurama the 9 tails. 7 tails exclusive jutsu unlocked. Insect Sphere, Tailed Beast Bomb, Ultra Insect Sphere flight technique. Notice, the remaining tailed beasts, Shikaka the 1 tail, Isabu the 3 tails, Gyuki the 8 tails, require 3 more stones to exchange. Chu Yuan clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. 6-tailed beast chakras now flowed inside, while the 10 rings of mortal energy steadily fortified his body, making the golden red light of his eternal Rinnegan shine ever more brilliantly. He knew that he was one step closer to becoming the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. "What's your plan from here?" Loki asked. "Fragments of the Dark Lord's consciousness are still in Universe 782. Do you want to keep pursuing them?" Chu Yuan shook his head. He needed time to absorb the new-tailed beast Chakra and recover from the injuries he sustained in Universe 349. I'll return to the Prime Universe and rest for a while. Once I'm ready, I'll head to Universe 782. As he gazed out the window, a wave of longing washed over him. It had been 2 days since he left the Prime Universe. He wondered how Natasha and the Avengers were faring. Loki nodded and stood up. That's wise. You do need to recuperate. The TVA will monitor Universe 782, and I'll let you know immediately if anything changes. Chu Yuan climbed out of bed and stretched his body, feeling that he had almost fully recovered. He picked up the sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear and strode toward the exit of the Time Administration Bureau. Beyond it, in the direction of the Prime Universe, someone he cared about most was waiting for him. Meanwhile, deep within the sunken ruins of Universe 782, the consciousness of the Lord of Darkness was hiding behind a massive stone tablet. Black mist continuously mended its damaged mind. Its voice was hoarse and icy. Chu Yuan, the 10 rings, it rasped. The next time we meet, I will seize your body and unleash my true form. Every universe will become my domain. In the abyssal gloom, countless infected sea creatures circled the stone tablet, their guttural roars echoing through the depths. The first thing Chu Yuan did upon returning to the Prime Universe was not head to Avengers Tower, but to make a detour to UNJ Animation Company. During his absence, the company's IPO preparations had reached a critical stage. His assistant had sent over a dozen messages, urging him to sign important documents. There was also the production plan for the Naruto anime special, which still needed his final approval. As he pushed open the company doors, the young receptionist spotted him and immediately greeted him with a bright smile. President Chu, you're finally back. Director Wong and a legal team have been waiting for you in the conference room for ages. The IPO filing just needs your signature. Also, Marvel Studios wants to discuss some adjustments to the crossover animation storyline and hopes you can handle it personally. Chu Yuan rubbed his temples and took the folder handed to him by his assistant. Let them wait for me in the conference room. I'll finish signing these documents first and join you in 10 minutes. By the way, how's the progress on the Naruto merchandise production I asked you to follow up on last week? It's all on schedule. The first batch of Uchihamadara figures will ship next week, and pre-sales are going extremely well. Fans are already clamoring for the Akatsuki series, the assistant replied, leading the way and giving her report. Also, the finance department needs you to confirm next quarter's marketing budget, especially for the animation film's promotional campaign. Once inside his office, Chu Yuan had barely taken a seat before the legal team entered with a stack of documents. President Chu, here's the final version of the IPO application. Please review it and sign if everything looks good. Also, there's an addendum to the company's equity structure that you and several shareholders need to sign together after confirming. Chu Yuan skimmed through the paperwork, pausing at the related party transaction disclosure page. It mentioned their partnership with Avengers Tower, Tony's investment and technical support in film production, and required an additional explanatory document. I'll ask Tony to provide this supplement and get it to you by tomorrow, he said, signing the papers and handing them back. Thank you for keeping a close eye on the IPO process. If anything comes up, reach out to me immediately. By the time Chu Yuan finished handling company affairs, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Just as he was about to message Natasha, his phone rang. It was a call from the government's Mutant Affairs Control Bureau. The director himself was on the line, his tone urgent. Mr. Chu, could you please come to the bureau right now? There's an emergency, and we need your assistance. When Chu Yuan arrived at the bureau, the conference room was already filled with people. Even Cyclops and Jean Grey from the X-Men were present. The bureau director handed him a report, his expression grave. Early yesterday morning, nearly 10 million new mutants appeared worldwide. According to our monitoring, most of these mutants have only minor abilities, but the sheer number has already caused public panic in some areas. Our investigation shows that this is related to Ms. Grey's Phoenix Force. Chu Yuan looked over at Jean Grey. She appeared a little pale and explained softly, the Phoenix Force is overwhelmingly powerful and has been affecting my consciousness. Last week, with help from the X-Mansion, I sealed the Phoenix Force, but I didn't expect the energy wave released to spread worldwide, awakening mutant genes in ordinary people. The problem now, Cyclops added, is that most of these new mutants have never received any training to control their powers. There have already been several incidents where power outbursts cause destruction. The government is worried that tensions will escalate, so they hope to cooperate with the Avengers and the X-Men to set up a mutant power training facility, and at the same time, manage those mutants whose abilities are out of control. Chu Yuan took the report, which detailed situations from various locations. In Queens, New York, a teenage boy suddenly awakened the power to manipulate metal, warping subway tracks. In Los Angeles, a girl lost control of her emotion-fueled fire powers, which burned down half a block of shops. I'll need to discuss this with the Avengers, Chu Yuan said thoughtfully. Establishing a training facility will require space and resources. We can offer auxiliary facilities at Avengers Tower, but we'll also need the government to provide funding and security. For the following week, Chu Yuan was completely swept up in a whirlwind of activity. By day, he shuttled between his company, the Control Bureau, and Avengers Tower. Discussing technical support for the training facility with Tony, they needed to develop a power suppression device, working with Steve on security plans and coordinating training courses with the X-Men. In the evenings, he still had to handle company documents for the IPO, often working late into the night. It was only after much effort that Chu Yuan finally squeezed out some free time and invited Natasha to dinner in an Italian restaurant. But they had barely sat down when he received another urgent call from the Bureau. Downtown Manhattan, a newly awakened mutant had developed the ability to distort space, causing rifts to appear in the neighborhood. His help was needed. "I'm sorry," Chu Yuan said to Natasha, offering an apologetic smile. "I promise I'll make it up to you next time." Natasha shook her head and smiled as she straightened his collar. "Don't overwork yourself. Take care of your health. I'll be waiting for you to come back." When Chu Yuan rushed to the scene, the spatial rift had already widened to 2 meters across. Chaotic energy surged from the tear, and the buildings nearby had begun to twist and distort. Without hesitation, he summoned his spatial chakra and, at the same time, used the immortal energy of the 10 rings to stabilize the area, slowly shrinking the rift bit by bit. "Relax, follow my lead, and control your power," Chu Yuan told the panicked young mutant. "Picture the energy flowing back into your body, just like clenching your fist." After more than half an hour, the rift finally sealed shut. Chu Yuan saw the boy off and was just about to catch his breath when his phone rang again. It was a message from his company's assistant. Their IPO application had been rejected by the Securities Commission and required additional anime IP copyright documentation. Rubbing his temples, Chu Yuan turned and set off toward the company. Under the night sky, his figure looked more exhausted than ever. That week, Chu Yuan had only met with the Avengers once, at the opening ceremony of the training base. They barely exchanged a few words before he hurried off again. Peter clung to his arm, sounding aggrieved. "Brother Chu Yuan, you promised to teach me some fighting techniques. When will you have time?" "When I get past this busy spell," Chu Yuan said, ruffling his hair. "I'll teach you then, all right." Peter nodded, watching him walk away. In a quiet voice, he said to Steve, "Brother Chu Yuan seems even busier now than when he was fighting Thanos." Steve sighed, glancing around at the coming and going mutants in the training base, and replied softly, "The burdens he carries have never been light." Another 2 weeks passed, and the mutant training base gradually found its rhythm. Tony's power suppression devices were put into use, the X-Men instructors began systematic training for the new mutants, and the government ramped up public outreach, temporarily easing public anxiety. But Chu Yuan knew the tension was merely dormant. Online, anti-mutant rhetoric was on the rise. Some companies refused to hire mutants, and extremist groups were secretly plotting attacks on the mutant base. On this particular day, Chu Yuan was at the company, leading the promotional meeting for the Naruto anime film. They were discussing marketing strategies to link the mutant topic to the release. The marketing team even suggested launching Naruto mutant crossover characters. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Loki, just a single line. "Spider-Man, the anchor of Universe 155, is facing a mortal crisis. Come to the Time Variance Authority at once. If you're late, there will be no turning back." Chu Yuan's heart sank instantly. He ended the meeting without hesitation and turned to the director, saying, "Send me the finalized follow-up plans by email. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Before he finished speaking, he'd already grabbed his coat and was rushing toward the elevator. Unbidden, an image flashed in his mind. Peter's sunny smile from the Prime Universe. What on earth had happened to Spider-Man in Universe 155? When he arrived at the Time Authority headquarters, the atmosphere in Loki's conference room was tense. A holographic projection was replaying scenes of chaos from Universe 155. On the streets of New York City, Green Goblin swooped wildly on his glider, hurling pumpkin bombs. Dr. Octopus tore police cars apart with his mechanical arms. Electro crackled with purple lightning, destroying the power grid. In the corner of the screen, a figure in a tattered suit, face smeared with blood, huddled by a trash can, Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Once New York's hero, he now looked like a vagrant, his eyes filled with utter despair. "The situation in Universe 155 is far worse than you think." Loki brought up the event timeline, his voice heavy. 3 months ago, Spider-Man defeated Mysterio, who'd used drones and holograms to pose as the Elementals. But just before he died, Mysterio revealed Spider-Man's true identity, Peter Parker, to the public. Chu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He'd heard of Mysterio's schemes, but never imagined that Spider-Man in Universe 155 would face a crisis of identity exposure. After his identity was revealed, His entire life collapsed. Loki switched to a different surveillance feed. Reporters besieged Peter's front door. MJ and Ned bombarded with questions. Aunt May accused by hospital patients' families. Spider-Man ruined our lives. With nowhere left to turn, Peter sought out this universe's Doctor Strange, hoping he could cast a spell to erase everyone's memory that Spider-Man equals Peter Parker. Memory magic? Chu Yuan frowned, well aware of the unpredictable dangers of magic, especially something as advanced as altering collective memory. The problem started with the spell. Loki tapped the screen, switching the display to Doctor Strange's sanctum. During the incantation, a mysterious dark force suddenly broke in. Not only did it disrupt the spell, but it also tore open rifts between parallel universes. Not the Prime or Universe 241 as you know them, but rifts leading to the consciousness of villains from Spider-Man 13 and Amazing Spider-Man 12. Their bodies were forcibly pulled into Universe 155. Chu Yuan stared at the images of Green Goblin, Dr. Octopus, Electro, Sandman, and Lizard, his heart pounding. They were all Spider-Man's archenemies. Any one of them would be formidable on their own, let alone all of them together. What's even more terrifying, Loki lowered his voice, and the projection abruptly shifted to the front of a burned-out apartment building. Inside the police cordon, stretchers covered with white sheets were being carried out. The nameplates on them clearly read, MJ Watson, Ned Leeds, and May Parker. These villains, manipulated by dark forces, weren't reformed by Spider-Man as in other universes. Instead, they became unnaturally bloodthirsty. They killed MJ and Ned, and didn't even spare Aunt May. Worse still, they unleashed multiple massacres across New York, claiming the lives of thousands of innocent people. Chu Yuan's fists clenched involuntarily, his nails digging deep into his palms. He couldn't begin to imagine the despair Peter must have felt, witnessing his loved ones slaughtered before his eyes. The strangest thing, Loki continued, is that, by the usual logic of universe rifts, Spider-Man from other parallel worlds should have been drawn here. But this time, none came. He brought up a cosmic energy monitoring chart. That unknown force blocked the senses of all other Spider-Men, leaving only Peter from Universe 155 to face the onslaught of villains alone. The holographic projection froze on Peter. He was hiding in an abandoned subway tunnel, gingerly licking a wound on his arm. Clutched tightly to his chest was a faded photograph. Peter with MJ, Ned, and Aunt May. The edges of the photo were stained by his tears. At that moment, a low, ominous laugh echoed from the depths of the tunnel. A figure dressed in a red suit, surrounded by swirling black mist, slowly emerged. Poor Peter Parker. The man's voice was hypnotic, his golden ring glinting coldly in the dim light. You've lost everyone you care about, hunted by the whole world. That's a bitter taste, isn't it? Who are you? Peter sprang to his feet, aiming his web shooter at the man. But he was so weak that his arm trembled uncontrollably. I'm someone who can help you. The man approached, holding out a contract that shimmered with an eerie black glow. My name is Mephisto, from Hell. Sign this contract, sell me your soul, and I can turn back time. I'll bring back MJ, Ned, Aunt May, and everyone who died. I'll even erase the world's memory of your identity, returning everything to the way it was before. Peter's eyes lit up instantly. He stared at the contract, his breath quickening. If he just signed his name, everything could go back to the way it was. He could see Aunt May and MJ again. His fingers trembled as he slowly reached for the contract. Suddenly, a golden arc of sword energy shot from the tunnel entrance, severing the space between Peter's hand and the contract. Chu Yuan landed beside Peter, his figure descending with emerald insect wings. The radiant blade of the heavenly spear sword cut through the surrounding black mist, driving it away. Who are you? Mephisto narrowed his eyes, the mist swirling around him growing even thicker. You meddling outsider. Do you realize the consequences of interfering in a deal of hell? I don't care who you are, or what kind of hellish deal this is, Chu Yuan said, shielding Peter behind him. Golden light from the 10 rings shimmered up and down his arms. The past you trade your soul for is no real redemption. It would only keep him trapped under your control forever. Peter, wake up. Chu Yuan turned urgently to the still-dazed Peter. If Aunt May and MJ knew you were selling your soul for their sake, it would break their hearts. They want you to live well, not to escape through something like this. Peter's body trembled violently. He looked down at the photo in his hands, tears streaming once more from his eyes. He remembered Aunt May's final words. With great power comes great responsibility. He remembered MJ always smiling, saying, I love Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. Ned would clap him on the shoulder and say, no matter who you are, we're best friends. Of course, they never wanted to be brought back to life. What they truly wanted was for him to carry their hopes forward and live on. I'm not signing. Peter stumbled back a step, and tore the contract in his hands to shreds. "Mephisto, you won't control me." "Foolish child," Mephisto roared, his black mist swirling into countless razor-sharp claws that lunged at them. "If you refuse to sign, then I'll kill this outsider first, and take my time tormenting you." In an instant, Chu Yuan summoned the chakra of the tailed beasts. The flames of Matatabi, the two tails, surged before him, rising into a wall of fire 3 meters high. The black mist claws slammed against the fire, filling the air with a harsh burning sound and the acrid stench of something scorched. "Peter, go find Dr. Strange at the Sanctum right now. Tell him that the interference is from Mephisto of Hell, and he should reinforce the magical barrier with the purification spell from the Book of Ashani. No more memory spells. What about you?" Peter glanced at Mephisto, whose dark mist was gathering again, worry etched across his face. That last attack, though blocked by Chu Yuan, had already dimmed the firewall's glow. It was clear it had taken a toll. "I can handle this." Chu Yuan's chakra of Chome, the 7 tails, flared to life. Emerald insect wings unfurled behind him, and swarms of chakra-infused insects, crackling with purifying energy, swarmed toward Mephisto. "Go!" The Green Goblin and the others could break through the Sanctum's defenses any minute. Peter clenched his teeth, nodded, and sprinted out of the tunnel. Mephisto tried to give chase, but was swarmed by the chakra insects. As they landed on the black mist, golden flames erupted instantly, forcing Mephisto to stumble back in pain, cursing. "Blasted insects!" he bellowed, the mist condensing into a massive scythe nearly 2 meters long, which he swung down at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan teleported to the top of the tunnel. The sword of Heavenly Swamp Spear gathered a golden-red aura, swirling with energy. 6 paths, tailed beast fusion slash. The blade's aura slashed toward Mephisto, but he blocked it with a shield forged from swirling black mist. The shockwave from their collision thundered through the tunnel, making it tremble on the verge of collapse as debris rained down like a storm. When Chu Yuan landed, he staggered. His 10 rings' immortal energy was being drained at an alarming rate. Mephisto's black mist was devouring not only chakra, but also corroding the energy vessels themselves. A stinging pain was already crawling up Chu Yuan's arm. "What do you actually want?" he demanded, trying to buy time with conversation. "Besides destroying the time anchor, do you have some other deal with the Lord of Darkness?" At the same time, he secretly summoned the chakra of the 9 tails, preparing for a decisive strike. "The Lord of Darkness?" Mephisto paused, then let out a cold, contemptuous laugh. "That wretch sealed away in the cracks between worlds? He's not even worth bargaining with. I only borrowed a touch of his dark power to enhance these villain pawns of mine." He waved his hand, and images flickered in the black mist. Outside the sanctuary, Green Goblin's pumpkin bombs shattered its protective barrier. Dr. Octopus's mechanical arms reached in through the windows, and Dr. Strange was struggling to hold them off with his magical whip, looking clearly overwhelmed. "Your companions won't last much longer." Mephisto sneered, and the black mist suddenly split into dozens of tendrils, snaking toward Chu Yuan. "Now it's time to finish you." Chu Yuan immediately unleashed the storm release of the 6-tails bulldog. Blue lightning crackled around him in a defensive barrier, blocking the mist's advance. But then, a warning echoed in his mind from the system. Detection: Mephisto's black mist contains soul corrosive agent. 10 rings immortal energy is being contaminated. 5 minutes left until the host loses control over all energy. A chill ran through Chu Yuan's heart. He instinctively tried to retreat, but found the tunnel's exit already blocked by dense black mist. Mephisto had anticipated this, cutting off every escape route, determined to trap him here. Looks like there's only one option left. He drew a deep breath and unleashed the chakra of all 6-tailed beasts within him. 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails, and 9 tails. A dazzling, multicolored chakra shield flared around him, and the sword of Heavenly Swamp Spear illuminated the tunnel with radiant light. This energy, for the first time, Mephisto's expression changed. Such a vast source of power. How can you possibly control it? Chu Yuan wasted no words. Sword in hand, he charged at Mephisto, chakra shield parting the black mist, blade aimed straight at Mephisto's heart. Mephisto barely managed to block with his scythe, but the force of the sword's aura numbed his arm and cracked his misty shield. "Impossible. You're just an outsider. How can you wield such extraordinary power?" Just as Chu Yuan was about to strike Mephisto, a violent surge of magical energy erupted from outside the tunnel. It was Dr. Strange's spell rebounding. Through the eternal samsara eye, Chu Yuan saw that the Sanctum's magical array, overloaded with energy, was now absorbing Dr. Strange's magic in reverse. His body had already begun to turn transparent. "Not good." Startled, Chu Yuan's focus wavered for a split second. In that instant, Mephisto's black mist coiled around his ankle, yanking him to the ground. The sinister fog crept swiftly up his leg, winding around his arms, the sensation of corrosion intensifying with every heartbeat. "You're finished," Mephisto cackled, raising his scythe high and swinging it down toward Chu Yuan's chest. At the very last moment, a golden magical portal flared open inside the tunnel. Peter burst through the ring of light, clutching a dagger that shimmered with blue energy. It was the Vishanti dagger Dr. Strange had bestowed upon him, a weapon capable of suppressing dark magic for a short time. "Mr. Chu, I'm here to help." Peter drove the dagger into the black mist binding Chu Yuan. The blue light flashed, and the shadowy fog let out a shrill, agonized scream before dissipating in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yuan flipped to his feet and summoned the last of his chakra, hurling the sword of animerecommendations straight at Mephisto. With a sickening slice, the blade pierced Mephisto's shadowy form, and a surge of golden, purifying energy exploded from within. "Aya!" Mephisto shrieked in agony as his form began to unravel. "I will return. The souls of Universe 155 are mine." When the last of the black mist faded away, Chu Yuan and Peter collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Outside the tunnel, Dr. Strange's wild magic gradually subsided, signaling he had managed to regain control. "We need to get to the sanctum," Chu Yuan said, struggling to his feet. "The Green Goblin and the others are still there. And I just heard Mephisto mention that he used the Dark Lord's energy to strengthen the villains. This is more complicated than it seems." Peter nodded, supporting Chu Yuan as they hurried toward the magical portal. The instant they stepped through, the devastation inside the sanctum leapt before their eyes. Pumpkin bomb craters riddled the walls, fragments of shattered magic littered the floor, and Dr. Strange sat slumped on the ground, his face as pale as death, a trace of blood staining the corner of his mouth. "Dr. Strange, are you all right?" Peter rushed over and helped him up. Dr. Strange shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I'll live. The backlash just wounded my core. The Green Goblin and his gang. They retreated, but they took a copy of the Darkhold. I fear they'll use the magic inside for something even more dangerous." A shadow fell across Chu Yuan's face. The Darkhold was filled with forbidden spells. If it fell into the Green Goblin's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even more troubling, Mephisto's mention of the Dark Lord's energy made Chu Yuan suspect that a far greater conspiracy might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for them. Inside the sanctum, Chu Yuan used the immortal energy of the Ten Rings to help Dr. Strange heal the wounds caused by magical backlash. Golden energy flowed from Chu Yuan's hands into Dr. Strange's body, and little by little, the pallor on his face gave way to a hint of color. "Thank you, Mr. Chu," Dr. Strange said, opening his eyes, gratitude shining in them. "If you hadn't arrived in time, I fear the magic would have consumed me entirely." "No need to thank me. We're allies now," Chu Yuan replied, withdrawing his hand. The glow of the 10 rings dimmed noticeably. "But this isn't the time for thank yous. The Goblin and his crew have taken the Darkhold copy, and Mephisto has used the Dark Lord's power to strengthen them. We have to find their hiding place fast. If we don't, the consequences could be catastrophic." Peter picked up a fragment of a pumpkin bomb from the floor, his brow furrowed. "The Goblin's bombs are a lot stronger than before. Out there, I saw his glider moving at least twice as fast, and the explosions were way more powerful. No doubt that's the effect of the dark energy boost." Dr. Strange produced a crystal orb and fed it a pulse of magical energy. Within its depths, a map of New York City shimmered into view, dotted with 5 flashing red points. "These are magical tracking marks I left on the Goblins group. Right now, they're scattered across 5 locations in the city, as if searching for something." Chu Yuan leaned in, studying the glowing points on the map. One at the Brooklyn Bridge, another in Central Park, a third at the Empire State Building, a fourth at the Statue of Liberty, and the last in an abandoned factory downtown. "They're looking for the keys to open the Gate of Hell." Chu Yuan suddenly recalled Mephisto's words. Mephisto wants to devour the souls of Universe 155. To do that, he needs to open the Gate of Hell and let soul-devouring demons flood into this universe. "Then we need to split up," Peter said at once. "I'll take the Brooklyn Bridge. Mr. Chu, you go to Central Park, and Dr. Strange, you head for the Empire State Building. Let's stop them as quickly as possible." Dr. Strange nodded and took 3 magical badges from his pocket. "These are teleportation badges. If you're in danger, crush one, and we'll be able to reach each other instantly. And here, these are dark energy detection talismans. They sense the energy of the Dark Lord. The Goblins team is saturated with it, so they'll be easy to track." Each of the 3 took a badge and a talisman, then set out for their respective destinations. Chu Yuan activated the 7-tailed insect wings and soared towards Central Park. From high above, New York looked battered and chaotic. Abandoned cars and shattered buildings littered the streets. Here and there, people huddled in the rubble, their eyes filled with fear. "We have to end this crisis as quickly as possible," Chu Yuan muttered, clenching his fist and picking up speed. Inside Central Park, Sandman was frantically digging into the ground, golden sand swirling around him and forming a massive sandstorm. His target was the ancient magic array buried beneath the park, a crucial key to opening the gate of hell. Only by infusing the array with the energy from Sandman's golden sand could the coordinates of the gate be revealed. "Sandman, stop!" Chu Yuan's voice rang out from above. The sword of Heavenly Swamp Spear gathered a golden aura, slashing down towards Sandman with a brilliant arc. Sandman looked up, his eyes flickering with a dark purple glow, a sign of being controlled by dark energy. He commanded the swirling sand to form a shield, blocking the sword strike. "Outsider, stay out of this." Sandman's voice was hoarse and tinged with a madness that was not his own. "Lord Mephisto promised us that once the gate of hell is open, we'll return to our own universe and take our revenge." "You're being deceived." Chu Yuan landed on the ground, golden light from the 10 rings flowing around his arms. "Mephisto only wants to use you to open the gate of hell, so he can devour the souls of this universe. Once he gets what he wants, he'll turn you into nothing more than fuel as well." "I don't believe you," Sandman roared, sending dozens of sand blades hurtling toward Chu Yuan. In a flash, Chu Yuan teleported behind him, thrusting the purifying energy of the Heavenly Swamp Spear's blade into Sandman's back. There was a sharp, searing sound as the golden energy pierced Sandman's body. His form, composed of sand, began to tremble violently, golden cracks spreading across it. He screamed in agony, the dark purple glow in his eyes flickering wildly, a fierce struggle between dark energy and purifying light raging inside him. "Is this what you're saying true?" Sandman's voice wavered with doubt as fragments of his memories began to resurface. When Mephisto took control, he had deliberately suppressed Sandman's longing for his family. Now, the purifying energy was awakening those forgotten feelings. "All I ever wanted was to see my daughter again. I never meant to help him devour souls." Chu Yuan seized the moment, pouring more purifying energy into him. "Mephisto's been lying to you from the start. If you work with us, we can help you find a way home, to be reunited with your daughter." Just as Sandman was on the verge of awakening, his body suddenly erupted with a blinding dark purple light. The seed of dark energy Mephisto had left inside him had been activated. "Don't listen to him." A cold, distant voice echoed from within Sandman's body. It was unmistakably Mephisto's consciousness in control. "Only by opening the gate of hell can your wish be fulfilled." The Sandman's body suddenly swelled to 3 times its original size. The yellow sand now streaked with threads of dark energy, forming countless spiked pillars that shot toward Chu Yuan. In a hurry, Chu Yuan triggered a spatial teleportation, yet a sand pillar still grazed his shoulder, and blood instantly bloomed across his battle suit. Alert! Detected a surge of dark energy seed within the Sandman. Current dark energy level S. Purification energy effectiveness has diminished. It seems I have no choice but to subdue you first. Chu Yuan drew a deep breath, summoning the molten chakra of Four Tails Son Goku. A sphere of searing lava gathered in his palm. 6 paths. Lava release, volcanic eruption. Lava burst forth toward the Sandman, instantly hardening as it hit the sand, pinning the Sandman's legs firmly to the ground. The Sandman thrashed wildly, sand battering the shell of solidified lava again and again, but he could not break free. Seizing the moment, Chu Yuan drew purification runes on the ground with the sword of the Heavenly Marsh Spear. Golden light spread along the etched lines, winding itself around the Sandman's body and further suppressing the dark energy. "Peter, Dr. Strange, how are things on your end?" Chu Yuan asked through the communicator, even as he sensed the surge of dark energy rising rapidly at the other 4 locations. On the other end, Peter's voice came through, breathless with urgency. "The Green Goblins activated some kind of metal device on the Brooklyn Bridge. It's releasing dark energy. I can't even get close. His pumpkin bombs now have a corrosive effect too." Dr. Strange's voice followed at once. "Electro at the Empire State Building has absorbed the power of the entire skyscraper. The dark energy-enhanced currents can pierce right through my magical shields. And I've noticed their activated devices are linking together, creating an energy network. Looks like they're triangulating the location of the Hell Gate." Chu Yuan's heart sank. With his eternal samsara eye, he suddenly perceived a terrifying truth. The frequency of dark energy surges at all 5 locations matched perfectly, forming an enormous pentagram array, shrouding all of New York City. "This is bad." They're not just searching for individual items. They're synchronizing the activation of the pentagram array, using the energy of the entire city as a sacrifice to summon the Hell Gate. No sooner had he spoken than the ground in Central Park began to shake violently. The Sandman broke free from the lava's restraints and shot toward the center of the pentagram. His consciousness had been completely overtaken by dark energy, turning him into nothing more than a tool to activate the array's core. Chu Yuan rushed after him, only to find that the villains at the other 4 locations were also converging on the center. The Green Goblin's glider, Electro's lightning, Dr. Octopus's metal arms, and the Lizard's claws all joined in midair, forming a surging black tide of villains. "Mr. Chu, what do we do now?" Peter's voice was tight with worry. His web shooters were depleted, and he could only take cover behind a bridge pillar to dodge the relentless pumpkin bombs. Chu Yuan looked at the approaching villains' alliance, then glanced down at the constantly flickering pentagram beneath his feet. He made up his mind. "Peter, head to the Statue of Liberty and stop the Lizard. Delay him as much as you can. Don't let him get close to the heart of the array. Doctor Strange, use your magic to disrupt the energy flow of the pentagram, even if it only slows it down. I'll handle the Green Goblin and Electro. Their energy is the strongest, and they're the key to activating the array." "Understood." The two replied in unison and moved quickly to adjust their positions. Chu Yuan summoned the insect wings of the Seven Tails and soared toward the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin caught sight of him and burst into crazed laughter. "Outsider, do you really think you can stop us? The gates of hell are about to open, and all of New York will become Lord Mephisto's sacrifice." As he spoke, he pressed a button on his glider, launching dozens of pumpkin bombs crackling with dark energy straight at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan channeled the storm-release chakra of the Six Tails, conjuring a barrier of blue lightning to block the incoming bombs. 6 paths, storm release, lightning fong. With a roar, a massive blade of lightning shot from the barrier, cleaving toward the Green Goblin's glider. The Green Goblin frantically maneuvered to dodge, but the lightning still struck a wing. Smoke poured from the damaged craft as it spiraled toward the ground. Just as Chu Yuan thought he'd gained the upper hand, a surge of violet electricity suddenly struck him from the side, searing across his back. "Ack!" Chu Yuan cried out in pain, his body thrown off balance as he plummeted from the sky. It was Electro. After absorbing the power grid from the Empire State Building, Electro's speed and attacks had become far more dangerous, allowing him to teleport here in an instant. Electro landed beside Chu Yuan, crackling with electricity laced with black, sinister energy. "Your purification powers are impressive," he sneered, electricity hissing and snapping around him. "But in the face of absolute voltage, you don't stand a chance." He raised his hand, unleashing a massive bolt of lightning toward Chu Yuan. At the very last moment, a golden ring of magical light materialized in front of Chu Yuan. Doctor Strange burst through, conjuring a magical shield that caught the brunt of the lightning. "Mr. Chu, are you all right?" Doctor Strange's face was still pale, clearly straining himself and worsening his wounds by forcing more magic. "I'm all right, thank you." Chu Yuan struggled to his feet, feeling the immortal power of the 10 rings knitting the burns on his back. "How's the energy flow of the pentagram?" "It slowed down for now, but I can't hold it for more than 10 minutes at most." Cracks began to appear across Doctor Strange's magical shield, and Mephisto's consciousness is seeping into the heart of the array. "I can feel it. The gates of hell are already starting to appear." Chu Yuan looked up, and at the very center of the pentagram array, a black fissure appeared in the sky. From within the rift came the echoing roars of soul-devouring demons, and thick black mist continuously poured out, falling to the ground and corroding deep pits wherever it landed. The Green Goblin, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, and the Lizard had already gathered around the core of the formation, channeling the final surge of dark energy. "It seems I have no choice but to use that move," Chu Yuan murmured, drawing a deep breath. He fused the chakra of the six-tailed beast within him with the undying energy of the 10 rings, unleashing a radiant explosion of color around his body. The blade of the heavenly spear sword turned translucent, as if merging completely with the swirling energy. 6 paths, 10 rings, beast annihilation slash. This was Chu Yuan's most powerful technique. A fusion of the tailed beast's explosive force, the purifying power of the 10 rings, and the divine might of the heavenly spear. A colossal blade of energy shot forth from his sword, cleaving straight toward the villain's alliance at the heart of the array. Sensing imminent danger, the Green Goblin and his cohorts hastily conjured barriers of dark energy, only to see them shattered in an instant by the sweeping energy blade. "No!" The Green Goblin let out a terrified scream as his glider was struck, erupting in a violent explosion. Electro, Dr. Octopus, and the Lizard were caught in the energy wave as well, their bodies starting to disintegrate. Only Sandman, who had previously been partially purified, managed to regain consciousness for a fleeting moment. He shouted desperately at Chu Yuan, "Stop! The gate of hell!" The energy blade continued toward the center of the pentagram, striking the black fissure. In that instant, a surge of golden, purifying energy erupted, and the rift began to close, albeit slowly. Chu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly sense a familiar darkness emanating from the fissure. It was Mephisto. "Did you really think this would stop me?" Mephisto's figure emerged from the rift, wreathed in even denser black mist than before. "The pentagram is already activated. The gate of hell is only temporarily closed. As soon as I find a new sacrifice, I'll open it again." With a wave of his hand, a jet-black beam of energy shot toward Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan tried to evade, but found himself bound by an invisible force, the dark energy of the Lord of Shadows. Fragments of the Lord's consciousness were interwoven within the rift, resonating with Mephisto's power and temporarily sealing off Chu Yuan's own energy. "Mr. Chu," Peter and Dr. Strange rushed forward, attempting to help, but were stopped short by Mephisto's swirling black mist. "Farewell, outsider," Mephisto sneered, as the energy beam streaked straight for Chu Yuan's chest.